Hello world, pants off, Australia. The whips are cracking, the surf's up, the doctor is in. It's just another afternoon when too much sport is barely enough. And now here's the team who can open the batting and take the new ball up the hill into the wind, who can turn defence into attack in the twinkling of an eye, who've enjoyed the highs and learnt from the lows, who are all the better for recent racing and in the wash-up at the end of the day win a lot more than they lose. It's the team of H.G. Nelson and rampaging Roy Slaven and the dominant backline of this sporting life. H.G.
Yes, thanks very much indeed, King Wally Otto in the South Booth. And thanks to VJ for another sensational set of super sounds here at the youth headquarters on the station that smothers the nation. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, shareholders and schoolies. Hope you're enjoying it. And toolies, I see a few toolies were busted.
No way. What for?
I'm not sure quite what for just being a downer at schoolies on the Gold Coast, if I read the paper correctly this morning.
Right.
Toolies on the rampage.
Right.
A couple of power tools.
Well, I like Toolies Week.
Yeah, well, that's going to have to be at a different time of year. I can see,
Well,
Queensland.
I don't like that. I think Toolies should be able to coexist with schoolies without any...
Well, I just think they need their own area.
We're an
of the
open
beach.
society.
Yeah, true. You forget that, don't you? Toolies. Anyway, welcome to the show that has the courage to dream, and what a week. What an incredible week. Look, I've rated the last week as the best week of 2007 ever.
Toolies Week?
Schoolies Week. Best Schoolies Week ever. Fact.
Best Toolies Week.
Well, obviously goes without saying, what I want to see, though, is Toolies Week, if it could move around so as we could maybe have Toolies Week this week in Queensland and Toolies Week in New South Wales next week and Toolies Week, because I just think the Gold Coast's getting the best of everything now. I mean, they've got the Indy cars, they've got Ron Clark,
Ron Clark, yeah.
Toolies and Schoolies.
Yeah. What's it? Does Ron come out at Toolies Week? Is he
I don't think so.
a participant? No.
He doesn't want it. Is Ron allowed to be part of Schoolies?
No, Toolies.
Toolies. Sorry. Getting them blurred together. Now, just before I let an old
He's
dog
the perfect age for a Toolie. For a genuine Toolie.
Oh, well, genuine. Has he done anything apart from run? Does he have a trade?
No, but he's got a lot of charm and he likes talking to people.
Oh, no, I understand that.
That makes him a walk-up bloody star for a Toolie.
Now, before I let that old
he's
dog...
interested in the views of young people. That's for sure. And he's got to do that as a
true,
mayor.
with a mayor, because he has to talk to all generations, doesn't he?
Yeah. Yeah, he could be an ambassador for Toolies.
What?
Mayor and Toolie ambassador.
Wow, that's fantastic. Would he get a special parking spot?
Of course he would.
For both? Look, before I let Roy, who's already chimed in, off the leash to pour a bit of petrol onto the blaze, just a few things to set the scene. Firstly, a quick reminder at the top of the knock that next Saturday night, Roy and I will be hosting Indecision 07, blasting off at 6 p.m. Eastern. I think we're live. That's right, we're live. So if you're in the middle, you can tune in from 5:30 in the Golden West, where it could be decided from 4 p.m, even before the polls shut. It's a joint effort between This Sporting Life and The Hack, with crews and, reporters at most of the important sites in the coalface of the election. So somebody will be in the Rudd Caravan, a Hack person. Somebody will be in Camp Howard. We'll have somebody behind the big board, and we'll be locking horns with people in marginal seats across the nation to bring you the most informed and up-to-the-minute coverage of Democracy's Night of Nights, once every 3 years.
It's going to be a good night, isn't it? It's going to be a big night.
Incredible.
And the people who have agreed to come on the show with us is great. Gary Nann's in.
He's in.
Warren Truss is in.
Don't. Look, I can't...
Ian McFarlane, Chainsaw, he's in.
Can I just ask...
Julie Bishop, she's on.
I know. Obviously, they're all in. It's going to be great. Can I just say about Trussy? Look, can I ask if he looks as though he's losing, can we not have him on? Because he will go the blub.
Do you think?
You know that. Yeah. Because I don't think... I'll go the blub, because I'm not prepared to face the future without Warren there. Inch might get back.
Warren Inch, he's back. Of course he's back. He's on the show as well.
Yeah, but he'll be okay.
Warrens.
The two Warrens together for the first and final time, should Trussy go down. But you know what I mean?
There's no suggestion that Trussy's marginal, is he? Trussy's not going to go, is he?
Well, who knows?
What are they going to do without the Truss?
Well, exactly. See, this is my point.
I know.
Is that the other person
who's going to keep the middle nice and tight?
And I'll tell you who's going to give me if I have to announce this, Christopher Pine going down. I mean, can we really
that
face
can't happen.
I know, it's too big a hole to fill. He's our youngest.
I know.
He's our youngest Minister for the Ageing ever.
I know.
Pino. And I tell you what.
I know. And he's right in between Schooley and Tooley.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And I tell you what, speaking of Tooley, he is the only person who's prepared to see and prepared to unlock the potential of seniors as providing the necessary grunt and poke for our skills shortage. I mean, I think you came up with that slogan that he's running with in South Australia at the moment, if they can stand, they can shovel, which is just captivating, people in his electorate there. I think, I want to say it's not Boothby, it's somewhere near Boothby.
It's not far from Nicole Corns' seat.
No, it's next door to Nicole Corns' seat, that's right. That's right.
That's the one to look at.
So, look, it'd be terrible if the Pine went. Now, in the endless barrage of polls, if the endless barrage of polls are right, I, for one, will be tuning to see, that they are right on this very historic night. And I understand, Roy, that you're prepared to call the poll at 5 to 6, even before the polls shut, which is fantastic. You're using that Triple J exclusive exit polling system that
Just lick the finger and put it outside.
That's right.
That's all you got to do.
Now, just to warm up, Roy, the orangutan issue, the rescue fund allocation of Australian taxpayers' money, I think it's going to be all spent in Borneo. Did you see that as another slice of pork with the crackling and the apples?
No, I saw it as genuine.
Genuine,
yes. The Prime Minister, I think, he's always had a lot of sympathy for the plight of orangutans. In conversations I've had with him over the years, the talk has often turned.
First thing mentioned.
Well, after cricket. Comes orangutans, and what can we do about them? And, we've been batting this back and forward for a long time, and lo and behold, a young kiddie, with a lot of ideas, comes out and says, well, let's do something about it, PM. Can we get together? And he's open-minded, as normal, I think, and has put in a bit of seed capital to save the orangutan. It's win-win-win, I think, all along here. I mean, all the ducks have lined up.
The orangutans. Are they on the verge of the long goodbye?
They are.
Because we're chopping down
their habitat.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, now, the PM's going to put in a fence or something. I think so.
Can I ask you, do you think this came a little bit late? Because let's face it, I mean, obviously people are still concerned about, the planet and so on. If the orangutan allocation had come early, we might have seen some success for the spending of that money over the course of the election campaign.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe a few smugglers might have been busted. I'm not sure whether they're smuggling them out as well to send them off to zoos and, private collectors and stuff like that.
Sure.
And maybe if the PM had some pictures of the PM opening up a container, say on the dock somewhere in Borneo.
With a couple of orangutans struggling for air coming out. Ooh, what's going on, stuff?
You've read my script.
Yeah, that would have been great.
It would have been. And maybe Janetta's Jane in the background.
Oh, right,
I don't know, you could swing down through the trees or something like that.
Sure.
A bit sort of cartoony and maybe very unfair.
Listen, you're talking, these are YouTube ideas, aren't they?
They are.
They're not mainstream. These are a bit off the radar. But exciting ideas, lovely ideas.
Right. And you didn't think it looked tired?
No, not at all. No, because I think he's had a consistent position on the orangutan.
A pro-orangutan agenda.
Going right back to the early days, 1976, 77, when the orangutan issue first emerged, which coincided with the introduction of the chainsaw into Borneo, into that part of Borneo. The chainsaw really unlocked the potential
of the orangutan.
Vote
in Australia. Now,
provided in many instances, of course, by Australian capital, setting up small businesses in Borneo by providing the chainsaw. Yeah.
Well, that was a win-win then.
Yeah,
now it's a win-win the other way.
That's right. We've got to buy them back now.
Now, look, I don't think I'm alone here, but I saw it as treading dangerously on what I call the Steve Irwin legacy. Steve Irwin, as we know, it was his day on Friday, and the beautiful statue was unveiled, and bloody hell, when I saw it, I just freaked out. Because
so
it's
lifelike, isn't it?
Lifelike, that's the word I was looking for. And to see the whole family, Bob and Bindi and, Kerry and Steve, I thought, hello, he hasn't died. He's come back to walk amongst us again, rather stiltedly. But it's just incredible. Sure,
it's a real labour of love, isn't it? I mean,
it's beautiful. It's beautiful. It's very evocative. Now, look, I just felt as though these things, I thought if Steve could have had a sign or maybe an animatronic saying something inside him, remember the orangutans on November the 24th or something like that, could have been good. But I just felt as though I was getting very close. And I raise this because I know Steve Irwin is known in America. And you know, people say Don Bradman's our greatest hero. Well, he's not in America. No one gives a fucking clue or has a fucking clue about Don Bradman in America, but they all know Steve Irwin. And I'm just wondering if there's something in this, is that the future of Australia could be, you know, somehow brought to life through this great resurgence of interest with the statue and the kids and the whole, you know, showbiz.
Well, look, I think it's very difficult to blame the Americans for the plight of the orangutan. I mean, they can do their best, you know. But I thought it would have been a great opportunity with, you know, Steve and what have you, and the, you know, obviously his impact in America, to lean on the Indonesian government to arrest the culprit in the Balibo Five.
Yeah.
Because that's really slipped under the radar here, hasn't it?
It has.
I mean, there is a murderer, on the loose.
I know.
In Indonesia.
I know.
Responsible for
Probably
the killing
of
5 Australian citizens.
I know.
You know, we've known this for a long time, but now names have been named. We know who to arrest. And I would have thought Steve's legacy would have been a great fulcrum to get the Americans involved in leaning on the Indonesian government to hand over this bloke to put him on trial.
Right. Now, I can follow the logic. Steve and the orangutan. Was there any? Have you picked up any?
I've never seen Steve with an orangutan. No. That's not to say he didn't fight a few of them. I don't know. Or, you know, bring a couple to justice. I don't know. But he would have used those crocodile skills, those crocodile hunting skills, one imagines, with the orangutan. I mean, I might be selling the bloke short. Maybe he did a lot of work with orangutans. I don't know. His cable show largely avoided me because I don't have cable.
No, I understand. But I've got to say is that I'm very light on Irwin orangutan information.
Yeah, same here.
Yeah. Now, look, and can I just say that I hope the Brock Committee could approach the person who banged up this fantastic piece of metal featuring the foursome with a big croc, with a view to whipping up something in a blacksmith's forge that can acknowledge our greatest Australian driver ever, the person I call the Don of the Mount, the king of the .05, Big Pete. See, I reckon that's what they're looking for, somebody who can do that with Peter Brock. I mean, obviously,
that's verisimilitude. That's verisimilitude, isn't it?
Yeah,
I mean, that's eerie.
Eerie, that's right.
Because if it's lit properly, they look alive. They look, you know, as real as you, me, or you know, dying orangutans. If that was Brocky, that would be great.
It would. It'd be wonderful to have Pete's laughing bonds grinning at you stupidly in brass forever whenever you turn up at Bathurst for the shootout, wouldn't it? Say, I forget how they're doing that entranceway now, but wouldn't it be great to Brocky just waving you in or something like that, looking like Steve? Rugby League now, and the World Cup finalists for next year's festivity are finalised. This is the final list. Have you got your pencils ready? Here are your top 8 Rugby League sides for next year in the Cup. Australia, England, Fiji, France, Ireland, New Zealand, Papua New Guinea, Samoa, Scotland, which I think is the talking point, and Tonga. I mean, obviously, you'd have to say that there's, you know, 2 or 3 real contenders. You'd probably say Australia, England, New Zealand are about it. But the rest of them obviously do more than make up the numbers. Sadly, no Tomahawks from the US and no Cedars from Lebanon. I always feel as though the World Cup is more credible when the Tomahawks and the Cedars are part of the action. But France and Ireland been very light on rugby league news. Obviously, France in the Med Cup. I'm not sure what the Ireland main opponents to Ireland in rugby league would be, where they get some experience. They may play the Orkneys and the Channel Islands in a lively island nation competition, but that'd be about it as far as I can see. And the World Cup, you know, without the Cedars and Tomahawks, Roy, you know, how do you see? I see them as 2 jewels in the rugby league crown. But obviously, I think the
I'm just so happy for the revolution that's happening in Tongan rugby league.
I know, it's just incredible.
People are going to get a bit of a shock, I think, once they see the Tongans run out. They're a crack outfit. I mean,
they are
they're big,
mainly
they're
Australians.
willing, they understand rugby league. They understand its principles. I see it as a terrific event, and if we can see, say, Tonga v Scotland in one of the opening, hang on to your hats for that one.
That'd be fantastic.
You know, there are so many possible scenarios here, all, you know,
tantalising.
I mean, just wet the mouth, don't they? I mean, you're licking your lips at the prospect of any of these.
France and Papua New Guinea.
Yeah, there you go.
Pool matches are just going to be first class.
There you
go. Scottish Rugby League, Roy.
Yeah, well, it's come from nowhere, hasn't it? I mean, this is the success story. I mean, I don't know who's created this revolution in Scotland, this Scottish Rugby League, the revolution that's been going on. But hats off. I mean, I just think it's remarkable.
No, I agree.
And they look like a crack outfit. I mean, I've only seen the list of names. I haven't seen any of them play. But I don't know how good McIntosh is. But, the word is very good. And let's face it, they're in the World Cup. And you've got to say any team there has got a chance.
I know. On the day.
Anything can happen.
Indeed. I wouldn't put, the Scottish till to be fiery and committed and, I'd wait till you see their uniforms. It's a kill.
They'd be in the blue, wouldn't they? Are they in the blue?
Black watch tartan downstairs and blue upstairs.
Okay, good.
Oh, it'd be incredible.
Good.
Now, still with Rugby League, and Willie Mason becomes a Rooster. I think most people are aware of that. And the three key planks of the new Fowl House contract for Typhoon Billy are he can wear whatever he likes whenever he decides to turn up, which is great. He doesn't have to wear any of that. I think they're Samsung sponsored. Doesn't have to wear any of that sort of rubbish. So he can just turn up whenever he wants to. If he wants to go to training, he can. If he doesn't, he doesn't. It's up to him. If he wants to turn up to the matches, that's great. Obviously, Freddie will love to see him there, and Braith and Shrek and all them will be thrilled if he turns up. If he doesn't, they won't, feel anything worse about him. He can pursue a career in the ring, including representing Australia at Beijing, and where he'll be obviously turning out as our number one green and gold heavyweight. That's Tickety Boo. And thirdly, if he wants to continue a career after Beijing, in the ring he can. And incidentally, Typhoon Billy is being very coy about this multi-million-dollar bout with Super Swan and Dire medalist Barry Deck the Hall. Look, Typhoon Bill has been mumbling that Deck would bash the tripe out of him. This is only building interest in a fight that all Australia wants to see. I know I speak on behalf of all Life listeners. They want to see Typhoon Bill against Deck the Hall. My mail is that it's on post-Beijing. Already, as mentioned, promoters are offering six figures to each starter. But I know, and we might get to this a little bit later, apparently everybody wants to fight Willie now. It's a real queue. And these aren't people who obviously might have once played with the Bulldogs and think he's a bit of a dead shit for going over to be, a Rooster. They're really well-credentialed fighters, aren't they?
Oh, yeah.
I think Hitman Harding.
Jeff Hitman Harding, he's put his hand up. Yeah.
How old is he again? 41.
42. Yeah.
And so he's prepared to take this bout to Queensland where
he's allowed to fight
as a 42-year-old.
Yep.
So that's great. And then there's the new... some All Black who's now left the All Blacks.
Yeah,
might be a 31-year-old.
Yep.
He's prepared. We might get to him. He's a very good fighter.
Mm-hmm.
Typhoon Bill would have his hands full with him. Now, look, it's going to be a monumental clash whenever Willie does sort with his people sort through the problems. And I can see Barry Hall being the real plum and could be the biggest sporting event ever staged in Australia. And can I ask you to compare and contrast the promotion of Rugby League this week and the pathetic attempts of Cricket Australia to pull a crowd to Bellerive? I mean, Rugby League has had the back page to themselves with this fabulous week-long typhoon-driven promotion of the game. Every kid is now wondering, can a Bulldog become a chook? And gagging for 2008 kickoff to be on now, today, this afternoon, and I'm one of them too. I mean, it's just had me thinking Rugby League in the most attractive way. There's so many questions going to be answered by this move of a dog to become a rooster. And, I know we might get to this later on. Roy and I will try and open up a clinic on how we can promote cricket, what can be done. I know Jimmy Maxwell, the world vet, he's described these days as the veteran ABC commentator, has said it's been promoted by wowsers who won't even let you bring in a thermos of coffee. Right. And that there seems to be people employed to throw people out, if you know what I mean. That seems to be their major interest. Anyway. Rural and regional racing this week had a wonderful weekend, even though it always falls in the shadow of the Cup. All eyes were on Bendigo with Craig Newitt on captures, holding them all off in the big one. That is the Bendigo Cup on Wednesday. Then Thursday was off to King Ruby territory at Ballina for another marvellous day of racing at this ever-expanding popular seaside nook. A young affable super hoop, Joshua Jones, who loves belting them at Ballina, rode a treble on the day, including the winner of the Cup, Felix Trinidad. No sign, incidentally, of King Ruby. That was the disappointment of the day. I mean, so many kids from schools in the nearby area, because exams are finished and so on, and on their way to schoolies and toolies week, were down at Ballina or up at Ballina on the Ruby Trail, and I thought the committee could have staged an exhibition gallop with the Rube. Well, it's very hard to find a horse that can stay with the Rube. Most of them want to go much quicker. But I thought that the course commentator could have come into play here and maybe made some suggestions while King Ruby ran around by itself. This is not how to do it. If you've got a horse that runs like this, might be wise to shoot it before Dad gets any ideas of entering it in a race. But that would have been an educational thing for kids. And let's face it, we are in... People forget this, that we're about to embark, if the polls are right, on an education revolution. I did see Mark Vaile chime into the debate about the education revolution this week and say it's something plucked from a communist country. And this had me scratching my head for a bit, because I then had to think, now, how many communist countries have we got left, and how many kids today would remember a communist country? I mean, I think the Berlin Wall came down in 1989, almost 20 years ago, I might be wrong there. Russia fell in a heap in 92, and I think they've had a market economy since then.
They have.
We got Cuba.
Well, Cuba's still a communist country.
It is, and I suppose technically, although it's a very odd view of a communist country, you have to say China.
Well, yeah, China's definitely
a communist country, but just behaves like a market economy.
Yeah, it does.
But you might find somewhere in there, somewhere like, I don't know, one of those Uzbekistan-type places still claim as communist?
Are there any South American
Well, they're
communist
sort
countries
of
anymore? They sort of,
more
they pay a
communist.
bit of a lip service to communism, some of them,
But
don't they?
Vaile, I mean, it'd take Vaile to spot that.
Yeah,
This is the kids getting laptops and all. That's straight communism, isn't it?
Well, it is communism, without doubt. And I can tell you this for nothing. As soon as these kids get their bloody little laptops and get online, the first thing they're going to punch in is the word communist. They're going to Google it.
Second word, unions.
Yeah, of course.
I mean, it's all good.
Yeah.
And the big week played itself out. Well, it's still going on because the Ararat Cup's on today. But on Friday, I was lucky enough to get down to the Gundagai for the Snake Gully Cup over 1,400 metres. The Snake this year lived up to all its expectations, with the 61 pop Shireen surviving a protest to take the Snake by the barrister margins and return a very attractive dividend for punters who actually invested on it, and not Lorenzo, which was second, or approached the bench third. Yesterday at Sandown, it's that one day of the year at Sandown, featuring the Sandown Guineas, the Sandown Stakes, the Sandown Classic Fashions on the field, kicked off proceedings. You get the drift. The committee there at Sandown doesn't have a lot of imagination. Obviously, there were a lot of highlights. The racing was first-class baseball, and I think Roy broke this story a couple of weeks ago, highlighting the green and gold tilt at the Worlds. Well, we were there up until, I think, last night, when we lost in the quarterfinals to Japan 3-1. We'd put away Canada and some of the other highly fancied, competitors and countries along the way. But sadly, the tilt has come to an end and we bundle out 3-1. The Olympics is very bad news. With less than, I don't know how far it is away, let's say 10 months before the big blow-off next year, Australian medal tally is on the slide. We've now been downgraded to 43rd in the world. And I'll tell you this for a fact, this erosion of Australia's sporting prowess at this highest of high levels would not have happened if Kemp, that is the man, the longest-serving arts and sports minister in the nation's history, was still in charge of the sporting caper. I mean, imagine how our enemies are laughing at us now. Brandis, completely silent on the issue. I mean, you think this would be an election issue now, late in the day, that this could be the one that wedges us? Between Labor and Liberal, we'd have a choice then at last. Because Liberal would say we're going to get back in the top 5, and Labor, well, they don't appear to have a sports policy to poke a big biro at. Anyway, we'll probably talk about that a bit more in the show. AFL, and suddenly everyone is throwing a lifeline to Ben Cousins. The latest to say yes, a poor power who could been solving a number of on-field and off-field problems for them. Ben apparently would stroll in under their no dickheads policy, as the power is the home of the dickhead. And socially it'd fit right in with their culture, because they love Ben time there at Alberton. And if Ben does need wheels, Willie Mason-style Mark Rasciuto Motors of Main North Road, Enfield, could be just the ticket for a sponsorship deal. They have a top range of quality units, and former Crow Mark, now a senior automotive trader in South Australia, could slip Ben behind the wheel of an Ubera in power colours if the AFL would only green light Port Power Project Cuz at their meeting, I think, which gets underway tomorrow to decide the future of Cousins, of whether he bought the game in a disrepute or not. Look, it's been a fascinating week, and with those few thought starters hurled onto the bonfire, it's time to ask man with a how to vote card, rampaging Roy Slavin. Got any dynamite you want to toss into the polling booth, Roy?
Yes, thanks a lot, HG. As you say, a remarkable week. Now, Steve Folkes claims, this is the Bulldogs coach, claims the Bulldogs will be a better team without Willie.
I saw that, yeah. What do you think, Roy?
Well, I think he's got a point there. I mean, Willie is an unsettling influence anywhere. As soon as Willie gets within, say, 100 metres west of a beach, he just goes wobbly. You know, he really is the face of the eastern suburbs, as we've consistently said, and he now says that is Willie. He wants to be a Rooster for life, which is great news for Roosters fans. And I say this with the knowledge that Willie was rejected by the Storm under the Storm's no dickheads policy, because Willie wanted to be the face of the Melbourne Storm. He wanted to be the face of Melbourne for life. But that not having happened, he's now going to be the face of the eastern suburbs for life, which is great. Great news there, and perfectly consistent if you understand Willie think, which I think most of us do. Now, the Kangaroos, speaking of the AFL now, are still not guaranteed a home on the Gold Coast. No. So they stay the wandering gypsies of the AFL. And I like a gypsies team.
Well, I've suggested Dubai.
Why not?
Yeah,
Why
I know,
not?
exactly.
Dubai, I'd love to get involved.
It's a hell of a footy town.
It is a hell of a town.
I know. We've been there.
We have.
We've loved it.
Yeah. And they'd talk about a hometown advantage.
Oh, it'd be incredible.
The Kangaroos would be great once they got match fitness.
Well, I reckon they'd win 11.
They would, easily.
Matches,
easily. Now, the ARU, that's the Australian Rugby Union, they are refusing to pay for Matt Rogers' neck surgery.
What do you make of this story?
Well, I think Matt, obviously, the injury occurred when he was as a Wallaby, playing for the Wallabies. And I think the ARU should have put their hand up and been big enough about it to say, yeah, all right, let's fix it up for him.
Surely be covered by insurance, their insurance policy.
Well, you'd imagine so. Yeah. You'd imagine so. But the insurance firms, actually, they're saying, oh, no, that injury occurred later once he became a Gold Coast Titan.
Right.
Not true. He had that neck injury. You could tell. You could tell just looking at him.
When he came to Titan Town.
As soon as he put on that Titan Guernsey, he had trouble putting it on because of the neck injury.
I know. Look, is that the sort of thing the Parrot would sort out once he gets...
Yes, for sure. Sure. Now, Jacques, he's settled in very, very nicely. Gee, God almighty.
Why didn't we put him in earlier?
He took apart that Sri Lankan attack.
Oh, amazing.
It was fantastic. And just for a moment there, and he had to half close your eyes and was just like watching Langer and Haydos. But it wasn't. It was Jacques and Haydos. And I'm very happy with the way our lineup's looking.
How do you rate the Sri Lankan attack?
Oh, very good.
Yeah, very good.
Oh, yeah, very good. Top class, top shelf. Now, in sad news, and I picked this up from Will Hagan.
Oh, no. Tyre pressure problems?
Not quite. Valentino Rossi may retire from MotoGP.
Where's he going?
I don't know. Just retiring. Going off into oblivion. What a sad loss this would be.
He wouldn't go up to
MotoGP. I don't think. I just think he's had enough. He's not quick enough anymore. I think that's his feeling. Or he can't find a bike that's fast enough for him.
Right.
So it's very disappointing news for MotoGP freaks. And no one is going to be more disappointed, you'd have to imagine, than the real deal, Casey. Now, Mr. Cricket enters the Bradman zone, and this is great. You know, he's just about 90 now, his average, and going up all the time. I think he's better than Bradman. And I know this is a big call, a very big call. And I say this because fielding sides are so much better now than they were in Bradman's time. I mean, you've got to remember, a lot of Bradman's runs were scored against England, and they were, fat pie-eaters who wouldn't run after a ball.
No.
So as soon as a ball went past anyone, it was 4.
Yeah.
You know? Whereas these days, you get really fit fielding teams. And this Sri Lankan team, they're no easy beats when it comes to fielding.
And their attack, Roy.
And their attack is first class.
Thanks very much.
First class.
I know you said it earlier.
Yeah, first class. Yeah. First class. In fact, I would back anyone, say from about 1970 onwards, as being anyone who's averaged in the 40s to be the equivalent of well over 100 in 1930s parlance. And I don't think anyone would disagree. Now, Australia too strong for England in a messy semi-final game of netball yesterday that I watched, and or the day before yesterday, was fantastic. And to see the girls go through to become the world champions, beating the Kiwis,
wonderful.
That was just fantastic. That's an Norma Plummer. I mean, really a great coach, you'd have to say. No big raps.
No big raps.
No big raps.
No.
No talk of Australian of the Year or Pride of Australia medal or an AO or any of that sort of stuff.
No.
But if anyone's deserved it, Norma Plummer has. And you're going to hear that name again, once or twice over the next week or so. You'd have to imagine.
Norma Plummer.
Norma Plummer.
Twice already.
Yes, Norma Plummer. Three times. There you go. Samoa qualifies for the Rugby League World Cup. Now, we know that. We've gone through the World Cup, the top 10 or 16 it might be, and it's a fantastic... This is going to be... What a way to celebrate 100 years of rugby league.
Unbelievable.
What a way to celebrate, eh?
And are you sure McIntosh is in for the Scots?
I'm pretty sure McIntosh is there. I don't know if he's got the C after his name or no.
I tell you what, the Tonga are going to be the surprise.
Tonga, I know. I tell you what, I was talking to Norma Plummer about Tonga.
Yeah.
Tonga, there it is again.
I know, 5 times, I think.
And she was saying that if Tonga's
She'd
there...
love to coach him?
She'd love to coach him, exactly. She could bring out the best of the Tongan blokes. I know she could. Mm-hmm. Now, the appointment of a new Socceroos coach has turned into a farce, obviously, with the communist Rusky, the Russian Como bloke, who had signed the agreement, had been inked, the deal, has welched on the deal because his club in St. Petersburg has offered him more money, i.e. an extra $3 million.
As I understand it, he had an escape clause if they won.
Did he?
I think so.
Bloody hell. They're cunning, aren't they? Cunning, those Comos. You can't trust them.
You're absolutely right.
You cannot trust a Como.
Vale's right, though.
Vale is right.
This education revolution is straight out of a communist country.
Communist, yeah. That's right, because lawyers coming out of this education revolution...
commies.
Well, they'd be putting in riders into clauses like that, you know. We don't need
just
that
to
rubbish.
Stuff up FFA.
Yeah. Now, just as an idle thought, what about Frank Farina? You know, he's been there. He's been a Socceroos coach. He's very, very good. And with 81 days until World Cup qualifiers begin, I mean, I'm thinking maybe even Graham Arnold, who's turned our Ollie Roos around. We beat Iran. You know, we're now... Iraq, sorry. And we'd beat Iran if we
would, if we had to play
him again.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, no, we would. Hey,
and can I just put one other name into that as a Socceroos coach? Not outside the envelope. Norma Plummer. Hey?
Brilliant. Elegant. Runs on the ball. Knows what it's like, the pressure at the top.
Yeah. And our defence, I'd tell you what, our defence would be outstanding.
First class. But I like your... I reckon Frank Farina is a brilliant...
Well, Frank's done it all, hasn't he? He knows all the players. He's been there. He knows the moves.
John Cosmina do it?
Yeah, he's not bad. He's a bit of a firebrand, but I tell you what, I know...
I don't mind that. And
I don't mind it. He understands Route 1. That's what I like.
Route 1, boot it up and get it onto Big Duke's head.
Yeah, why not Farina...
And Plummer.
And Norma Plummer and Graham Arnold.
Together. Would one be the technical director and one would be tactics and one would be...
one would be defence.
Yeah.
Want to be defence.
Fantastic.
That's the way to look at it.
Fantastic.
Yeah. But I think we're going to need that sort of creative thinking, you know, to get us out of this jam at the moment, because the players don't like uncertainty, and at the moment the Socceroos are feeling uncertain. They don't know who their coach is going to be.
But the good
if it was Norma Plummer, I tell you what, they would be over the moon.
I tell you what, one thing I was going to say was that the good news, though, is Nigeria, Australia at Craven Cottage. Yeah. I think the score was 1 to Australia, 0 to Nigeria in a friendly played over the week last night, I think, or maybe Friday night their time.
Okay, I'm liking that.
Yeah. So I think that, Plummer would come in with a bit of wind at her back because the team is going well.
Yeah, exactly.
So we can beat Nigeria.
Yeah.
But, I think we're in Asian zone now to qualify for the next World Cup. Well, Asian Cup,
I know, we blew that. Yeah, we blew that, I know. Well, I just hope the wheels haven't fallen off completely. I mean, we've got the A-League going through the roof.
Oh, it's incredible, the A-League.
It's incredible, Sydney Glamour are back. I mean, they're knocking on the door of the finals now.
Our violence in the crowd is world-class.
The violence has arrived. A welcome breath of fresh air, can I just say.
To take your emphasis away
you've got to take your soccer passionately.
Yeah, you do. There's no point.
And I do apologise for calling it soccer. I won't let it happen again.
No, that's very good.
We've got to move into a new era.
Now, that's the Wombats, and let's dance to Joy Division. I think we might have played that last week. A guide to love, loss and desperation on the life on Triple J.
Roy and HG have substantial contacts with people managers in Papua New Guinea, Tuvalu, the Solomons and Bougainville. These well-placed senior government-accredited human resources experts allow your firm access to any number of semi-qualified but highly motivated labourers who understand only 2 words of English: start and now. These 457 compliant tradesmen are guaranteed disease-free and will have a go at anything: plumbing, electrical, excavation, welding, stonemasonry, and should you want to go native, these willing workers are fully conversant with the latest latest techniques in vine lashing, bamboo construction and blow piping. As Australia's leading contemporary architect, Glenn Murcutt said at a recent international conference, "Honestly, what these blokes can do shocked me. And it's certainly refreshing in the building game to have labour cheaper than nails. If you want labour short on skills but big on grunt, contact the 457 specialists on 123 457 and chat about your needs."
Howdy doody car lovers, your old mate Frosty LaHood here. Now I'm an old-fashioned operator. If someone wants a Hyundai, I sell it to them. And I do it with a little bit of fun, you know, that no root, no toot masquerade. But now my son Frosty Jr. has left school and signed with Frosty LaHood Motors, and I am as pleased as punch. Frosty Jr. is very mature in his approach and has brought a school bag full of great ideas to the business. He's had some superb professional quality videos knocked up from the footage of couples in action test driving our price-to-sell units. These videos look fantastic. No plot, no gear, no need. They're all action and leave nothing to the imagination. So, if you buy a Nibiru wagon today, you get a free copy of Chicks and Big Sticks. That's Frosty Jr.'s Porno Bluey Video 6-pack, plus the famed no root, no toot guarantee. So, if you want a car, you want a root, or you want a watch, then see me and the young bloke at Frosty LaHood Motors. Thanks for listening, Australia.
Builders, worried about federal and state occupational health and safety bullshit with your 457 crew? Well, don't. All Roy and HG's highly motivated, semi-skilled, job-ready Pacific tradies turn up ready for work with their own PNG Department of Health approved South Seas Lap and renowned Solomon Island close-fitting safety shoe.
Roy, just going back to that problem of how do we get crowds for cricket, I'll just let me set out a few ideas. There's a sting in this tale that's amazing. This is Brett Stubbs got this for the Murdoch people. Test match cricket crowds are driven away by wowser administrators and umpires who are taking all the enjoyment out of the game. That's Jimmy Maxwell's position. Let's not forget that Jimmy's been calling the cricket for 30 years.
He knows what he's talking about, that bloke.
He does. He knows what he's talking about. Absolutely right.
He knows what he's talking about, that bloke.
And he said cricket crowd control regulations are taking the enjoyment out of the game while umpires are too precious, forcing play around far too quickly due to inclement conditions.
Yeah.
The message essentially is we don't want to have a game run by wowsers. Yeah. We want to encourage people to come along. What's wrong with playing a musical instrument? I mean,
well, trumpets in days gone by was a lot of fun.
And stuff like that. And look at rugby league. I mean, look at how they go out of their way to encourage people to bring their musical instruments along. I think I'm right in saying the South Sydney Rabbits got rid of their cheerleaders and engaged drummers to do the job for them.
Exactly.
Why can't you bring a thermos of to have a cup of coffee? For goodness sake, I just think they've completely lost the plot because they're concerned and so precious, a bit like the umpires about, little elements in life where, they could be disadvantaged by one stupidity or another. Now, he was suggesting that yesterday's play, meaning, let's see, where are we? Saturday's play was hindered by light sprinkles, which the umpires somehow deemed to be heavy enough to take the players from the ground for up to 84 minutes. Yeah. Umpires have got to stay up there and get on with the game. Now, then, he says, look, Queensland Cricket criticised Cricket Australia for the lack of promotion of the first test that saw a small crowds of 6,249 turned up on Hobart on day one of the test. At the V8 yesterday in Launceston, Symmons Plains, I think it is, 14,755 attended, putting the cricket crowd to shame. 14,755 went to the V8s. It wasn't even, I don't think, their race day. I think today's their race day.
Yeah, it was.
They just went because they were attracted by the noise and the colour and movement and that you could bring, you could bring in a couple of slabs, set up a barbecue, have a beer, watch the cars, V8 and drive home pissed. Yeah. I mean, that's the trouble with cricket is you have to go completely sober. You're not allowed to do anything while you're there. You're not allowed to have fun of any sort. You can't play Kanga cricket at half-time or when they go for a rain break or anything like that. You've got to sit in your seat and shut up. Yeah. And they have more people there throwing people out than they do letting them in.
I know. It is just gone berserk. I would have thought that this was a great opportunity, especially with the first test with Australia v Sri Lanka in Brisbane, to have it open for schoolies to get in for free.
I know.
To make it a schoolies test.
you know, a lot of that crowd the other day was school kids who were forced to go to the game, you know, bus down there because they had to go to school because they're too young to go to schoolies.
Yeah.
But how about Schoolies Week follows the cricket around?
Yeah, exactly. I thought it would have been a great opportunity to make the cricket a little bit pop. Because I tell you, the schoolies, they love characters like Pup and you know,
Mr. Cricket?
and Mr. Cricket.
They like Mr. Cricket?
They do like
How about
Mr.
Magilla?
Cricket. Well, Magilla, they can warm to Magilla, you know. If they saw more, if they saw the real Magilla, you know, and if you know, and I know the players would spend a little time with the schoolies at lunchtime or something like that, just have a few words, sign a few autographs, that sort of stuff. Kids would love it, you know, and to get someone like Pup, who's a real ambassador for the next generation.
Look, I'll never forget going to watch the West Indies play once when I was a kid.
And changed your life, didn't it?
Changed my life because I tell you what happened was that one of the bowlers might have been Big Bird, Joel Garner. Came out.
What a character.
And talked in the crowd. It used to be the old Bob stand. You might remember
I do remember.
He stood in the Bob stand, giant of a man.
Yeah.
You know, probably 4 times bigger than me.
Yeah,
even with
been.
Norma Plummer standing on my shoulders. You know?
Yeah.
And that was just fantastic. But I tell you what, if schoolies, if they follow to the test around, I mean, what a terrific cross promotion. Schoolies and cricket. It's an absolute natural, isn't it?
Exactly.
And I tell you what, though, I think, you know, can I just say this, and I never thought I'd say this, I think the Australian team has a little bit of problem with tickets on itself.
Do you?
Well,
no, not Pup.
well, I wasn't thinking Pup necessarily. I was just thinking, you know,
Not Haydos.
and, you know, obviously. Yeah, well, some of them, Punter and all that.
Punter? Tickets on himself?
Well, I just mean...
What gives you that impression? It's just
okay,
a
I
feeling
take
you
that
get, or?
Sadly, it's just a feeling I get.
Right.
I tell you what, I was going to say those ads they make.
Yeah.
You know, I think, as you pointed out.
They're great fun, aren't they?
great
I love
fun.
seeing Pup send up Richie and stuff like that. It's just funny. It's you know, they're crazy, you know, antics that they get up to that they've obviously thought up themselves, you know, and it's really funny. You know, I'd love to see them have their own show, to be frank. I know there's the cricket show that Soddy does, but it's a bit sort of stitched up. A little bit wooden.
Yeah.
You know, but if Pup had his own show, he'd bring new ideas and stuff. It'd be great, you know. And I would have thought with the schoolies that you offer a bit of incentive. You know, maybe instead of them having to buy a ticket, you pay them $10 each to come. Something like that.
Or say first 4 beers are free if you show school identification.
Yeah. That's not bad. Or one of those you know, those mixer drinks that...
The kids like.
that
Yeah,
kids
the
like.
Alco Pops. I think they're
Alco-Pops,
called.
yeah. Free Alco-Pops all day. For kids
For
who are
schoolies.
for schoolies, yeah. I just think that's the sort of thinking that the Cricket Australia's got to do to bring a new generation in, make it a little more pop, you know.
Do you feel as though when I think of 2020 cricket, I think of a great night out?
Yeah.
I get my wicked beats, I get my funky flavours, I get me scantily clad girls, my
Yeah.
hotties around, and all that sort of stuff. I watch cricket, I build the beer snake out of the empties, and then by the time 10 o'clock comes, I'm ready for a curry.
Yeah.
On the way home.
Well, that's a perfect night, isn't it? That's a perfect night. And there's no reason why, you know, a day for cricket couldn't be like that.
No.
You know, especially if you rope in, say, I don't know, Powderfinger or someone to play a few songs at lunchtime.
And then afterwards for, say, a good 40 minutes.
Yeah.
Just to send you off, and that'd be tremendous.
Yeah.
So, you know, I suppose that what's holding it back then?
Yeah.
You know, is it just, do we have to just wait for people to die? Is that what we're really doing? You know, I mean...
Well, we've got to get young thinking into administration, haven't you? You know, I wouldn't mind getting a couple of, get a couple of schoolies in as part of the administration, just to loosen it up, just to throw in a few left field ideas that's going to, you know, turn it around a little bit. Let's mix it up a bit. You know, the thinking hasn't changed for, you know, a couple of 100 years.
As you know, yesterday I was lucky enough to see Daddy Cool play in a backyard.
Yeah, you were.
I'm wondering if something like that, it's not to get bans, as you point out, Powderfinger.
Powderfinger. Yeah, look, Daddy Cool's great, but that's not going to talk to your schoolies.
I know, I understand.
You
what
know,
you're saying,
whereas the finger might.
The finger might, yeah. Or your ARIA winners, or I tell you what.
Your idols. Why not your idols?
Exactly.
Why not have the Australian Idol final tonight? Not at the Opera House. I mean, what does that mean to kids? Nothing.
They're stitched up.
Stitched up. Why not at Bellarive?
I know. Idol. What a brilliant cross promotion.
Yes.
Idol starting at 6 o'clock tonight.
Yeah.
After the cricket.
Yes.
The final.
Yeah.
And some of the cricketers come out and meet.
Yeah.
See, then they look as though they're doing, you know, they feel a bit removed from the ordinary, you know. That's what I mean, the tickets.
Yeah. Oh, I see. But I don't blame I think the cricketers are trying, and I think the cricketers would be, you know, you've just got to give them the ideas. You know, you just got to say, listen, fellas, We want you to stay back for a few hours tonight just to spend a bit of time with the schoolies. I'll tell you what, each of them would put their hand up and say, yeah, I'm in.
Toby and Run On from the CD Play on the Life on Triple J. And Roy, look, this is very, very worrying.
What?
We mentioned the V8s a moment ago.
We did, the V8 supercars.
Sydney has dropped the ball, according to the Murdoch paper midweek. Sydney has dropped the ball on another major event, losing the spectacular V8 supercars. Not to a big city, but to Townsville.
Oh, no way. No way. How did that happen?
Isn't John O'Neill meant to be heading up this, this committee with...
Big events?
Big events, yeah. It'll be streets of North Queensland City rather than those of Sydney, which will echo to the roar of the V8 supercars.
No way.
After the Yema government, that's the New South Wales Labor government, rejected the motor race as not being economically viable.
Oh, that can't be right.
Now, wait a minute, it gets worse. Townsville, which received $10 million grant from the PM, will host the first race in 2009.
Right. Did this come from the Regional Partnerships Program, actually?
Must have been. With input from, I bet you Kemp started that off,
Yeah, would have
got
done.
a snowball rolling,
Yeah.
and Brandis would have just tipped it over the cliff with the $10 million sticking out of it in the suitcase.
Yeah, is $10 million enough, though?
No.
No, it's not
No, it's
really,
not
is it?
nearly
That's
enough.
just a bit of seed.
Seed capital. Now,
Yeah.
motor racing officials jubilant at the Townsville coup are disappointed the New South Wales government balked at the opportunity of thrilling street race around Olympic Park precinct. I know we've talked about this on previous occasion. Down Herb Elliott onto Dorney.
That'd be exciting.
That'd be fantastic. And
I mean, it would come alive, wouldn't it?
put up
That
your
whole
temporary stands
precinct.
And you drive the cars through the
Yeah.
stadium itself.
Yep.
You get the best part of 80,000 people in there.
You would.
They'd come through at half-time in a rugby league match, say, between Rabbits and Bulldogs. I mean, that is fun. With an idle, what would you call it, an idle final on afterwards. I mean, you're talking about promotion.
Yeah, you are.
You've got a show,
You got to show, yeah. Yeah, well, that's just typical of the New South Wales government.
Blinkered government.
No ideas.
No ideas. All they can think about is World Youth Day. They've given all the money to World Youth Day.
Yeah, how much they put in? 20 mil?
41 mil.
No, that was 50-50 with the feds.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
Oh, so 20 mil.
20 mil.
20 mil. Sure. Anyway, supercar boss Tony Cochrane failed to win agreement after 3 years of negotiations. They duchessed them for 3 years and they still couldn't get it up.
Bloody hell.
Premier Yema said in the aftermath of the junk plans to race around Olympic Stadium that the race was not viable. But
Well, he hates cars.
No, he walks everywhere.
He's a sicko when it comes to cars.
V8s in particular.
Yeah.
Now, the V8 officials disputed the government financial assessment, pointing out the additional economic benefits of the race, and it's worldwide. That's what you forget, worldwide. People in Dubai would be watching this, and they'd say, wow, what a place, let's go.
Yeah. Yeah.
Worldwide TV coverage would bring. It claimed the race crowd of 300,000 would watch the battle between Ford and Holden. Tourism Task Force Managing Director Chris Brown said it was disappointing Sydney would lose the V8 supercars from Oran Park. Hopefully now that Events New South Wales have been established, we'll see Sydney win events, not lose them. The Board of Events New South Wales will have its first meeting in December, and the events like the V8 will certainly be on the radar.
Well, his horse is bolted
I know,
with that one.
Right. Brownie said new events would be chased. What, the World Go-Kart title? Something like that,
Well, what's left? Are there any events left?
I suppose there's Billy Kart Championship. Things like that. But there'd be a focus...
Well, who's got the monster trucks at the moment, for example? So there's one. Now, I'd love to see the monster trucks on a city circuit, like a street circuit.
Wouldn't that be fantastic?
Through the CBD and stuff.
That would be fantastic. Especially if they, up, say, Pitt Street, for those who don't
Yeah,
see.
yeah.
You'd get a fair speed up there.
Yeah.
Nice track. And then they say a right-hand turn into Market Street.
Or Bridge Street.
Or Bridge Street.
Bridge Street, because you go downhill and then up the hill towards George. Yeah, right through there, up to Phillip Street. Go down Phillip Street.
Oh, it'd be fantastic. Any corner would be just great with monster trucks, especially after a long straightaway.
Yeah.
Maybe over... You wouldn't need much more than 20 metres, but
Sure.
But that's where that's where the action spots would be.
Sure.
That'd be fantastic.
I mean, that's the sort of thing we need.
I know. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Now-
Because people would come, they'd love to see the monster trucks going through the city.
Tell you what, monster trucks and idle final.
Yes.
I mean, you just drift off the circuit over
Yeah.
to the Opera House.
Yep.
Now, Brownie said...
Well, there's no reason why you couldn't use the Opera House car park as a sort of tight circuit for your monsters. Go in the bottom and come out. Yeah.
Oh, and through the underground car park.
Yeah.
Oh, it'd be fantastic.
Now you're talking.
That's fantastic. Because
That's a circuit.
they'd disappear from view and you wouldn't know who was in the lead.
No, because it'd be street,
come on.
forward first, something like that. I know.
I know. He knows. Yeah. Big Bob Brown. Now, Brownie said new events would be chased, but there'd be a focus on Sydney events such as...
What, chased? C-H-A-S-T-E or S-E-D?
The latter, but he says, but wait for this, the Autumn Racing Carnival, the Mardi Gras, Chinese New Year, football finals. We got all them already. We didn't have to do anything.
We don't have to
get
chase
them.
those, do we?
I know they're here. They're not going anywhere. Mardi Gras isn't... Oh, Lord, is that on the list of endangered ones? The Mardi Gras?
Well, Mardi Gras going, isn't it? It's not going to Townsville, is it? I tell you what, it's not going to work in Townsville. Oh, well, it might, I don't know. It depends how it's marketed, I suppose.
Well, and the other thing is tourism. Imagine the flights up to Townsville out of Sydney. They'd have to put on extra planes. They'd have to get that 380 round-the-clock service to get people up there. Well, there's no suggestion they're going to lose the Mardi Gras. I mean, how about the Sydney Autumn Carnival raced in Townsville?
Was that going to Townsville?
Well, it could. I mean, if we lose
the Sydney Racing Festival?
Yeah.
The Carnival?
Sydney Racing Festival is in Townsville. Chinese New Year.
Chinese New Year's going to Townsville?
Yeah, why?
No way.
Chinese New Year, that's not necessarily a Sydney-based event.
No.
But you imagine the Sydney Autumn Carnival, normally at Randwick, World Youth Day notwithstanding. Now, the tourism industry is confident that with a strong mandate to work independently and solid funding, Events New South Wales can attract a lucrative event. Oh, I bet there's no example of what?
No example of what?
Yeah, like what?
Can I suggest that Sydney may well become the no-event capital of the country?
Yeah, well, it could market itself, I suppose. We've got nothing on. Come and enjoy it.
Come and enjoy the quiet.
Yeah, that's right. Tweet. Now, spokesman for Yema's office revealed yesterday the V8 officials had renewed their application to hold the race. They've lodged a fresh proposal for Homebush Bay to explore the opportunities post-2008. Well, this sounds better. The decision to race Townsville means that city joins Adelaide, the Gold Coast and Melbourne as the V8 street circuits. How about that? Wow. I'll give you those again. Townsville, Adelaide, Gold Coast, Schoolies and Toolies, and Melbourne.
Melbourne, right.
Sydney can't get a look in. I'll tell you all that's on in Sydney. I mean, you can come here and shoot a shotgun down the main street most days of the week. Well, as long as you're not doing it while the Sydney Autumn Carnival is on that one weekend when Mardi Gras is on, Chinese New Year and the footy finals. Well, I mean, the footy finals aren't guaranteed. No. What happens if Brisbane plays the Titans?
Well, that'd happen up the Gold Coast, wouldn't it?
I know. That's what I mean. Most of those finals are home-based. The Sydney clubs aren't that strong. I mean, sure, Willie's gone to the Roosters, but I'm not holding my breath.
Yeah, no. Well, no way. Well, hang on. Is the Sydney to Hobart still on?
No, that's coming out.
Townsville to Hobart, is it?
Townsville to Hobart.
Townsville to Hobart. Well, there's a Blue Water Classic.
Missy Higgins and Peachy from On a Clear Night. Now, coming to these people who want to fight...
Willie Mason.
I think we started off with Brendan Favola, the well-known Carlton...
Firebrand.
Thanks very much. Forward Firebrand. I think the club there said no. And then it was to do with, obviously, I still think the most likely outcome is Willie and Barry Hall for an attractive purse once Willie learns a bit about the problems of fighting. Right. Rather than running from the fight, I think he should get into the ring with Barry and find out what it's all about. Right. This is after... Do you still see him being a chance for Beijing?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah. Good,
oh, without doubt.
Yeah, there's nothing that you've come across in the media.
No.
No.
As far as I know, it's still on.
It's still on.
If he can hold up a glove, so to speak.
Yeah. Be terrific.
Has Trainer Lewis had a look at Willie at all?
I tell you who has, Arthur Tunstall.
Mm-hmm. Do you like what he saw?
Very, very impressed.
Good.
Thought that, ringcraft movement, much, he said to me, just between you and me and the couple of people listening, better than Aussie Joe Bagner.
Okay. What, the early Aussie Joe or late Aussie Joe?
No. Just at any moment, just generally better than Aussie Joe.
Okay.
I didn't probe, I just...
No, you just nodded, yeah, okay. Oh, that's a big call.
It is.
It's a big call. But I tell you what, Willie, it wouldn't do Willie any harm to have... Aussie Joe sit in his corner for a little while. By golly, that bloke's got experience.
Oh, he has. He's got enormous experience, and he could tell you where you were going wrong.
Yeah, good.
Straight away.
Yep.
That I know it's a word that we don't often use on this show, but I have enormous respect for, and I use that. I'm not trying to be funny here. Enormous respect for Aussie Joe. We worked with him. We were lucky enough to work with him.
We've worked with Ozzy a few times.
A number of times.
Absolute professional.
Absolute professional. And when he was the senior 7 boxing commentator at the time of the Sydney Olympics, I just thought that he brought so much to that chair.
Experience.
Yeah.
And knew what he was talking about, that bloke. You knew it as soon as he opened his mouth that he knew what he was talking about.
I'd love to see him and Tunstall get together with Willie just to maybe point
Well,
out.
I'd like to get him, Trainer Lewis involved.
Yeah,
I don't know who he's looking after at the moment, but Trainer, I'd love him just to put the tape over Willie.
Blood rule.
Yeah. Just to give him the basics, because I don't know if Willie knows if he's a southpaw or
I don't think he does either.
I don't think he knows.
It doesn't matter. All he knows is he's a heavy.
Yeah. He just knows his weight, and that's where it ends.
That's right. Well, I have seen some pictures which I thought were Willie, but realised after a while they were Les. Which is easy to do because they do.
Well, I hope he's better than Les, because Les is pretty ordinary.
Sadly, you've hit the nail on the head.
Yeah. Yeah, has he fought Les in the past, like in the bedroom or out in the backyard or something like that, so we can draw a line across, get some form guide here?
There's no sanctioned bout, no. What, sort of a...
they must have had the odd rumble as
kids. A Maitland heavyweight belt up, only available in their backyard.
Yeah.
And all comers.
Yeah.
There was only 2 turned up on the day, Les and Willie.
I know what you mean. But Les has sparred with Willie, hasn't he? Well, Willie sparred with Les, I should say.
We should get Les to try and maybe, tease out where he thinks... strengths are and maybe where he's going wrong.
Yeah.
Because let's face it, Les has had a number of credible bouts.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Les has been in the middle. He knows what it's all about.
He does.
Of course he does.
He does.
But Les must be wondering, here I am, I've been boxing, I've got runs on the board. People have taken a shot at me and I've hit back. But no one's talking about me for Beijing.
No, I think that's a good point. A good point.
Whereas Willie...
I always get confused about whether if you fight for money before the Olympics, you're able to represent Australia in the...
I don't think he's amateur anymore, SG. No, I think you can...
So, I mean, I don't know quite, what's his name? Billy Dibb.
Oh, yeah, Billy Dibb.
Had a terrific bout last week and I think won.
He did.
Got a big purse. He could do it, or John Calzaghe could represent, England or the United Kingdom or whatever it is.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter anymore.
I don't think it matters anymore, no. I think those days are gone. No, I think it's absolutely professional now. You can...
Turn up.
Yeah.
And say, I'm here, green and gold. My name's Willie Mason, where do we want me?
Yeah, as long as the sanctioning body within the individual nation
allows that
to happen and has earmarked that person as their person to represent that nation in the ring on that day at that time.
Now, can I ask what you made of, before we go on to go through some of the other...
It's that official. It's that official.
And unfortunately, the judging isn't nearly as official.
Well, that's right.
Now...
Yeah. Well, the judging's a lottery, we know that. Wow.
Unless you've got an Egyptian
with the dice
fighter.
loaded in certain...
Yeah, that's right. If you've got an Egyptian fighter and Egyptian judges...
You're going to get an Egyptian gold medal.
Yeah, that's right.
Simple as that.
Yeah. Now, before we come to the list of people who want to have a bet at him, what did you make of Hitman's suggestion that he could... I know he's getting on a bit, but he could go to Queensland. Probably Jupiter's would be the place, the natural place, and take on Willie and Les in the same night.
Yeah, well, look, I think that'd be great. I think that'd be terrific.
It's a pity it's not on at this time of year because I know schoolies would make a natural crowd for an event like that.
They would.
You'd have no trouble.
Because Hitman still talks to kids. He's a terrific ambassador for boxing in general.
That's
and I think
science.
a great loss. That he just got too old to box in New South Wales. Again, another loss to Sydney. Because it would have been a great event. I mean, sure, we lost the V8 supercars, but guess what? Hitman's going to have a fight.
Well, coming back to this queue that's formed outside the Roosters foul house as we speak, you're looking and picking on Willie, the New Zealand All Black Troy Flavell, maybe, is the latest contender wanting to step into the ring.
What's his record? Do we know, HG?
No, 14 bouts and all TKOs.
Right.
Now, apparently, Carlton, they said Brendan can't do it, and Sydney is a bit sort of, although they're saying they're knocking it on the head, I think if money could talk there. But in another proposed cross-code clash, Favell, 195 centimetres, 118 kilograms, has declared he wants to fight Mason in Sydney. Well, this is good news.
Oh, this is a big event.
Yeah, big events. Apropos of the V8...
Well, can I just say Sydney's ready?
Yeah.
Eh? Sydney's ready. I think we could do this one. If we can get the security systems in place in time.
Can I say, how about this? Obviously, the Blue Water Classic, Townsville to Hobart, will go at 12 o'clock Queensland time on Boxing Day. Could this bout be timed
to coincide?
To 12 o'clock.
Wow,
To
that'd
pull the
be
hair
one. Yeah.
in the eye for Townsville.
Yeah, wouldn't it ever?
So he wants to fight in Sydney. Well, he needs to get in touch with the people at the big events.
Yeah.
I think John O'Neill's the person, the go-to man there. Now, Australian Boxing Identity, Angelo Haidar, said he still hadn't given up hope on the Mason Hall fight or Declan fight, saying he was prepared to put up the 100 million to get that to happen. The All Black, who was dropped from the squad for this year's World Cup, is prepared to toe the line with Mason. Mason must be 195 centimetres and 115 kilograms. So it's a fascinating tale of the tape.
Isn't it?
There appears to be 3
The other
kilograms.
bloke has 3 kilograms on him.
Difference. Now, anyway, the All Black is notorious in New Zealand rugby for his string of suspensions. I like the sound of this. And foul play. In 1997, he was banned for a year for eye gouging.
Oh, good, yeah.
Although an appeal reduced it to 3
Yeah.
Right.
So he's a known gouger. Any biting formates, G? Do we know?
He was suspended for 12 weeks in 2003 for stomping on the head of Chiefs hooker Greg Smith.
Okay, so he's a stomper. A stomper and a gouger. Yeah.
There's been speculation that, what's his name?
Flavell.
Flavell will lose his place at the Auckland Blues skipper in the Super 14. It
Yes.
could also be that Flavell's last season in Super 14 after 22 tests with the All Black. He said, I'm not dead and buried with Barry Hall and Willie Mason, Hyder said, this is the promoter. I haven't even put the big offers to them yet. I'm prepared to up the ante quite a bit. But if the fact is that Sydney won't release Barry Hall, my next offer is Troy, Flavell. He's an All Black and he's got his hand in the air. Well, they're the two things that probably...
Well, you need that. You need that. Well,
Flavell
isn't that
showed
great?
His interest in the fight through New Zealand boxing manager John Glosier.
Oh, yeah.
He saw Willie talking about having a fight and thought it was a fair match. Neither of them has had any fights. It's up to Willie whether he takes it on or not. They're from a different code.
So this bloke hasn't fought before?
No, I was just mucking about before.
Oh, you were playing with me head.
Yeah, messing with you.
Oh,
Yes,
all right, okay. So all we know is he's got form as a gouger and a stomper.
But they're not bad credentials.
They're very good
Fight.
credentials, absolutely.
It shows he's not afraid to get amongst it. When
Yeah,
to
exactly.
get involved, Roy. To get involved.
Yeah.
Now,
Well, that's what you need in a fighter, someone who's prepared to go the extra yard.
Indeed. Glosier said they're from different codes, but they're similar. Troy's got a bad boy reputation in rugby, which makes it a marketable fight.
Marketable,
He doesn't want to have a career. He doesn't want to be a professional boxer. He just wants to have one fight against Mason. Well, that, to me,
I like
alarm
it.
bells.
Oh,
You know
does
what I
it?
mean? Yeah.
Oh, he only wants one fight.
Yeah.
Well, means it could be a boots and all affairs.
Well,
It could
it
be a
could.
battle royal, couldn't it?
It could be an old-fashioned cager.
I can see him, reaching for the stool to shove it up somewhere. If we don't carefully monitor this
No, you're
event,
absolutely right.
because he sounds like a bit of a wild man.
I tell you what, he's...
No, I'm not saying I'm not going to hand.
No, I understand.
I think the people
I
of
hear
Sydney
you,
could
Roy.
warm to this idea
They could.
because you go, the only thing to expect is the unexpected. That might be the way they market it. I don't know.
What a brilliant idea. But I hope no one tells Willie to watch out for the stool up the gate, because that would take you sort of dancing around looking at the back door all night. On the
Yeah.
off chance that he's missed something that,
Yeah.
Troy's got, Look, what I hope is that we can get something happening. Because there's so much interest here. And I think once we can get one or two bouts
Yeah,
from Willie, it'll
yeah.
settle down and become obviously part of it.
Well, Willie only wants to do it once, doesn't he?
Oh, I think Willie's prepared to do it.
I know
once.
Willie wants to go on, maybe to the Olympics, but between now and the football grand
sorry,
final,
yes, you're
he just
absolutely
wants one
right.
fight.
Yeah.
I mean, I think the Eastern Suburbs Club might have a different attitude if he's going to fight every week.
Yeah.
Especially
Especially on Sunday, 3 o'clock.
Yeah.
But what a great thing for Sydney to get, though.
Oh, if we could get the Mason Flavell.
I know, you're licking your lips.
Yeah,
How
I am.
about this one? On the undercard, try this. Reality television boxing champ Sacco the Scorpion has mentioned Beaker.
Oh, Beaker, yeah.
He's on a multi-million-dollar collision course with super middleweight champion One-Eyed Joe Anthony Mundine.
Right.
The winner of TV series The Contender, the Cameroon-born Sydney-based Beaker, I like the sound of that.
Why?
Cameroon-born Sydney-based Beaker
Yeah.
is determined to use his new profile to win a world title match by the end of next year. A rematch with unbeaten super middleweight champion Joe Calzaghe is the ultimate target, but Beaker would also welcome a showdown with Mundine.
On his way to Calzaghe.
Yeah, Beaker.
Well, that's
28.
not bad. That's not a bad route to
No,
take.
it's a very good. It's well thought out.
Yeah.
Mundine's management had turned down fights before, but now there's no hiding. I can.
Is there any suggestion Mundine's hiding on this one?
Well, no. I can fight everyone I want now because I won the Contender.
Oh, yeah.
You know, probably Chock thought, or One-Eyed Joe
Yeah.
thought it was a bit sort of. He was giving him a fair bit, meaning fighting him gave him too much credibility.
True.
But now, because he won the thing, the Contender, everyone knows Sakao Beaker.
Yeah, well, because One-Eye, Cyclops had only seen him as a sort of TV star.
Indeed. Yeah, but now he's gone all the way.
You know, it'd be like fighting, I don't know.
Well, David Koch.
Yeah. Ryan Phelan.
Yeah. Or Tim Webster. It's a sort of G up to get...
Or Brad McEwen, if you could tear him away from Sandra Sully.
Now, and then Mundine just has a name in Australia. He doesn't have a name overseas. If he can fight me, he'd be a very good fight. Once again, Angelo Hyder said the All-Australian fight could earn Beaker a 7-figure purse and Mundine more. One-Eyed Joe would be mad if he didn't look at it. It's a massive payday for both Cyclops and Beaker. It's a complete clash of styles. This is what I like.
Well, I'll say, one with two eyes and one with one.
Yeah,
There's your clash for a start.
Okay, the skilled fast hand of Mundine versus the brute force and aggression of Saskia.
Well, I'm liking that.
Beaker has had 2 previous world title fights, but the Contender victory over American Jaden Codrington has added a celebrity factor.
I'll say.
I tell you what, with Koshi on the undercard, this one's going to...
Or Phelan.
Phelan v. Koshi.
Fearless Phelan.
Under Killer Kosh. He's still negotiated a contract with the promoters of the Contender. Looks as though it's going to be a return in the US next April. This is Beaker, relocated to Sydney from Cameroon after the 2000 Olympics, spotted by Joe Bugner, incidentally. But that sounds all good.
It does sound good.
Yeah. And there's something else for Sydney to
That's definitely got Sydney written all over it, hasn't it? Yeah, well, there's no reason why Sydney could replace, say, Jupiter's as the boxing capital of Australia.
That's true. And Long Road to Ruin from Echo, Silence, Patience and Grace. And look, it might be time for a fact.
And now on This Sporting Life, it's time for the first fat of the afternoon. The fat is as Australian as Barbara Streisand, as new as Cats, as wild as Johnny Oakey. What are Australians fighting for this week? HG?
Look, a fantastic prize about this. You double J-Mag action. Doesn't get any better than that. August 2007 and the current issue, that's October 2007. And a Triple J sticker stuck inside the 2007 one, plus Inside Cricket. And this has posters, giant posters of Lee, that is Binger, and Hados.
Wow.
So that'll be just incredible. And as you pointed out, Roy, the cover article is My Time Is Now. It doesn't stop there, or doesn't end there.
That's Andrew Simon saying that. Yeah.
We've got the printed thing, 2000 diary from the Remo General Store, and we've got a terrific Six Nations State small T-shirt. It's a beautiful T-shirt from Fruit of the Loom.
There are great articles in here, actually. Richie Beno's got an article in here on the battle of the world's best captains, i.e. Sri Lanka and Australia. What a battle that is.
Oh.
Eh?
The world's best captains.
Yeah.
That's a bit weird, isn't it?
Oh, well, that's Richie. And the Hussies, brawling brothers to batting stars. I didn't know they didn't get on as kids. Bit like the Masons, I suspect.
The other Hussey actually knocked up a huge score.
Yeah, I know. They reckon he's better than Mr. Cricket.
Oh, yeah, miles better. Miles better. He's called Mr. Wicket.
Is he?
Yeah. For some lucky listener can answer the following question.
Women only.
Oh, sorry, women only.
Yeah,
Sorry,
women
yeah,
only.
where was I?
Ho, ho. Okay, the question is as follows. Name a coach who will have been mentioned 7 times on this program today as a result of the answer.
Yes, and that telephone number, Roy?
Yes, name a coach who will have been mentioned 7 times as a result of your answer. The number is 1300 0555 36.
Women only.
Phone now.
Oh, the Zootons. And why don't you give me your love from Tired of Hanging Around, the Zootons from the UK. Who are we talking to, Roy?
Yes, we're joined by Kathy, who's joining us from, Penguin in Tasmania. How are you there, Kathy?
Very good, thank you.
Now, Kathy, you're in the car driving somewhere. Where are you driving to and from?
Going from Penguin down to Baghdad.
Yep.
How far a
which
trip
is in
is that?
Hobart.
Yeah, how far a trip is that?
About 3 hours.
3 hours.
3 hours.
Do you go past where they've got the V8s in Launceston on that trip?
Yeah, in Simmons Plains.
Simmons
yep.
Plains. Have you been past Simmons Plains yet?
I have, yes.
And was there slow traffic around where they go to the, what's the V8s?
It wasn't too bad, actually, coming through there. They're still racing, so, yeah.
So you're just ahead of the rush.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Trying to
Enthusiastic
beat that.
drivers.
Does it encourage you to drive a little bit quicker, Kathy?
Oh, no. I'm a pretty good driver anyway.
And are you driving home or you're driving to Baghdad? As in, you're going
Driving
to Baghdad?
too.
All
Going
right.
to. For any particular reason, is there a do on tonight, a party on tonight or something?
Staying at my cousin's tonight, but going to work at the uni down in Hobart tomorrow.
Ah, okay.
Right.
Right. And what does the work entail, Kathy, if it's not a rude question?
Just a meeting at the business faculty.
And then you'll drive back
Setting
to...
up a few bits and pieces for the Cradle Coast campus.
Okay, now when will you drive home then?
Tomorrow afternoon.
Oh, okay, so you'll be back home tomorrow night.
So
Yeah.
the meeting would, begin at 9, finish about midday? Is that the plan?
About 10, yeah, midday.
10 to midday, 2-hour meeting.
Yeah.
And what have you got planned for tonight? Are you going out with some of your colleagues and, I don't know...
No, they're going to stay and have a barbecue at my cousin's.
Ah, very good.
Ah,
Very good.
right.
That's really good.
Now, you got to pick up anything on the way, any meat or anything like that, or is that all being provided for you,
I
Kathy?
had to get some refreshments, so I've got a couple of bottles of refreshment.
Oh, okay. Is that by way of wine or beer?
That would be wine.
Okay, local product, local homegrown Tasmanian wine?
No, that's a very special occasion type scenario because it's a bit expensive, the local
Yeah.
homegrown stuff.
Yeah, it would be. Would be. Yeah, well, you'd get your sort of, your Pinots, that sort of thing. Is that the Tasmanian go? Your
It's not a
cooler?
bad drop. They specialise in that up round the Tamar.
Yeah, yeah.
Right, and where do you stand?
And is that going to be affected by the guns
Yeah, I was
mill?
just going to ask.
It could well be, yes, definitely.
And how are the big issues in the election being perceived in your part of the world?
We're in a marginal seat, so we're actually getting a whole lot of blackmail, so it actually might stay marginal. It's working
Right.
well.
Right,
And
is that
do you have a
that
lot-
Bass? Is that...
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
And do you see a lot of your local candidates and the candidates, I suppose, and is there lots of signs up in front yards saying vote this way, vote that way?
Yeah, there's a fair few annoying signs and ads and, yeah.
Right. And does it piss you off that they stay up long after the election, or do they come down fairly quickly?
Well, I don't know. I'll have to wait and see how long they stay up. But hopefully the local ones came down fairly fast because I suppose the federal ones went up fairly quickly. So
Right.
yeah,
I used to hate it, after an election they linger around on the streets and nobody from the committee comes around with the ladder and takes them down. But
they're pretty awful photos. Some of them. They look really sleazy and unattractive.
well, you've summed up politicians as a group, I think, there. But you're absolutely right. I think some of them should, have maybe a softer focus, like appear in a landscape rather than in front
Professional photographs.
professional
perhaps.
photographs
Yeah.
rather than a very
Get
shot
the
like
makeup and the
models,
hair
yeah.
done and everything along those lines.
And how do you see Bass going, Kathy? Is it going to swing one way or the other as you see it?
Oh, it's hard to say. You read the editorials and everything like that, and it still seems very marginal. So,
And who are the editorials supporting?
the marginal seat. We figure that's the best way to go because we seem to get a lot more attention and a lot more promises.
Yes.
So they're encouraging everyone to speak to their neighbours and say, if you vote one way, I'll vote the other, and we'll keep it marginal.
Right. Is that the
Wow.
editorial
That's the
view?
editorial
That's
view.
sophisticated. What are your papers there? What are you...
The Advocate.
And that's a daily?
Yep. All bar Sunday. They have Sunday
Oh,
off.
okay. And that comes out of Launceston, does it?
No, out of Burnie.
Burnie, right.
Burnie.
Okay, the Burnie Advocate.
Yeah.
Right.
Right, well, that's going to be a fascinating seat to watch.
Certainly is
Yeah.
on next Saturday night.
Yeah.
Will you sit down and watch it all unfold, Kathy?
Well, no, because I'm going to a 40th, so,
okay.
you know,
Well, you've got
I've got to
plans.
get my priorities right.
Yeah, no, that's very good. Well, Kathy, listen, let Roy set out the question. We'll get you on your way down to that barbecue.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, Kathy, name a coach who will have been mentioned 7 times on this program as a result of your answer.
Norma Plummer.
Yes.
That's probably
Absolutely
about
right.
14 by now, isn't it?
Oh, it could easily be, but, you know, it's just the general concept. You got it right.
Yeah, you did.
I think we've put a bar on it for a little while, so 7 right, not very enough. Okay, the 2 J-Mags, the Inside Cricket, the Remo General Store printed thing, and that T-shirt, we'll get them in the mail to you, Kathy, and they'll be there about the time you get home. In the meantime, good luck next Saturday night, and thanks very much for being part of this sporting life.
Oh, thank you for entertaining me on my drive.
Good
Pleasure.
on you. Cheers. Thanks,
See
mate.
ya.
Bye now.
See ya.
Well, 3 on the trot. We started off with Jose Gonzalez, not from south of the border, but from Scandinavia, Sweden. Kill 'em for love, In Our Nature. We started off with Jose, and then we moved on to the Red Sun Band from Sydney. One of the great assets of Sydney. Sure, you can talk about losing the, Townsville to Hobart race, and, moving. I did see there thinking about moving Fortress Brookie to Graham Park.
Wouldn't surprise me.
They've got a protest meeting on next Wednesday evening to try and get something done about the state of Brookvale Open.
Yeah. Well, I'm telling you now, Graham Park is now the demographic centre of Sydney.
Anyway, the Red Sun Band. And then Panau. Shock to my system from, the new Australian feature record, Panau. It's as simple as that. Panau. On the Life on Triple J.
Worried about the drought? Well, remember, every little bit helps. How often have you looked at the car in the driveway during a thunderstorm and noticed liquid gold bouncing off the bonnet because it simply has nowhere to go? Imagine being able to capture every drop. Well, now you can, with Australian technology created by the readers of Gumleaf. Enough is Enough, in association with John Lysart Industries, have designed the Warragamba, a stainless steel water tank suitable for all sedan boots, and a guttering system that, once fitted professionally, captures all precipitation and improves your car's handling and aerodynamics. Australians, please take note, if you want to keep full insurance cover, the Warragamba and gutters must be fitted by a full-ticketed, Gumleaf-approved automotive engineer.
Mr. Motors Frosty LaHood invites you to come down to the Kimber and have a look at his latest offering.
A lovely little leg opener I've parked on the forecourt. It's a 2-tone Excel, slightly soiled with mags and air. The back seat folds into a queen-size bed at the flick of the wrist. Formerly owned by TV personality Gary Sweet. Yep, she's a beauty. And remember, this unit is covered by my exclusive 8x8, no root, no toot warranty.
Certain conditions apply.
Battlers with wheels, how often do you use the back seat? If the answer is not often, why not install a backseat bob, an in-car companion for the Warragamba in the boot? A well-fitted backseat bob could hold 500 litres, meaning that your car could extinguish a sizable spot fire should the campfire go silly accidentally. As an added feature, the bob is now available in the shape of 2 fully armed SAS troops to give you the feel-good factor when driving alone at night. Thanks, Gumleaf. Still putting Aussies at the head of the queue.
Roy, just coming back to this issue we raised at the start of the show about Australia's slipping down the Olympic rankings.
I'd look up, where has this come from? What is this based on?
Wait a minute. Let me try and get to the heart of it. It's both Murdoch and Fairfax have got it. Australia have slipped to a shock 7th placing in the Olympic benchmark rankings, with Germany, France and Great Britain, they'll find this impossible to believe, moving above Australia in the scale. The sudden drop has put Australia's cherished top 5 position on the 2008 Beijing medal tally in doubt. The heat is on for us to maintain a top 5 position because these are performing well, according to Australian Olympic Committee Director of Sport, Fiona de Jong. Nothing from Coatsy, unfortunately. The benchmarking uses international and world championships to predict performances in the following Olympic Games, meaning that World Championships. Remember they had the national
the Worlds
at Osaka recently, like in athletics.
I thought we did pretty well.
National.
Oh, no, Stephenson didn't step up, did he?
Amongst many others. A bit hard to blame John for all the problems, but, you know, I'm prepared to, because if he wasn't leading...
I blame Stephenson.
Yeah, if he wasn't leading, how could the others follow?
Yeah.
I mean, he's a gun 400 metres runner. You forget that. Gun.
Yeah, gun.
He's Judy. He's been to America. He knows the gear.
Yeah.
You know, he should have... He's got the walk. Should I say he's got the talk? Sadly, he's got just the walk.
Yeah, right.
Anyway, so that's where it comes from. Now, for the past 2 Olympics...
Is Jai Tarima still part of our team?
Sadly, no.
No, oh, God.
He was only part of Sydney. It's a bit like...
Jumping no more.
Jump and Jai. No more. No more. And our fantastic Tatiana...
Oh, Gregoriana. Well, she's gone as well.
Yeah, she's gone. And I think must have been her nephew. Niece was a jumper as well, a pole vaulter. Right. Niece, she's gone too.
Must have been in the family, is it?
It is
pole vault.
Pole vaulting in the family, yeah.
God, well, our stocks are pretty low in the vaulting.
Now, for the past 2 Olympics, the benchmark, I've got to say, is the blokes aren't going too bad.
With our vault?
Yeah. Western Australia seems to have come alive with pole vaulting. And we've got a school over there of pole vaulting. And,
good. You know,
that's
what we need.
Put in. And they built a sand pit and people lob in the sand. So it's all going pretty well.
How's our hop, step and jump going?
Nothing. Sorry. Cupboard's bare, hop, step and jump-wise. We're just hopeless, inept. No coaching, no facilities, no...
Well, there's no school, is there?
There's no triple...
I mean, it's all well and good for the Prime Minister to go on about, you know, having technical high schools, bringing back technical high schools. We used to have technical high schools years ago, and they were rubbish, and that's why we got rid of them.
Just
now,
wait a minute.
Why not a hop, step and jump school or a pole vault school like they got in Western Australia, or have specifics? I mean, we've got drama schools.
We have.
We've got an academy of cricket academy in South Australia, which is brilliant.
You've called for a national scrum academy?
Well, not me. Topo Rodriguez has.
But
I'm echoing his call.
I know, you're right up behind
I'd love to say the idea is mine, but it isn't.
No, okay, sorry.
It isn't.
Sorry.
Topo Rodriguez came up with that idea, all of his own. It just, just hit him.
Yeah, right.
Clear as day.
Yeah, no, that's right.
The vision.
Now, you're calling for a triple jump school?
I am. A hop, step and jump school, yes.
What's
a pole vault school?
Yeah, pole vault, love it. Can I
a 400-metre school, 200-metre school, 100-metre school?
Yeah.
So you earmark kids at a very early age, maybe in primary school, access them with their new laptops. Hello, kids. Yeah. Can you run? What's your distance? They fire back an email. Yeah. Next thing you know, your school is over there.
That's right, off you shoot.
Yep.
Now, look, can I just ask, is this part of a revolution that a communist country might have?
This is a revolution. Yeah. What we're talking about here is a dead set revolution.
Right.
Because you're going to have to ask families to move. You're going to have to get parents aside and say, listen, your kiddie has got to attend Albury-Wodonga
hop, step and jump
school.
Well, they'll be thrilled to bits by it because they're part of the revolution. The revolution can't just happen because, somebody in Canberra says so. No. The people have to want it.
They do. And the people do. The people don't want us bloody sitting on 7th in the world rankings. They want us back in the top 5.
They're going to get worse, Roy. Anyway, now look, the benchmarking used in and blah, 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 blah. The past 2 Olympics, the benchmark tally has been accurate to within 1 medal. So I'll just give you an idea of the medals. US, 98. China, 89. Russia, 86. Germany, 56. France, 46. Great Britain, 43. Then we get to Australia, 42.
Well, hang on. Where's England getting these 43 medals?
Well, hang
Where's
on,
this come from? They're a busted-ass sporting nation.
Can I just say that the US, 98, we're 50 medals behind. 50 medals behind America. I mean, close to us are places like Italy, Japan, South Korea. I mean, do you know what I mean? We're down with the also-rans.
We are.
Also-rans.
Well, with the basket cases.
The basket cases. Now, Australia have finished 4th in the past 2 Olympics, winning 58 medals in Sydney, 49 in Athens, finishing behind mainly United States, Russia and China. But this year, 3 sports did not perform well at the international stage as they had previously. Track and field, rowing and cycling. De Jong said track cycling had set such a high standard in Athens, it was pretty hard to imagine them living up to it again when Ryan Bailey, I think... who fuels himself on hamburgers. Yeah. If I got the right Bailey. Yeah. They won 5 gold, 2 silver, 2 bronze. Difficult for cycling to stay at the top. At this year's World Championships, the cyclists won a gold and 2 bronze.
Oh, no. I didn't realise the crisis was biting this
I know,
deep.
but you can see why Kemp left, can't you?
Yeah.
Because he could see the writing on the
well,
wall.
it must have torn his heart out.
You would have. To think that I can't do any more. I've taken them to the top of the mountain. It's up to them to walk up there again by themselves. He'd cut the steps in, though.
I know.
He'd cut the steps in right to the summit.
I know he had.
And he'd put in the little barbecue area on the
Yeah,
top, and, you know,
yeah.
there were gas-fired things up there that lasted all.
An idiot like Brandis comes in and puts a big detour sign there.
Indeed. Don't go this way, boys.
Yeah.
I know. We also had athletics winning just 2 medals at the World Athletics Championships, which we would like to turn around next year, and rowing also 2 medals do not have a strong go. But the upside, our sailors, hello sailor, are very strong, more so than in the past, and there are 11 medals up for grabs in that sport. There is some talk, though, that there's no wind in China in August, so we might be becalmed there. And we won 2 gold medals in shooting, which was up on the previous effort. Oh, you got to watch out for the Indians in shooting, though.
You do.
Yeah, really good. The big surprises have been the improvement in France and Great Britain. France won 6 gold medals in fencing and judo to push them up the rankings, while Great Britain, flush with funding to promote, obviously 2012, won 7 world champion medals in cycling and 7 in rowing and 6 in sailing. Oh. International benchmark events for baseball, softball will be held this month, while hockey and handball will finish next month. Tennis will be assessed on the performances at the Australian Open. Oh, well, yeah.
Tennis, you forget tennis. I mean, that was a guaranteed couple
medal
of
in the
medals.
hip hop. Yeah.
That was one that's one we had.
Well,
that's gone.
I know.
That's finished. I can't see Philippoussis
Carrying on.
Carrying
I'll tell you
on.
what, Alicia Molik, I think, got a medal in.
She did.
In Athens.
She did.
De Jong said the AOC would like to win another 3 medals from 5 sports, an expectation certainly achievable in the men's hockey and the women's softball, which could push Australia higher up. The US lead over China by 9 medals overall, but the Chinese are tipped a challenge for the spot the home game. ... It's grim, isn't it?
What's happening with our rowing, actually? Have we got a new awesome foursome? Wasn't there talk of a couple of the awesomes coming back as
Can I just say, I think the awesome foursome, the 2 surviving members of the awesome foursome have decided to go on, I think, as a pair.
That's what I mean.
Yeah,
well, they're
we're counting them.
Oh, they're in.
They're in the medal tally, I would think.
Lord.
But what worries me is a lot of these, Romania and Poland and places like that are now swimming.
Yeah.
I think we've got to worry about Japan and Korean swimmers as well. I mean, who allowed them to do this?
I know.
I mean, surely that was the Kemp legacy, was that you don't allow people like that to be able to do those sports. You just say no. You just invent ways of keeping them out and letting our teams win. No, it's devastating. And I tell you what worries me is this is the tip of the iceberg in reverse. You know, it's not going to get better, it's going to get worse. No, that's a wrong analogy, the tip of the iceberg. We're on the slippery slope is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah. Well, I'm not hearing any noises coming from, opposition, so to speak.
No.
That helps in this situation. I haven't seen any promises. I haven't seen any...
Has Rudd been saying anything about sport?
Well, I don't think he likes sport.
No.
So there's your problem right there for a start.
Remember that, the sporting thing was that allocation of money to the Bowral Bradman Museum in Bowral?
Yeah.
I thought that was a good start. No, cricket isn't
12 million, I think, from the federal government, wasn't it? Yeah.
To build the car park.
To build the car park,
To
yeah.
allow, people to come in there in bigger numbers. I don't know whether the new government, in inverted commas, if it was a Rudd government,
Well, I've heard
would allow
nothing.
that to happen.
I've heard nothing.
Would that be
don't
part
know.
of the Razor Gang savings?
Yeah, it may well be. It may well be. But it doesn't look good, does it? I mean, it's all... The good thing, only good thing going from is the Wayne Swan apparently liked his rugby league.
Does he? Well,
Yeah.
that's good news.
Yeah.
In the 100th year.
Yeah, I think he was captain of the rugby league team in
At
the
his
high
school.
school that he went to with Ruddy,
Kevin Rudd.
and Kevin was dux of the school.
Yeah, no surprises there.
No surprises there. Had no sporting acumen whatsoever,
Yeah.
which is the worrying aspect
Yeah, worrying aspect, yeah.
of this.
Yeah.
Um,
I tell you who might be able to help, though, if the netball's going so well, is Norma Plummer. If we could get the Plum on board and start pushing, I could see some of these scores, these low.
Yeah.
I'd love to see her crack the whip over the athletics.
Well,
for
so would
instance.
I. You need
getting
someone like
Stephenson
that,
to step
yeah.
up and start winning a few 400 metres races. I mean, he's the lead. If you get Stephenson winning, I think the rest will follow. We might get Patrick Johnson up in the 200 metres.
Yes.
We'd certainly start winning a triple jump easily, even though we've got no contestants at it. People would start to get the vibe. Oh, athletics is cool, it's groovy, it's dude, it's got tuty. You know, do you know what I mean? So people would soon start crawling out of the woodwork just to be part of it. Wow. And Beijing's a happening place, as you and I know.
Well, there's still time enough, isn't there, to get our hop, step and jump happening, to make it pop. I mean, that's got to be the thing, to make kids want to get up and hop, step and jump their way to success.
I know. I tell you what they haven't talked about, though, is boxing.
No.
And I see one gold certainly there, which they've obviously overlooked.
This is Big Willie.
Big Willie. Hey, Butterfingers from Brisbane playing the Festival of the Sun. December the 14th and 15th. The title of the tune, Nothing Much Happens. Now, speaking of promotions, and one of the good things about next year is the 100 years of rugby league.
I can't wait.
Now,
I cannot wait. I'm looking forward to the reenactment of the first game.
Okay,
at
there's news of
Birchgrove
that.
Oval. Is that still on?
Yeah, League Centenary season will be launched at Birchgrove Oval on March the 6th.
Good.
That's where the game began.
Yeah, it is.
Isn't that amazing?
It
Birchgrove Oval. They've got that bell that Russell Crowe had.
Yeah.
Ring the bell. You know, ding, ding, ding. Off we go.
Yeah.
Now.
That's going to be someday.
It is, isn't it? It's just going to be amazing. Will they be able to fit many people in there? They'd have to build temporary stands, I suppose.
There will be temporary stands, I suppose. There's a small grandstand there, actually, that might hold about 40 people. But a lot of people could stand around the perimeter of the oval, give it a lot of atmosphere.
Now, March the 6th, would that be the opening weekend of the season? I mean, would you expect?
Either that, or are they going to do a special match though? A reenactment of the Fruiterers v the.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, what were they called? The Fruiters v the Cherry.
No, the Balmain Tigers, I suppose.
No, they were called something else.
Yeah,
the Fruiterers,
the Barrowmen or something, were they?
Yeah, something weird like that.
The clothes props makers or
wood whittlers.
Wood whittlers. Yeah.
Building up to that, plans for Tina Turner to return as the face of rugby league have been scrapped.
Oh, what a blow that is. That would have been great for Tina on Birchgrove Oval.
I know. With the band rocking behind her. Remember the bloke on the sax?
On the sax, I do remember.
Oh, magic. You don't get... It's just
simply the best.
Simply the best. You know, anyway, plans for Tina Turner to return as the face of rugby league have been scrapped, despite the grandmother of rock. She wants to be part of it, according to the Fairfax people this morning. In a radical departure from recent campaigns, the centrepiece of the NRL's promotion won't feature a theme song or artist, but instead focus on the history of the game. This is not going to work, I'll tell you. Right now.
No song.
No song. What's My Team has been the Hootie Guru song for ages, and before there's Simply the Best.
Yeah. So there's not going to be a song.
Okay. The NRL officials held talks with Turner's management with the view of reprising Simply the Best campaign that proved so successful, obviously. Yet, despite her availability, NRL marketing Paul Kine confirmed the league would head in a different direction next year.
Well, he's an idiot. He's a total idiot then, if that's the case. If Tina was happy to put her hand up.
She was going to be available if we'd chosen that direction. There was nothing prohibiting us from doing that, going in that direction. It was just the wrong decision, according to Kine. Simply the Best was going to leave us with a specific area within the game. We're talking about 100 years of history. Simply the Best is synonymous with the periods from the 80s to the early 90s. The advertising agency that bought the game, Turner, the MJW, is again heading the promotional campaign, but Kine said the NRL was going to, in a very different creative direction. The piece that we're going to put up next year isn't about an artist or a song. Over the last 15 or 20 years, the league has used a piece of music to become an anthem for the game in a respective area. With the centenary celebrations, we're trying to put as much into a 60-second spot, and we want it to be about the game, not a new artist performing a new song for the game. The musical piece will be background to the imagery we're cutting the 100 Years Rugby League. So it might be, sort of whistling Jack Smith and I was Kaiser Bill's Batman with a lot of images of rugby league. However, how about another verse from Tom Keneally? Blow that whistle riff.
Yeah. That's a lovely idea to do that, to reprise that.
Yeah, but Tina, it's very sad because I'd like to think, HG, just putting it...
Look, let's say Tina's gone and that's not going to happen. Okay, I suppose, after, I'll calm down on the issue, sure. But let's say, I think it's possible that there is still someone alive who was there on that day at Birchgrove Oval 100 years ago.
Wow. They'd have to be a fair age.
Yeah, they'd have to be at least 100.
Yeah. Well, there probably is.
Yeah. Well, I think that would be remarkable.
What a hero.
Yeah, to find that person.
An Australian hero.
Yeah, an Australian hero who was there the day the bell rang for the first game between the Fruiterers and the Whittlers.
Yeah. Memories.
Yeah.
Memories.
And maybe you could get that person to hum a song of the period. You know, there must have been a hit at the time in 1908.
Certainly would have been.
You know, I don't know what it would have been.
Well, hang on. Something that would have been probably a show tune, a sort of vaudeville show tune.
It would have been. It would have been. Yeah, not a million miles away from I'm Henry VIII style.
Correct.
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 You know, it would have been along that style. Yeah, music hall.
Musical, that's right.
Yeah,
musical
yeah, and music hall very lively in Australia, in Sydney at the time in particular. There was a lot of music hall. The Tivoli.
Amongst many others.
Yeah,
the Tivoli was the last of them. There was hundreds of them. Yeah. There would have been one not a million miles from Birchgrove Oval, probably.
There would have been.
With a few artistes.
Yeah, for sure. Because, you know...
That was all there was.
Sydney was alive with theatre in those days.
There was no television.
No.
There was rugby league, cricket and musical.
Exactly.
That was it.
There was not one place in Sydney where you couldn't walk 15 yards in any direction and you'd be at a theatre. Didn't matter where you were. Hard to imagine, but that's how many theatres there were.
And always there were acts like Soaring Ladies in Half.
Yes.
And, you know, drinking things while you smoked and fart acts and stuff like that.
Yeah. Ventriloquists and singers, dancers, the whole treat. Variety.
Variety, that's right.
Yeah.
That's right, variety.
Yeah.
Well, wouldn't it be great to get some of that back?
Indeed.
I'm Henry VIII, I am.
Yeah, well, no, not necessarily but something in that style.
Yeah, no,
in the music hall style would be, I think, very, very apposite. Right. You know, and then you run your images of rugby league over the years over that. But on that day, that reenactment, to get the bloke, let's say it's a bloke, could be a woman, who's, say, 110, 111 years old, to walk out the middle of Birchgrove Oval and sing, you know...
I'm Henry VIII, I am. Henry VIII, I am.
Then ding-a-ding-a-ding-a-ding-a-ding, blow that whistle, ref, tweet.
The matches, and they're playing Soundwave 2008. They have the Soundwaves from February the 23rd to March the 8th, and that tune is called What Katie Said from Decomposer. Now, look, I was just sort of taken by the problems of, obviously, the Bulldogs, the remnants of the Bulldogs, the Willie Mason-less Bulldogs. And was very pleased to see that the club has come together and said that what's happened with Willies is disappointing for sure, according to George Paponis, the boss of the Dogs. But over the past few years, this club has survived a number of disasters and will survive this latest drama too. There is a strong culture at this club. Our culture will never be eroded.
Well, that's a relief, isn't it?
It is.
To know that Bulldog culture that everyone loves so much. That's something that should be preserved, isn't it?
It is. I was just wondering what you'd see as the main, what I'd say, pillars of the culture are, or the main...
What a good question.
The main building blocks, the main foundations of the culture. I largely saw it as a sort of somehow to do with the players they've got there, but that doesn't matter. It doesn't seem to matter anymore because the players...
No, well, you'd have to look at the work, really, of, say, Troy Flavelle, wouldn't you? to get a grasp of the...
You would. You would.
That Bulldog culture. Yeah. Never say die, I suppose, is part of it.
Never say die, even when you lose 20-0.
Yeah.
Well, it's good to know that it's going to be there for some time.
Yeah.
And what do you think of club loyalty now, though, Roy? I know it's been
It's a thing of the past, isn't it?
Yeah. Do you think this takes a knock, gives a knock to club loyalty?
Look, I think it does. I think it's just another, knocking another pillar of loyalty. I mean, where these days do you see anyone who's stayed with the same club all their lives, all their playing careers? Very rarely. It used to be de rigueur. Used to be the exception that someone would go to, and if somebody left the club and went to another club, you hated their guts forever.
Indeed.
You know, and that was what was wonderful about Australia, that we were prepared to hate people who were disloyal to their original club. That seems to have gone, 90, 100 degrees, 180 degrees, hasn't it? Completely. And I think it's a great loss. I think players should play in the area they're born in, and that's it.
I know.
That's it.
See, for instance, the club, the Roosters had to unload a kid who a lot of fans, and I, as you know, I live in the Eastern Suburbs area with the Roosters there, and a lot of the fans had got to know this kid who's now a Titan. He left on Wednesday. And on Monday...
was there a send-off, actually?
There
Were
was
the
a big
streets
send-off.
lined?
The streets were lined and a
Yeah.
lot of tears. It wasn't a joyous occasion.
No.
A lot of tears. And sadly, I've forgotten his name already because that club loyalty, it just goes out the window. But there were a lot of placards and heartfelt placards as he made his way down to the airport, wearing obviously the Samsung. And then when he got up there, he had the Jetstar Titan jumper on as soon as he got there. And you think, well, hang on a minute. We had an emotional attachment to this person.
Yeah.
And I've got to say is that Willie, I mean, never mind how good or bad he is, I haven't seen him walking around the streets and receiving the same sort of welcoming.
No.
You know, I've seen largely people ignoring him. Which is sort of, do you know what I mean?
You know, well, I'll tell you, actually, you know, I can remember there was a time when there wouldn't be one footballer in Australia that you couldn't go up to and say, listen, mate, can you tell me your top 5 butchers in your suburb?
Yeah. That's what
and they say, oh yeah, sure. Listen, if you want chops, go and see Stan Reedy. If you want to see, if you want, you know, your sausages, you couldn't go
Lucas.
past Mark. What's his name? You know what I mean? Those days are gone. Those days are gone. You know, and more's the pity.
Well, Willie would be lucky to get any butcher shop in the area, I think. But admittedly, he's only moved there. But that's what this kid learned. He'd learnt the butchers and the greengrocers of the area.
Yeah.
Now he's got to learn a whole new lot in the Gold Coast.
Yeah.
It's not easy to do. People think it's a doddle, but it's not. I tell you this. You've got to go around and sample them and then take it home and cook it and all that.
Yeah, that's right. And you can't trust the other players because they'll give you G-ups.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, no, the bloke on Frenchman's Road is really good.
I told him to get his sausages up on Frenchman's Road. You never. I did. You never. I did. You bastard.
Now, what do you make of the Dick Advocaat decision, Roy? I mean, he's there with St. Petersburg and apparently, as Craig Foster, who I love reading about football.
Well, I think he should be banned from ever coming to Australia. Should he want to come here, say, for... Yeah, whatever reason, social reasons.
Maybe to look at the Socceroos?
Yeah. Can't.
Australia, welcome to the world of football, according to Craig Foster. We've just learned all about the competing with countries more resourceful than us and the phenomenal spending power of big European clubs. Advocaat's decision to remain in Russia comes as no surprise. Obviously, Craig knows the bloke and knows how shifty he is. The only surprise is the FFA didn't see it coming and let it happen. He's need to put a clause in the agreement allowing him to rescind should he win the Russian league was the first warning sign. When his club won and a massive new offer followed, most of us expected it was sayonara, Dick.
Is that what he says?
Sayonara, Dick.
Is that what he meant? Is there any suggestion that Dick's Japanese?
No, but I forget the Russian for arrivederci. FFA CEO Ben Buckley should be questioning the process and lack of alternative solution, especially as the saga dates to August last year. The dearth of football knowledge at headquarters has been exposed once again. There were always doubts about how committed Advocaat was to playing an expanded leadership role within Australia, as reports had him contractually spending most of his time in Europe. The question is why the FFA agreed to this scenario in the first place, because we need far more than that. We need not just a coach, but a football leader. One who resides in Australia and has the desire to see through the first phase of our long-term project. Qualification is the main driver, this World Cup qualification, and failure too ugly to contemplate. But the role should be so much important to drive football in Australia and provide absolute leadership alongside the technical director, the TD. We don't need the biggest name at the biggest price, but outstanding technician with experience and success in football and international football and a deep knowledge of European football, where most of our stars play, and equally of Asian and its peculiar challenges. Advocaat's work in Russia was outstanding, but it raised his stocks considerably, but his refusal to be based here showed his concern that a gig in Australia would take him out of the loop of European football.
Yeah, well, that's true, isn't it?
God, I tell you what, how about this as a lineup? Farina as your coach and Norma Plummer as your technical director.
I wouldn't mind that at all.
No, it'd be fantastic.
No, I'd give Norma the top job.
We just swap them around.
Swap them
Farina, your
around.
technical director.
Yeah.
This process should have stopped the process. But this is back to Fozzie. But the setback should not affect the strategy, because while an overseas coach is expensive relative to our game's commercial strength, it is an outlay we must make, should I say. My view is that we'll require an overseas technician for at least the next 2 World Cup cycles, which is another 7 years.
Bloody
the same
hell.
person. Yeah. So it's very, very difficult. And Advocaat shot us in the, put a cap up our ass, if you like to put it that way, from the position of his win in St. Petersburg. I mean, where do these people get off?
Yeah, I know. Well, who can we turn to? Ruud Gullit? What's he doing these days?
Oh, Ruud Gullit. That's an interesting thought. Certainly he's got the haircut for it.
He's got the haircut.
And I think he's coming out here soon with Beggs.
I think so. I think he's a bit of a big name. He's making a bit of a splash, I think, in the United States at the moment.
Tell you who he missed was Jose Mourinho when he left Chelsea. He would
would he have been good?
Well, he would have been very good. You know, a lot of tood. Very, very prickly, but probably would have been a strict disciplinarian.
Well, look, I'm wondering if is it time for one of the players to put their hand up as a player coach?
Brilliant.
Like Harry or Mark.
Well, I think Mark could do it.
Mark could do it. The players respect him. He's got
Route 1, he knows.
He knows that inside out. No one knows it better than he does. And I'm wondering, because he doesn't really do much during a match except loiter around the box.
Or he can shout and point.
He can shout and point. Well, how much they feel now?
I know.
Thinking,
I know.
They thought Willie was more important than me.
Exactly.
Yeah. Can't be good for team harmony.
It can't. Now, prize-wise, look, it's a very simple prize. We've got 2 J-Mags. We've got the 2007 August one and the current one, which is obviously October. And we've got a diary for next year based on the Remo General Store printed thing. So it's a elegant, simple prize. All comers.
Oh, to all comers, you can answer the following question. To what area will children earmarked for the hop, skip and jump school have to report? To what area will children earmarked for the hop, skip and jump school have to report?
That telephone number, Roy?
1300 0555 36.
All comers, phone now.
In love.
Oh, the Waifs, Sun Dirt Water from, that's the title track from, guess what, Sun Dirt Water. Who are we talking to, Roy?
Oh, we're talking to Phil, who's joining us from the ACT. How are you there, Phil?
Not so bad, fellas. How are you?
Yeah, very well indeed. Now, you've been watching the cricket at all, Phil?
Actually, not today. I'm actually driving back to Canberra from Sydney.
All right. Now, what have you been doing in Sydney?
My family and friends live there, so I thought I'd get away for the weekend, have a weekend down the fabulous northern beaches of Sydney, and heading back to work tomorrow.
Right, and do you often make this trip, Phil, or just...
About once every 3 weeks. So I'm born and bred Narrabeen boy, huge family fan, so certainly during the footy season we get to see a few games, so it's fantastic.
How would you feel about having to travel just that little bit further from Canberra, Graham Park, to see the Seagulls go round?
Fellas, no way in the bloody world.
Oh, well, they've got a big protest, I think, on next Wednesday to try and encourage a bit of action to get the Fortress Brookie repaired.
Well, mate, it is in dire need, but one thing is, with all the repairs that come, I'd hate to see the hill go. We need to keep the hill. We're a unique oval with that, and I'd hate to see the hill go.
Is there any suggestion the hill might be going, Phil?
Yeah, there was talk, apparently, that they're going to put a grandstand above it and cut about a half or about a quarter of it off, but as long as there's still some sort of hill, I think all us diehards out there will be pretty happy.
Yeah, it's the thin edge of the wedge, though, mate. Once hills are encroached upon, that's it, they disappear.
Oh, no, mate, we can't have that. No, it's bad enough with the SCG when Base 13 went. And,
yes.
Are you worried like I am that the whole place is a fire trap? And
not at all, mate, not at all.
We could have a disaster on our hands should somebody maybe toss a cigarette into a rubbish bin or something like that. I mean, it's derelict, really, isn't it? I mean, it's amazing that they allow people to go into it.
Oh, mate, the Dunnies are anything to go by, you know. I'll tell you what, sometimes it's hard to find out the difference between the toilet and the main ground, you know. So.
Wow, certainly that is a problem up there. And I was going to say, would you be thinking of maybe driving back up on Wednesday afternoon late to maybe have a speech at the protest meeting?
Mate, if it wasn't starting at 8 o'clock the next morning in Canberra, yeah, I probably would. But it's a bit of a mission to leave a bit early to get back down to Canberra from there. So,
I understand. You'll be up at dawn.
But don't get me wrong, I have entertained the idea. So.
Well, that's good. Now, you, the Manly Club, have lost a few players, in the off-season too. I mean, the off-season hasn't finished, but you've lost a couple of gun players too.
Yeah, well, I believe Travis Burns has gone up to Queensland. That would be right, wouldn't it? To North Queensland.
Haven't you lost both Monaghan and Orford as well? One of them's gone to a big overseas offer.
Yeah, Ox. I think it was Ox went over to England. So there'd be sad to see those guys go.
Well, absolutely. Was there any talk of Big Willie going to Manly? And how would you have felt about that, Phil?
I read in one of our Sydney papers that a call was made just as a curiosity thing, but thank God we didn't get him, mate. He's a buffhead.
He's a buffhead. Well, I tell you what, you don't need
Better be
those
still.
in modern football.
You don't. No more bullfeds. Listen, Phil, let Roy send out the question and have a swing on it on that positive note.
Now, Phil, to what area will children earmarked for the hop, his skip and jump school have to report?
They'll be reporting to Albury Wodonga.
They
That's
would.
right. Can you see a hop, step and jump school, solving our problem in the triple jump area, Phil?
Of course, mate. It's what the country needs more of them. As you were saying before, in the technical colleges, they never work. Well, heck,
never No.
hopefully, whoever stays in for the new government or the old government, whoever that may be, well, bring them in.
Right, very good. Now, the 2J mags, the diary for next year, and the Triple J sticker, we'll get them into the mail to you and they'll be there before, obviously, the meeting on Wednesday night. In the meantime, safe travelling and thanks very much for being part of this sporting life.
Thanks a lot, Ryan. See you.
See ya. Bye.
See you, Phil.
See ya.
Block Party. Okay, Block Party was the third of the three on the trot. The title of the track, The Prayer, the title of the CD, A Weekend in the City. We started off with Nas from the US. Hip Hop is Dead from the CD, Hip Hop is Dead. And the pronunciation is Nas. But you can say Nas if you want to and everybody will understand what you mean. Bells Will Ring. The Coldest Heart from The Bells Will Ring from the Blue Mountains of New South Wales, and the title of the CD, Mood Patterns, and as mentioned, we finished up with the Blockies and the Prayer from Weekend of the City, and you heard it all on the the Indecision 07 network, Triple J.
This weekend, Roy and HG are having a factory clearance of their miracle bunk bed kitchens at their DFOs in Lithgow, Robe and Nuriutpa. One of these space-saving modules can be delivered to your door for $2,570.50. That includes installation, pots, pans, all plumbing and electricals, and disposable fitted sheets in those wanted football colours of Coachwood, Myrtle and Buddy Franklin Yellow. Frosty LaHood is the specialist. Try this set of wheels on for size. At his new Lakemba outlet, he has a 1998 Daewoo Nabira wagon in the wanted purple that's just begging to be driven away and shagged in. With this Nabira, Frosty issues his world-famous guarantee.
If you don't get a route in the first 24 hours of driving this vehicle, you can have your money back and keep the car.
That's Frosty's famous no route, no toot offer. The offer the others just won't believe. Certain conditions apply.
Phone freaks? Tired of the usual boring ringtones? You know, dull? Well, as a tribute to the legend of Shane Warne and in association with the Shane Warne Foundation, Cooey Cobber Ringtones is proud to present... That's right. It's Shane's last appeal, recorded in Sydney in January 2007. Hello?
Look, Roy, just a couple of quick ones before we finish up. The Formula One driver, Mark Webber, we probably began the year with him, so it's wise we end with him. He's poured cold water on the idea of a new permanent venue for the Australian Grand Prix, saying it's impractical and too expensive. With the Victorian government apparently wavering over its support of the race, Webber said the only realistic option was to keep it at Albert Park and try to work hard to improve financial efficiency. Apparently it's lost some money recently.
Really? I find that hard to believe.
Mark Webber believes that the Albert Park circuit is the one.
Is the one, okay.
Yeah, so that's good there.
Yeah, I thought the Adelaide circuit could step up because the Blue Thunder Down Under, one of the great events many years ago.
It was. People forget that.
Yeah.
It started, I think, in about 1986 or 87. It was just caught the world's imagination.
It caught everyone's imagination.
Nigel Mansell, he was the great driver, made it his own.
Yeah.
And, of course, one day Sam Newman went over there and found it and thought Melbourne would be a much better place for it, so he took it home to Melbourne in the boot of his car.
Right.
And that's how it ended up in Melbourne. But that's great news that Webber thinks it's too difficult to build a purpose.
Well, I tell you, drivers like certainty.
Yeah,
you know,
true.
they don't like,
They don't
you
like
know, a new
uncertainty.
course or something like what? Where are the corners? You know, that's the first thing you ask.
Yeah,
but,
what are the
but
corners?
you know, if you know, okay, Albert Park, I can see it. I've been there.
I got a computer version of it on the thing at home.
Yeah.
Now the other thing, of course, is that I just get the feeling that, you know, with the right approach, Bernie Ecclestone and this new mob in Sydney, maybe there could be an opening there.
Yeah, but if Webber doesn't want it in Sydney,
he speaks
you know,
on behalf of the drivers.
Yeah, he does. He does. He knows what the drivers are thinking.
And this is very good news, just another form of racing, is the Australian Jockey Club has rescheduled the Villiers for January the 5th. to give trainers the chance to have their horses right for the summer feature. Now, as you recall, the Villiers is usually the last Saturday before Christmas. Tremendous day of racing, usually at Randwick. But this year, because of the EI problems, it's been moved to January the 5th, a couple of weeks
Just
later.
as a once-er, though,
Just
HG,
as a
not
once-er.
as...
No, just as a once-er.
Phew.
There's no better
worried
than,
there.
I know, there's no better than a day at Randwick than getting the Christmas, booty together with the Villiers.
With the Villiers. I love the Villiers.
Oh, it's tremendous.
Yeah.
I think it's your favourite race.
It is my favourite race. It always has been, yeah. And so you had me worried there.
No.
Actually, just to go back one moment, leaving the Villiers just there for a moment,
Put it on pause.
in that sea of uncertainty for 1 year. With our sailing, do we know if Lars Klepich is still associated with the... Because Lars is almost guaranteed a medal, isn't he? In the new windless venues that Beijing's hurling up.
As I understand it, you're absolutely right. Lars is what's known as a low breeze man. And if there was no breeze...
Well, wind troubles him.
Yeah.
It always has done.
He's got an odd kink as a sailor. Now, can I remind people of the Lars Klepich story? Was that, as I understand it, in the build-up to Athens, he's a sailboarder. Lars turned up at the 5 Dock Primary School and asked people to contribute to his trip.
Which they did.
Yeah, which was fair enough.
Yeah.
And so he feels as though, people in 5 Dock area feel as though he's their Olympic hero.
Yes.
Sadly, the dream was lost in those fluky winds in the Aegean.
It was too windy.
Correct. So he may come into his own.
Well, I'm
on
thinking
the 6
Beijing.
metre.
As soon as you said it was windless, I thought, hang on,
So
what about Klepich? No one's talking Klepich.
A low wind specialist, yeah.
Yeah.
A no wind specialist,
Yeah.
in fact. Just stands there.
Yeah.
Looks really good. If he doesn't have to worry about being propelled forward, he could take gold. You're absolutely
Exactly.
right. I must say, I've got to go back to the Fairfax people and say, is Klepich factored into
Well, I don't think he is.
No,
In
I
which
don't
case, we're sitting 43-43 with
That's
England.
fantastic. If we could get above England, that'd be a real triumph. It is a reality check, those scores, aren't they? That we're now seventh.
I know. We're in busted ass territory, aren't we?
Busted ass territory.
Laughing stock territory.
Laughing stock territory.
Why bother coming territory?
Indeed. Go home now territory.
Well, that's right. Australians just got to look at themselves and say, in terms of the Olympics,
Let's move on.
look at Tonga in the Rugby League World Cup. That's Australia. I don't want to talk down Tonga at all, but that's the reality. That's a reality check.
Yeah, we're Tonga in the Olympic ratings.
Yeah.
I reckon what we should do is hope that somehow we can get Kemp or, the new Kemp up and running and see if 2012 could be more sympathetic to us in London, where people, obviously Australians, have feel
Well, that's
fairly
what we've
at
got
home
to
in
shoot
London.
for, because Beijing's lost by the looks of things.
It's gone,
She's over, mate. She's like the
yeah,
Villiers,
yeah.
gone this year.
The sun, yeah. That's right. Now, coming back to next Saturday night, Roy, it's going to be an exciting night. 2 teams, 1 dream.
Look, I think it's going to be
Democracy's not-
fantastic, isn't it?
Fantastic,
I mean,
that's right.
you do
So many personalities.
Yeah,
and so much emotion.
Look, I don't think the landscape will be the same, even if the government's returned. It's going to be a different government.
It will.
There'll be familiar faces, sure. Nan, the 2 Warrens.
They can soldier on. Christopher Pine might get back.
Yeah.
You might find Joe Hockey somehow stumbles in North Sydney.
That's right. That's right. He's got Mike Bailey up against him there, so another glamour candidate. So that's going to be difficult for him.
Having said that, if there's certainties, what about Bennelong, where the PM is, or Wentworth, or some of the seats in Western Australia or Tasmania?
I know. Talking points everywhere.
Talking points everywhere. Exactly right.
Yeah.
And so with the Hack team, we're presenting the coverage on Indecision 07 next Saturday night from 6 o'clock.
6 o'clock
here.
Yeah, that's
and
when the booths close.
The booths
on
close
the eastern seaboard.
Yes, and they're still open in Western Australia. So let's hope we can change a few votes with some early figures. And Roy. Well, let's hope it's an interesting night.
I think it will be.
I don't want to go too quick.
No.
I'd like to maybe savour that the ball is, or the contest is still there to be won.
Yeah.
Lately it's been sort of, I know Anthony Green, calls it for the ABC at about 6:05.
Yeah, but he's a communist. He's in the communist corner. You've got to remember that, HG. What I will say about the Australian electorate is common sense rules.
So join us next Saturday night at 6 p.m. for Indecision 07, a coverage of the election that we've all suffered under, I use that term advisedly, over the last 6 weeks and the previous year.
12
In the meantime,
months.
thanks for being with us this year. That's the final, This Sporting Life for the year. Look, we just leave you as always with a simple reminder that Triple J is sport. Bye now. Ah, yes, what a brilliant start to the new year. Hello, everyone. H.G. Nelson here. Sadly, we couldn't bring you a King Wally Otto in the booth because he's on strike. He's out with the American Riders. He won't cross the line to come in here. Oh, no, sirree, Bob. He's a man of principle, that bloke. He's always been tricky. He's as slippery as a cut snake, if it's possible to be slippery and cut at the same time. Look, it's a wobbly start, but we hope to improve. It can only get on up. It can only go up from here, and welcome to another 4 hours here on another Sunday when too much sport will be barely enough. And welcome to the show that is This Sporting Life. The show, incidentally, that still has the courage to dream. That courage will not be dimmed this year in 2008. And I know I speak on Roy Slaven's behalf when I say we are both humble and proud of the responsibility that this country has heaped onto our shoulders, and will not let you down. Fact. We will not let you down when it comes to dreaming and having the courage to dream. Well, what a week, what an incredible week. Look, I know the year's young, 2008, the international year of the Rottnest Island quokka. It's still young, but this one could have been the best week ever. SMS your thoughts on how great this week has been. I know, look, we hope to get through. I know whenever I say that, we're going to get inundated with, suggestions for what we're going to call, Kerry O'Keefe's horse and another name for the corridor of uncertainty. But forget all that. It's a different show, a different coverage. Just, give us your thoughts on how great this past week's been. And before I let an old dog with a big bone between his teeth, that is Roy Slaven, off the leash to piss on the blaze, let me set the scene with a few items of my own. Firstly, let's go back to last weekend, 2008, and the first of the big ones went off in Canberra. I was rubble when this one cleared the guttering. Young Australian of the Year, step forward, Casey Stoner. No real surprise there, but I'll tell you who I felt extremely sorry for. I felt extremely sorry for Jason Crump. As you recall, Jason Crump became the first world speedway champion, that is Australian, for many, many years. Now, Casey Stoner, sure, he won the MotoGP two-wheel affair, 500cc, Phillip Island, all that sort of stuff. It was great, and it was great to have an Australian up there. But I think other Australians, including Marty McDougall, let's not forget Marty McDougall, have won that relatively recently, whereas Crumpy brought us home in the World Speedway title, which we hadn't won in, fucking hell, how long? 50 or 60 years. And as to the Australian of the Year, two words sum it up, Hat Town. How excited, Roy, were you when Lee Kernaghan got the nod for the Big A in 2008? Hat Town, bro.
Yeah, it didn't really surprise me, really. And hello, everyone, and it's marvellous to be here again in 2008, even though it was a bit of a rickety beginning. Look, Hat Town is one of the great albums. Mm-hmm. I know it hasn't been featured now for a few weeks.
In the Hottest 100.
On Triple J. But I'm still hoping that the Hottest 100 might include a couple of Kernaghan classics or AOY classics.
Ah, yes, AOY. Very good. Now,
I felt a little disappointed for, say, Troy Casadale. For Tanya Kernaghan.
Tanya Kernaghan.
Because Tanya does a lot of the writing for Lee.
I know.
You think Hat Town was his idea, wasn't it?
It was hers.
It was her idea.
And let's not forget the old man, who could have easily... Ray, who could have taken out Senior Australian of the Year.
Yes.
I thought that was a snub to the Kernaghan family. And I know we were talking this off air, but, how do you feel now about Johnny Williamson?
How should Johnny Williamson feel? I can't imagine anyone who, in the, say, country and Western oeuvre, who's done more to push Australia internationally and to make Australians feel proud of themselves than John Williamson.
I know. He wrote Hey True Blue. And let's not forget all that marvellous work he did and does, or if I can coin a new word, meaning did and does, with the Wallabies. Mm-hmm. He's there every...
And what he was, for many, many years, Waltzing Matilda.
I know, Waltzing Matilda. And look, sadly, it just seems a bit, late in the day for... Now, Johnny Williamson, who is going to have to produce a huge hit of the order of Hat Town to get the AOY.
Look, I don't know how John went with the Golden Guitars this year. I don't think I heard the name Williamson in association with the Golden Guitars. But I know Lee got 3, I think.
He did.
At least 3, which is it's been a bumpy year for Lee, you'd have to say, ever since Hat Town. Now, Hat Town might have come out maybe 2 or 3 years ago.
2 or 3 years ago at least.
But the echoes are still just as loud.
They are.
And resonating just as strongly around the world as they were when it first took off, when the hat first blew off. You know what I mean?
I do. In fact, I think he got a golden guitar for Hat Town.
Did he get a golden guitar
yes,
for Hat Town?
As the best record of yesteryear. So I think he's just coming up gold everywhere. That's Lee Kernaghan, Australian of the Year. And look, I'm just wondering if we could maybe, in some way, I don't know how this does, but whether the largesse of being Australian of the Year, he could maybe organise a concert to include other people who should have been Australian of the Year, like John Williamson. And whether obviously Casey Stoner could maybe somehow, in some way, salute Jason Crump as the World Speedway champ of a couple of years ago as well.
Yeah. I'm hoping that this is going to encourage a whole generation of Australians to start writing songs about Australia in the style of, say, Ray Lee, Tanya and all the other Kernagans, the Kernaghan family. Heartfelt, Aussie songs about doing it tough in the bush.
Doing it tough in the bush with a big belt buckle.
That's right. Like rice growers. I think our rice crop is down to about 8% of what it normally is.
Tragic, isn't it? How's our sweet corn crop going?
Can't help you with corn. Can't help you, but I'm sure there's a story there. And it's up to young songwriters to get out there and talk to our corn growers, to our wheat farmers. To if I hadn't mentioned before, our cotton growers who are doing it tough.
They're doing it tough. How much is that crop down by now?
8%.
8%, isn't that amazing? I mean, no wonder they're doing it tough. And let's not forget, they've had a shock and run.
They have had a shock and run.
They've got all the water and still a shock and run. I don't know how that works,
I don't know either. No water, no rice. That could be an album title or a song title for one of our young budding country song writers who are going to be, prompted into action. With the Captain Hat strutting his stuff around every stage in Australia.
That's a fantastic idea. And when was the last musical Australian of the Year? I mean, normally it's this is a bit of a get. Would Dame Joan Sutherland, just to pluck a name from yesteryear...
It would surprise me if Joan hadn't been Australian of the Year at some stage, or indeed Richard Bonning, or the two of them might have shared it, he with the bat and she with the mouth. Magic combination, that too. But unlike...
didn't speak to enormous numbers.
No, but unlike the Hat Man,
didn't
write any of her own stuff. A lot of people say, her Traviata was incredible, and
Romeo and Juliet at the age of
Juliet when she was 50.
90.
I know, she was marvellous, but she didn't write any of that stuff.
No.
Unlike Lee, the Hat Man,
who has his sister write all his stuff.
That's it.
Now, look, some very sad news to begin with. This one rocked the world of racing. Maurice, the $12 million colt, recently sold for the 12 large. In the Waterhouse camp, did a shoulder attack work and went for the Nitschke treatment and obviously didn't return. The horse was euthanased. I was lucky enough to be nearby when it happened, and it was a very, very powerful and positive send-off. The horse had been set for a humongous autumn, as many racegoers will know, and during a recent spell, according to Gay, and hasn't Gay been good for racing, had developed into a real deal personality-wise. Apparently he was modelling himself on the riverboat gambler style of Tennessee Jack. For those who are unfamiliar with the Jack work, it was the Panama hat, the Cuban cigar, the royal flush in the right hoof, the shot of rye on the side, big wheels turning, proud man who keeps on churning. You know the picture. And that's how Maurice had modelled himself on all of that. And when the news broke at headquarters, there was an amazing outpouring of grief in Sydney, New South Wales. Let's not forget, racing in New South Wales in particular has had a, busted-ass set of problems, EI being one. I don't want to mention World Youth Day just yet, but there's another. And now to have Maurice taken from us so soon as getting through the problems of EI and World Youth Day, well, no wonder there was an outpouring of grief as hundreds of horse fans, punters and jockeys left a wall of flowers at the gates of Randwick that stretched through the members' car park at Epsom Road. It could be seen from the moon, apparently. One of the few, all the cellophane. You remember Lady Di going, all that cellophane? And the flowers, of course. This one could be seen from the moon for Maurice. It was a fitting tribute to the horse, which Gay said to me personally just before coming here, as had the world literally at its feet. At its feet. SMS your thoughts on Maurice and what his loss means to you. We will, bugger it, why not send us a limerick with the words Waterhouse and Maurice in it. I'd love to.
When Maurice left, I couldn't help but thinking of Maurice Gibb. Similar circumstances in many ways.
And he was a songwriter too.
Had so much to give, so much left in him, so much petrol still in the songwriting tank. And we're left to wonder why. Well, but, in my imagination, up there somewhere, Maurice Gibb is sitting on Maurice.
What a beautiful image. And you know, when it comes to Australian of the Year, the Bee Gees, and I asked myself, why not?
I don't know if they were ever nominated or not.
No, but why not? Why not?
Yeah, why not?
I mean, let's not forget Maurice coined the line, I started a joke. It doesn't get any better than that. Anyway, if you can send us a limerick, there once was a horse called Maurice. That sort of idea, you know how it goes. We'll try and read the best of them in the next 3 hours here on Triple J. Today's show, incidentally, is a tribute to the horse. And, you know, I did mention World Youth Day before, and buggered, I'm going to go on with that theme. I just hope the Pope might be persuaded to say a few words of prayer for this magnificent 2-year-old struck down in his prime, uninsured. That's right, uninsured. 12 million large gone. Whooshka. This conveyance, he's been snatched, as mentioned, by the big bearded bloke upstairs, and it only seems fitting that the Pope should mention him in his prayers. And as I said to Roy, just nudged him and went with the, obviously the hearse went by with Maurice in the back. He sure does work in mysterious ways. Speaking of big male authority figures, the Governor-General, that is Sir Michael Jeffrey VC, was flushed out of the Mulga midweek and weighed into the cricket dispute. Sir Michael entered the fray with some timely comments about the slipping of standards on and off the cricket paddock. The Governor-General spoke to the media, a packed media throng, in a post-Australia Day spray after he opened an IGA store located in Hutt Street in Adelaide. Trouble is, in Hutt Street in Adelaide, there's 2 IGA stores, so there was a bit of confusion and a lot of people went to the wrong one, and so they missed his comments. So Michael pleaded for world peace at this troubled time and thought that the game of cricket had something to offer, and they said that the players should stop swearing and start walking. That, in a nutshell, seems to be the gist of the GG's provocative 3-hour spray. I think he's dead wrong for mine. They should keep swearing and just, if they walk, they're like dobbers to me. You know, let the umpire do the work. Get the finger in the air and then have a look and then wander off. Don't walk. I mean, thank goodness, thank Christ, Gillies hung up the gloves. I mean, he's dropping them everywhere, and now that horrible Walker, is gone. And the AFL season, incidentally, got off to a blistering start with runaway duck Wayne Carey sprayed off and cuffed in the foyer of his Bayside Love Nook last weekend. What did go on in that fabulous Port Melbourne apartment on Australia Day weekend? Mercifully, Roy Slavin was one of the few non-combatants embedded in the apartment when Wayne made that fate-filled call to plod. Roy's lived to tell the tale, and later on he takes us through the events of that bizarre night, beer by beer. We get his impressions on how it went down before the duck turned up in the foyer with the handcuffs on later in the show. Maybe SMS your ideas on what happened. You know, I don't want to give too much away.
Maybe someone else was there.
Yeah, somebody else was there. If you were there, we'd love to hear from you SMS-wise. You know, a lot of people bag Wayne. I don't. He's been a fantastic promotional tool for the AFL over the years. Who can forget his great work at Glenn Archer's place all those years ago? Uncalled for, unsolicited, just a bloke with an idea, and the AFL foremost in his mind. He always turns it on. He always pulls the head perfectly after a big sports summer. Everyone's thinking at the moment cricket and tennis. The NAB Cup's just about to erupt, and the duck is at it again like clockwork. I suppose he does get toey during the off-season, and then in February approaches, it's once again whooshka time, and all that pent-up pre-season energy has to go somewhere, and everybody is thinking AFL again. I remember this has been an incredible summer of tennis and cricket. And Wayne, with his simple lounge room / bedroom antics, has chimed in once again and put AFL on the front and back pages across the nation. The 2020 match, which should have been the jewel in the summer of the cricket's crown, sank virtually without trace thanks to Wayne. And Friday at the G, there was a lot more up for grabs as India and Australia were playing for the Bisham Beatty Greg Matthews Cup, and they don't come any bigger than that. And then Wayne pricked that balloon completely and very, very neatly. And what about his Miami connection, which, you know, torpedoes all the hard work, all the valuable work put in by Russell and his Rabbits last weekend at the Australia Day Challenge? I mean, the bloke is a genius. No one could be there in Miami, do what he did, drawing a curtain across that magnificent display of hard-hitting rugby league at Jacksonville Hodges Stadium last weekend, and then at the same time bugger up completely the cricket/tennis. Roy, just that 2020 match the other night, did we learn much about the future of the game of cricket when India?
I think we did. I think the future of cricket is fun. Mm-hmm. You know,
fun and liquor.
Yeah, well, indeed. I mean, it's just great entertainment.
Oh, that's true.
You know, because you look at a test match these days and, you know, you struggle to see a little bit of entertainment unless someone goes silly and starts gobbing off and you get the off-field stuff happening as a result of the on-field stuff, which I think is good. But that 2020, it's just mad, isn't it? It's mental.
Mental, that's right. Now, back to the rugby league in America. It finally falls under the seductive spell of the greatest game of all. I've never been more proud to be associated. I've never felt as though our courage to dream had paid off more for the code of rugby league than last weekend when our Rabbits... That's right, our South Sydney Rabbits ran out to the first time on American soil to clash with the lead Rhinos at Hodges Stadium, Jacksonville, in the Australia Day Challenge. God, I hope this can become an annual fixture. The disappointing thing, just incidentally, about the next year's 9 Australia Day fixture, it was suggested that other teams, like Parramatta, might like to play Wigan there. That's dead wrong. That's dead wrong. Parramatta should not play Wigan anywhere. I mean, I think that the only way to make Americans understand rugby league is to see our Rabbits then again, who apparently are the crowd favourites, playing on, the Washington Generals of rugby league, the Leeds Rhinos. I mean, 12,000 league lovers, none of whom had seen a game before. A lot of people said there were a lot of expats there. Rubbish, there weren't. i.e. Australians who work in America or happen to be visiting or, went over for the rugby league tour. None of them had seen a game of rugby league before. They were marched at gunpoint from all parts of America to be there for this greatest day in rugby league history. But can I just say, and I know many Americans listen online, a word of warning to our American friends. Look, while rugby league casts a seductive spell, it can also be a very, very cruel and harsh mistress. So don't be surprised if you never see the Rabbits again in America. I mean, that would be a tragedy from my point of view, but, I just warn people that the Rabbits may not be coming in 2009 for the challenge. But the build-up, of course, was brilliant. When Spuddy Carroll stood up on the Jay Leno show in the Coachwood and Myrtle footy jumper and the shorts and the footy boots, ready to run on, he showed Jay's vast audience why Australia is in love with rugby league, and he told the story as only Spud can. He took us back to the Depression, the players roaming the sandhills of southern Sydney looking for rabbits to shoot and then flogging them. I think it was 2 bob pyjamas on, 5 bob pyjamas off around the streets of... Look, do I have to spell it out for you? Surely, Australians, you know the story. The rabbits, the clothes props, the cry of Rabbito, Rabbito. I mean, it's all there, the pride of the league. It was a fantastic day because Americans got the sniff that rugby league is more than a game, it's a lifestyle, it's a commitment, it's a vocation. Dennis Rodman was there, Lane Beachley was there, Chris Evert was there, Greg Norman was there, and big stars don't turn out like that. Big stars like that don't turn out for rubbish, they just don't. They've got other things to do with their time. The atmosphere was incredible. People got the idea that something else was going on here, something larger than just Russell and a couple of blokes on bikes, Coachwood and Myrtle style. It would not have surprised anyone at Hodges Stadium last weekend if Greg popped the question to Chris at half-time via the big scoreboard. You know how it goes. Greg down on his knee talking to the camera, Chrissy, will you marry me? And then hadn't Captain Russ officiated the nuptials, and don't tell me he couldn't do it because he could, because he's been on a boat, he's worn that funny-looking hat sideways. That Captain Russ in the nautical gear to officiate at the nuptials post-hooter, again on the big screen. Sure, the game is about going the grope and trying to knock someone's block off, but it's also about romance. That's what people forget. And that's how that vast American audience of 12,000 saw it. And let me remind you again, this is in their grand final week. The Super Bowl on tomorrow. 12,000 Americans had the wit, had the sense, had the game, the drive from the back line, the vision of the game paying to get along to Hodges Stadium. And didn't the world stand and gawp at just how great the game was when those zany Orange County chopper boys burst in with a couple of heavily chopped hogs, turned out in club colours, one in the Coachwood and one in the Myrtle for Russell. I don't know how he rides 2 bikes at once, but that's just Mr. Crow in action. The Australian Open thrilled the world last weekend, and after the Glam Slam on Saturday, the new broom pushed its way into tennis consciousness of the world. I mean, talk about generational change at the top. It was there for everyone to see. It was just incredible. And where to now for Little Leighton? Why don't you SMS your ideas on what Little should do now? It's a terrific idea. Or maybe write a limerick with Little Leighton Hewitt in it. There was a young man called Hewitt. He said, played in a slam and blew it. Beck was blonde and then she was, beige. I can't finish it off. Do the rest yourself.
Suddenly, neither of them could do it.
Still with tennis and Fed Cup. I hope I'm not treading on Roy's toes here, but look, I feel as though I've got to bring you the bad news right up the front of the show. The Fed Cup, I mean, can you imagine this? Bangkok. We went up there a little bit undergunned. I think Alicia Mollick's down with the ear infection again and couldn't play. And I think Samson up there to help us out. She didn't have to, but she went up there and it was beaten on a count back. But wait for it. Who by? Who by? I hear you cry. New Zealand. I mean, imagine that. On a countback's bad enough, but then to be beaten by New Zealand. And the World Game, the former Uruguay coach, Jorge Fossati, is back. This time he's applying the polish to... Well, he's applying the Marvia and the polishing rag to... And who can forget Jorge's magic work on that night of night for Australian football when we broke the drought? Oh, remember the penalty shootout? And the final goal, the shirt coming off. Here we go, here we go, here we go. All that sort of stuff. Well, it's all happening again. That Jorge Fossati. Anyway, that one, he's back. And the big one is Wednesday, our Roos v. Incidentally, Jorge, in brief comments to This Sporting Life, suggested, very disturbing news, that his side had a goal in them. Very, very worrying for our Verbeek, if I've got the right person's name, Roos. A basketball snippet, Shane Hammer-Hill, arguably our best boomer ever. Why don't you get involved in that one SMS-wise? Is Hammer our best boomer? Our best boomer ever was dumped as coach of the Dragons. Sadly, the man with the Mr. Sheen on the paint for Souths, that's the Dragons, could only scare up 4 wins in 26 games, so he had to be shown the door. Sadly, no feathers news, and very QT on the stinky front. With those few thought starters hurled onto the bonfire, it's time to ask for the first time in 2008, rampaging Roy Slavin, have you got any dynamite you want to toss into the pond to scare the fish today, buddy?
Yes, thanks very much, H.G. Nelson. Like you, I was a little bit disappointed by our Fed Cup team.
Oh, Fed Cup, yeah.
As I first heard it, I thought they'd lost to Indonesia.
They did, but then they clawed their way back by beating somebody else. And then on the countback, you're right, they were bundled out
by New Zealand. And can I just say that Renee Stubbs didn't let us down because we pulled one back with the doubles.
That's right.
But our singles players, and sure, Stozer wasn't there and Moloch wasn't there, but it's still not a good look to be bashed up by Indonesia
then
in Fed Cup. I mean, where do we go? Where do we go from here? I'm buggered if I know. Now, Beaver.
Yes.
Beaver wants to play again next year. He's decided, this is... everyone's been working on his testimonial dinner to have later on in the year. And, plans have been made. I'd said I'd speak and earmarked, filled the entry into the diary, that sort of thing. Well, now it's got to be knocked on the head because the old Beav thinks he might want to play again in 2009.
Right.
So, good news, I suppose, for Beaver fans, but not so good for testimonial freaks, of which I happen to be one. I love a testimonial night. Now, Mark Webber.
Oh, yes.
In Webber News, he has confided in everyone that his Red Bull car will be both reliable and, wait for it, fast. This is Webber assurance. Now, I don't think that's the sort of thing you should be saying with, other teams around listening, because they're going to listen to that
and think,
oh, hello, what's going on with the Web? Well, can I just say not much? I'm hoping business as usual for the Web.
Can I just say, I've learnt to pass would be a much better call than it's fast.
Well, I've learned to love traffic.
Yeah.
That's what I'd love to hear from Webber. Bring on the traffic. Now, Wayne Bennett is almost certain to coach the New Zealand Test side. There was some concern that maybe he'd be taking over the Auckland Warriors. He's not, but he's very interested in the New Zealand Test side for some reason or other. And Wayne is insisting that it will not affect his coaching with the Brisbane Broncos. And Wayne is to be linked, it's said at this stage from this distance, with St George Illawarra in season 2009, which means Lockie is free to go wherever he likes because his contract has a get-out clause saying that if the quiet man goes elsewhere, he's allowed to go anywhere he likes. So these are just a few... This is just... I'm just putting these things out there. But can I say these things are real? They are real.
Can I ask, the very disturbing implication is the man who applies the brown polish may be out of a job?
Going to the Broncos, you would have thought.
Wow.
To apply the polish there. By golly, they could do with it too. Far too successful over the years, the Brisbane Broncos. Now, Gatey St Clair is to take on Britain, Amir Khan, for the Commonwealth lightweight title. I don't know if there's been a result yet in this one. If we do get a result, or if you know if you've heard the result, SMSs in limerick form, and that would be great. You shouldn't have trouble rhyming with Khan. Barn. Now, the US Ryder Cup captain, Paul Azinger.
Oh, yeah.
He switched the playing format for this year's matches from, wait for it, from 4 balls or best balls to foursomes or alternative shot. So it's not Stableford or Ambrose. We've gone from 4 ball to alternative shot.
So does that mean, let's say, well, Azinger starts off, he hits off, and then Tiger Woods has the second shot?
That's it, you got it.
And then Azinger should it be a par, say 3, has a go at getting close to the pin, then they one over, Tiger sinks the putt.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, it could be entertaining. I love playing 4 balls, don't get me wrong. But alternative shot is great fun as well. You know, it's a great team bonding thing.
Team bonding, and you get a lot of chat.
You get a lot of chat.
You know, look what you've left me. Yeah. Look where I am.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, exactly.
Boot up the date.
Now, Shoaib Akhtar, or the Rawalpindi Express, as he's known internationally and universally, has come out and said that he wants another crack at Australia.
Isn't that good news?
Which is great news for Rawalpindi Express freaks.
Can I ask, is the Rawalpindi Express still
actually
running?
playing cricket?
What?
No, I don't think so. I think you got a touch of the Dells.
Right.
i.e. a little bit overweight and a little bit underdone. As for the other stuff, the other coincidence of stuff with Dell, there's no evidence. Dick Pound has been nominated for the next head of the Court of Arbitration for Sport in Lausanne, in Switzerland, which would mean the lively and likeable Canadian would have to travel to live in Switzerland for a little while. So if you're anywhere in the Lausanne area, keep your eye out for Dick Pound. Give him one for us. Now, speaking of Dick Pound, Andrew Bogut.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, misses out on a bench spot in this year's NBA All-Stars game. I spoke to Andrew last week and said, did you think he was going to get nominated, going to get, a bench spot? And he said, yeah, he thought he was pretty cocky and confident about it. Mm-hmm. So the likeable and popular, successful Aussie basketballer, I think has been dudded because he's an Aussie. Can I just put that out there?
Wow.
I think so.
Wow.
Yeah.
Do they have people from other nationalities in the team? Like Lithuanians or Greek?
Yeah, Italians,
players?
Greeks, yeah.
Yeah, in the
team? Yeah. But
and it's an international comp. It's not like one of those World Series baseball.
It's just muck-up game. It's just
I know.
Pick the best of the best of the NBA. Best of the NBA,
right.
You know? So you've got to be an NBA, of which Bogut is, and a very highly successive and popular one.
The Milwaukee Brewers, they call.
Yeah, that's right. Well, he's been the big talk. He's been all the talk. It's all Bogut talk with the NBA stateside. I mean, the kid can't go anywhere without, queues forming.
Dell-like.
Understandably, because he's such a popular and lively and likeable personality.
Yeah.
Larger than life, speaks from the heart, tells it as it is. Mm-hmm. He thinks he's great, so he says he's great, because he says what he thinks, and people respect him for that. But he wasn't picked, and some are saying because of the change in Australia's foreign policy vis-a-vis Iraq.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Is that right?
That's right.
Wow.
That's what I've heard.
That's very cruel.
Yeah, well, that's the NBA.
I know, it's very cruel.
And just finally, the funnel. Well, the funnel, I saw those. Well, the funnel was sort of on fire yesterday. It was a spluttering funnel yesterday, I thought. Certainly there was a brain explosion where she triple bogeyed. But she's clawed her way back, and God, if experience means anything, I think the funnel's in with a chance today. So we might keep our eye across this. And can I just say what a marvellous job the ABC's done and doing in the coverage of the Australian Women's Open from Melbourne.
Who have they got there?
Fantastic.
Can you recall who's commentating?
Peter Wilkins.
Peter Wilkins?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Karen Ty.
Yeah. Oh, that's a fantastic line up there.
Yeah, well, there you go.
And can I ask if...
Rebillard, Steve Rebillard?
Steve Rebillard isn't...
Yeah, and he's in the best form I've heard in a long time.
Now, there's a great challenge for you. Why don't you SMS that coverage with a limerick using the word rebellion?
Well, there you go. Why not?
I mean, that's exactly the sort of thing they should have.
Yes. Yeah, to liven it up. Or if you want to get the funnel in there, feel free. If you can associate the funnel with rebellion...
In a limerick.
In a 5-line limerick.
The Toyota Orient's yours. And don't tell me that Ernie Yells isn't having the time of his life in Dubai either.
Now, I heard it's a little bit cool in Dubai.
Oh, it could easily be.
Yeah, it would surprise me.
I thought the Tiger had a trouble. Well, the man they call Tiger.
Well, the man they call Tiger Woods. I think Tiger's still one out.
Oh, is he?
I think so.
Oh, right. He must have picked up a bit.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, I mean, you cannot. Try as you might, you cannot ride off the Tiger.
Gyroscope there in 1981. Gyroscope out of Perth. A new album out on March the 8th, and I think it's going to be called Breed Obsession, and you heard 1981 in 2008 on The Life on Triple J.
I'm married, 2 young kids and having a third for the government. Gary's flat out with shift work and I'm trying to keep my job at the hot bread shop. Childcare, honestly, it costs too much. Well, it did. Until Pam at work suggested I ring the Alan Jones Scouts for God Childcare Centre. I couldn't be happier. I rang and spoke to Alan personally. He fitted both the boys in and it only costs $5 a day. It's changed all our lives. Really.
Did you know that the heat bank properties of Green and Gold Bricks keep your house 2 degrees warmer in winter and a full 1.7 degrees cooler in summer? Those are Housing Association confirmed facts. Just ask Aussie legend John Eales.
Australia needs laws protecting the flag, but have our politicians gone far enough in protecting those little things Australians value the most? How often have you seen someone pissed in a green and gold rugby league jumper? How often have you seen someone you know is Australian wearing an Arsenal shirt? How often have you seen someone shopping at Woolworths in a Singapore Slingers singlet? Well, enough is enough. Support the Australian Players Association draft legislation that will outlaw these activities and enshrine common sense by protecting all Australian sporting uniforms. Visit our website at www.enoughisenough.endjumperabusetoday.com.
Roy, look, just a disturbing report, and I haven't got all the details of this, but it does appear a lot of the Channel 9, what I describe as memorabilia merchandise, which has been promoted so enthusiastically by the heroes of the Australian summer. I've heard of people like Michael Slater, Heels, Ian Heels Healy,
Tubby,
the Mr. Fujitsu. It appears that a lot of these things which feature, say, Pup taking a catch at third slip signed by Pup, Michael Clark. A lot of this stuff is now being described as worthless.
Well, who buy?
I know.
How would they know?
Yeah, how would they know?
Have they tested the market?
They haven't, no. What they've done is they've just asked to evaluate whether this stuff has any possible...
Hang on. Are you suggesting, the signed photograph I bought of the captain's knock...
Mm-hmm, the captain's knock.
Which I have proudly framed in the office. Mm-hmm. Are you suggesting me that it's lost value?
I am. Maybe not the captain's knock, which obviously is, Steve Warren, or, doing what he does best and all that sort of stuff.
Well, I thought it was Tubby Taylor.
Oh, sorry, Tubby Taylor. Wow.
Is there another captain's knock?
Oh, right. I've got that one then. Oh, wow. For a minute there, I thought I was just going to have to use mine as firewood, the frame at least. Look, what seems to happen is that these limited editions of 4 million mean that there's so many other copies sold, and usually pay somewhere up around about $1,000 for them in 3 easy-to-pay instalments or 4 easy-to-pay instalments, which is what you and I did.
Yeah, because this is my super.
I know.
You
this
know
is
that. You're talking about my super here.
I know. I am talking about your super.
My super is baggygreen.com.
I know. Well, and you're not alone, Roy. There's a lot of what I'd call super pressure out there, especially to do with interest rates going up and people obviously being booted out of their houses by banks who, obviously haven't got any baggy green merchandise in their warehouses anywhere. But it does appear that the market is wildly oversubscribed with, images of, say, Sean Tate signing autographs on the boundary at third leg. Signed, of course. That's not worth collecting, I can tell you now. Fact.
Well, it depends on how limited the edition is.
Exactly.
See, I assume with the captain's knock...
How many does it say?
Well, I thought it was... I got number were 1,970.
And how many do you think you got were made?
Of 5,000.
Ah, right.
Now, I assume once the 5,000 have been printed off, then the image is destroyed. Like the negative is destroyed, or the digital combination that exists somewhere, on one of those... how we've stored on some sort of disc, that's destroyed. That's destroyed. So there's a limit to the number of images, if you see what I mean.
No, well, that doesn't appear...
Is that the case? You telling me you can still buy new captain's knocks?
I think you're able to still buy new captain's knocks because the original 4 million weren't sold out in the first place. Not that somebody's bothered to re-extend the copyright so they can make another 500,000. However, having said that, like in Gillies' case, Gillies' 40th dismissal, which was incredibly memorable, signed by Gilly, obviously, and featuring a little bit of shirt.
Oh, yeah.
You remember some of those. Now,
I got a few of those.
Yeah, well,
I've got them warehoused.
Have you?
Mm.
And
I don't have room. I've only got room for a certain amount of stuff on my wall. The Captain's Knock, Pride of Place, obviously, and the others are warehoused.
Can I ask, when people come round, do they say, love the knock, Roy?
Well, most people come around and say, well, it looks just like mine. Or I put mine in the lounge room.
I didn't put it in the office.
Yeah.
Now, look, the other thing is the real problem is apparently people have tried to sell them, and they try and ring up brokers because they don't get much.
They're worth too much to sell. You wouldn't sell. You let them.
I know. That's the thing.
Appreciate value.
I know. That's the thing. It's too soon. Far too soon.
Oh yeah.
You see, the Don. No one really can remember seeing the Don now. You'd have to be a fair age to see the Don. To have seen the Don. And sure, he signed an awful lot of stuff using both left and right hand and left and right foot at the end. And
he set the benchmark, really.
For signing things.
Yeah.
And there is a lot of gear out there with the Don's signature. And, of course, let's face it, the people like you who used to sign for him have helped that market along.
I did. I was employed for many years. There was
a Don signer.
Yeah, me and about 1,000 other blokes.
Sitting in the room, 9 o'clock to midday, then an hour off for lunch, and then 1 till 4.
That's it.
I mean, it was a perfectly legitimate business.
It was.
Now, sadly, all that's done digitally. But, can I just say that apparently people have tried to sell the Captain's Knock on eBay and found that not many people are interested. So they go to brokers or auction houses that specialise in this sort of stuff, and they're surprised when people on the other end of the phone laugh.
No way! Because laugh the Captain's Knock specifically, or some of these other ones?
No, Sean Tate standing at third leg signing.
Well, I understand that side. That's rubbish because Sean's still a young man. He's got a lot of life left in him, and there'll be other memories to come. But Tubb, that's it.
Tubbs is gone.
And when Tubby,
Just refresh me on the Captain's Knock, by the way. What does it celebrate, or? Is it particular innings?
I think it's Tubby's 334.
Equalled the Don's
record.
The
Don's record.
Right.
Yeah.
That's fantastic.
Then he
That's
retired.
only happened twice in cricket. Once with the Don and then Tubby.
Yeah.
And he retired on the Don's number.
Yeah.
He should have hit one more run.
Well, of course he did.
But be that as it may, or got out, which would be more interesting.
Well, Haydos didn't. He kept going.
Has Haydos got much stuff out? In this area?
I'd imagine so, yeah. Well, he's got cookbooks, for a start.
Yeah, he's very good, yeah. All signed. And framed.
Yeah, and with the world record that he held for a little while before Lara went past him for,
the big one.
Biggest knock.
Yeah.
Well, I got quite a few of those signed.
Now, when the brokers have a look at them, they say the real problem is that they're not limited enough. When they say limited edition, maybe 5 is a broker's view of a limited edition.
All right.
When it's up to 4 million, people think it's, it's as common as toilet paper.
Yeah, right.
And then the next bit of the problem is that there doesn't appear to be anybody particularly interested in buying them. What you do is you're watching the cricket, you get caught up in the cricket, Australia wins. On comes Richie Benaud, the voice of authority, and says, you won't want to be without this. Roy's got one of these, he's got it in his office, in Pride of Place. People are coming around saying, love the knock, Roy. That sort of sales, authenticated by Price Waterhouse, whoever, and stuff like this, and, it's got a bit of the shirt in it and all that sort of stuff. Make it seem attractive.
It is attractive. Well, that's why I bought it.
I know. Sorry.
Because Richie sold it to me.
I shouldn't have said that. Richie did a great job
Yeah.
on the spruik.
Yes, I wouldn't have thought of buying a Captain's Knock had it not been for Richie telling me how great it was. Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, what's wrong with that?
No.
You telling me that Richie sold me a pup?
Well, not quite. He hadn't sold you
Are you telling me that my Captain's Knock is not worth what it was when I bought it?
Could I just say, Roy, if somebody came in and offered you, say, $1 million for it, I'd take it.
I'd take it. Bloody hell, I would.
Simeon and La Brise out of the UK. We Are Your Friends is the title of the CD. Just a couple of, the big day out apparently in Perth is in a bit of trouble because of Stirling Highway. So if anybody is heading to the big day out, it'll be lost on them by the time they get this message. Don't use the Stirling Highway. You're probably stuck there now. But we did get a nice SMS that runs along the following lines concerning Maurice. There once was a horse named Maurice who had the whole world at his feet. He left far too soon, tribute seen from the moon, and Gay lost 12 large on her steed.
Steed,
yeah, but I was trying
Maurice and Steed.
Yeah, it doesn't quite work.
Well, it's not bad.
No, it's very close.
I think that's good enough.
Very good. And tribute scene from the moon, I like that.
Yeah, I like that.
Lovely line. Roy...
and who sent that in?
Well, that's a good question. We've got a phone number and I haven't got a name.
Don't know. All right. Well, thanks very much. Thanks very much for that.
And look, can I just say, Roy, the trip to Jacksonville by the Rabbits...
well, yeah, look, who won?
Well, what happened was it seemed to be a game played in two halves. In the first half, the Rhinos got away to a 26-0 half-time break lead.
Gee.
After a bit of a touch-up in the rooms, the Rabbits fought back majestically with their never-say-die attitude and lost by 2 points.
26-24, was it?
26-24.
26-24.
Yeah.
So no points for the Leeds Rhinos in the second half?
No.
Was there a heavy wind, strong wind?
I would imagine there was a very heavy wind and a little touch of show business in the result.
Could have been too.
I've got to say is that...
Was Russell disappointed in the loss? I mean, it's not a good start to the season, is it? But then again, the Leeds Rhinos would be coming off, they just concluded their final season, whereas the Rabbitohs would have been rusty.
Well, apparently the Rabbitohs went out out a lot of the key players, like I don't know quite why they went.
Asatasi, was he there?
Yeah, he was there, but he didn't play. Just likewise there, but didn't play.
Okay.
And do you think, I know it's hard to tell from this distance, but do you think they made a lasting impression on the people of Jacksonville?
No doubt that they
no
did.
Doubt?
And it wouldn't surprise me to see a bit of a competition starting up in Jacksonville.
And do you think Jacksonville, Redfern could become sister cities? I mean, I know it's Can I just say Jacksonville isn't the most attractive town in America.
I've never been. I always wanted to get to Jacksonville. But just haven't had the need, really, to go there.
No. Well, now you probably do to see Hodges Stadium.
Just to see how the rugby league's going.
Yeah, the rugby league's going. And look, can I just say that in a lot of this, there seems to be a lot of glossing over of things. Like, there was no mention, or I could imagine the match being played, and call me old-fashioned if you like, as a tribute to everything the Tomahawks and Big Bob Brule has done for
Well, I
America.
assume Big Bob Brule was there in the stands, and I hope that he was...
I don't think so.
I hope he was given a standing O, and I hope he went out and maybe kicked off or something like that.
Wouldn't that be
There'd
fantastic?
have to be a bit of Brule involvement, because he is American Rugby League.
Now, one thing that also did worry me, as I might have said earlier on, is that the carol, when Spuddy got up on the Jay Leno show, I think a lot of people were expecting to see Russell Crowe as the ambassador for the Rugby League in America. I've got nothing against Spuddy. Me and
He's
Spuddy
probably
go
not
over.
as well known in America as Russell, is he?
Is that right, Roy?
Well, I'd assume. And didn't Russell go on and introduce Spuddy? Come on out, Spuddy, in the gear and show us? No, it wasn't like that.
No.
What, Jay just got up there and said, ladies and gentlemen, I want to introduce you to an Aussie. Mark Carroll, how'd you come?
He was in the audience.
Oh, he's in the audience?
Yeah, got up, There's a great match going on. Jacksonville, people are scratching their heads already, even though they're in America. They haven't got a bloody clue where Jacksonville is. Florida, Jay took them through us.
Yeah.
People marched at gunpoint. Don't be surprised if you bailed up in your car and asked to get out and move down to
And
Jacksonville.
was Spuddy in the Armani suit, or was he in the South?
In the colours.
In the colours, with shorts and footy
boots. Footy boots, looked as though he could run on. And then I've seen vision of a sort of pick-up match beforehand where Spuddy's on one side and I see him tackling Lane Beachley, the surfer, on the other side. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
There's no footy jumpers involved in this one, sadly. They look as though they've just come out of the stand to sort of explain to the audience some of the moves before the game gets underway.
Right.
It was a real show and tell.
Well, that's fantastic. So there was a bit of a workshop.
Workshop, that's the word I'm looking for.
Yeah.
A rugby league workshop.
Yeah, good.
And
so people knew what they were looking at. Oh, that's what a tackle is, in case they didn't get it. Well, they are a little bit silly over there, aren't they? Or a little bit on the stupid side.
And remember, play the ball. That
would have baffled them. So did Lane Beachley play the ball?
Lane Beachley played the ball.
And who was acting dummy half? Spuddy?
No, Spuddy was on the opposing side.
Oh, okay.
He in fact, the bloke who was playing dummy half looked a bit too good. Might have been an older player who's escaped my memory. Like, say, Dan Underpants Staines or something like that. Should he be in America? I mean, I've got no idea. But he was pointing. He was steering him around the park.
Oh, okay.
And Lane, of course, because she was playing the ball, because of the tackle, and Spuddy picked her up and took her all the way back about 20 metres until the referee, hey, come on.
Oh,
all that sort of stuff, like harmless hijinks. You know, it wouldn't have surprised me that some player was tackled and a couple of kilos of snags were pulled out of his shorts. That sort of stuff. You know, just a little bit of harmless dumb show.
Right, and this was as a lead up
to the big one,
to the Rhinos coming out and the Rabbitohs.
The Rabbits, yeah.
With Big Bob Brule leading them out. for the ceremonial kick-off.
And look, what disappointed them apparently was, and there's a lot of ramifications for this, is because, you know, obviously when you do see people of the quality of Greg Norman and Chrissy Evert on the sideline, you think, well, something's got to be going on here that's important. Dennis Rodman was there, of course, and, you know, obviously hosts of others. Sadly, when it came to it, the main lasting impression of the Rabbits seems to be that they were some sort of airline promotion. Do you know what I mean? It's sort of very hard to get this, but because the gear's so good, they look a bit formal. They look as though they could be flying planes, like Air Rabbit. You know, a new idea. Do you know what I mean? It's a bit of a poke in the eye.
So people who were there at Jacksonville actually witnessed it, went home thinking, oh, well, next time I go to Australia, I'll travel Air Rugby League.
Oh, not bad. Air Rugby League. Now, that's an idea, isn't it? Air Rugby League.
That
seemed to be yeah. So as when Spuddy got up, they weren't sure about whether it was rugby league or an airline that he was talking about.
Even though he was dressed in footy shorts and...
Yeah, but you're dealing with Americans here.
Yeah, well, that's true.
And when they see them at the airport wandering around, they do look a lot like official because, let's face it, Americans don't dress.
Yeah.
You know, normal Americans don't see that many Armani suits wandering around. No. So they look impressive. And they could be in charge of something, i.e. planes. Airports. Right. Look, I'm not sure exactly how the disturbing thing that I said, as I said.
What about the Leeds Rhinos? How did they look when they arrived? Did they just turn up in trackies and that sort of stuff, or were they decked out nicely?
Well, can I just say the Leeds Rhinos seemed to treat it as the joke that it was, and took it much more with much less honours than poor old, the Australian side. Right. And the great thing was, and I love this touch, was that they sold out of merchandise as much as the customs would allow them to smuggle in. I've got no idea of how that works. That you know how when you sign that customs declaration, there's no category that says, have you got 4,000 footy jumpers with you in Coachwood and Myrtle?
No.
That's not there. But they must have some generalised clause, is you're only bringing in so much, say $10,000 worth of merchandise that you intend to sell.
Oh, that's one captain's knock. Did anyone take a captain's knock? No. Just a chair offloaded onto some unsuspecting American. Yeah. Look, no, I'm here for the Leeds Rhinos. You want a captain's knock?
Yeah.
Hey, why not?
Look, the only other thing would be, is I think you're absolutely right, the people in America don't know, and this goes to Australians, don't know they're worthless. So I think you're absolutely onto something.
Well, that could be the market.
The market is America for your captain's knock.
For your captain's knock.
And were you disappointed that the sense of that it was only played to Australians? This worries me a little bit. They got people from all these states, but they happen to be expat Australians. I'm just desperately concerned that, the game talked to Americans, not just expat Australians there.
Was it covered by Fox over there or anything?
No, the vision I got was from a local...
What, Jacksonville local television?
Yeah, like
Sports
Tonight.
It's been broadcast
Sports Tonight.
Jacksonville then.
Yeah, well, that's good.
Which is great. Yeah. I mean, you've got to start somewhere.
You do. And can I just say how disappointing it was when they came back, the bright sparks at the Rabbits hutch thought that, Parramatta should play like Wigan over there next time. Don't you think that's wrong?
Well, of course it's wrong. I mean,
because you've got to break the eels.
You've got to start traditions. And to add the eels, having finally gotten through with Rabbitohs... because honestly, if an American came in to me and said, hey, why are they called eels? I'd have to say, fuck if I know.
Faker. Now, they're playing the big day out from Sydney, and Are You Magnetic? Be the Twilight. I mentioned the big day out because it's on in Perth today and there is trouble getting to it. I think the Stirling Highway is melted down completely, so don't use the Stirling Highway if you want to go to the big day out. Faker, and you heard that on This Sporting Life on Triple J.
Mercury Award winners Claxons rock out this afternoon on Live at the Wireless. Then tomorrow night, we take you back to the Enmore in Sydney with Canada's favourite twins, Tegan and Sarah. Claxons, this Arvo at 5, Tegan and Sarah tomorrow night at 8. Live at the Wireless, exclusive to Triple J.
And now on This Sporting Life, it's time for the first fat of the afternoon. The fat is as Australian as Barbara Streisand, as new as Cats, as wild as Johnny Oakey. What are Australians fighting for this week? HG?
Well, it's a fantastic prize as you'd expect to get the 2008 year underway, and I've got a copy of Contours magazine from the Australian Government Department of Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry, and I bought this in. I bought this in because it does appear that the foreword from the Minister is the final one, written by and signed by Peter McGorran. So this has become a collector's item.
Peter McGorran.
You know, if
if
you've done your dough on the captain's knock.
Yeah.
Then
I thought you might have been giving away a captain's knock today.
I would do that. Look, this is real collectible now.
Yeah, may I have a look at it, actually?
Well, can I? I'll certainly pass it over.
Can of course.
Look, the problem is it's got a terrific article on exotic fruits. Growers in Australia and tropics are joining forces and bringing a veritable fruit salad of exotic crops to consumers.
Are these new crops actually like a combination of, say, a rock melon with a passion fruit?
Not bad.
A pash rock or whatever.
Pash rock, yeah. Well, they've got jackfruit.
Oh, jackfruit.
Rambutan. The Rolliena from Brazil, a spiny appearance, creamy flesh that tastes like lemon meringue pie. We've got the sapodilla, the chewing gum fruit. Then we've got star apple. We've got a lot of others here. Breadfruit white. This is a round fruit with a soft... I've never eaten this. With a soft, sweet flesh, usually cooked as a vegetable, so it's not quite right. But you get where I'm coming from, though. So that's great. Now, I'm happy to pass that over so you can have a look at that. While I tell the rest of the prize, which is obviously the J-Mag, the Festorama. It's the J-Mag from, let's see, must be last month, December. Oh, December and January. That is 2007, 2008. So it's almost up to date. I've got a copy of the Vandalis, a CD single from them. I've got, and this is timely, the Maroubra 035 squad with the Socceroo anthem. That is great. And remember, the Socceroos are playing on Wednesday night. World Cup qualifier against Qatar. So, and Michael Bevan's back. I thought we got rid of them all, but My Island
home.
Yeah, Michael Bevan. It's great. And wasn't he missed the other night at the G? The View by Same Jeans, and we've got a terrific thing. Steve Kinane passed this on to me, from formerly from Triple J, doing a great job on Radio National Breakfast. It's the guide to the Australia v India. Remember this, the historic match, two worlds at war, Sydney Cricket Ground, 2nd to the 6th of January 2008. So this is a very, very historic document, including an image which shows the position of pitch number 5, which I liked. Sort of very good artwork there. And also the medium roller, approximately 800 kgs, and it's filled up with water in the bins back and front.
Oh, yeah, to give it its weight.
Give it its weight.
And is that famous Bulleye soil?
It is. You're looking at Bulleye soil. The pitch after several days rolling, then the barrels being filled up.
Gee,
the pitch on Friday
the 20-cent piece on it there actually gives you a real idea of the size of the grass, doesn't it? The blades of grass. You can see how big they are. They're a lot bigger than I thought.
Yeah, they are. You don't expect it to be that grassy, do you? You just expect it to be dirt. And there it is, close up of the pitch on Wednesday, January the 2nd.
Bloody hell.
I know, it looks like it's just dried off.
Dead, doesn't it?
Dead, nothing's growing there. Sort of like as though you imagine the ball would just sink into that too. Looks like a carpet, doesn't it?
It does, doesn't it?
So that's very, very fascinating.
May I have a look at that too, actually?
Yeah,
that is just fascinating.
What have you found in your exotic fruits manual?
Oh, I haven't got that far yet. I'm still reading the message from the Minister.
Oh, right. Remember, it's his last one.
Yeah, drought and climate variability, the biggest issues facing our agricultural producers and exporters. We've got his right on the money there.
Oh, yes. He's thought about that.
He has. Now, that's all good. So that's Contours.
Yeah. The last McGoran Contours.
Test Wicket Diary.
Oh, Test Wicket Diary.
Well, that's what it's called.
Oh, sorry. I missed that. I had it as the Test Wicket Diary, the diary of a Test wicket. Gee, that's weird, because we're in one of the papers this week that I get, it's got Andrew Simons' diary. Mm-hmm. I didn't realise the wicket could talk.
Oh, my word, it can.
Okay,
now, the question is, for any listeners,
women only.
Where do I keep my captain's knock? If you're going to drop in, have a look at the captain's knock, where am I going to take you? So where do I keep the captain's knock? And that number is 1300 0555 36.
Women only.
Phone now.
Tegan and Sarah there, back in your head from the con now. Tegan and Sarah from Canada, here tomorrow night for Live at the Wireless at 8 p.m. That's Tegan and Sarah live at the Wireless tomorrow night at 8 p.m. It's a tremendous set. Very, very exciting. Who are we talking to, Roy?
Yes, we're joined by Michelle, who's joining us from Umina Beach in New South Wales. How are you there, Michelle? Michelle?
I'm great, thanks, Roy.
Yeah, good. Very, very
That's the
good.
right button.
Yeah.
No,
Takes
us a while to...
Takes a while to relearn.
Yeah, relearn. It's not like riding a bike in here, Michelle. You just can't get on it.
I can understand, yes. Life is a learning process.
That's
now,
right.
do you have much sporting memorabilia, especially the cricket stuff you get from baggygreen.com?
Not really, Roy. My only interest in sport is listening to you guys.
Wow. You don't even have an old tennis racket there that...
say, Rod Laver might have used?
No, I just about smashed all my old tennis rackets, I think, over the years.
I tell you what, if you're ever in the Manly area, I happen to be over at the Manly Surf Club this morning. They've got a fantastic, unbelievable collection of surf memorabilia in there. I was completely oblivious to this.
I can remember when I was 40 years ago, when I was very young, and I used to go to dance parties, or not dance parties, but dances at the Manly Surf Club on Friday and Saturday nights. Was a big night out, and Manly Surf Club was the place we went to, and I always used to spend hours walking around looking at the walls and things. Yeah.
So there was memorabilia back then?
Yeah, 40 years ago.
40 years ago, gee.
How long's this memorabilia stuff been on the market, actually?
Well, the stuff that they've got at Manly, though, is a very specific sort, so it doesn't. Theirs not bought really in the same way.
Yeah.
Right. Remember, of course, it's only been in the last 10 to 15 years that people have had enough money to spend on, things like, the captain's knock or, the picture of Sean Tate signing photographs at, third leg. But it was a priceless collection. Sorry, I mean, I know that's a stupid thing in the context of what we're talking about here, but the stuff at the Manly Surf Club is unbelievable. Sort of surfboards that go back to the...
the King of Tonga?
Well, King of Tonga, not bad. Not bad.
They got the surfboard the King of Tonga
I don't think
used.
they've got a surfboard the King of Tonga used, but you could probably you could persuade me that they had surfboards that the King of Tonga... They used to call these things toothpicks. They were sort of shaped rather like a toothpick, but obviously bigger.
Oh, yeah, much bigger than a toothpick. I mean, the King of Tonga, you wouldn't get him on a toothpick.
This is back in the days of the rockers, where you were either a rocker or you were a surfie.
Right. And was the club often invaded by rockers? I assume they were all surfers.
There were definitely the two distinct gangs, and they definitely tried to keep the rockers away. I was a sort of a surfie at that particular time. But, it was really weird. But, they had this enormous big old surfboards like they used to use then, and it was incredible.
And that sounds to be exactly the sort of surfboard you were talking about, HG. Maybe that same surfboard's still there.
Right, it would be. It'd have to be.
Because they wouldn't have made many of those, would they?
No, not many toothpicks the King of Tonga used.
Yeah.
Now, look,
if you had one of those in your shed or frame, could you frame it? Or
Yeah, absolutely. You can frame it, mount it beautifully.
You'd need a big room to put it in, by the sounds of things.
Very big room.
Now, can you call, Michelle, anybody you saw there, like, I don't know, I was going to say, laughingly, somebody like Ray Columbus and the Invaders, or... would you have
these
seen
are bands.
Bands, or
Lucky Star.
Lucky
No,
Star.
I'm afraid my age, my memory's not that good anymore. I can't remember all those sort of things.
All right.
I have trouble remembering where I went to first see the Easy Beats when they first started up. So that's how bad I am.
Right. Gee, I would have thought that would have stuck in the mind. The first sighting of the Easy Beats.
Well, it should have. But all those things.
How
are
would you
going now.
frame that memory, though, HG, to exploit it in terms of? You know what I mean?
Well, if you had Steve Wright sign a picture of himself and you there, then the family would probably buy that off you for quite a lot of money.
Yeah. Or if Michelle had taken some photographs and got each of the Easy Beats to sign them.
Well, that'd be
And
fantastic.
of course, back in those days, you weren't allowed to take cameras into the halls. And there were no such thing as mobile phones and things.
No, of course not.
Well, you see that I think there's an exhibition of Led Zeppelin photographs on in Sydney at the moment, which the photographer was just about to chuck out on the tip.
God.
Can you imagine the value of those?
Oh, just priceless. A
Absolutely.
king's ransom.
I would have bought it.
King's ransom.
Were these Annie Leibovitz-style photographs, HG, or just more your...
What a fascinating question that is, because my eye... If you're asking, is there a picture...
Or Andy Copeland sort of shot, of
the police
the
backstage.
Police, yeah.
Well, if you were going to say to me, is there a picture of, say, Robert Plant,
going to the toilet, something like that.
Very good, with an Australian flag drawn on his chest. No, certainly there's not.
Right.
These tend to be the boys at work.
Oh, okay.
And
taken from the wings, so to speak.
Yes, in a concert, or right down the front, very close. Professional photographs without any sort of, added art value.
Yeah.
And none signed, sadly.
Yeah.
Oh, so they're not worth much at all.
Michelle, let Roy send out the question and have a swing at it.
Now, Michelle, where do I keep my captain's knock?
Well, I reckon you'd probably keep it in your office, right?
Absolutely right.
I
The
do.
J-Mag from January and December. The Contours magazine, the last McGorran Contours magazine. A Test Wicket Diary, that's there. Vandalus. We've got the Maroubra Q35 Squad Soccer Anthem. My Island Home, Michael Bevan, and The View from St. Jean's. And Michelle will get them in the mail to you. They'll be there by the end of the week. And in the meantime, thanks very much for being part of this sporting life.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Michelle.
Bye.
Oh, yes, 3 on the trot there. Arcade Fire got us underway. Ocean of Noise. Then Grinspoon with Hard Act to Follow from Thrill Kills and Sunday Pills. And that final piece of the puzzle fell into place with Hot Chip from the UK. Ready for the Floor from Made in the Dark. And our feature album. Oh, no surprises there. Oh, could have predicted that ages ago. Hot Chip, Ready for the Floor, feature album until February the 3rd, obviously ending today. It's been such a feature. It's been a very, very good representative of the feature album concept, Hot Chip, Ready for the Floor. So we had Arcade Fire, Grinspoon and Hot Chip on the life on Triple J.
Is your granddad shorting out upstairs? You know, repeating himself all the time and can't remember a thing about what he watched on television last night?
Hey?
Well, here is an opportunity to let him go out a winner. Pfizer, F1 ace Michael Schumacher and Australia's own CSIRO have combined forces to create It's Me Memory Replacement Therapy. It's Me MRT replaces the dud wiring in the brain with brand new linkages that allow new memories to replace the old gobbledygook. How would you like your granddad to see his days out as New South Wales super quick Michael Clark or Australian supermodel Megan Gale? Sound far-fetched? Not anymore. With It's Me Memory Replacement Therapy.
Hosts and hostesses, is your food missing something? The party not going off as you imagined? Well, fear not. A completely legal food additive is now available in most states of Australia. That additive? Bolivian grass jelly. BGJ has been a Bolivian staple for over 3,000 years and was used during official ceremonies and festivals. It's an old-fashioned Latin American psychedelic blast that'll have your guests staring at it for hours while babbling incoherently. But will they love your food? Users should be warned that driving a car or using heavy machinery is inadvisable for up to 8 months after consumption. Bolivian grass jelly, sold at most health food stores.
G'day, Frosty LaHood here, and it's Good News Week. How's this for a deal? On any top-of-the-range new Lantras and the Beerers, Frosty Finance offers you this. You keep your money, you keep the car, and you don't start repaying for 15 years. And here's the killer, no interest. I've got to move new cars, and Frosty's legendary 25 years or 597,000 kilometres warranty applies, plus a guaranteed average 43 routes per year. Got it? 25 years, 15 years no payment, plenty of routes, and Diamond Class after-sales service service as well, which includes a free weekly wash, a spare battery and a yearly software upgrade on the sat-nav, an iPod with 5,000 free downloads, 50 top-shelf blue films starring Ron Jeremy, Panther Craig Gower, Little Ralphie Valadares and the sensational LA T-Birds. Deals like this don't come often, so come on down to Lakemba and turn left at the Mufti's place. Can't miss it.
Roy, look, some disturbing, on the merchandise front, some disturbing news has reached me. Gillies Last is available. Gillies Last.
Oh, Gillies Last.
Yeah, this is the 2007-2008 Australian Test Team bat.
Yes.
This is your chance to purchase the last ever Australian cricket team signed bat bearing Adam Gilchrist's signature.
Well, see, that's got to be worth a fortune.
Well, it is. Just wait for it. More than just the world's leading glovesman, Gilly, as he's become affectionately known, unless you know him as Churchy, I see he was playing in a Churchy shirt the other day, has changed the face of international cricket with his batting prowess. No longer is it acceptable for a keeper to hold his position in international test team purely on his skill behind the stumps. Now he must be able to hold his own wielding the willow, all thanks to Adam Gilchrist. I don't think that's actually right, is it? There's a lot of players actually, all they can do is keep, still going round. Anyway, they're passengers, obviously.
Yeah.
2007-2008 Australian Test bat has been signed by the full Australian squad. I hope Chris
Including
Rogers.
Sean Tate and
Chris Rogers.
I hope. Because that's the one.
That's the one. Rogers
Anything
is the
Rogers
one.
has
I know.
signed is going to be worth a fortune.
It is, absolutely. Absolutely. Test bat. Each bat displayed in a deluxe showcase and is numbered, authenticated and using the A-tag technology. And look, I've been speaking to a number of people on the phone who believe the A-tag technology is the most valuable bit of this. But I can tell you it's not.
It's microchipped.
Microchipped, and it's officially licensed. So if you lose it, the plot will know where the the culprits are or the perps are instantly.
I see. It
You can
gives
track
off a
it.
signal.
It gives off beep 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 beep.
Wow.
Gillies Last. Beep 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 beep. Gillies Last. Now,
how many of them are there?
Well,
these bats, HG? Just one or two? Or?
Sadly, no. There's quite a few of them, and what I like is the price. Are you sitting down for this now? Remember,
Gillies bat. Yep.
Yeah, Gillies, more than Gillies bat, Gillies Last.
But it's not the actual bat Gilly used for his last innings, is it?
Sadly, no. It's a pristine bat. And what I've got the vague feeling is it's a miniature. See, if you
it's
go
one of
on
those silly little bats.
Yeah, if you go on the size of these things here, they're going to have to draw enormous to fit it on. Don't you reckon she's a miniature?
Yeah, it's a miniature, yeah.
You couldn't play cricket with it. You could play Nerf ball in the backyard.
Yeah, right.
Okay, it's Gillies Last, though. Well, wait for it, $2,950.
$2,950
Sorry,
in three
as you were.
instalments each year?
As you were. $2,995. Sorry, I read it wrong.
$2,995.50 or?
No, just 2,000.
50 came out of nowhere.
Yeah, sadly, $2,995.
$2,995. Well, that seems to me excellent value
and
to put in your portfolio for
super. Now, look, along with your Bradman coins and your plastic bags and all that sort of stuff, it costs $65 to deliver it.
So you've got to add 60, plus B&H.
So you're over the $3,000, 3,050.
The Gillies Last bat. And we don't know how many there are.
Well, it does say here limited to 100.
100?
Right.
Or
as, obviously if they got a lot of orders, they might run off a few more if you were lucky. Say, I reckon 150 easily. But if there was only one and it was the bat, then that'd be quite valuable. But this is just a sign thing. So basically, let's say there's 11 signatures. Can you do the maths quickly enough? You're paying $300 a signature. Obviously, they're not all the same, but getting Chris Rogers is the absolute bonus. And Sean Tate on the same bat.
Yeah. Well, I think that represents pretty good valuation. Now, I can see in 10 years' time that being 10 times that.
Right.
You see, you've got to see how it's going to go against inflation.
Well, 10 times that's pretty good.
Well, it's very good.
Now, listen,
So in 10 years' time, someone would be prepared. You've got to ask yourself, is someone going to pay $29,950 for this in 10 years' time? And I think quite comfortably the answer is yes.
Now, can I just say, I'm just, obviously public here. I'm not.
Yes.
I don't have any connection to the game of cricket.
No.
If somebody like Richie Benaud came out and said, Gillies Last, then the way that he does in the, Fabulous, Awesome, all that sort of stuff, Stupendous, the dulcet tones, the beige, that look, the stoop, Remember, he's 77 years. I think he's played 77 years. He's going on. If he came out, would you be rushing to the phone now and ringing up www.officialmemorabilia.com.au and say, put me down for 5? Is that how you'd play this?
I would get
Richie
it.
was there.
I would look. I don't think it needs Richie's imprimatur. It does enough for me by itself. Now, if I was half smart, I would be buying the lot, 100 of them, cornering the market in Gilly's last bat. You know, imagine having all of Gilly's last bats, the 100 of them in your warehouse. Hey, You're super. You're done. You're done.
You don't have to think of anything
else. You don't have to worry about super again for the rest of your life.
What have you spent?
Because in 10 years' time, you can cash one in for 30 grand.
Oh, yeah. And then there's just the demand, the pent-up demand will just be mad, won't it?
Yeah.
I mean, you won't... You know, people will be pestering you in the street. Roy, you got any of those
Gilly's last bat?
No, I haven't.
No.
The media were wrong.
Not for sale, I haven't.
No, that's right. Come and talk to me in 10 years' time, buddy. So you rack up, what would it be, 299,500 and buy the lot. Is that what you do?
Yeah, $300,000.
When you talk about it in those terms, it's just incredible.
Well, it's $300,000 now, but remember, in 10 years' time, it's going to be 10. It's $3 million. $3 million. $3 million, and if you can't retire on that.
No, if you sold them all off, but why not save a couple? Like 90, and just really,
that's just too cunning, isn't it?
It is.
I tell you what I'm looking forward to. See, Gilly's a walker, isn't he?
He's a walker.
Do you think Johnny Walker will be making an approach to Gilly?
Tell you what I'd like to see is the signed photo, Gilly's last walk.
Yes.
You know, somebody will have a snap of him walking off and the umpire's got his hands down. That's the money shot.
That's the money shot.
Yeah, with his hands down.
Yeah.
Gilly on his way.
And
Johnny
don't tell
Walker,
me Buckner or someone like that won't be, selling photographs of himself as the last man to not give Gilly out when he walked.
Brilliant. That's the one signed in a frame.
Steve Buckner.
Yeah, a frame. Because poor old Steve Buckner, what a summer he had.
Well, he'll never raise the finger again, will
No, he hadn't got a hope. But I would have loved to have seen the other night, certainly building bridges in this summer to have the two umpires officiating in the 2020 as Darryl Hare and Steve Buckner. That would have been a lovely touch, wouldn't it?
Absolutely.
Now,
has anyone got a photograph of those two together? Signed?
With both their fingers in the air? I hope so. That's your real money memorabilia.
Well, that's the sort of stuff that, I'm looking for as someone in the market for memorabilia, as I am.
Anything else you're after?
Well, I've bought I've got the car that the Don had his last ride in.
Wow.
Yep.
Wow, you mean before he obviously went to the other side?
Got it.
Because there was a ride there in a black car with a big...
no, not that one, the one before.
The final ride of the Don's car. How did you get that? How did you track it down?
Someone told me about it.
Is it framed and signed?
Well, sadly, no, but it does have a bit of Don's DNA.
Well, obviously, it's got a lot of
passenger seat.
A lot of Don's DNA on the passenger seat. But framed and signed, it'd be easy to cut a signature up on it.
I suppose it would.
I mean, I don't want to give you ideas.
No, I hadn't thought about that. But maybe scratch into the fender, something like that.
Not bad. On the live, Kate Nash, been playing the big day out over the last 6 weeks or so. Kate Nash Foundations from the CD Made of Bricks. Scores, Roy, in the big one at the Gab of the ODI, 2 for 85 India batting.
Yes.
Tendulkar out hit wicket. An interesting dismissal there. And you were looking at the women's golf.
Yeah, well, Carrie Webb, the funnel age, she is one shot in the lead at the moment. She's on the 10th by the looks. And so she's just edging out at this stage who's on the 11th. That is the Korean Jae Shin, who's really made a bit of a mark here. Tremendous personality. And, of course, the English woman, Melissa Reid, it might be, coming in at third at this stage, another further shot behind. But what is fantastic about that leaderboard as we look at it, HG, is the number of Aussies.
It's unbelievable.
You've got Lindsay Wright. You've got
Joanne
Mills. You've got Christy Smith.
Yes, that's
who was leading
3 in
after
the top 5.
Yep, that's it.
Top 6.
That's it.
Then Rebecca Flood.
Another Korean And then Rebecca Flood.
Flood's no. You know, it's no fluke floods up there either. Well, look, we'll take these few messages and be back with more life in a moment.
Phone freaks, tired of the usual boring ringtones? You know, dull? Well, as a tribute to the legend of Shane Warne and in association with the Shane Warne Foundation, Cooey Cobber Ringtones is proud to present... That's right, it's Shane's last appeal, recorded in Sydney in January 2007. Hello?
Worried about the drought? Well, remember, every little bit helps. How often have you looked at the car in the driveway during a thunderstorm and noticed liquid gold bouncing off the bonnet because it simply has nowhere to go? Imagine being able to capture every drop. Well, now you can, with Australian technology created by the readers of Gumley. Enough is Enough, in association with John Lysart Industries, have designed the Warragamba, a stainless steel water tank suitable for all sedan boots, and a guttering system that, once fitted professionally, captures all precipitation and improves your car's handling and aerodynamics. Australians, please take note. If you want to keep full insurance cover, the Warragamba and gutters must be fitted full-ticketed, Gumleaf-approved automotive engineer.
Hello, Frosty here. Jesus, this global warming's a real bugger, but Lahood Heights is doing its bit. Did you know we're 108% green? We use wind power, solar power and shit power. Don't laugh, we burn the methane and put the rest on the roses. And water? We have tanks, we recycle, and we ask all residents and guests to piss on the lemon trees and poo on the potatoes. Now, most people are only too happy to open the bot and drop the lot for the planet. With Frosty Finance, we're well positioned to go nuclear once the politicians get off their fat asses. So come out and have a look. It's unreal. And guess what? We're now exporting frosty lemons to the Solomons and Tuvalu.
Roy, look, the pressure on modern cricketers has been enormous this summer, hasn't it? Obviously,
you've got on-field spilling into private life.
We have. I was, firstly taken by the problems of Sean Tate, who appears to have found the pressure far too much.
Far too great.
And had to go and, just relax away from the coalface. And then today's paper,
Well, to rediscover his love of the game.
Rediscover his love of the game. I couldn't have better put it myself.
I think that's what happened. That's what's happened. So much pressure that he just must have woken up one morning or before he went to bed, or maybe when he was having a shower, or maybe over lunch on a certain day, thought, well, am I enjoying myself? No. What's wrong with my cricket?
Do you think they brought him on too soon?
I think so. Well, I don't think he was particularly fit when he in that third test in Perth, where so much expectation. He was meant to just go through them. Knife through hot butter, I heard used, and it just didn't work out for him.
No,
he couldn't get rhythm. He wasn't enjoying himself.
And of course,
cricket's the sort of game that can come up and bite you when you least expect it.
It is, and of course, at the other end of the team, they had troubles up top too in the batting order, didn't they?
They did.
Really, with too much pressure and too much expectation on people. Just by the by, before we go on, if we could put that idea on pause for a minute, with your 100 Gilly's last bat, Gilly's last. Have you ever thought of maybe getting the 100 and maybe burning 75 of them?
Well, that's exactly what you'd do. You'd burn 99 of them, wouldn't you? So there's only one last bat.
It's worth an absolute.
And then, it's astronomical. Forget it being worth 10 times the amount in 10 years' time. It's going to be 10 times the amount. Within a moment of the burning.
I know. And would you let the media in to see you do it?
Yes.
Yeah.
You'd have to.
You'd have to publicise it.
Yes, you would.
Would you think about a current affair or maybe, today, tonight?
Get both of them in.
Both of them in.
Yeah, to have a massive burning of the 99 of the 99 last bats of Gilly.
And does it worry you that Gilly's playing today and hence we'll
have
another bat?
Because how many more bats is he going to use? A lot of them.
Sadly, it does appear.
How many one-day games are there? Let's say there are 10.
Yeah, I hope they're not that many. I'll get bored with 10 of them.
Yeah, well, that's another 10 bats, isn't it?
If as nearly as I can tell, if I could have my way, I'd have 3 warm-up matches and then the finals. So as you lose, somebody loses, a match, they're out, basically. Now,
I'm just looking at the leaderboard here. Actually, Carrie, that is the funnel, that is carrying Aussie hopes in the Aussie Women's Open, appears to have dropped a shot. And Jai Shin, the Korean powerhouse, great personality, has
Gone a stroke ahead.
Oh,
well, that doesn't make sense, though, if you look at the final column.
Why?
Well, if I read that right, the final column is 74.
Oh, that's yesterday's.
Ah, sorry.
Day 1, day 2, day 3. This is day 4.
Yeah, okay. Oh, of course.
Okay.
I've got to look back earlier. Now, Roy, the pressure then. We're back on the cricketing pressure. And I was taken by a terrific column in, I think it might have been the Murdoch paper this morning, written exclusively by Andrew Simons.
Oh, yes.
And what's lovely here is that he... Well, let's just read a little bit of it and get some of Andrew's thoughts. His first sentence is, talk about hectic.
Well, there you go. That's it. That's setting the scene, isn't it?
Terrific.
Talk about hectic. I mean, 3 words. I mean, do you really need to know any more of the article? You don't really.
No, you don't. No. He obviously feels as though to earn his money, he needs to flesh it out a little bit. The last 4 weeks have been the most full-on, stressful period of my career.
Yep.
From the initial racism row to the threats about the whole series being called off, my head hasn't stopped spinning.
Right.
There have been many meetings with lawyers and advisors, a day in Adelaide courtroom and the charges downgraded by the court, fingers pointed, and all of a sudden I'm somehow getting the blame. To have people question my integrity as a person is pretty ordinary. Anyone who knows me understands that I'm a very straight up and down bloke. What you see is what you get. So to have people saying I'm not playing in the right spirit really makes my blood boil. Now, I've left the references to the sport out there because if we take away cricket and substitute rugby league...
It's Dell, isn't it?
It's pure Dell.
That's Dell.
Do you think Dell's ghosted it for him?
I think he has.
Or maybe said to him, look, what you've got to start off with a simple thing, open it up with something like, talk about hectic.
Talk about hectic.
Then not talk about hectic, talk about what happened.
And the other Dell reference, my head was spinning.
Oh, exactly. That's pure Dell.
That's Dell.
Pure Dell. And they've been meeting with lawyers. Dell again. And courthouses, downgrading of charges. It's all Dell. In times like these, you find... This is Dell too. You find out who your friends are. And there's no doubt, in my mind, punter's rock solid. Well, you know, you could move that to, say, Brownie's rock solid or Lockie's rock solid. And it's Dell.
Yeah. There's no doubt in his mind that punter's rock solid. Well, that's good.
Well, it'd be terrible if punter was wavering.
Was anyone suggesting that punter might have been wavering?
Well, that's the weird thing, isn't it?
Isn't it?
And can I say, just on all this, is I know we're not playing cricket in the 50s. We're not playing cricket in the 50s, but bloody hell, times have changed, haven't they? You know, when you realise that there's not a cigarette paper now, if I can use that expression, between rugby league and cricket when it comes to a column. You know things have changed.
Things have changed, exactly.
Now he goes on. Of course, it's been a rough ride, and it's taken a pretty big toll on me personally, but more importantly,
on the head spinning for a month.
My family, my girlfriend, and those close to me. I've been quite happy for the general public.
Are they rock solid?
Yeah, no.
Girlfriend and family, are they rock solid?
No, they're not rock solid. They're not, because they're not punter. Punter's rock solid. I mean, you can't have too many people rock solid in your corner. Punter's rock solid. That's fact. I'm quite happy for the general public to make up their own minds about what I did and what happened, but I can assure you I wouldn't take a stand against something unless I really believed in it. That's pure Dell. In between, I've been trying to play test match cricket in Adelaide, 2020 game in India in front of 84,000 people in Melbourne, and 2 of my best mates have suddenly retired, and I fear for Dell. Dell might retire. That'd be a shock, wouldn't it? If Dell goes. Here's my diary from the week that was on and off planes, in and out of hotels, and absolutely everyone seeming to want a piece of me. Now, Saturday, Adam Gilchrist pulls me aside on the way to the team bus in Adelaide and tells me he's going to announce his retirement.
God almighty.
How about that? You know, in this week, you know, head spinning, rock solid, family and girlfriend problems, you know, stuff like that.
I bet he thought, Gilly's last bat.
I better get one.
Could you sign this, Gilly?
Where is it? I'm stunned. I have no idea it's coming.
Yeah.
Look, can I just say the number?
He had no idea it was coming.
Number of catches he dropped, and God almighty, what is it?
His actions do the talking, didn't he?
Gilly, exactly. I want out of here. Play the third day of the 4th test against India. It's a great series. Real shame all the other drama overshadows some quality cricket. Today it's all about Gilly. Still thinking about that bat. The hairs are standing on the back of all the boys' necks when we watch him walk out to bat for the very last time. I'll get it off him when he comes back.
That's the one, yeah.
He can't get another one out there. Now, the other night, I think he broke a bat.
Did he?
Yeah, in the 2020.
Well, that'd be Gilly's last broken bat, wouldn't it?
That'd be.
That has got to be worth something.
Very last time in a Test match cricket, we all wanted to win for him so he could sing the team song. Oh, Lord, is that the only reason why? We all wanted the bat, really. This isn't your typical day at the cricket. During tea, Ricky and I get called into the team physio room for a talk about Tuesday's hearing with the Cricket Australia General Manager and Cricket Operations, Michael Brown. Oh, another Brown, putting the polish on. And the team manager, Steve Bernard. Ricky even had to talk through the legal issues with him when he was off the field getting treatment on his back. Fair dinkum. There's a test match to play. The fourth test finishes in a draw. Ricky and I get held up with Steve Bernard again for an hour and a half after a play, while the rest of the boys are celebrating with Gilly and looking for his bat. They've got a head start on me. I think I'm going to be left out of the race here. Eventually, we all send Gilly off like a champion he is, with some beers, some songs in the dressing room. Unfortunately, some of us had to cut the celebration short at 12:30am.
Right.
Imagine that, stopping at 12:30am.
In the dressing room. They were in the dressing room till 12:30am.
Yeah, I know. Well, the difficulty is they want.
What songs? Who was doing the songs? What songs
I think they do a lot of Neil Diamond.
Okay, yeah.
You know, sort of crunchy granola sweet.
Oh, I got you.
That sort of stuff. And,
Yep.
You know.
Gilly's favourites, yeah. Well, Gilly's last song. Why didn't they record it?
Can you record things like that on your mobile phone, get good quality up? Oh, well, they should have done that.
Yeah.
That'd be great. Gilly's last song. Wow. The second race in round of hearing. I meet Ricky, Matthew Hayden, or Haydos, Michael Clark, and our team lawyers and advisors in the hotel lobby get updated on the latest developments. We travel to the courthouse. I'm still looking for that bat. I'm in there 3.5 hours giving evidence and listening to Harbhajan Singh's evidence. Finish at 2:30pm, rush to the airport, get a plane back to Brisbane, land and hear about the outcome of the case. I'm pretty shattered. Take my girlfriend out to lunch and loved every minute of it. Afterwards, I feel completely relaxed, get an early night. Find out Sean Tate's retired, at least for the time being. What a blow. He's such a popular bloke and a real country boy. I'm sorry he won't be around for a while. Got his last bat, though. Up at 5am for a 6:50 flight from Brisbane to Melbourne with my girlfriend. Have to award a couple of kids $30,000 cheque for winning the Sweps promotional prize. I had no idea there was so much money involved in that. They collected every Aussie cricketer's name from the lids on the solo bottles.
Yeah, I knew that promotion was happening, yeah. Yeah, that's a bit of fun.
Yeah, a bit of fun, true. Bit of light-hearted fun. Team training in the afternoon. Get on the team bus, South Bank, make our way towards the MCG. This is electric. Now I know what State of Origin football must be like. There's people everywhere. We get to the G, 84,000 people, unbelievable, an easy win. Shake hands with Harbhajan afterwards. I saw that. It wasn't very encouraging either. There was not a lot of love in that particular room. And found Gilly's bat. So it's a terrific week, isn't it? It doesn't really tell you anything.
No, it doesn't.
About what was going on.
No, it's just a whirlwind. No wonder his head was spinning.
Oh, the Panics from Perth. They're part of the St Jerome's Laneway Festival in 2008. Those Laneway Festivals, haven't they taken off, Roy? I know we've talked about them before, but they're just incredible. Laneway Festivals, you've got a Laneway Runner Festival. The Panics, they're part of it. Don't fight it.
Will they be like the Northbridge Festival? Is that still going? Because, by golly, that was a cracker of a festival.
It was incredible.
Very few laneways involved, but...
No, but just the concept there, Northbridge would have a couple of laneways, I'm sure.
It would. It
just
does. We've seen them.
I know. Rather than, the sort of what I call the larger streets, what we've got to do is get that Northbridge Festival into the laneways.
Yeah, because...
revive it in the laneways.
You got it. Because I tell you, the Northbridge Festival, fine as it was and may still be, didn't make use of any of the laneways. It was all in the big streets.
It was. And mainly around that hotel. Anyway, the Panics, they're part of St Jerome's Laneway Festival in 2008. Don't fight it. From Cruel Guards on the Life on Triple J. Talk about hectic. Now, one good thing that happened while we took our short break over Christmas was that Anthony Mundine, remember him, Chock, the man. Anthony Mundine is gathering some of the sport's biggest names to be ambassador for his KO to Drugs promotion. Now, I haven't heard much about this in the last couple of days, but this was middle of January this news broke, and it hit me right, like a uppercut, really, straight to the jaw. KO to Drugs. So far signing on, Sonny Bill Williams has agreed. Good. Ben Cousins apparently was a name that he was trying to get, should he be cleared by Dick Poundslot. Mundine will use the coming fight with Nader Hamdan to spread the anti-drugs message, and the first person he approached to help him out was obviously Sonny. He said, Sonny is a rising star in the Water Rugby League. In a field of big names, he is right up there, and I wanted him to spread the message about the perils of drug taking. Just wondering if Wayne Carey could help out as well. Now, not suggesting for 1 minute that Wayne is involved in substances, not normally available over the counter in this state, but on the other hand, he'd be a big name. But we're very worried, Roy, I think it's fair to say, both of us, on how this Say No campaign is going to, get its message out. Is it Chock
Well,
talking?
if you have a lot of ambassadors, saying no, the word will get out. As long as it's clear what you're saying no to. Yes. We don't want the message to get diluted or watered down. Or
Can I just say that sometimes, and I suppose, the media can make up their own mind really about the quality of the message, but sometimes it's hard to tell what Chock's trying to tell you from his, the man, the greatest athlete in the world. I get that. But then apart from that, it gets a little garbled because the detail often eludes him. I think you came up with the idea that he'd write say on one fist and no on the other fist. So as should, the TV camera get him shaping up, I don't know, in his conventional stance, they might in fact get the right words in the right order, say no. And this would be a talking point on shows like Today, Tonight.
Or Jay Leno.
Or Jay Leno, that's right. Well, it won't be long before he's on Jay Leno.
I know he will be. In the audience, just stand up, hold up the gloves. No say. What does that mean?
Then he's in. He's gotten in. Well, Jay, look, it's meant to say no to drugs. That's right. That's right. Can this work, though? I mean, can we put on to sports people... Look,
No, but it's not a burden he's put on him. He's put this on himself.
I know, that's what I mean. But
it's not as if his head's spinning,
Roy-like.
If we asked Andrew Simons about it at the moment, you'd think, well, it's probably a bit too much for him.
Because his head's spinning.
Because his head's spinning. What with Sean Tate, that was the last bloody straw.
That was the
his
last
retirement,
straw.
albeit temporarily as it may be, until he rediscovers his love of the game. I don't think you'd approach him. But for players or any sports people who take it on their own bat, well, I think that's fantastic.
I know. But can I just say, are we looking for Gilly to do something?
Yes.
Yeah, we are.
With his last bat. If he wrote say no on his last bat.
Oh, right. Are they allowed to do that? I think that was banned a while ago. Oh, you mean in the case?
Yeah.
Not to play with. I don't think he can say no on his bat to play with.
Why not?
Well, I think
that'd look great if he showed a full, showing the full face. Say no.
And then Richie would be able to
Richie'd have to say, I don't know what he's saying no to. And then, Tubbs would say something, I think say no drugs, Richie.
The Chock Mundine campaign. And then all of a sudden they got a talking point, probably sustain him for a good 40 minutes.
Got it.
Because they're always interested in something to say, those
exactly.
three.
Yeah.
Now, look, the only other thing that worries me is that...
And then during the cricket show or something like that...
Chock could come on.
Mark Nicholas had talked to, say, Gilly. Now Gilly, this say no business. What is it? Oh, yeah, well, just Chock Mundine approached me, and said...
I'm happy to be an ambassador. It's good for kids, and people forget they're the future and their fans.
So I thought I'd use my last bat, to say no, get the message out there. What about the 100 last bats that Roy Slavin has bought and burnt 99 off? Well, that's a different bat, isn't it?
Different bat. There's a one-day bat. Look, what I worry about is it... Look, it's complicated by the fact the problem, and this is very much in our mind this week because of events around the world, can it simply be reduced to this? I think, who was it? I want to say Nancy Reagan, all those years ago, a long time ago, invented this Say No campaign.
Did she?
Well, I don't know that she invented it, but she was a great
What was it say no to in those days?
Well, same thing, say no to drugs. But it was a bit sort of seen as a bit simplistic or a bit unreal or a bit sort of, well, dare I say it, silly. Not that you're obviously encouraging people to get, on the gear, but,
Well, see, Nancy Reagan is probably not going to talk to the target audience.
Unlike Chock.
Who, a lot of people who do, shelve their gear at parties, think a lot of Chock, like they think he's cool.
Yeah, cool, you forget that, don't you? Chock's cool.
Chock's cool, and if Chock's saying no, they might put one and one together. And think, I'll
say no.
Chock's saying no, I'll say no too.
And Gilly is as well. And Sonny Bill and Benny Cousins, if he's clean. And hopefully Wayne Carey, should he come to.
Yeah. Well, I think that's all good. I think that's all. Maybe and maybe you could spread it. Say no to the Sudan or say no to Kenya
global warming.
Or global warming. Yeah.
Oh, climate change or whatever.
Yeah, it's climate change. Sure.
What I'm amazed by is that
Mind you, saying no to climate change, I don't know if that's going to work. I mean, what does that mean?
No, I'm back to the drawing board with that one.
Yeah.
But what I was going to say is, what I would have liked to have seen is, say, maybe the federal government, the Minister of Health, who was one of our Minister of Health, our great Minister of Health recently, might have been Brendan Nelson.
It was Brendan Nelson.
If he could,
now the opposition led him.
Yeah, no, I know that, but and I'm only showing my ignorance because I'm going to struggle with the current Minister of Health. Not that I expect you to answer that necessarily.
Nicola
Roxon.
Is Nicola Roxon, yes.
Yeah. Should she come out on the news
and
tonight?
say no?
Say no. Do you know what I mean?
Who's our current Minister of Sport under the new guard? Do we know? Who's filling...
Kate Lundy. No, it's not Kate Lundy.
No.
I thought it would be Kate Lundy, but it's not.
No, it's not. Well, I hope it's a cabinet position. Is it in cabinet, do we know?
I can't help you there, Roy.
No.
We could probably find out.
Well, there's a hell of a lot of bloody...
answers.
Well, there's a hell of a lot of vanishing cream so far when it comes to sports minister. When you think of the
issues.
Well, when you think of the gigantic stature of Kemp and then Brandis. Brandis did a great job. He wasn't there for very long, but by golly, he made a mark, didn't he?
I know. He gave $8 million to the Bowral Museum. Let's not forget that.
Let's not forget that. $8 million.
I know, it's incredible.
It's his last defiant act.
I know. The forces of the left were against him, but he stood alone. He stood alone as they were firing rockets and what IEDs and what are those rocket-propelled grenades, RPGs at him. He stood there while he wrote the cheque. And then cashed it and gave the money to the Bowral Museum. And, they've done a terrific job with it. They put up a picket fence.
Yes, I know.
In the shape of stumps.
Yeah.
All the way around. It's just fantastic.
Brilliant. Is that where the $8 million's gone?
That's where the $8 million's gone. It's great. The Bowral Museum. Go down and have a look
at the Bradman Museum, if they painted Say No on the roof.
Wow. That would be great. Now, what I'm trying to get to is, look, and I take your point entirely about the problem of, people like Gilly and Chock and Ben Cousins and Sonny Bill, they've got broad shoulders so they can manage it. But it seems to me that society is demanding of sporting people an awful lot, that they have to take up the burden of things that they're not, that the society as a whole isn't prepared to do, like the Say No campaign, which obviously Nancy Reagan, notwithstanding that she didn't talk to anybody, got off the ground all those years ago. She might not have been the person, but I, get the feeling that it was either her or Tipper Gore, somebody like that. So one of those American people just say no.
It does sound a bit Nancy. I don't know if she sloganised it though, or whether that was their policy. That might have been the policy. Yeah. A very thin volume.
Now, the trouble is that this broke like a uppercut from Chock in mid-January, and I've heard nothing since. You would have thought that other people would be ringing up Chock.
Waiting to get on the bandwagon.
Yeah. People like, I don't know, I was just thinking... Willie Mason, exactly.
Dell.
People who've been there and know it. Know the problems. Well, anyway, we just leave that there. The other thing is, Roy, this year, before we... maybe approach the second fat of the afternoon. That Say G'day cricket match earlier this year, which neatly, obviously in January, neatly counterpointed with the Rabbits' trip to Jacksonville, promised so much, but in the end delivered so little, didn't it? I mean, stars like Rod Stewart, Ian Botham, Robbie Williams, Mick Jagger, Mel Gibson, Jude Law, Daniel Radcliffe and Russell Crowe were all going to play. Sadly, I think Mel turned up and tossed the coin, and that was all they got, while he read a book.
Oh, dear. There were no other stars. Who represented England? Was it Australia v England?
Somebody called, I want to say, Lynch represented England as the captain. I'm not sure exactly whether current or past player.
Right, okay.
Now, you can see here, I meant to draw your attention to this, the complex where it was played, the Leo Magnus Cricket Complex, that'd hold approximately maybe 100 cars.
Well, it reminds me of Wattsford Oval.
Yeah, Wattsford Oval, it does, doesn't it?
In Lithgow, yeah. Right. Did they get a crowd, do you know?
No, they didn't get a crowd. The trouble was that Lane Beachley, I think, was the main Australian attendance, apart from Steve Waugh, who's felt embarrassed at having to lose to England again.
Right. Steve played?
Steve played, I think, yeah.
Okay.
Steve played.
Good.
But it was part of a terrific week that seemed to acknowledge people like Al Livy and Kylie, who didn't seem to want to go to the cricket.
What about Hogues? Did Hogues go?
No, sir. No, Hogues didn't turn up. Hogues wasn't there. No, I'm not sure what happened there, but, I'm glad the Rabbits were there to hold them, fly the flag on the other side of the place.
But I think we've got to focus this message if Say G'day is going to kick on, I assume it will, You can't have both rugby league and cricket.
No, you can't. It's one or the other.
It's one or the other.
Yeah, and maybe they should rotate, take it in turns.
Yeah, well, that's
because
not bad.
LA loves their league, and they're more literate.
Well,
about
I'd fall in love with it, sure. Yeah. And some of them, I'm led to believe, have fallen in love with cricket.
Mm. Well, yeah, they appear to be expats mainly.
Yes.
It's hard to find the real audience, isn't it? Mm. Yeah. Anyway, there'll be more life after this in a second fat. 5 for 101 at the Gabba. 5 for 101 at the Gabba. India batting. Australia on top in the 25th over. The Cat Empire there and Fishies from so many nights. A quick reminder, the Cat are touring for Triple J up until February the 19th. So got a couple of weeks to go to see the Cat Empire in action and hear them play Fishies from so many nights. And you heard it on the life on Triple J.
Robbie, Marie, and the Doctor.
Monday.
We talk to the son of Sting. This is the closest we're ever going to get to talking to Sting. That's right, it's Joe Sumner from Fiction Plane. And your chance to win tickets to that demonic festival, Good Vibrations, by playing a game with a very, very terrible pun for a name. Isn't that a surprise?
Monday.
Robbie, Marie, and the Doctor. Weekday mornings from 6 on Triple J.
And now on This Sporting Life, it's time for the second fat of the afternoon. The second fat is brought to you each and every week by Mad Dads, the Woodies Float, Actar Technology and Chunky Chains, the rolled gold links that have your head coming out better. What's on the chopping block this time, HG?
Well, another exciting prize. We start off with the J-Mag, the October 2007 J-Mag, the collector's edition J-Mag, the one that even now is worth approximately $5,500 per copy. We've got DJ Skippy and We Are the Socceroos. That's the penalty mix, just in time for the big match on Wednesday night. Remember, Socceroos play as part of the World Cup build-up. The View from Same Jeans. We've got the Tucson DVD and video. That's fantastic. It tells you all about Tucson, where I think the Rabbits will be playing the Australia Day Challenge next year. Honest John and Better Days. And we're throwing in another copy of the 2008 Remo General Store printed thing, which is like a diary and a diary and catalogue combined. Roy, for some lucky listener, all comers who can answer the following question.
Yes, fantastic prize there, HG. The question is for all comers is as follows. Where will the Don's name be scratched on the last car the Don rode in? Where will his name be scratched on the last car the Don rode in?
And that number, Roy,
is 1300 0555 36. All
comers phone now. The yeahs from NYC and Cheated Hearts from Show Your Bones. Who are we talking to, Roy?
Yes, we're joined by Craig, who's joining us from Armidale in New South Wales. How are you there, Craig?
G'day, gents. How are we doing today?
Yes, good. Craig. Now, Craig, Sean Tate, this retirement, how are you seeing it?
I'm a bit concerned, really.
Do you think...
the poor fella, he was taken into a test match, had played no cricket.
No.
I think in the last 2 years.
That's right.
Well, 2020 in Perth.
Well, the difficulty was the problem that they were running the over rates slow, and so they humiliated him by making him run back to the top of his mark, something they wouldn't ask Pidge or,
Or Damien Fleming. You could have bowled Damien Fleming or Gillespie coming off 12 steps.
What's right? There's a lot of wisdom in what you say. I mean, I think Michael Kasparovich turned out for the Queensland Bulls this year. I'm not quite sure how he's went, but you could do a lot worse than Casper.
Or Bicko, the bigster.
Yeah, true.
Andy Bickle.
And I'll tell you what, how about Blocker Wilson? There's a name from the past. But
there is too, Paul Wilson.
Yeah, well, I was going to say that, some of these players, I mean, you didn't have to hurl Tate in there if you were just going to make him run back to his bowling mark, and now they've destroyed him. They've crucified him. They've
mentally destroyed him, haven't they?
They've mentally disintegrated one of their own players, was eventually going to happen.
And it should have happened to the opposition.
Yeah.
Can I ask you
What about Chris Rogers?
Chris Rogers, what a great debut.
Yeah.
Hey?
Will we see him
again? No
there?
experience. No Matthew Hayden at the other end.
No, true.
He just had
thrown in.
What was Phil going to give him?
Nothing.
He's just going to go, hey, mate, I got no idea either.
Look, I can see you study the game, but I'm just wondering how you saw the incident that led to the Harbisians sing Simon's Imbroglio, which was the tap on the buttocks, on Brett Lee's buttocks, by
Harbisian. That was the flashpoint.
That was the flashpoint. That's the word I was looking for. How'd you see the flashpoint, Craig?
Did they have the stump cam or the stump microphone that actually said that Harbisian tapped him on the bum and said, "Mate, you're too good.
Well,
you're bowling pretty well."
I know. I think that was the general thing about it, but take it back. See it from Simon's point of view. The head's spinning. It's hectic. All of a sudden, he sees somebody tapping Binger on the bum. Normally his role in the team, go on, Binger, up you come, Binger, seeing somebody else do it. How must he have felt? He would have felt he's on the outer. He's already seen Rogers and Tate go down. He thinks, I'm going to be next.
He would have. He said, that's my job to tap.
Exactly.
And I use the left hand.
Well, I tell you what, it took me back many, many years to Graham Yallop tapping Rod Hogg on the buttocks.
Oh, I don't remember that one.
Oh, no, that's a long time ago.
See, my earliest memory was DK kicking...
Jarvid Meandad.
Jarvid Meandad, yeah.
Well, that's long before
Well,
Hoggy.
that was another flashpoint.
We do well, don't we?
Flashpoint, really.
Well,
it's all, do you notice that it's all around the buttocks, though?
Well,
all the problems around the buttocks.
That's true.
Well, it seemed odd. Harbisian really, in engaging with Brett Lee, was extending the hand of friendship.
He was.
Of course he
That's
was.
the thing. Well done, buddy.
Yeah, well done. You bowled well.
I kept it out.
Too good for me.
Too good for me, but I kept it out.
Yeah, but he might have been saying it in, let's say, Urdu or, Hindi or something like that.
He may well tap Brett Lee on the buttocks again today, because Brett Lee's just picked up 3 for.
Yeah.
And bowling well. I mean, they're 6
Well, he may well have
105.
he may well have spoken in Urdu, and of course Brett understands these languages
fluent,
now,
because he's top of the charts.
He's top of the charts there. Yeah, he's the king of Bollywood.
Yeah, he is. He's got movies, number one singles.
Yeah,
and
I think he's recording the theme song for the next World Cup.
He certainly is, and he's got that soft
drink.
And so
he should.
He's got the soft drink ad.
Yeah,
it's all happening.
It's all happening, exactly.
So there's a rainbow connection.
They'd be buddies. I bet you they'd turn out for the IPL in the same team
They
too.
would do.
Should the money talk.
Yep. So Simon's
And
read
tap
that.
each other on the buttocks.
Yeah, Simon's misread that completely.
I think so.
He did.
Well, I think everyone misread it completely.
Now,
I mean, honestly, I got to be honest. To be honest with you, Monkey. My friends call me Monkey all the time, and I wouldn't be concerned if an enemy called me a monkey, but he does. You know.
Well, it's a.
Let's face it, we're all monkeys.
Well, you're related too. Look, can I just say that the difficulty is of course it's got nothing to do with what was said. It's got to do with the powers behind the throne that are very hard to see, to peer into, to the worlds of.
I was going to ask you, boys, who actually paid for the court costs?
Oh, what a fascinating
I don't know.
question.
I have no idea.
I think they'll be so.
It wouldn't be cheap, would it?
Oh,
It
this
wouldn't, no.
New Zealand silk. God almighty.
$100 a minute.
Yeah, easy.
He wouldn't do it for the love of the game.
I can see
He wouldn't be doing it for a Gillies last bat either.
No. Actually,
want
going
cash.
back to Gillies' last bet, I just texted you boys before. How much would Gillies' last squash ball be worth?
Oh, now you're talking.
Well, I'm given to understand he's only ever carried the one squash ball.
Really?
So
Because
can you imagine
the
what
footage
that's
on the
worth?
2020 the other night, he
showed
threw
him.
it away.
I know, he showed them taking it out of his glove and just throwing it away.
Really?
Yeah, it just
How much would that be worth?
It'd be up there with, say, Steve Waugh's red handkerchief,
It would be.
which I've got.
Well, there was nothing left of either at the end.
Pretty
Well,
much.
There was. I've seen
Pretty
Roy's.
much.
It's terrific. It's just a square outlined in pencil, and down the bottom corner there's a bit of red cloth.
Was it a yellow dot or a red dot squash ball, though?
Ah, good
You know, the
question.
fast or slow?
I can't tell you that because it was done too quickly. But Craig, obviously, we'll let you get back to the one day. But Roy set out the question. Have a swing at it.
Yes, now, where will the Don's name be scratched on the last car the Don actually rode in?
Well, the second last car, but yes, I think it's the Fender.
Well, the last car while he was alive.
Very good.
The Fender, exactly right.
The J-Mag, the Remo General Store printed thing, the Honest John, the Tucson DVD, the View, the Same Jeans, and, of course, DJ Skippy and We Are the Socceroos penalty mix. Craig, we'll get them in the mail to you and they'll be there before the next ODI. In the meantime, thanks very much for being part of this sporting life.
Thank you, gents.
6 for 111 at the Gabba. in the one-day match. And that was The Chair, that final slab of Triple J sound. The Chair, Silverchair, Mind Reader and Young Modern is the title of the CD. We began with Dirty Secrets and The Lighthouse, free new music on the Triple J podcast now from Perth, Dirty Secrets. Then in the middle we had the Dead 60s and Riot Radio. Predictably enough, the album's called The Dead 60s. And finally, The Chair, Silverchair from Newcastle, playing the big day out this year, I think in Perth today. Mind Reader, the track, Young Modern, the CD. And you heard all that on This Sporting Life.
Owner Builders. That new house going up in your street. What is wrong with it? The design seems okay. The house-to-land ratio? Not a problem. The grey water mechanisms are state-of-the-art. So what the hell is wrong with it? 1. The bricks are imported from New Zealand. 2. The toilet tiles come from Italy. 3. The copper pipe was extruded in South Africa. 4. The white goods are German. No wonder the place stinks. Ask yourself, would former ARU legend John Eales live in an eyesore like that?
Battlers with wheels, how often do you use the back seat? If the answer is not often, why not install a backseat bob, an in-car companion for the Warragamba in the boot? A well-fitted backseat bob could hold 500 litres, meaning that your car could extinguish a sizable spot fire should the campfire go silly accidentally. As an added feature, the bob is now available in the shape of 2 fully armed SAS troops to give you the feel-good factor when driving alone at night. Thanks, Gumleaf. Still putting Aussies at the head of the queue.
Hey kids, have you checked out the lid of your 750ml bottle of Aussie Fuzzy Fruit? If you find a lucky picture of Michael Jackson inside, you'll win for your school a year's supply of Kentucky Fried Chicken and a box of Footy Show yo-yos. But check your lid before you sip. Sometimes it's hard to make sense of things when you're pissed.
Roy, look, we were talking at the top of the show about motorsport practitioners, if I can use that word, who could become Australians of the Year, because this year, of course, Casey Stoner has become the Young Australian of the Year, which is great. Yes. Now, I just want to put another... I mentioned Jason Crump. Can I put another name into that frame? Robbie Madison. Mm-hmm. Now, Robbie... It was just incredible during the New Year period, really. He's Australia's newest sports sensation, according to the Fairfax papers. He's continued to vowed to continue staring death in the face. Mm-hmm. He shot to international prominence Las Vegas by jumping the world motorcycle distance jumping record with a family of legendary Evel Knievel screaming their lungs out in the crowd. Wow. He admits he's racked by fear every time he competes, but he says there's no other way to live. No other way to live.
Well, isn't that a great message?
For younger people.
For younger people, yeah.
Say no, jump your motorbike.
Yeah.
That's a big thrill.
Yeah.
He says, I've been doing this for 21 years. It still scares the shit out of me. It's gnarly. I'm taking it on because I believe I can do it. I want to jump big. I want to jump some crazy stuff in the future. I know the consequences are high, but this is my life. It's what I love to do, cheating death all the time. He cleared 98.34 metres, almost 100 metres. You only had to go, obviously, another 1.26, roughly, 264 or something like that to make it all the way. Hang on.
Is that the world record now?
Apparently it's the world record, yeah. In Vegas, on live American TV, with spectacular footage, complete with the raucous atmosphere you could only get in Vegas on a night like that, shown globally. This is the bloke from Kiama. What's good is he's been jumping for 21 years, but he's only 26 years old. Isn't that great? 21 years.
That's when you've got to start.
Yeah, you've got to start young. You'd never be able to build it up if you started, say, at a 25-year-old.
Oh, no.
30-year-old. I haven't got hope.
No way. Was it over buses or anything, HG? Do you know what he jumped over? Was it...
What a good question. Yeah. As nearly as I can tell, it was just sort of like a ramp up.
A ramp up. I can see the ramp up, yeah.
Ramp off and nothing in between.
And didn't he do a somersault in between on the way over?
He could have. Before I come to that...
Yeah, I think he had to do a somersault on the way.
Right. That could easily be the case.
I hope he did.
Well, Past crashes have left him with brain hemorrhages, temporary paralysis, fractured vertebrae, all very funny in themselves, punctured lungs, smashed teeth, seizures, a shoulder torn off the bone and bottom lip ripped clean off his face. There have been broken legs. I'm not making this up.
No,
this is
no.
Broken legs, toes, ankles, forearms, collarbone and 28 fractured fingers.
Yeah.
As Madison says, the devil may care. He's a philosopher as well. Because, of course, he knows the bird of paradise doesn't land in a grasping hand. So he's sort of obviously chasing his dreams where he can find them. He's been welcomed into the Knievel family as one of their own. Good. I don't know whether there's, spiritual people have looked at this, but I'm just wondering if he could be the reincarnation of evil. I know I'm not too sure on how reincarnation works, but I'm just wondering if evil may have left for some time, mentally.
How old's this bloke?
Well, he's 26 by the looks. 26.
Well, I think evil left us less than that time.
I know, but it's just
I don't know how it works either.
No,
I mean, could evil have
moved on?
Yeah.
He's been welcomed by obviously. I paid my respects at Evil's funeral and told the family the Vegas jump was happening. I told them I wanted them to be part of it. They've been awesome to me. They said, we're all coming. After I jumped, the first person I saw was Evil's wife, Crystal. She came down onto the field and hugged me, and she was proud of me, she said. The whole thing was insane. Talk about hectic. My head's still spinning.
Andrew Simon style.
I was watching the coverage of it just before I jumped. It was on the big screen. I'm watching it, and like you watch a show, and then I realised I was in the show. Now, mercifully, Madison's bringing his jumping act to Calder Park in Melbourne, March the 29th. But he's not connected with the F1. The Melbourne F1, because that would have been great if he could have jumped the F1 course while they were racing. And I'll tell you who's coming for the F1, and this surprised me because it's a great event. It doesn't need anything else. Kiss are coming and playing. Yeah, they are. They are. Fact. It's just going to be fantastic. Paul Stanley and, the bloke we've talked to. Gene Simmons. Gene Simmons.
He's a riot, that
bloke.
He's a riot.
Look, he rubbed me up the wrong way when we talked to him, but,
he's a funny bloke.
Funny bloke, yeah.
Funny bloke. So Kiss are going to be at the
F1, and I'm hoping now that with,
Well, if Robbie Madison could turn up and just jump over the whole thing. F1...
Kiss thing.
Yeah.
And I tell you who'd love that, it'd be Ronnie Walker. Because I don't think I don't mean to put the, the mock on or the knock on the F1, but it's not travelling as well as it should.
Well, I think this is Bernie Eccleston's position, and this is why there's a chance the F1 might go to India.
Get out of here. Our F1 in India, the Melbourne F1 now run in Mumbai, or somewhere like Lucknow.
Well, no, I think India is where it's going to go. I think India is the. Yeah, I know, but I'm not. I think it's most likely to be Mumbai,
right?
Because they're prepared to pay more money for it there.
Jesus Creepers, what has Ron Walker... Ron Walker's been quiet.
Well, Ron hasn't as yet to come back with a counter bid, I don't know.
Okay, all right, that's good. He says it'll be something exhilarating. I mean, we might be able to talk in the few minutes left about what he might get up to. This is, apart from jumping Kiss, which would be great, and the F1 track in itself.
Well, I think if you've got all the F1 cars lined up... and Robbie Madison goes over them... Because that'd be, if you lined them all up, that'd be roughly 98 metres, wouldn't it?
It would. You mean off the front of them as they're taking off, and then he's up there. Oh, now you're talking. That's fantastic. Look, he says the worst injuries I've had are the easiest to get through because you land that hard, you go straight into unconsciousness.
Yeah, well, that's true. That's true.
I broke something bad, but I can't remember it or feel it. I always wake up in the hospital thinking, what happened?
What happened?
Your hips break out, but you don't know until after they've started fixing you up in hospital. The worst ones are when you stay conscious.
Yeah.
See, isn't this an interesting insight for the younger player? If kids want to get into this, really, if you're going to come down and come off the bike, come off really hard.
Come off really hard. Come off head first.
The worst ones are when you stayed conscious. I had a break in two legs, snapped in two places between my knee and my ankle, and they weren't giving me enough morphine. I lost it. I'd rather be unconscious.
Yeah, well, anyone would be. He's refreshingly honest, isn't he?
He is.
You suggesting perhaps Australian of the Year next year? Young Australian of the Year or old Australian of the Year? Could he carry the hat?
Could he carry the hat? Okay, look, obviously this year's done and dusted.
Oh, I know it is. I know. And there's no disappointment.
No,
hey,
I'm not disappointed. I'm disappointed.
And there's nothing in anything that Robbie Madison said that he was spitting chips that he hadn't been
Considered.
No.
Look, I think his time's going to come, and I think he's going to come into his own. Should he jump the KISS stage and the lined-up F1 cars, I think that's a record in itself that'll be very hard to beat. And then I think next year, I don't think we have to look any further.
We'd pass the hat, wouldn't we?
We don't have
I'd
to...
like to think the Australian year forevermore would have to wear a hat like Lee's.
Well, that goes without saying. But can I just say also that I don't want to get offside with the, obviously, the Johnny Williamson lobby, but I don't think John gets a look in next year either.
No, it's too late for him to take up either Formula One or
jumping things in a motorbike
or anything like that, isn't it? No. It's too late.
It is sadly too late. But that sort of stuff talks to kids. I mean, that's the great thing about, motorsport is that for some reason as the planet gets hotter, motorsport and, really serious motorsport and heavy medical injuries talk to kids. Yeah. That's what they want to do.
Yeah.
But I was just wondering about from...
Yeah, well, maybe Stoner's got to have more accidents. Is that the lesson here? Is that
because
when you stack up Stoner's record against Madison, it looks quite ordinary, doesn't it?
It does, just driving around in a circle, leaning this way, leaning that way. Yeah. It does look easy. It looks like you and I could do it.
Yeah.
The only other thing was I was just wondering if there's something, I don't know, the Crowned Heads of Europe or something like that we could get them all out here. Princess Mad may be able to help here in Denmark. The Crowned Heads of Europe, line them all up.
and he jumps over them.
I mean, this is the sort of lateral thinking I think we have to bring to it now. I'm not sure that there's a couple of people in Spain. I think there's a King of Spain. There's certainly the Queen in Holland, or she may have moved on and passed the baton to another.
Well, I tell you who I'd get on board here. I'd approach, say, Prince Lorenzo Montesini, and I would get him to spread the word.
To make a few phone calls.
A few calls to a few crowned heads. Because if anyone could get him out of here, he could.
I tell you
because I think he was a steward on Qantas, wasn't he?
He was briefly between artworks. I'm just wondering if there could be. Look, I've just got this dream, that we could build a sort of a tiered system they could sit on
a pyramid.
Pyramid, yeah. Like a grandstand, moving up to one point.
Queen right up the top. Prince
top.
Philip beside her.
Yeah, Prince Philip beside her.
Princess Mad, fair way down.
Yeah, fair way down. But you might have Randy, Andy and Eddie.
Oh, Fergie and that lot.
Yeah, they're all in there as well.
Charles.
There's plenty of seats, obviously.
It's a bit English-centric at this stage. See, we don't know any others.
Well, we get on to the Queen of Denmark. Obviously the mum-in-law, should she still be kicking around, or young Fergie.
Is she the one that rides the push bike around?
No, she's the one in Holland. She'll be coming. And the people in Spain, the King of Spain. And don't tell me the King of Afghanistan, who's a bit doddery at the moment, but I'd love to see him somehow involved as well. Because I think he could bring a touch of that, really more your Middle East potentates. And I'm pretty shy on who else has got a king in there. But he was living in Italy for ages before Karzai got him back.
Oh, yeah.
But
was he welcomed home?
Well, I'm not sure, really. I certainly know one section of the population weren't that keen on him being there. But on the other hand...
no one's jumped over him in a bike yet, have they? That's the point, isn't it? That's the point.
That is the point. Jumped over him in a bike.
We want all royals who haven't been jumped over in a bike to send out the invite. Well, get on to Montesini.
He'd know his way. And I tell you who else could help here, and I'm not sure what his status is, but Prince Albert of Monaco, because you don't have to suggest the usual things.
He'd be in it like a flash.
Yeah, he would. And the ligging afterwards,
Now, wasn't Montesini... wasn't it his book Cardboard Cantata or something?
Not bad. Well remembered. Certainly Cantata's in there. Cardboard, I'm not sure about. It was part of Sydney's social life.
Yeah.
It was a much more simple...
Well, he let down Pity Pat Dunlop. He was going to marry her, remember?
Left her at the altar.
I know. Well, he was swanning about with Qantas.
Well, I think that was a wise move on both people's parts, generally. But I reckon the Crowned Heads of Europe, KISS, and the lined-up F1 cars, and with a bevy in the tent afterwards with Ronnie Walker handing out the, the small
Well, I wouldn't have Ronnie Walker. I'd have the Australian of the Year, Lee Koenig.
Lee
Koenig with the hat.
Oh, in the hat. Yeah, that's right.
Maybe a bit of a song.
And I tell you what would be great is if somehow, the King of Afghanistan could acknowledge our wonderful work there. In some way. I'm not sure quite what his English is like. His Italian's obviously fairly good.
But maybe we could get Valentino Rossi or someone like that to interpret.
So I reckon that's a challenge, and I just hope he doesn't come off. Do you know what I mean?
Well, if he does come off, I hope he gets knocked out.
Yes, don't we all? Don't we all?
Don't want him screaming there, give me more morph.
That'd be very unsavoury, especially if Choc Mundine's there with Say No on either fist. He'd just go bushka, and put him out of his misery and probably tear the bottom lip off.
Again?
Again.
Yeah. Was the lip sewn back on, or does he look a bit unsightly? Are there any photographs? Because I tell you what, it's a weird look. I don't know how many people you've seen with their bottom lip torn off. But it's most off-putting.
It is most off-putting. It's amazing the whole...
Especially if they're drinking a milkshake.
You mean it comes out as soon as it goes in? It's very... Yeah, well, dribbling. I'm never sure whether dribbling's fashionable or not. But you know what I mean? I don't know how we can make dribbling fashionable.
I don't think you can.
True. Well, no, I just hope he can bring some of this magic. Las Vegas and the family and Evel Knievel. And,
well, maybe they're virtually royals, aren't they, the Knievels?
Could they be on the cake stand as well?
Just below the Queen.
Protocol would have a bit of a problem.
Oh, nightmare.
A nightmare. And so, Roy, obviously things draw to a close on that high point. I'm just wondering how the golf's going there. Have you got...
look, at this stage, Funnel is still one shot behind. She's on the 16th. Jai Sin, terrific personality, the Korean, is in the clubhouse at 8 under. Now, Carrie, the Funnel, Webb... is on the 16th, 2 holes to go, 1 shot behind.
And how about our other plucky Aussies in the top 5?
Well, I think they're a fair way behind, HG. Some are finished with -4, -2. Carrie's on -7. Chin, terrific personality, is on -8.
And, the coverage, Roy, of Australian golf.
Fantastic.
Women's golf.
Breathtaking.
Yep. And people say that women's sport isn't well covered. Do you think this week that the highlight's been the women's golf as opposed to the 2020 cricket and the Rabbits in LA?
In Jacksonville,
Florida.
Yeah, no, look, I think the ABC's done a great job. They've got their A-team on it. The camera work's spectacular. And the work done by the on-air presenters, Karen Tighe, Steve Rabilliard, did I say more?
No, world class. Well, Roy, obviously we'll be back next week with more of the sort of rubbish we've been pumping out this week. It's great to be back. And 2008, when you look at it...
the year of the hat.
The year of the hat, 150 years of the AFL, 100 years of rugby league.
And what about all the fan day yesterday, HG?
Fan day? Oh,
was that fantastic? It blew my mind.
I know, it completely blew my mind.
Did one photograph of every ARL player. Everyone turned up, every player for the one shot.
I know, that was just staggering.
That just took my breath away.
I know. Fans and the
I've
fans.
I've never seen anything like it. Not in 100 years.
That's it for the show for this week. We leave the reminder that Triple J is sport. Bye now.
Hello world, pants off, Australia. The whips are cracking, the surf's up, the doctor is in. It's just another afternoon when too much sport is barely enough. And now here's the team who can open the batting and take the new ball up the hill into the wind, who can turn defence into attack in the twinkling of an eye, who've enjoyed the highs and learnt from the lows, who are all the better for recent racing and in the wash-up at the end of the day win a lot more than they lose. It's the team of H.G. Nelson and rampaging Roy Slaven and the dominant backline of this sporting life. H.G.
Yes, thanks very much indeed, King Wally Otto in the soundproof booth. And, what an incredible week it's been. It's just been one of those weeks where you thought, well, you had a fair idea of what was going to happen. None of that happened, and a whole heap of other stuff did. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, shareholders and littlies at school in there. Well, they're settling in now, of course. They've been there a couple of weeks. It'll seem after a couple of more days as though you didn't do anything else except go to school. And welcome to Triple J on another Sunday when too much sport is barely enough. And welcome to the show that still dares to dream. That's right, we still dare to dream here. Call it old-fashioned. It's still an Australian value is just to have a dream and go out and find a block of land and do it. And if that dream was a National Scrum Academy, and then I still don't think that's as silly as it sounds. I know we've got the Super 12s erupting and the forward packs look just great, but there's still room for improvement, both here and overseas. And if we could lure in some of those, people of other countries who want to start getting involved in rugby union, I'm talking about China, I'm talking about India, don't tell me that there wouldn't be kids there who, via the internet, are now seeing rugby union for the first time, and they just think, bloody hell, that looks like a game I could get involved with. So I just leave that there, that National Scrum Academy. It's a dream of ours. We hope to see it get up eventually. On the social notes, it was Valentine's Day this week, and I had a terrific Valentine's Day. But there was some very sad fallout affecting singing sensation Sophie Monk and good Charlotte Axman, Benji Marshall. This is a Benji, not to be confused with the man they call Benji, that is the Tigers superstar Benji Marshall. Don't get them too confused. They're players and artistes of an entirely different quality and calibre. I was always terribly worried about the Marshall-Monk relationship because I thought musical difference might play a part in the bust-up. And let's put it this way, no high school in Australia would ever ask both Bardo, Reformed, and Good Charlotte to come along and play on the same bill. They just have fights on their hands, and they're just acts pulling in different directions. And with that sort of freight attached to the big donk up front, it's a wonder that the happy couple lasted as long as they did. Incomings and goings department, very sad to see Smokey Dawson saddle up for the big round-up in the Sky. I'm never really sure what Smoke did. He didn't certainly talk to me particularly, but he had a ranch and sang songs like I'm an Old Cowhand from the Rio Grande. Terrific songs, which is great. He had a long-running radio show. Might have been called Smokey Dawson's Radio Show. It was sort of like a Healers of its era, for those who can remember that top-rating television show, Blue Healers. He cornered baddies on his horse. And then I'm stuck because you're going to ask me what was his horse called, and I can't tell you. Anyway, he courted baddies on his horse and introduced them to Dr. Lead. So it was a really good show. And I saw him as one of what I've described elsewhere in media commitments as the $1,000 quartet. I've said, of course, Slim, Reg and Tex made up the other corners of the $1,000 quartet along with Smoke. And kids always loved his shooting, singing, roping act. Call me old-fashioned, but I could have seen him playing a part in 2020 cricket. He had all those skills that people would love to see on the, out in the middle and on the boundary between overs. I know, there was a great double there that I don't think ever appeared on the same bill together. The Sheik of Scrubby Creek and Smoke on the same bill. I'm talking about, of course, Smokey Dawson and Chad Morgan. I don't think they ever performed together, but that would have been a dream. I don't know if you get people on the internet would be able to mash them up and just send it in to us here at This Sporting Life headquarters. It would be great to see.
Did Smokey and Slim ever do anything
Smokey
together?
and Slim,
I'm sure they would have done.
Certainly Smoke and Bob Dyer, speaking of a person we talked about last week, apparently they got together quite often and did things.
Fishing
and singing. Singing about fish.
Yeah, what marlin fishing up
off
the Queensland coast.
Oddly enough, I connect them more with, obviously singing than I do fishing, but I'm sure that once the talk turned to fish...
Did Bob Dyer sing much?
Well, I never knew this.
I never knew that. I just saw him as a
radio presenter.
Well, a quiz show host.
Sorry, yes.
Quiz show host, sort of like an Anthony O'Keefe type who fished.
Yeah, okay. Now, in the photos connected with Smokey's sort of tributes, there are pictures of Bob in a hat, and I had to look twice. Because I thought, hello, in a hat like Hattown Man might wear. Yeah. And, I thought...
Well, they would have been taken at Smokey Dawson's ranch.
Ranch, yes, I know. Yeah. But it did seem to indicate that there was some sort of, I don't know, weird singo, guitaro, hooko happening.
Well, maybe Bob Dyer loved his country music.
He could have easily loved it.
Or country and western, as it was known in Smokey's day.
I tell you what indeed it was.
Yeah.
Country and western.
Country and western.
I tell you what, wouldn't it be great to be on a fly on the wall in the saloon bar upstairs over a couple of port and lemons with Chad and Smoke there.
And Slim, of course.
Slim, of course, you forget that.
Yeah.
And,
now, did Lee Kernaghan do anything with Smokey? I'm sure he must have done.
Okay.
Because they would have got together in those those musical musters. That happen frequently.
Look, I'll tell you, go further than that. One of Smoke's last performances was with Hattown Man himself
Lee Kernaghan.
and the Kernaghan family.
Oh, well, I didn't know that. That's what I'm asking.
Fact,
yes, good.
Fact. Good. As I understand it...
Did Tanya write something for them?
Tanya would have written something. Yes. I'm an old cowhand from the Rio Grande. My mail is that, Smoke made Lee look pretty good. Because let's face it...
Well, let's face it, you weren't seeing the best of Smokey because he was well into his 90s.
He was.
His singing voice wasn't as it was in the 40s.
No.
That was the high watermark for Smokey.
Can you remember the aria, that night of the arias when they inducted him? Might have been a couple of years
Yes.
ago. Incredible, very funny.
Yep.
You know, I think it was around about that time that he hooked up with Kernaghan, you know, maybe in a tribute to the aria, you know, induction into the Hall of Fame.
Right.
Still with show business.
Well, he would have been in Tamworth for the last time
Oh,
this
he
year
would have.
for the Golden Guitar.
He probably would have. Yeah.
He'd have been there.
Well, I don't think he missed a Tamworth.
No, he never
I think
did.
he went to Tamworth even before it began, being the country music
He
capital.
might have started the whole Tamworth Country Music Festival. I've got a feeling he and Slim
cooked it up.
Yes.
While they were fishing.
Yes. Yeah. And maybe Ray Kernaghan.
Ray Kernaghan, yes. Yes, the Hattown man's dad.
And Tanya's dad, of course.
Yeah, obviously. Now, still with show business, and obviously Underbelly was all the barbecue and wheelie bin, chat and stoppers midweek. In Belly Fallout, it was lovely to see former New South Wales detective turned TV critic Roger Rogerson flushed out of the bushes to give the once the eye over proceedings, and then offer critical perspective from behind the end of the taser stun gun. Roger claimed he was glad to have lived in Sydney after seeing the first episode, and Stick 'em Up Roger gave a big 4 shotgun blast out of 5 to the show, and gave it a big thumbs up for being homegrown. So that's good. I can't wait till Roger runs the slide rule over the Kashmir Mafia in the new series of Lost, because I think he'd have something, you know, pertinent to say.
Well, I think he's always loved Australian drama, Roger.
He has. He's created a fair bit of it himself.
Well, he has. He used to love Homicide and Division 4.
He modelled a lot of his work in the field on. I think, what was the bloke's name? He used to do a bit of singing as well, the main, Lenny Teal.
Leonard Teal.
Now,
yes.
he used to do singing too. I can remember him doing a version.
He would more talk to...
to music.
To music.
Yeah, so he'd do poems like a setting of The Man from Snowy River.
Yes.
Or if he had to do I'm an Old Cowhand for the Rio Grande, he'd do it much
He'd
in the
talk
manner
it.
of... Yeah, just
Yeah.
did there.
Yeah.
Now, in our weekly wrap-up of the World Game, Manchester United dud the memory of those who went into the drink 50 years ago by losing to their arch rivals in Manchester City 2-1. 2-1. It was a real old-fashioned touch-up. Obviously, the tears got in the road of football. In a double whammy for the Red Devs, this loss allowed the Arse to go several points clear at the top of the Premier League. And in local news, well, what a weekend it was last weekend. The Mariners grabbed the first A-League grand final berth with a weird goal aggregate difference after a 3-0 demolition of the Newcastle Jets. I think it might have been at Graham Park, Roy, that one last weekend. It was a terrific match. And the big Roar that's the Queensland Roar, take on the Jets at Energy Stadium this afternoon. Kick-off, wait for it, 5:30 Central. Meanwhile, football federations across Asia say thanks but no thanks to the suggestion that English Premier League matches could be played on their patches. All major Asian and Mid-East leagues say it's hard in the local comps going without the Premier League bobbing up and drawing attention and pulling focus. AFL and the NAB Cup erupted into life this weekend. Look, am I alone? I watched one of the matches and I've got to say I've had enough of Robert Walls already. Oh, Lord, it's exhausting. I don't know what the bloke's been doing in the off-season. It feels as though he's been running a marathon every hour. And when you combine him with Tim Lane, and I forget, Michael Christian, it might have been on the match that I was watching. I mean, honestly, it's just too much. It's just too much. I mean, I feel as though we haven't stopped listening to Wolsey from last year. Now we've got him back already. It was just really very, very ordinary. Less than very, very ordinary. So, anyway, with the NAB in motion, can the real thing be far away? I doubt it. Speaking of the big competitions, the Super 14 comp kicked off with the Tars unveiling Tarman. This is something that'll really talk to kids. A bloke who bobs up on the sideline with blow-up muscles and who can apparently offer tactical advice, to teams as he whoops it up and down on the sideline. I mean, it's just incredible. I mean, go Tars, go Tarman, and how about those Tars? I mean, if they just put away they just blew them off the park, and then the Reds showed the way as well the previous night. So Australian rugby is looking pretty good at the moment. Not far behind in the lively stakes of the Western Force, of course. And now they've really thrown down the gauntlet in these stupid stakes with lively Matt Henjack breaking Haig Sayre's jaw in a non-title bout. As I understand it from the Western Australian sources, there was no purse up for grabs, just boys getting it on in the Left Bank Cafe after training one afternoon. Obviously they'd put a fair few inside. I don't know, reports reaching me didn't suggest skinful or anything like that. There was apparently a dispute over who should pay for the piss up. That left bank though, and that left bank cafe is a fabulous spot to while away a few hours on a hot afternoon. And once they get the ring set up and move a few tables aside, it'll be perfect. And the incident got all the right press and had everyone talking Super 14 as the season kicked off. I mean, the NAB Cup, the A-League finals are all put into the shade by the endless discussion about should they, shouldn't they, and the Force flew out to South Africa midweek pretty confident they could put away the Durban Poison in round one. Sadly, the Poison had a bit more poke than the Force expected and they went down 17-10. But can I just say, common sense prevailed as jaw-breaking Matt Henjak excited his many Durban fans with a terrific display. Imagine how disappointed those South African kids would have been, and kids right across Africa, if Matt had not made the trip and had been sidelined with some sort of phony suspension. I mean, they'd read all about the press reports at the Left Bank Cafe and the busted jaw, and they wanted to see the Matt Man in action. I mean, and the fans, they're the forgotten people in all of this. The forgotten people are the South African Durban Matt Henjak fans who want to see the bloke who broke jaws at a piss up there doing what he does best, and that's playing rugby union. And can I just say that Dell obviously had a word in the union's ear because Dell called for common sense. He came around to my place on Thursday morning and said, could I put the word out about common sense? And it does appear that that was heard at the highest level. Rugby League and the FNQ Cowboys have now cut Super Coach Murray out of their future. Murray will be gone from the Cows as early as next year. And this opens up the real possibility that Mr. Sheen, that's Nathan Brown, will have a choice of several employers in 2009. I mean, I can see the brown polish on the Cowboys. I think that could really work. I can see Browning buffing up those Cows. And the only disappointment that I've got is that Ding Dong, who's yet to make his first appearance in Rugby League in St George colours, and the bitch can't go with Brownie. I mean, talk about a lineup that'd have them quaking their boots if you've got, I'm not sure where Brownie sees Dell playing, but it'd be a common sense role, obviously. And up the back, with the open brackets, C, closed brackets after he's named the bitch. I mean, it would be a terrific lineup, tipped into that Cow, already existing Cow lineup. Meanwhile, what is happening at the kennel? I mean, the pound fences are down and the dogs are on the loose running amok. It's dreadful. It's just dreadful. I mean, what is going on is the team seems to have no players and now appears to have no management. I just hope Trouty Hughes can, weave some common sense over there. And, obviously Dell's called for common sense. And, I just think that we need somebody like, and I know this is a bit far-fetched, but I'm just wondering if Tony Abbott, the former Minister of Health, with his well-travelled and well-acknowledged people skills, could step in and take over. I know he lives in the Manly area, but I think rugby league is a bigger game than, regional differences. And if obviously, Manly Seagulls would have first call on his people's skills. But if they've got time left over, surely he could duck over to the kennel and have a go. Cricket, and there's so much going on, it's hard to cram it all in. As nearly as I can tell, today is sign on Sunday. The Indian Premier League has put its foot down and demanded that all players sign up today, regardless of what Cricket Australia thinks vis-a-vis sponsors. I understand the match in Adelaide, that those preparing to go to India will have signed by about 10:30 or 11:30 this morning. Cricket Australia appear to have caved into the players' demands to be part of the hit and giggle for a big quid in India. And I'm right in thinking, Roy, they've run the white flag up on the tour of Pakistan. Or is that still on?
I'm not sure.
Look,
I'm not sure. I know Pakistan have threatened something like between $2.5 and $3.1 million in compensation should the tour not go ahead. And I think at Cricket Australia are crunching numbers as we speak.
Right. Now, look, this IPL, Roy and I were just talking off air of the tantalising prospect of linking up should franchises see their way clear. And I'm not quite sure how this franchise bidding will work. Apparently they've got about $10 to spend each on the players. But it could hook up Matthew Elliott and Mott in some delightful
Well,
combination.
Matthew Elliott's in. It's just whether Mott
wants to
can be winkled out of retirement.
To come on over. Still with cricket, and midweek the Sri Lanka dismantled the might of India in the World Series in an explosive subcontinental wrist-off in the nation's capital. And I hope that person who rang in last week was able to get Tendulkar to sign a number of bats and T-shirts and so Basketball in the Violet Crumbles, the Sydney, obviously the Sydney Kings made NBL history last night. They clobbered the hapless Hammer Heel coach South Dragons 88-81. The Crumbles now go into the playoffs 27-3, an NBL record, the only team to come close in the 23-year history of the Cape Area. The Adelaide 36ers, who went 24-2 in 1986, when South Australian basketball was the talk of the nation. Olympics, it's full steam ahead for Beijing. Apparently everybody will be wearing face masks and not allowed to write about being there, but apart from that, it looks as though it's going to be great. Sadly, Sally Robbins' brave tilt for Olympic glory in Beijing looks to be sinking fast, and our swimmers unveil their strip and talk about hot. Talk about hot. They look like superheroes in their seamless suits of water-repellent fibre that leave absolutely nothing to the imagination. Still with Olympic news, very sad to hear that our oldest athlete, Neville Holt, dropped off the twig this week. Neville represented Australia in 1948 in the small bore at the London Olympics. No, I don't know how he went. You can't ask me. I haven't got a clue. You'll just have to look it up yourself in your Wallakinskis. But Nev, who fired his last shot this week, 95, well, that's a hell of a knock. And
did he ever work with Smokey?
I don't think so. That would have been terrific to get those two shooters together, wouldn't it? And still with the Olympics, so much going on. Steven Spielberg has quit Beijing. He was as an advisor, as nearly as I can tell, to the opening and closing ceremonies. Steve quit in protest that China is doing bugger all about the ongoing problems in Darfur. I mean, it's all very well, Steve, to quit the stage at the 11th hour, but I believe there's one man who could step into those recently vacated shoes and fill them to perfection, and that's our very own Rick Birch. Mm-hmm. I mean, don't tell me he couldn't bring it all home. I mean, it's all there just waiting to be, blown up.
You mean Rick hasn't been called in at this stage?
Look, he may well have been.
Yes.
He may well have been.
Yes.
I just hope.
Because no one does big events, big openings. So, I mean, he's the man. He's your go-to man. He's your point man.
He is. And can I just say, I hope Dell's common sense has prevailed and Rick Birch has been rung. I think he lives in Italy at the moment.
Yeah, he would.
You might be wrong, but certainly for a long period of time.
He was in Italy, yes.
Surfing, and Alfie Carter took out the $20,000 in the big one, the Oakley Surfing Life Big Wave Award for 2008. For a beautiful effort to cow Bommy off Margaret River in WA. Alfie caught the judge's eye with a beautiful slide on a 6-metre piece of Indian Ocean swell. And racing, Miracle Mal Johnson, that's Malcolm Johnson, who was suspended 56 times in a brilliant career, is now teaching young apprentices how to stay out of trouble. And that's very, very good news. Look, sadly, no feathers news. And some very, very sad stinkfist news, which we'll be leading the show off with after Roy's had a bit of a go. But, look, I just hope that the Ben Cousins news is a bit better than the stinky news with regard the fight night, February the 27th. That no real news about who his opponent's going to be, but whispers reaching me suggest that AJ Bugner could be the gap filler with the gloves on. I hope these whispers can be confirmed this week. And with those few thought starters hurled onto the bonfire, it's time to ask for the third time in 2008, rampaging Roy Slavin, have you got any dynamite you want to toss into the pond and scaring those fish, the Bob and Smokey and Slim Mist, buddy?
Yes, thanks very much, Ashley Nelson. Great week, and can I just send out all sympathy to those who knew Smokey and were touched by Smokey, as many Australians were. In fact, I don't know any Australians who weren't touched at some stage by Smokey. And I know that sounds wrong, but you know what I mean. Touched emotion. He touched our hearts. He reached out. Yes. He reached out and didn't fiddle with us. He just touched us.
Did you buy any of his records?
No.
No, neither did I.
No.
Did you ever listen to his radio show?
No.
No, sadly, I can't remember his
No,
radio
but I was
show.
touched by him.
Touched, yeah. I was touched by the memory of the radio show.
Yeah. And when I heard a bit of it might have been, I think... John Nutting might have played a little bit of it last night.
Yes.
And I found it very emotional, because I didn't relate to it at all. And when it touched me in a funny sort of way, it touched it, awakened things in me that had never been there.
Dormant.
Can
I just say, I used to think it might have come off when I grew up. I think 5DM was the big station for the serials.
Yeah.
And it might have been on after Hop Harrigan.
Oh,
but we weren't allowed to listen.
Now, Hop Harrigan was just a little bit racy, wasn't it?
It was
Hop Harrigan. Dealt with adult issues.
Oh, well, Hop Harrigan, he might have. I didn't realise that.
No, well, I wasn't allowed to listen to that sort of stuff because it was, my parents mercifully thought it was just rubbish. So just it went off.
Right.
But anyway, so I missed out.
And Smokey went off?
Yeah,
I never.
I missed out on the whole smoke bloody business.
It's nearly as I can tell, he used to corner criminals in every episode.
I'm sure he did. And he'd sing a song.
Sing a song, that's right. I'm an old Cahan from the Rio Grande.
That sort of thing.
Oh, no, I can... even just talking about it now, even though I hadn't heard about it, never heard it, I'm touched.
But you knew the name Smokey Dawson.
I did.
Everyone knew the name Smokey Dawson.
I did, even though you didn't have a clue
You
what he
didn't
did.
have a clue what he looked like or what he did. Exactly.
You know,
when I heard the news, I went out to neighbours and said, "Do you know Smokey's dead?"
They said.
And they all said, "Oh, no, is he?"
It's gone.
I said, "Had you ever heard of him?" They said, "No."
No, but it's great.
But it's great.
Well,
no, it's not so great.
No,
you know what I mean.
It's great
yeah.
memories.
Yes.
What I was going to say was, isn't it sad that the Golden Tonsils aren't on the radio still? Because I tell you what, he would have done a nice tribute.
Well, he must have known Smokey at some stage.
Smokey.
He'd have worked with Smokey, probably.
Yeah, done a lot with Smokey.
Well, I just hope next year at the Golden Guitars there's some, recognition of. I hope people haven't forgotten. No, I mean, you went at the wrong time of year, really, for next year's Golden Guitars or some sort of campaign to revive memories of Smoke.
Mm-hmm.
But he must have done about 100 albums or something.
I would have.
Easy.
I tell you what would have been good is if you could get, say, Lee, Tanya, Tanya's dad, obviously
Ray.
Lee, obviously it's Lee's dad as well.
Yeah, Ray, yeah.
And let's say rope in Troy Cassadaly, Becky Cole, and they perform a radio episode.
Yes, well, I think they're probably working on that with Gina Jeffries and
obviously.
Yeah, roping whoever's there, whoever wants to do it.
Yeah, whoever wants to do it. Yeah.
Well, that'd be great, and then do a couple of Smokey songs.
Yeah, no, it goes without saying. Goes without saying, and you might be able to get, I don't know, a big hitter to come out like Travis Tritt to come out and help out once he knows Smoke's gone.
Well, Smokey was very big.
He went and lived
in Nashville.
Went and lived in America for about 10 years.
Well, he was Mr. Nashville there for a while. Writing and recording and producing songs. He might have produced some albums for, don't know about Travis Tritt, but certainly Johnny Cash he would have recorded, he would have produced at some stage.
Right.
Oh, I think so, yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
Brooks and Dunn?
Brooks and Dunn he certainly worked with. Yeah, quite a bit. Quite a bit.
How about that Garth? What's his
Garth
name?
Brooks.
Garth.
No, Garth and Smokey they didn't get on.
Oh, they didn't get on?
They didn't get on, Garth Brooks, no, because he's a very spiky character, and Smokey, as you know, Smoke was always relaxed and
very
at
relaxed.
ease.
Yeah,
and
loved it.
It loved it all, yeah. Well, that didn't appear, it was oil and water with Garth, who's spiky and aggressive and, just didn't work out. But we'd always dream that Travis Tritt did do something with Smoke, and, listeners might know, they might have a track that either Smoke wrote or produced for Travis.
SMS in your tracks that you'd like to see Travis, do that Smokey.
I know he worked with Boxcar Willie.
Boxcar.
He did quite a bit with Box.
Box and Smoke.
Yeah.
Pity they never sort of did duets. I saw him as an early version of the Everly Brothers, for those who know their...
Yeah. What, Box and...
Box and Smoke.
And Smoke.
Yeah.
Well, Smoke loved harmony, which was the signature of the Everly Brothers, of course.
That's true.
Well, it's possible. He may have done, a whole series of songs with Boxcar in harmony. I've no idea. Now, speaking of more senior players, Tony Vidmar, after nearly 20 years of booting a ball around, next week will be his last match.
I know, I find that hard to believe.
I know, it won't be the same without a Vidmar, will it?
It won't.
We've lived with the name Vidmar, Aurelio Vidmar, even earlier. It must be related. Don't know if he's elder brother or the old man, don't know. But it seems to me all my life there's always been a Vidmar associated with... and there may be a younger Vidmar. There might be a next generation of Vidmars coming along, but I haven't heard any.
Or an earlier generation who would link us back to Johnny Warren's...
Smokey.
Well, to Smokey.
Did Smokey know...
They would.
Tony Vidmar's dad or grandfather? He might have worked with his grandfather.
What, on building the house or the ranch?
Up at the ranch, yeah. I don't know. But I'd like to imagine.
No, well, he wouldn't.
Because the name Vidmar, it's just not going to be the same if
there's
no Vidmar to talk about. Having said that, I can't say we've dwelt too much on the Vidmar impact on Australian soccer that often, because you take it as read. Take it for granted. It's always been there.
Look, can I just say from now on, because it's obviously coming to the end of his career, we will.
Yeah, we will.
I see his contribution as at least as big as Hugh Hiddings.
Yeah.
Because Hughes did it all in a very concentrated area where Vidmar's done it over 20 years. Imagine if Hughes had stayed for 20 years.
Well, that's the impact that Tony Vidmar said, or indeed the Vidmar family. That's true. I wonder if he worked with Adia Bonyi.
Well, or Frank
He
Rock.
must have.
He
in
would have
Frock.
done with
He
Frank
would have.
Rock.
He definitely
Frank
would have
Rock.
worked with Frank Rock.
Yeah, goes to that
And he
joke.
may have kicked a ball.
Raleigh Rassick?
Yeah, Raleigh Rassick
He
he'd
would have
worked
been-
with for sure.
Yeah.
For sure.
Uh-huh. That's what I meant. He could almost be the missing link between Johnny Warren's Socceroos who went to the World Cup in, I want to say, 74, and the current lot.
Yeah, he would be.
Went to the World
Because
Cup
he
in
would have
2006.
known. Yeah, he would have known some of the players there for sure. Hope he does a book.
What a good idea.
Just Vidmar, memories, something like that. You know, game one, day one. I hope it's chronological. All his memories of every game, because he must have played thousands of games. Be a big book.
Think anybody read it?
Well, I would.
Yeah, no,
I'd
no.
read bits.
But we're in the biz.
Yeah,
sort
yeah.
of,
I
you
know.
We're fans.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. Right. Now, Cricket Australia, as we've pointed out, has resolved the sponsorship issues. Phew, common sense, thanks, Dell. Now, Gilly's fairy tale farewell from Perth, honestly, I was emotional. I mean, in front of his family. It was just
Yeah, I know.
fantastic. It was wonderful.
Oh, it was just incredible.
Just wonderful seeing Gilly. And Gilly came off, and of course his son wanted his autograph on a bat. You know, his son confused Gilly the superstar with Gilly the dad, and so for us,
It's so easy
it was
to do.
so easy to happen,
Yeah.
and Gilly signed his bat mercifully. He didn't tell him to bugger off or anything like that. He was great about it. And I just thought it was wonderful. And this is really Gilly's farewell tour.
It
isn't
is. It is.
That's
That's
why
what-
I'm
yeah,
seeing
that's
the,
it.
the,
Right,
the,
absolutely.
the end of the summer
Yeah.
is Gilly's farewell tour.
Imagine what the people of Adelaide have got to look forward to
Yes,
this afternoon.
this
It's just
afternoon.
incredible,
I mean,
isn't
all
it?
the Gilly freaks will be there.
Oh,
There
they
would have
will.
been a lot of people making
Moved
their way
in.
over from Western Australia
oh, a lot.
just to say goodbye to Gilly again. Now, the Storm, that is the Melbourne Storm,
Them, yeah.
they've renewed their love affair with Graham Park.
What?
With a big trial win over Manly. This is last night.
I know.
Yeah.
I saw that.
Yeah, Graham Park brings out the best in the Storm.
Mm-hmm.
Graham Park brings out the best in just about anyone that plays there, I reckon. God almighty, it's a magical space.
It is. It's fantastic. It's fantastic. It's
You know?
fantastic. Well,
I often just like if I'm going through Gosford, I'll often park nearby and just waddle over and sit there and just soak
take it all in.
Mm.
And let's not forget the Central Coast Mariners are already in the grand
I
final.
know they are. Courtesy of the...
Weird gold aggregate difference. but
courtesy
the
of the
magic
effect of the magic of Graham
I know,
Park.
I know.
That's what it's about.
I know.
Now, the new look, I should say, Sydney Roosters. Too strong, HG, for the Dungutty Broncos and the Warhope Wolves. This was the
Combined team, or?
No, half an hour against the Broncos and then half an hour against the Wolves.
Right.
And they beat both. They won quite comfortably both. And I tell you what, those Warhope Wolves are no easy beats.
No.
It's a very lively competition up there on the far north coast. So you'd have to imagine that the coaching staff would be very pleased. The coaching staff for the Roosters. Now, Peter Luxak, bundled out of the Brazil Open by Argentina's Eduardo Schwank.
Who?
Now, I haven't heard much of Schwank.
No, neither have I.
I can't even imagine his style.
No.
I don't think I've ever seen Schwank play. And I suspect this might have been Lutzak's problem, that he maybe had never encountered Schwank before. But that could be a name to put in the book.
How do you spell it, Roy?
S-C-H-W-A-N-K.
Oh, good.
Eduardo.
That's all right.
That's all right, yes. Eduardo Schwank. And I can't remember a Schwank being gracing the stage of tennis before. I think this might be the first. And I think Peter Lutzak might be the first Lutzak.
That could easily be
I
true.
think so. So that's, and I don't know the last time that happened, where you had a meeting of two names that had never been associated with tennis before.
No.
I just cannot remember that happening.
No.
Certainly in the Argentine Open. Now, speaking of tennis, the original grunter, Monica Seles, has officially retired.
I know, I was shocked by this.
Yes.
Firstly, because I had no idea she was still playing.
Yeah, she was still playing.
And
yeah,
what, just in her own backyard?
No. She'd play some satellite tournaments and what have you. And
that...
yeah, she was the inventor of the grunt. And a marvellous career, of course. Unfortunately stabbed, remember, in Munich a loony fan, I think, got a little bit too close to her with a 6-inch blade. And that affected her confidence there for a couple of years. Quite understandably. She wasn't really game to go out there for a little while, but she maintained the grunt. And when she came back, I don't think she was ever the player she was.
I think you're right. I think you're right, Roy.
I think that
right.
cost her her best years because she was world number one at the time.
Mm.
And I think, well, I've muddied the story a little bit. I think the person who stabbed her was a Steffi Graf fan because she was beating Graf at the time. And
Graf went on to dominate.
Well, Graf did. And Graf won that particular match because I think Monica...
Sadly.
I don't think Monica played on with the knife in her back. She didn't. I know that as a fact. She was carried off, rather distressed. I remember talking to Smokey Dawson about it. Smokey was most upset about it. Because Smokey loved his tennis.
Did he, Roy? He had a court in the ranch?
Oh, yeah, it's Smokey's Ranch, yeah.
And they had a brick wall at one end.
It's up near Narrabeen,
Yes, that's right, out the back there somewhere.
It's often used for making television
films
series.
And stuff like that,
It's often rented out.
Yeah.
And it's always very pleasant up there. You often see, or you used to in the old days, you could just blow in, knock on the door and say, Smokey. Yeah, he's there, he's just up the back. And he'd often come down and ask
Show
if
you
you
a
wanted...
trick or two?
Yeah, ask if you wanted to sing harmony. Or if you wanted to record a song. Make an album? Do you play? No, not really. That doesn't matter. Now, the swing guru, that is Butch Harmon, claims Adam Scott, that is Australia's Adam Scott, Aussie Scott,
Aussie
Adam, is the only golfer in the world capable of taming the man they call Tiger Woods.
Bullshit.
That's what he said.
Butch Harmon?
Butch Harmon, the guru.
Wow.
That's what I thought. That's big raps on Scott. I hope it just doesn't put too much pressure on him. I don't know if this information has got back to Adam Scott yet. I hope it doesn't.
No. Well, he never listens to the show.
No, I know. But he might have read the same media stuff that I read that came across this comment.
Butch Harmon,
the swing guru.
Right.
Now, Mark Webber has set the fastest time for testing. This is his Red Bull car in Spain. So of the three drivers driving the Bulls, Webber's the gun.
Mm-hmm.
So that puts a lot of, I think, confidence into his sails coming into the first Grand Prix for the
Can't be
for
that
the
far
season.
away.
No,
Can't be that far away.
And speaking of Grand Prix, this is very disturbing news.
You know, I know what you're going to say. Russia?
No. Malaysia. That Sepang circuit that you and I may have visited a couple of years ago when they were just starting to build it. We were there for the first bit of turf that was dug up for it.
And the poor.
The Sepang circuit will be ready next year, but wait for it, for night racing. Night racing. See, I had no idea when they were building that, so that's why I was so supportive of it and helped out with a couple of those chicanes, a couple of ideas. I thought, oh, well, this is great for Malaysian Formula One. Great.
You know, they love their Formula One.
They do love their Formula One.
They're just mad about it.
They are. But this night racing worries me because it may compromise the Australian Formula One because there was talk of Bernie Ecclestone laying down the law saying, well, all right, you can keep it in Melbourne if we have it at night.
I know. Well,
I don't see what the advantages of night racing, I must admit, because you've got to have as much light for the drivers to see unless they have really good headlights. But then again, that'd cost them time. And the Formula One, I've looked at the designs for this year. There's not a headlight on any of them.
I know. Can I just say, the one thing I thought...
Which means a bigger battery, which means a slower car.
Yeah. Oh, well.
See?
Unless they ran power leads out to the cars and off they went. I don't know how to work. It'd be like that ad for Victoria. You know, you'd have cords going everywhere.
Well, that's not going to happen.
Or, how about a way of transmitting power? Can they do that?
No.
No.
Not yet.
No.
It would take a whole new style of technology, which may be interesting, but I just find it disturbing.
It is very disturbing. I tell you what,
disturbing's the word.
Disturbing. Look, unsettling and disturbing. And
I don't know which disturbed me more this week: Smokey going, or knowing that they've got lights on that Sepang circuit.
Well, I'll tell you what. Really. Oh, look, we'll take a break and come back.
Well, no, I haven't finished.
Oh, you haven't finished. Sorry.
No, finally.
Sorry.
Sorry, I just dropped my pen. I bloody way where it was. Found it. Now, Sydney is to get another AFL franchise based in Bankstown.
I know. Is this going to work?
Well, they can work in there. Now they're prepared to hurl $100 million at it.
I know. Gives you an idea how cashed up they are.
Exactly.
You know, why don't they give players more money to play and then we might be able to get some better players?
Yes. Yes. Yeah, I don't know if Bankstown wants the AFL.
Well, they've got a Bulldog.
I spoke to Steve Waugh.
Yeah.
And he said no.
And they've already got the Canterbury Bankstown Bulldogs.
I know.
Great football club. They're always in the news.
I know they are.
I mean, they're just having a meeting today, I think, to see about whether they're going to keep on going.
I know they are. And sadly, for the Bankstown Bulldogs, the Canterbury Bankstown Bulldogs, Husey, Trout, is not on the board. I thought Trout would turn that board around. You know, I know he doesn't see eye to eye with Dr. George Paponis.
No, I know. That's a big problem.
That's a big problem, and I know Dr. George Paponis would have walked away
if
Trout got on
swum
there,
onto the board.
Because Trout wants not only to get on the board, but wants to be chairman of the board.
I know. Well, this is back to the same old problems they had last week.
I know.
And look where that got them.
I know. Well, I'll just leave that hanging there.
Roy, just coming back to before we go on to this Grand Prix problem, look, this is AAP got this story. Russia has emerged as the country likely to snatch the Formula One Grand Prix from Australia. Russia. Never mind Malaysia, which we'll get to in a minute, but Russia. With you know how go-ahead they are there and how much money Russia's got now? I mean...
they're really starting to assert themselves on the world stage, aren't they?
Absolutely, asserting themselves on the world stage. With Melbourne refusing to stage a night race at Albert Park, F1 boss Bernie Ecclestone has reportedly turned to St. Petersburg as the likely venue from 2010.
Now, has Vladimir Putin been approached? Has he spoken to Bernie Ecclestone personally? Do we know if it's got to that level yet within the Kremlin, is what I'm asking.
I'm not sure whether it's gone to the KGB, but Victorian government has also been less than enthusiastic about coughing up ever-increasing licence fees.
Yes.
Australian Grand Prix boss, Big Ronnie Walker, formerly adamant the Melbourne race would remain forever, has softened his stance in the past week as Ecclestone ramped up his threats. Of course, you forget that Bernie owns the lot.
Yeah, I know
that. It's not as though there's a board that you and I can get onto.
No.
It's just Bernie owns the lot.
No, Bernie owns the lot. It's at Bernie's whim, as I understand
Bernie's whim, very good.
Yeah.
Walker said about $40 million would be needed to light up Albert Park, which was unfeasible, and that the race had to provide good value for money. Ecclestone will travel to St. Petersburg to hold discussions about the race in the historic city when Melbourne's contract ends. Nothing is done yet, but it could be an interesting development for the sport. Big Bernie said we'd like to get it in the calendar as soon as possible. Depends how long it takes them down there to get the circuit ready, meaning in St. Petersburg. Ecclestone's stance on night races has also made the Malaysian government nervous about the future of the race at Sepang. Singapore will hold the first night race in September. That's this year.
Yes.
The F1 Supremo wants Malaysia and Australia to follow to attract more European TV viewers.
Yes.
With the Australian race hopes beyond 2010 dwindling, Malaysian officials sense they might have to bow to Ecclestone's request or lose the GP. Their GP. Definitely, we hope to have night racing by next year, said Sepang's chairman.
Yes, I knew they were working on the night racing, yes.
Well,
yes.
This is very, very difficult, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean,
well, see, 40 million seems to me a hell of a lot of money for lights, doesn't it?
It does. Can I just say, I hope Bernie comes to the Melbourne Grand Prix and doesn't get, lured into having a look at St. Petersburg, because they've got Kiss coming, which is a really good move. They've tried to jazz this up, and I'm hoping...
Is Kiss coming as part of the Formula One circus?
Yeah. As I understand
That's good.
Kiss will be playing as soon as the flag goes.
Isn't that a refreshing...
It is very, very refreshing that the boys who, play Sure Know Something and all that sort of stuff will be playing as the cars are circulating. I mean, that's something for the kids to get involved. Sure, not many kids would know who Kiss were, but be that as it may, they know the band with the face makeup and all that sort of stuff. They'll be able to get...
No, I think that's tremendous.
I mean, I'd love to see somebody like John Nutting interview somebody from Kiss to just give it a bit more publicity. I know it's not really his brief,
No, it's not. Get it out there a bit.
Yeah, because lots of people would travel to Melbourne if they knew Kiss were coming to be part of it. Having said that, I'd love to...
Is it not being publicised, HG?
Well,
I mean, is it Formula One plus Kiss rather than Kiss and Formula One, that sort of thing? Is it?
Very much so. It's Formula One and...
Kiss.
It's not Kiss and Formula
One.
Or Kiss-mazing, Kiss-sterical, Kiss-stounding and Formula One.
Yes.
What I worry about too...
Whose idea was this? Is this...
Well, I assume Big Ronnie.
Ron Walker.
Because I think
is he a KISS freak? Is he?
I hope so. Otherwise, he's in for a very difficult afternoon. He's got the cars going, meow, 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 and sure knows something playing at the same time. I mean, it'll be a recipe for tinnitus. Can I just add also that we had hoped to get the Kiama lad, whose name escapes me, who jumps things with his motorbike out here, doing something down the straight, going over the cars as they lined up on the grid, or maybe over the crowned heads of Europe or something like that, where it was a bit vague, but we thought the jumping idea was good. And I think that would be the sort of thing that would impress Bernie as well, because these are things you can't get elsewhere.
Yeah.
You can't get car racing. You can't get F1 and KISS. The only place you can get that is in Melbourne. Now, sure, that's a turn-off for some people, but a lot of other people would love to see that, combined with the bloke who jumps things in his motorbike. Do you see where I'm coming from? It's value adding.
I do. Look, I accept all that, but Bernie's problem seems to be that he wants people to be able to watch it during prime time. Is that it?
I think so. In various parts of the world, i.e. where big money is, he wants to be able to see it under lights. I've got no idea of what it'd look like under lights. I can't recall seeing any racing of any sort. Car racing. Horse racing.
Look, the 24-hour Le Mans.
Oh, right, 24-hour Le Mans.
That was night racing there, but they had headlights.
Headlights. Oops.
Headlights, you know. I mean...
Could the constructors come on board and build cars with headlights? I know your worries about bigger batteries and all that sort of stuff. We may just have to sacrifice a bit of speed.
Well, you would be, for sure. For sure.
But would you be noticeable? You know, to people
and the aerodynamics is affected too, HG. I mean, where are you going to put those bloody headlights?
I know.
You know, under those wind-catching...
Yeah, I know.
I mean, it's just
I know.
You'd have to have, dedicated lights for the machines. You know, sort of thin strips of light. I don't know.
And the illumination, has it got to be everywhere exactly like broad daylight?
I don't know.
Because it's a hell of a thing to do.
It is a hell of a... now you can see where the 40 million price tag is coming from.
Can I ask about...
what about the ecological
Well, I was going to say your carbon footprint.
Yeah, what message is this sending out for those, who are who love their Formula One, who are interested in conserving energy to save the planet? How does that work? That's going to compromise a lot of people.
Okay. I reckon what we should do is open up a website now and get people interested who would be prepared to pedal a stationary exercise bike to generate power. I'm not sure how. I know I've asked you to look at this in the past, but how many bikes you'd need to be able to get up enough grunt to light the Albert Park circuit?
Well, I had thought maybe surrounding the circuit, people when they drive make it the car park around the circuit and people leave their headlights on.
I think that's a very good idea. So as people have accumulated the power by driving the car, which was obviously carbon, what do you call it?
Well, no, you'd have to keep your motor running.
Oh, right. Oh, of course you would. Otherwise they'd grind down.
Otherwise they'd grind down. But I mean, it'd only be, I don't know, 20 or 30,000 cars with their motors running for the best part of 5 hours, wouldn't it? That'd be it, wouldn't it? Well, we'd have to weigh it up in terms of our carbon trading.
Now, bringing KISS, does that worry you as well?
Well, KISS are going to contribute to the carbon footprint.
Nor, needing power to drive.
Well, their Marshall stacks are
stacks are going to have to require.
I don't think they'll be coming from solar energy.
No, well,
they'd probably just poke into the grid and
suck it out.
Message comes through. More coal on. KISS are playing. Isn't that how it works?
I think so. They'll be able to plan for the, what do they call it, the brownout in the rest of the city.
Yes.
Because KISS is sucking so much out of the grid. Look, I'm just wondering, but I like the idea about the cars, and what I like is you might have to bank the edge of the track slightly so you can put the cars at a good angle. I mean, of course, scientists will be able to work that out, town planners, all those sort of people. But I'm just wondering if the... how we deal with the problem of, let's say, 100,000 people wanted to see this thing, and obviously Bernie's rave about F1 is going to get another, say, 20 in. Whether we'd have to compromise somehow when it came to the stands.
Yeah, because you're going to have a blackout when you go into the stands because the cars aren't there.
Right. Do you think
it's going to be hard unless you get a cherry picker and just drop a few cars along the first 10 rows of the stands.
Could people bring in their mag lights and shine it on the... I don't know how one of the... And they'd obviously have to have battery packs and all that sort of stuff. I mean, let's say a mag light has double Ds or whatever they're called in them.
Or triple A's.
Triple A's would really test you out.
Test it out, wouldn't it?
Do you know what I mean?
Maybe double A's.
Double A's. Wow, that'd even be more... Anyway, your Ds. Maybe it's Ds that they go in a mag light. a big mag light. Do you reckon if 100,000 people all bought a mag light along that they could...
Well, I think it'd help.
Jay.
Roy, obviously that's going to bubble under that F1 problem. And
Well, remember it's been compounded as well by, I think the New South Wales government has had interest in putting their hand up. I think Morris Iemma, the Premier of New South Wales, loves his Formula One. I think would be prepared to...
Open up the city?
Go the extra mile, yeah. In terms of lighting.
But taking on board some of your ideas, he's got a problem with his power stations, which appear to be worthless now, and he's trying to flog them off for 15 bill.
Yeah,
roughly round about that figure.
Yeah.
But, people bringing their cars to light the circuit and specially designed purpose-built venue, you might be able to get away with it.
Well, I don't know whether it would be at, Eastern Creek or Oran Park, something like that. I don't know what his plans are, or whether it's a street circuit. I just don't know. I don't know.
The other thing is...
I don't think they have night racing at Eastern Creek, do they, or Oran Park? We haven't got the lights there.
We haven't got the lights, no. Look, can I just ask whether... you feel.
What about Stadium Australia?
That's better.
Yeah, because there's lights there.
There's lights there, and quite good lights.
Yes.
And it's certainly a venue where everybody will be able to see the race all at once, them just driving round and round and round in a circle, which has sort of got a certain charm to it. Can I just ask whether, you feel as though Monaco or, I don't know, Canadian Grand Prix might be in Toronto, I might be wrong about that, whether you feel as though they would benefit anybody by being under lights?
Well, they haven't got the time issues there.
Oh, I understand that, but, in terms of...
I think Bernie just wants to put this under lights just to make it harder for the Victorians because he doesn't want them to have it anymore.
I know, yeah, fair enough.
I think that's what... Bernie's a player. And if he thinks he can squeeze more out of
going to
the KGB and Vladimir Putin in St. Petersburg... He'll certainly do it.
I tell you what...
he's interested in what goes into the pocket of the trouser.
Yeah, I know. Can I just say, I don't think Ronnie could take Putin either, big Ronnie Walker. Do you know, when push came to shove, contracts are up, you feel as though Putin...
Would have the edge.
Yeah, would have the edge. And, I mean...
Yeah.
I just feel as though we don't look that...
I mean, all we have is history on our side. Haven't we?
We have.
Remember the humble beginnings, the Blue Thunder Down Under in Adelaide.
Nigel Mansell. Aquaplaning. Remember the day the tyre came off?
The tyre blew up. I mean those great memories.
Memories.
Yeah. And then South Australia was outbidded by Victoria.
And the battles of Albert Park. A lot of history there. A lot of protests, people. A lot of energy went in to try and prevent it. But that's what made it more interesting.
Yeah, it did.
And then this year, KISS coming.
Yeah.
I mean, next year it could be Pseudo Echo reformed to play, which would be great. Yeah. But KISS has got something very, very special about it. Because I think
or Bay City Rollers or something.
Bay City Rollers?
That's what I've heard mooted.
Next year.
That Putin has mentioned in association with St. Petersburg.
Bay City Rollers, BCR.
Yeah.
We haven't got a hope, have we?
Well, I mean, that's the sort of forces that...
are against us.
And Ronnie Walker's going to have to really come up with some bloody bulletproof battle plan
to cope with that.
So
you've got St. Petersburg, the history of the city there.
Yeah.
You might get a terrific day there. Bay City Rollers. And let's say if we're only offering 40, let's say the various oligarchs, if I've got the right word there, can offer 100 million.
Well, I think for a start, Ron is going to have to get the new Premier of Victoria,
John Brumby,
and say, well, listen, if we're going to be serious about this, I'm going to need at least $3 billion to guarantee the Formula One stays in Melbourne. Now, you've got to, Premier Brumby, you've got to decide how important this is to the people of Victoria,
to the people
of Melbourne. And if $3 billion is it, if that's what it's going to take.
Well, I think you've summed it up beautifully.
I think that's what it's about. And the big winner out of this will not only be Melbourne, should they get it, but Bernie.
Oh, Bernie, yeah. Well, Bernie and Melbourne.
Bernie would pocket almost all of that.
Oh, he would. Probably only cost him $400,000 to put it on.
Probably.
By the time he
offsets no. It doesn't cost him a cent.
Oh, sorry, no.
It doesn't cost him a cent. No. I think the every year it's been conducted in Victoria, the Victorian government, the state government, has had to foot the bill for several millions. I think last year it was 30-odd million it cost the people of Victoria the privilege of paying Bernie Ecclestone a lot of money.
Now, can I ask, at the airport, and I know you hang around airports quite a lot, so at Tullamarine, do you hear people coming in and saying, Roy, great to see you, I'm here because of the F1? Do you ever hear that?
No, I haven't.
No.
No.
Do you know what I mean? I love what you've done with the F1. I'd love to see it at night. Sure, that's great. But I've just come to see Albert Park. I'm going to walk the track. I'm going to have a cup of coffee.
Yeah.
I might be able to drop, say, $200 at Crown.
Yeah,
I'll go out
yeah,
to Kyneton to have a bet, all that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
They don't, do they?
They don't.
The benefits are really...
No. In fact, my experience has been that when the Formula One's on, more people leave Melbourne than actually arrive
for it.
We're gonna spread a little love.
Love is from A-Love, and they're from the home of the Grand Prix, Melbourne, and Ace of Hearts, the title of the CD. Roy, just a couple of other issues. Look, as you know, the South Sydney Rabbits have been to America, and they've been on the Jay Leno show, and they've played this great match.
I didn't know the whole time.
Sorry, I made a mistake. There was a very good promotion.
Oh,
of the
yes,
Jay
I know
Leno
that.
show,
Yes,
and
yes.
with through Spuddy Carroll. And
yeah.
they
But
played
what a
Jacksonville.
coup that would
I know,
be,
it was
the whole
incredible.
team.
The team next time, hopefully.
Okay.
That'd be great, wouldn't it?
Interviewed individually.
Yeah, what
until
do
you
do,
end up
Roy?
with 18 people on the
Oh,
lounge.
yeah, that'd be fantastic. Now, listen, one thing, they seem to have unveiled a new strip, and I just draw your attention to it, and you can see what's going to worry me, is originally, you know how much I disliked the idea of the Eastern Suburbs Roosters becoming the Sydney City Roosters. Yes. Well, have a look at their playing strip now. There's no mention of South on their playing strip there that I can see. There's no suggestion they come from South Sydney. There's no suggestion of, an inner city.
In fact, there looks to be like the 2000 Olympics logo.
Well done. And
above it, allowed to use that? I thought that was trademarked.
I'm pretty sure they'll argue that it's a redesign of it.
Oh.
You know what I mean? Without wanting to put... And that they seem now not to be the South Sydney Rabbits, but they seem to be Sydney.
Yeah, they do.
In the Coachwood and Myrtle.
Yeah, Sydney. Not South Sydney.
No.
Sydney.
They're no longer the pride of the league, which was South Sydney. They're just Sydney.
Yeah, but even when you shorten it in the old days, they were Souths.
Thanks very much.
They weren't Sydney.
Thanks very much.
Souths.
How'd it go today? Oh, Souths were terrific.
Souths were terrific.
Not South Sydney.
No.
Oh, Sydney.
Oh, how'd they go? Oh, Sydney was great. Who?
No. Yeah. So I'm just...
Well...
I'm outraged.
Well, that's worrying for the fans.
Very worrying for the fans, especially American fans who are going to have trouble.
Now this is Sydney that's going to be relocated in Perth.
Correct. Via Bunny Air.
Bunny Air, that's right. If we can get the approvals from
the various airlines and buy some planes that are mothballed at the moment.
Oh no, look, the planes will be all right
because
we've got that fleet we've sourced. But it's just whether we can get into Sydney Airport, whether we can drop the crowd off there
after curfew
before the planes putting them to bed at Richmond. And Richmond's fine. I've made a few calls.
Have you?
Yeah,
oh, that's
plenty of room. They said, and I think as well we could do away with dispense with seating on these planes, so we get more people on
standing up.
Mm-hmm.
Now,
just for those things you hold off the ceiling, a bit like London
bus.
Underground or buses.
Bus. Yeah. Now, you see, it's all SydneyAustralia.com, all that sort of stuff. There's no suggestions that this team ever played in Redfern. I mean, I just use that as a general idea of being south of City.
Yeah.
So that makes a nonsense of all those stories about how the players used to wander the sandhills of, southern parts of Sydney, down, I suppose, Malabar, Maroubra way. And they used to get the rabbits and then they'd sell them in the streets of where? They're not South Sydney anymore. No, Sydney.
No.
I mean, it's very,
do we know
very
how
disturbing.
far during the Depression, how far our rabbit sellers wandered, HG? Did they wander all around the city, I suppose?
I don't think so.
No.
I mean, I don't think I think there was...
They would have had patches, I suppose, because
yes,
the Sydney lot, there would have been people selling clothes props and, in the Rocks, for example, they would have had, there would have been a lucrative market there, one imagines, for both clothes props and rabbits. But whether it was the South Sydney...
patch. I think that would be fairly big turf wars.
Yeah, there would have been.
What an
Do you know where they sourced their rabbits, HG? Do you know if they were just growing them sort of feral in the backyard? Or would they had to go a little bit bush?
I think they went bush, because I think you'll find that
Get the train to Central out to
I don't know, where
Emu Plains, somewhere
well,
like that?
not bad, no. I was thinking more...
Pennant Hills?
Well, you see, the city... in the 30s wouldn't have been so big. I mean, to state the bleeding obvious. And I think you'd find patches like... I've always been intrigued as how that rifle range always ended up down on the border between Maroubra and Malabar.
Oh, yes.
Now, I reckon in there, that would have been Rabbit Central.
Yeah.
Now, that on a pushy, you would have made that easily in a couple of hours. You would have picked up a sugar bag full of rabbits there, I'm pretty sure, within, 20 minutes.
Yeah.
And then back into the rocks area, if that's where your patch was, to sell them with the immortal cry, Rabbitoh.
Rabbitoh, yeah.
See, they're starting to lose their roots, aren't they? Just become a generalised rugby league brand. And I don't think the people of South Sydney want that.
No, they don't. Look, I think the way to solve this would be to have the players get out and catch a few rabbits and maybe bring them in and sell them.
Oh, what a lovely idea.
Sell them. You don't have to do it once or twice a year. It's Rabbits Week. So people think, well, let's buy a rabbit at the game and we'll cook it tonight when we get home.
Idea. What a brilliant idea. I think this Friday, one of the big supermarkets is having a drought day. If they...
Oh, well, that's a good idea.
Yeah, I know,
a little
drought
bit
day.
late.
Well,
but anyway, it doesn't matter. No.
But
flood
Rabbit
day would have been.
See, we've got Valentine's Day, we've got Drought Day, we've got Mardi Gras coming up, and then we've got Easter, obviously. You wouldn't want to confuse it with anything else. Then there's a bigger long haul between that and, say, the first State of Origin match, which might be a couple of months. I reckon in about the middle there. So at the end of April, if we could organise Rabbit Day, where at each rugby league game in the Sydney area, there were representatives...
Well, hang on. This is spreading the message a little bit wide. I can't see the Roosters wanting to sell rabbits. I just...
No,
sorry. Ford motor cars, maybe.
No,
if they're still sponsored by Ford, I don't know.
I think so.
I don't know. But I'm just saying, for bunny-specific games, if there's a coincidence of the Rabbits playing in Sydney...
Yes.
Against a traditional, like Charity Shield.
Charity Shield. Well, that's St George.
Yes.
And their other great, hates the Roosters.
Yeah.
Maybe it's got to be...
foundation clubs.
Foundation
and
clubs.
maybe against Balmain or West Tigers, perhaps.
Balmain
Your
Tigers,
foundation clubs.
And
that day, players go out during the week as part of their training.
And kill rabbits.
Shoot, kill, grab, don't know.
However they get them.
They can net them, they can ferret them, do whatever they like.
And if worse come to worse, they could go to the butcher and buy a few.
That's right.
If they're squeamish.
That's right. And maybe then, I don't know, at half-time or before the game.
Or on the way in.
On the way in. Some of the players will be standing with a station wagon there and a rack of pyjama-less bunnies maybe pegged to string or something.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
Brilliant. And on top of the station wagon, a whole load of clothes props. Obviously, people nowadays don't need clothes props, but just to give it the flavour of what it was like all those years ago.
A reenactment.
A reenactment. Exactly. In this, the 100th year of rugby league.
Yes.
See, that's what worries me.
Well, see, that's something that's new, it's interesting, gets fans in. Kids go home with a rabbit. Where did he catch it on one day? He got it down at such and such.
Is there much lead left in it? Scrape out a lot of bullet, all that sort of stuff.
Sure.
It's great. And writers, who are stuck for stories like Danny Weidler or something like that, might be able to go out with David Kidwell and Roy Azatazi on a rabbit hunt.
Yes.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
All of a sudden, we woke up at 5 o'clock. It was pitch black.
Yeah.
I volunteered to drive the boys.
Yeah.
I mean, what a story that would be.
What a story that would be, yeah. And it would really enable the players to really tap into what it must have been like during the early days, the foundation period of the club 100 years ago.
I know. So true.
Where players didn't get much money, let's face it.
They didn't.
And so to augment their paltry
income
pay packet and to feed large families they had in those days, it wasn't uncommon to have 13 or 15 kids. All needing nourishment every day.
I know. What a beautiful story,
Roy.
What
a beautiful story. And Russell can relate to that. As we mentioned, the James Braddock story is his story.
I know. And all he had to do was put South Sydney on the front in the film. I mean, it's a lost opportunity, wasn't it?
Well, it certainly was.
But what worries me, though, is this disturbing trend for all these generic brands of rugby league to bob up. because the Sydney story is not the South Sydney story, and it's not a rabbit story. It's more, as you point out, it's more like the Opera House and the Sydney Harbour Bridge and other things, and the Olympics and stuff like that.
Yeah, that's right. And don't the Roosters regard themselves as the Sydney Roosters?
I just tried to explain that a while ago. They were the first club that did it.
They were the first club that did it, Is it the Sydney Bulldogs?
Well, sadly, I think eventually it will be.
Yeah.
It'll only be
so it's going to be the Sydney Souths, is it?
That's what appears. The Wombats. The Wombats. Let's dance to Joy Division, a guide to love, loss and desperation. The Wombats from Liverpool. Now, they're touring early March for Triple J. That's the Wombats. Roy, look, this is very sad news, especially with this fight night coming up on, I think
it's about Wednesday week, isn't
Wednesday week, absolutely right. And this is the Ben Cousins. He'll be stepping through the ropes and so on. And it does appear that Stinkfist Hopoate's career as a heavyweight could be over. Stinky was last week, midweek, contemplating his future. In the sport, trainer David Millward said rivals were running scared of the Stink. Boxing New South Wales Chief and Commonwealth Games official Arthur Tunstall claimed that, as he understood it, that was the problem. Everyone's too scared of him. Stinky is ranked number 1 in New South Wales.
Yes,
Stinky's
he's number 1 in New South Wales. Yeah, that's heavyweight division,
was due to fight for the New South Wales heavyweight title on the undercard to Chock's fight with Nader Hamdan on, as you point out, Wednesday week. That fight against New South Wales third-ranked fighter Pat Kennedy's been cancelled.
Any explanation given?
No, I haven't got any explanations. Former state champion Michael Kirby, the New South Wales number 2, Dominic Vea have also refused to fight Stinky. The former Rugby League Internationals record stand at 8 wins and 2 losses from 10 bouts. We've been in contact with a host of fighters, but no one wants to fight Hopper. We thought we were good to go with Kennedy, but that's fallen through. Nobody else is keen to take him on. I find this very difficult to believe because there's one name that everybody would love to see Stinky go round with, and that's Captain Feathers, Solomon Amono.
Yeah.
And I'm just wondering why Captain Feathers isn't stepping forward to take on the Stink. Because this leaves a big problem on the undercard. And whether, people like, Millward and so on, and Arthur Tunstall to a lesser extent, have to advise Stinky that it's a little bit of show business that's required. That
well, he's not a showbiz man.
No, but he's got to learn, Roy, if he's going to go all the way and fight the big names overseas.
Well, is there no talk of, say,
Vladimir Klitschko coming out?
An international coming.
Well, I'd love
What's
to see
Iron
that.
Mike? Oh, he's not allowed here anymore, is
I
he?
don't think Iron Mike's allowed in, but Vladimir Klitschko could come.
Well, do we know if there's been any overtures made towards Klitschko or... one of your heavy hitters.
I always understood that the new
George Foreman is
George
he still
Foreman,
fighting?
he'd love to come out, and I always understood Lovemore Nadeau. He's not in the same weight division, but he has offered to teach him a lesson or two in the ring. Now, and correct me if I'm wrong. I want to say the name Monty Beetham. May not be the right surname, but Monty Beetham was a New Zealand rugby league player who turned to a very, very good career. In the ring. I'm just wondering if he might be able to come, or why not restage some of the classics of the Stinkfist career? I mean, I think there was a lad from Wollongong bobbed up one night and got a bit sort of ring shy when he got in there, but I think he was prepared to come back and have another go. Well, people would love to see that.
Well, they would. Yeah, well,
There's just a few suggestions, and I find it difficult talking him down in this way.
Well, it's a very sad state of affairs when our New South Wales number 1
can't
get a fight.
I know. Isn't that amazing?
You'd think someone from Brisbane, say your Queensland number 1 or your Victoria 1. Could Bob Daldy, is there anything happening? I mean, could Bob help out? Could he put a couple of names up?
Well, I'd put one name up, Sergeant Slaughter.
Well, Sergeant Slaughter, yes, Big Bob Mirovich. Yeah, what's Bob doing? He's just hanging around the Central Coast, isn't he?
He is the Central Coast, looking for a fight. And I've got to say, is that the difficulty here is there's no information in this. Is what sort of purse was up for grabs? I mean, did they expect, look.
Oh, is it a peanut, is it? Is it a
that's
peanut
what worries
purse?
Me.
It's a peanut purse.
That's what worries me, because what I suspect happens is that Stink, well,
he'll fight for nothing, won't he?
Sadly.
He just wants...
He probably offered to volunteer to have a stink on the card, obviously for, what I consider, improve his record. But other people aren't like that. They've got families to support and, because let's face it, Stinky can always get a job around the Manly Sea Eagles or do a bit of work on the sites, the building sites, chucking bricks around and keep ends meeting that way. And I think his kids now work. So they've probably got a fair bit of income coming in. So he doesn't need it. So there's no suggestion that he, in this article, and I would have thought better of David Riccio, he would have said, well, at least $1 million was up for grabs. Yeah. And then you'd think...
Well, I assume it would have been about $1 million.
No, I'm with you, Roy. $1 million.
Yeah. Do we know it was 10-rounder, or was that the...
Well, I had hoped a 10-rounder because I think these, sadly, are the hopper bouts.
So there's just going to be a gap in the undercard, is that it?
I tell you what, I hope Ben Cousins can step up. Not to take on Stinky.
Well, I hope it's not over in 30 seconds for Ben because, people are going to feel short-changed.
They will. No stink.
No stink. And
Cousins out in the first 10 seconds.
Yeah, suddenly...
That's why I've suggested, and I've pleaded with Chock to, let bygones be bygones and get Aussie Joe on board in the Cousins bout because no one would hold him up like Joe for, say, 10 rounds.
Well, Joe with Stinkfist.
Joe with Stinkfist, yeah, but I think the problem there is that the script. Sure, $1 million up for grabs, but the script is a bit,
Hopper doesn't read a script.
He doesn't read a script, no. No idea. No idea. I mean, he goes in with the best of intentions, but all of a sudden he's overcome by the occasion and then punches somebody's lights out in the first when it should last 11. Yeah. Sure, it's great, looks great on the CV, but then people won't think, they think twice about it.
Yeah. What about two of the blokes who beat him?
That's what I suggested.
Yeah, well, they've got to
Restaging.
come forward. Yeah. Mind you, they're probably retired, got on with their lives, haven't they?
Well, we leave that there as we go to the first fat of the afternoon.
And now on This Sporting Life, it's time for the first fat of the afternoon. The fat is as Australian as giving the bunny one to go on with, as having a blue tongue tugging on your todger, as having a leak in a creek. What are Australians fighting for this week, HG?
Well, as you might expect, a terrific prize offer, including the January copy of Street Machine. And this does have the 21st Summer Nats Birthday Survival Guide, or the 21st Birthday Survival Guide for Summer Nats. So it's a little bit late, but it would stand you in good stead for next year. And there's a terrific, what I'd call, cover story about Blue Murder. And Blue Murder, I think, is the source of the poster. It's a Tirana, a 75 LH Tirana. It's got a Chevy 383 in it. It's obviously blown. Gearbox power glide. It's a terrific looking unit, and I think this would be a real collector's item. And there's a lot of interesting stuff here. Obviously a lot of parts for people interested in locating parts they might have, and terrific stories about show and shines all over the world, and they just look great, just fantastic, and of course highlighted, of course, by the Summer Nats. Anyway, that's there. There's a Carlton peaked hat. There's the Remo 2008 printed thing, the catalogue and diary. And, of course, not forgetting your wine calendar for 08. So it's a great prize for some lucky listener, women only, who can answer the following question.
Yes, I'll get to the question. Actually, somebody suggested here that... the sprint cars at the Speedway are under lights.
Oh, yes, well done. Like Parramatta Speedway. Yes, that's true.
Yes.
That's true. But that bears out your suggestion of Homebush.
Yeah.
Because we could rip out a bit of that seating and put the dirt track in there. Well, obviously tarmac track in there.
Yeah, well, it seemed to me there were a lot of lights around Homebush that are solar lights, along... what's it called, Australia Drive?
Yes.
And might be...
Herb
Herb Elliott.
Yeah.
And Dawn Fraser. Yeah, so you could get a street circuit there that'd be pretty well lit, I think.
I reckon you're right. And hasn't that been suggested before?
I don't know.
That become a race circuit? I don't think at this level, F1 level. I think at a different level they were going to race around there, maybe V8s.
Oh, okay.
I could be wrong about that, but it was a daytime race. It wasn't a nighttime race, but you're absolutely right. What'd be good is if they could go in to the main stadium where most of the people would be, and then zoom off out.
Well,
and then
that's
zoom
right.
in.
Well, you would, and you'd use some of the other venues like the tennis centre. It'd be great. You could sit in there and see them blow through there.
Fantastic. Yes, that's right. Might bugger the centre court, but that could be repaired.
Oh, that'd be repaired. prepared.
Yeah,
It's
true.
Peanuts, really.
Yeah, it's true.
And there are other venues there. Isn't there Acer Arena?
Now,
you could sit in there and through they come again.
that'd be fantastic with, say, Kiss, Kiss contemporaries. I mean, sorry, actors size
Yeah.
of Kiss might be, say, the Bay City Rollers, just to put one in the eye of the St. Petersburg bid. We'd be playing in Acer Arena.
Well, that
And
would be a shot across the bow if we got
Exactly
the Rollers out here.
I know. And I tell you what, they were telling me that they've invented a form of night tennis that's played under what I call, that UV light. So they have the players wearing funny clothes, like white clothes, and the court marked, and so with a day glow ball, and so you can play in there. Now that, as the cars went around as well, that'd be one in the eye for St. Petersburg, because I don't think they've thought of that unless they listen to this show.
Yes. Yeah. And maybe there's no reason why we couldn't have, maybe half a dozen station wagons selling rabbits. Just as a talking point for overseas viewers. Going to say, what are those guys selling? They'd phone up
And
and
they'd
get
talk.
involved. Selling rabbits. Why? Oh, in South Sydney. They're what?
Yeah.
South Sydney, they're bunnies. They're what? You've heard of Russell Crowe? Well, I saw, whatever that film was called. With
I know, with the boxer, Gentleman Jim Bannigan. What is that film called, by the way?
Was it Rainbow Man or...
Cinderella Man.
Cinderella Man.
Well done. A rabbit seller, if ever I had one. Now, women only. And what's the question, Roy?
The question is as follows. How many cars would be needed to light the Albert Park circuit? How many people would
Using the headlights.
Yeah, using the headlights. How many cars would be needed to light the Albert Park circuit? Women only. That number is 1300 0555 36.
Phone now. The gyroscope, or should I say gyroscope, and 1981 from Breed Obsession. And there's a new album out in March, first week of March, Gyroscope from Perth. Who are we talking to, Roy?
Yes, we're joined by Robin, who's joining us from St Helens Park in New South Wales. How are you there, Robin?
I'm good. How are you?
Yes, very well indeed. Robin, have you got some rain in your part of the world?
Not at the moment, no. Well, it's pretty
how are the
cloudy over
dams?
here, but no rain.
How are the dams?
Pretty full, actually. Last I remember reading, it was about 60%, but that's about a week ago. So
60%. Well, that's not too bad. Water restrictions going on. Can you hose your car yet?
On a Sunday or a Wednesday, yes.
All right.
Oh, isn't that refreshing?
That's very good. That's very good. Now, Robin, have you got any sporting collectibles? We did spend a little time last week asking the people who participated in the Fats in the afternoon whether they had anything of unusual interest. We were amazed that somebody had a Nigel Mansell harness from an F1 car that his dad, I think, had bought and given to him, and that the other person who rang in had a rather odd collection of cricket memorabilia that largely involved her, because she lived in Canberra, having access to players on the days when the players, came
Prime
to play.
Minister's 11, that sort of thing.
Have you got anything like of interest?
I've got a Lonhro and octagonal frame in the lounge room that's got a silk from Darren Beadman.
Wow!
No way.
Say that again. You've got a picture of Lonhro and an octagonal and a silk. What colour's the silk?
Pink.
Pink. Oh, yeah, Charisse. I think it might have been a Hawks trained horses.
Darren Beadman wore it.
Darren Beadman wore?
Not Darren Beadman wore. It's just a smaller version of the silk that he would have worn.
Oh, did he sign it or anything?
I think it is signed, actually.
Is it framed and up on the wall?
Yes, it is.
And how have you managed to get your hands on this?
Yeah.
Just went into a sporting store and found it there and stuck it on lay-by and paid it off, and now it's hanging in the lounge room.
Wow. And were these horses that spoke to you, octagonal and, obviously, I forget the other one.
Lonhro.
Lonhro.
No.
Were you a Beadman supporter or?
Yes, I was.
Oh, well, that makes sense. Yeah. Well, that is just fantastic. And are the three in the one frame, or is it three separate frames, Robin?
It's all in the one frame.
Right. Now, I can see it. Now, it must be quite a substantial bit of work there on the wall.
Yes, it is. It's hanging up beside our computer.
And do people come in and say, what is that you've got there? Or do they all think, wow, look, Robin's
there's
got
a couple of people that do that. A lot of people know me and my partner follow horse racing, so...
Yes.
Yeah.
That's fantastic. Now, I forget where Darren's riding at the moment. Is he riding in Hong Kong?
I'm not sure, actually.
He's not. I think the EI problem of the end of last year meant that he had to go elsewhere to ride horses. And I think he might be in Hong Kong. It's going to be a great day when he comes back, though, isn't it?
It will be. It will be. Yeah, he is in Hong Kong.
And how did you go in that period where he didn't ride? Because he did...
Didn't he go to the church?
He did.
Was
He
that it?
retired.
He joined the church.
I remember I was there that day. He retired on a Boxing Day. And then he came back a couple of years later because obviously he felt that, I don't want to be...
He'd done enough for the church. Did you ever go to any of his sermons or listen to him preaching at all?
No, I didn't.
No.
I've got 2 kids under 2, so... It's a bit hard at the moment.
Yeah.
Well, look, I don't know if they've been, whether you can get the...
Cassette or a CD or a DVD, maybe visual now.
Yeah, I don't know if they're podcasted or...
Podcast? What a good idea. You might be able to look that up.
Yes, or maybe on YouTube you might. There might be some footage of Darren.
YouTube's probably the way to go.
Yes. I don't know how you'd... Yeah, well, I suppose you could just look it up. Darren Beadman.
There'd be just about 1 billion sites featuring Darren Beadman, but be that as it may, you might sort your way through them.
Yeah.
Well,
now, what are the plans tonight? Anything you're going to watch tonight, Robin?
I'm watching the cricket currently at the moment.
Oh, how are we going?
Well, I don't know. I'm actually outside at the moment because I've got the radio going in the lounge room. So.
Yeah. Do you know if we're batting first or India batting?
We're about 4 for 60 at the moment.
Oh, no. Is Gilly gone?
Is Giddy gone? I'm just running in to check with my husband. He's gone.
Oh, no. 4 for 60.
Oh, that was his retirement match in Adelaide too. I mean...
Yeah, well, they won't see him again in Adelaide. I hope it was a good...
Well, I hope it was a terrific 10.
Let's say he got 58 of the 60 that we are.
Yeah. Ooh, the others haven't done much.
4 for 60. That sounds like punter might have gone as well.
Andrew Simons has got out, apparently.
So we're now 5 for?
I think so.
Jeez.
It's not those quick bowlers, is it, who are doing all the damage?
Oh, no, I've had enough of them.
Yeah. They might be young, but they can leave now.
Sharma.
Yeah, all of them. Yeah, Pathan and the other bloke. Now, Robin, let Roy set out the question, have a swing at it.
Now,
okay.
Now, the question is...
Yep.
How many cars would be needed to light the Albert Park circuit?
Well, I'd say about 20 to 30,000.
Well, do you want to extend that to the answer we agreed upon?
Oh, yes. Well, I think it's about 100,000.
Yes, that's right. That's the scientific answer. Now, the Street Machine magazine, the calendar, the catalogue and diary, and, of course, the Carlton hat cap, we'll get them in the mail to you, and they'll be there before, probably within the next 7 days.
Oh,
and
beautiful.
in the meantime, thanks very much for being part of this sporting life.
Thank you very, very much.
See ya.
See ya.
Have a good day. Bye.
Yes, the fade out of the Howling Bells, who had a tune there called Cities Burning Down. Before then, we heard MGMT and Time to Pretend from Oracular Spectacular. And we kicked off the 3 on the trot with these new Puritans and their tune, The Colours, and the selection is Beat Pyramid, and they're the feature stars here at Triple J between, up until today, really. They've just had a great run, these new Puritans. They're just incredible. People love them, and we're still getting a lot of requests to play that particular outing. But sadly, we're never going to play it ever again after today. That's these new Puritans, MGMT and the Howling Bells. 3 on the trot on Triple J's.
Homeowners and factory managers, would you like to fly yours at half-mast when a famous Australian carks it and the nation drops the black armband? Do you and yours feel left out because you can't even get it halfway up? Why should the rest of the nation have all the fun? Because you don't have a pole. Don't be caught again with the pants down. Pole up, Australia.
Roy and HG have recently toured Japan. While there, they looked at cutting-edge technology, ancient calligraphy, and the Emperor's celebrated collection of Edo period forgeries, and have come up with a biro that will automatically sign a perfect version of Don Bradman's autograph. Make an absolute fortune with this simple, cheap, fun invention that will baffle even the most sophisticated Bradman buff. Just $3.99 gets your Bradman dream. That's the Don Bradman signature pen.
Howdy doody car lovers, your old mate Frosty LaHood here. Now I'm an old-fashioned operator. If someone wants a Hyundai, I sell it to them. And I do it with a little bit of fun, that no root, no toot masquerade. But now my son Frosty Jr. has left school and signed with Frosty LaHood Motors, and I am as pleased as punch. Frosty Jr. is very mature in his approach and has brought a school bag full of great ideas to the business. He's had some superb professional quality videos knocked up from the footage of couples in action test driving our price-to-sell units. These videos look fantastic. No plot, no gear, no need. They're all action and leave nothing to the imagination. So, if you're buying the Beera wagon today, you get a free copy of Chicks and Big Sticks. That's Frosty Jr.'s Porno Bluey Video 6-pack, plus the famed no root, no toot guarantee. So, if you want a car, you want a root, or you want a watch, then see me and the young bloke at Frosty LaHood Motors. Thanks for listening, Australia.
Well, just an update from the Adelaide Oval of the one-dayer. I think we're up to about the 19th oval. Looks like Patan bowling, and it's 4 for 59. The one who didn't get a start was Simons, who was out for 3, but the others all got starts and then just did stupid things.
Yes. Well, then maybe the pitch is doing stuff.
Oh, pitch could easily be doing something.
Maybe it's a poorly prepared Adelaide one-day pitch.
That's true. Now, have you got something there that...
well, Nick says... Nick has been in touch, yes. He says Kiss playing is a sure sign of low ticket sales.
I don't think that's going to be right.
I don't think that's right. Now, he says he got back in touch with us again, saying he's been going to the Grand Prix since Nicky Rosberg's win in 1985. So
he's very dedicated. Loves it, yeah.
He said in Adelaide it consumed the city with excitement. Weeks earlier was Melburnians couldn't give a bugger. He says, I hope we lose it to North Korea. Now,
North Korea?
Well, I didn't know North Korea were putting in a bid, but let's say Pyongyang were. Now, that might have got right under the radar of everybody, including Vladimir Putin and the St. Petersburg
push. That'd be a feather in the cap for that beleaguered government up there, though, to get an F1.
I tell you what, with their power crisis, I don't think you're going to get night racing in Pyongyang. I'd be very surprised.
And weirdly, it's in roughly our same time zone.
Yes.
So they must have a deep pockets, though, to be able to shovel out that. I suppose they're used to a command economy and are able to divert funds instantly for these sort of processes where we tend to have to go around and talk to people.
We do. That's true. But I tell you what, if Bernie Ecclestone is picking up the vibe that the people of Melbourne are...
Don't give a bugger.
Yeah, if they're indifferent towards it, well, he's going to take it elsewhere. I think it's up to Melbourne people, if they want it, to get out there and support it.
Well, can I just put it to you that, when I ever hear Ron Walker talk about it, he always seems to be lukewarm about it.
Yeah, I know.
He seems to go lots of other ideas, lots of other irons in the fire.
Yeah.
Commonwealth Games, this, swimming titles, that. Whereas I think it should be, Adelaide had it as a very much a standalone event.
Yeah, well.
Sure, they got the Clipsal 500 or whatever it's called, the V8s and all that sort of stuff, and they got great racing and, they got the terrific tour down under, these things. But they dedicated that time. It used to be in a different time of the year. You may remember it was part of their spring.
Yeah.
And so after you had the excitement of the SANFL Grand Final, there wasn't much to look forward to.
The Blue Thunder.
The Blue Thunder. So people could focus on it and get very, very excited.
Yes, and I tell you, when it went to Melbourne, it ceased being Blue Thunder, and I think that didn't help.
No. Blue Thunder down under, that's got a ring to it.
If they can get Blue Thunder back for this year, let's say it's the new Blue Thunder...
Kiss powered.
Yeah.
And, of course, this year, it's on March the 15th or 16th, I think, that weekend. Well, the weekend before Easter, people are thinking, well, can we go away at Easter or, mortgage, interest rates going up, mortgage squeeze? Can we do 2 events, following each other? The start, I think, of the AFL football season's the following week. It's poorly timed.
It is poorly timed.
You've probably got a NAB Cup final on the same weekend.
Yeah.
There's just too much going on.
Yeah, there are too many big events.
Too many big events.
Yeah.
Whereas if we went to a standalone place like Adelaide, then people could see it coming. They could think, bloody hell, how great is this going to be? Kiss are coming as well, are they?
Well, the Adelaide Festival works in that sort of exciting way as well, doesn't it? It draws a lot of people.
It does, I suppose. I hadn't thought of that.
Yeah.
And this one-day cricket match, because I think it's...
In Adelaide, well, that's
one-day...
fantastic. So well supported.
I know. It's just have a look at it on your televisions. It's just amazing. Just wondering if cars could be part of it somehow.
Yeah.
I mean, you've got a captive crowd there. Might as well run a few cars past them. But that's interesting. The Nick's been going since Keke Rosberg.
Yeah.
And, he must travel a lot.
He must travel a lot. And he does sense that the people of Melbourne are slightly indifferent towards it. Well,
Roy, the 2020, of course, a big day, sign-on day and so on. And people are starting to knock it already. I don't know quite how it's going to play out. But apparently when the competition gets going...
is this the Indian Premier League?
India Premier League, yeah. Sorry, the new look. Yeah. Mott and Elliott hopefully back together again. Yep. The IPL will go for 6 weeks straight.
Whoa.
So that's 2020 every day for 6 weeks. Now, the Olympics only last 2 weeks. The Fairfax people alerted us to this today. Yeah. And sometimes the Australian Tennis Open lasts 2 weeks. But can you get too much of a good thing? And it's apparently going to be played on 44 consecutive days.
Gee,
could it kill a golden goose in one blast?
Yeah, either that or just elevate it so it becomes a frenzy.
A frenzy. Yeah,
things tend to become a frenzy, I think, in India, HG. I think it was in New Zealand that the IPL, it probably wouldn't generate as much interest. It'd be a much quieter sort of affair, and you think probably 6 weeks is a little bit too long. Can we limit it to 6 minutes? But in India, they just can't get enough of a good thing, can they?
Can I ask, I know this may be asking you to peer into the IPL organisation. Let's say there's 10 teams. They all play each other, so that might take, quite a lot. There'd have to be quite a lot of matches on the same day. And then, of course, out of that spits a final four, and then they obviously go through semi-finals, prelims, and then finals. Now, how much of this would you imagine 10 would show? They show every ball?
Well, I'm assuming they're showing every game. Mm-hmm. So it's going to be a 6-week marathon for 10, isn't it? And what time of year is it going to be? Do we know?
It starts off in about an hour and a half. There's sign-on days today. I think decision day in terms of establishing the teams is Wednesday.
Wednesday, right.
Don't quote me on these numbers. And then off they go. And I think they've got to clear it by a certain amount of time so as the players can get back to their, what I describe now as their domestic
duties.
Yeah.
So we assume if the Tour de Pakistan is off,
it fills a hole.
It frees up, Gilly and, Gilly's going anyway.
Gilly's going anyway. But, Punter and
Co, Pup.
Yeah, Mr. and Mrs. Cricket could
Yes,
go.
They'll go. And maybe Mr. and Mrs. Cricket's brother.
Oh, yeah, well, he's a starter too, isn't he?
Yeah.
Well, and obviously older players, they don't want to be away too long from families and loved ones and so on. So, people like Lance Cairns and Chris Cairns, probably, 6 weeks away from New Zealand would be enough.
That would be enough, yeah.
And if their team was bundled out early, they might have to go. And then I suppose they'd be all on bonuses, wouldn't they?
Yes,
so they'd have to, somehow...
They would. Look, I think it's a $300,000 minimum package the players are on, and everything above that is a bonus. And depending on, of course, what each franchise can afford.
Oh, of course. That's
right. They'll be bidding for players.
They will. And they've got a salary cap.
Yep.
They've got a salary cap.
Yes.
Now, the one worrying thing about this, should Australian players go, and there's already a lot of people, drawing attention to the pressure, the enormous pressure on players. We had the problem with Sean Tate.
Has that officially been diagnosed as burnout? Do we know, actually? Is it burnout?
Pretty much.
Do we think it's burnout with Tate?
I think it's burnout. And then there's an article
Tate
today.
didn't play much cricket this year. How did he get burnout without too much cricket? I always thought you had to be playing too much to get BO.
Well, what worries me is that just the demands, and the pressure, of course.
Pressure, yes.
The pressure of to be able to perform at the highest level, and then of course.
Well, he was found wanting in Perth, wasn't he? That was the difficulty. You imagine if he'd taken Pfeiffer, he'd still be playing.
I think you've summed it up, Roy.
Instead it was Nordfar. A lot.
A lot. And told to run through his overs. He run back to the bowling mark.
Yeah, get a wriggle on.
Yeah, get a wriggle on. Now, look, there's a substantial body of thought, and the Fairfax people have alerted me to this through their wonderful papers today, that Punter, he's worn down by the focus on him. and the
really?
issues, the
And this is
controversial
causing
issues.
him to
it
snick-
does appear.
to
It
snick
does
to the
appear
slips.
affecting. You know, sort of obviously the lucrative 2020 signed up this morning. High tech, high stakes auction off the players. That's going to be who's he going to be playing with. He might end up with Lance and Chris in the same team, and he doesn't want to do that. You know, they're
Well, you'd imagine his value has gone down with this added pressure.
Would it? He'd be worthless, wouldn't he?
Well, at the
Because
moment, you wouldn't.
What did he get today? 10 or 11?
Something like that.
Well, they're looking at that and thinking, crock.
Yes.
And because obviously it's a game where, you know, played in a completely neutral circumstance, he can't fall back on the things that have helped him. You know, it's not as though there's going to be a pigeon.
No.
You know,
Is Tatey going over there too?
I hope Tatey goes.
Even with the burnout?
I'd love to absolute tonic for Tate to get involved.
Do we know if you may not know this at all, HG, but I'm hoping people like the Rawalpindi Express are involved.
Well, he certainly is. I think that was part of the problem was all the Pakistani players signed on, left them with a pretty sort of demoralised rump of a side that couldn't play. And so I think the control board in Pakistan did the right thing in trying to postpone or do something else with the obviously the Australian test, because I think she would have been a one-sided affair.
Yeah.
But they may have found some other players. They seem to unearth players at a great rate, and a lot of players play a blistering, summer for Pakistan and they're never heard of again.
Yeah, well, that's true.
Speaking of players, look, can I just once again come back to some thoughts of Wendell Saylor?
No, is it a plea for common sense?
It's a plea for common sense. Good. He says he can't wait, but he's in awe of what he sees.
Can't wait, but in awe.
Yeah.
But why is there a but? He can't wait and be in awe?
Well, I suppose he could be.
Why the but?
Well, hang on. I'll tell you the but. I'm standing there thinking there's not an ounce of fat on that bloke, and it's Sonny Bill Williams he's talking about. He's strong. He's got the skills. He can play in any position. I kept looking at him and told myself that league has changed since I last played.
Oh, really?
League has changed since I last played. But when was his last game of rugby league? A long time ago.
As it was.
5 years?
Yeah, it'd be 5 years, yeah.
These blokes are just awesome athletes. You get that fear of failure when you see someone like him and think of how many talented athletes are running around in the NRL. I'm training 6 days a week. I'm going to be in good shape. I've got to be. There's your butt right there.
All right.
Obviously, he says, and it's a pure Dell here, I can see the light at the end of the tunnel.
Oh, good, in terms of his fitness.
Well, in terms of the whole thing, the ban and his fitness and getting back to play the top flight again. But I just want to get out there and play. I made my mistake, my massive mistake, But the best thing I've got out of it was a lot of support from league people.
Oh, that's good.
It's sad rugby union didn't...
No, they didn't support him at all.
No.
No support from rugby union.
No. Never mind that he played.
Where did the support come from with the league, actually? Sonny Bill did.
Sonny Bill, certain people rallied around me and...
I suppose Brownie.
Brownie would have been there. And
Fire Up,
he would have come round and fired him up. A lot of them were in rugby league, and I want to get out there and redeem myself. I'd play for free.
He'd play for free?
Yeah. Do you see what I mean? A big butt. Anybody who says that, I can't keep up. I'm a shot goose. He's going to be allowed to play a game of what appears to be, the ASDA, the Australian Doping Authority, has given him permission to play a game of touch on the Gold Coast next weekend with Danny Badiris, Michael Croker, Tim Smith, Kurt Gidley. It's a sort of a pro-celebrity game to raise money, not even officially a saint.
That's great. That'll be Dell's first real hit out.
It will. It's good. Yeah. He said of Bennett, I love the bloke. I said to him, do you think it's a coincidence I got into trouble after I left league? He didn't say much. But he didn't have to. He used to pull my head in when I got out of line. Telling him that. And I'll tell you what he must be looking forward to is Bennett coming to the Dragons. Not this year, but next year.
Well, I still think Bennett will go to the Cowboys.
Yeah, I know, but that's only
I think Murray will
week.
go to the Broncos. That's always
just a straight swap.
Yeah, that's been my feeling all along.
But wouldn't it be great if Bennett...
If Wayne came to St George, to the Taj Mahal...
It would be fantastic.
Wouldn't it ever?
Now, just a little button also on league is that now Albert Hopewade...
Any relation?
Brother.
Well, good, yeah.
He's officially now the strongest man in rugby league.
No way.
Yeah. He's been away on the converting trail because he's a Mormon and he's been out on the missionary trail.
Oh,
He's set to follow in his footsteps, obviously, John, described here as one of the NRL's most powerful players. However, there was a sort of a bench press off between Tony Williams, who was 10 kilograms heavier than Hopewade, and both can pick up 180 kilograms, which is about roughly twice my weight. So it's a hell of a weight. Now, the Roosters have provided strongest man lead for consecutive years. Chris Beattie took the honour last season. What a season he had too. It's just incredible. Just unbelievable.
Pays to be strong in rugby league, doesn't it?
It does.
I mean, it definitely does pay to be strong.
That's where Dell might be making a mistake.
In fact, I can't think of a sport where it doesn't pay to be strong.
No, you're absolutely right. It does pay to be strong. Hopoate's effort is all the more remarkable considering return from his work at 100. It weren't returned, obviously from the talking to people on doorsteps at 122 kilograms. He hadn't played a game in 3 years. It takes its toll. I had to prepare my body to come back to football. It's been a long way back, but my desire is there. I'm hungrier than ever. Since I've come back from a mission, I had to start from scratch again. He said that he was more relaxed than his brother. Me and my brother have the same game. It's just I'm a lot smarter than him, hopefully better looking. A lot of people see the villain in him, but the only thing I see is a role model. I'm a lot more relaxed than my brother. You can tell by the way he plays, a really rough person. Asked if he ever even asked if he is even the strongest in the family. Albert said, no, John would probably bash me up, but I'm stronger than him. So wouldn't it be great if somehow Manly... I don't know quite how to work. I'm not sure.
Is Albert signed to Manly?
No, Albert's with Easts, with the Chooks. Right. And I was just thinking that maybe what would be a tantalising prospect for, I don't know, the people who think about these things, is to see if once Hopper has served out his ban, he could come back, and then we have the prospect of that Hopewade v Hopewade. I know they play in different positions, but I'm sure by then Stinky will have gone into the second row. And
well, couldn't he help out next Wednesday week by hopping into the ring?
What a great idea.
Stinkfist v Albert. Be the strongest man in league.
Yeah, Stinkfist v Albert, the strongest man in league.
Eh?
Isn't that brilliant?
That would really get people turning up, ching, ching, ching through the turnstiles.
That is brilliant. And you got Cousins against Joe Bugner on the undercard.
Yes.
And the big one,
then the big
Hamden v Choggy.
Yeah.
Give me that again. Stinkfist versus the strongest.
Versus Albert Colin, the strongest man in league.
And I should mention that the Stars are part of the St Jerome's Laneway Festival in 2008. And I understand they've done a deal for the next 5 years as well to appear at St Jerome's Laneway Festival. So Stars freaks are in for a real treat. And I'm hopeful that they might be able to support KISS. Well, obviously things have to be worked out.
Is there talk of a support act?
Stars.
On
the Grand Prix night of nights.
I was hoping the Australian of the Year might be able to step in.
Whoa!
Might be able to step in and talk common sense, get Bernie Ecclestone
up,
out
of the crowd. Bernie, come on up here. Yep. Bernie, big hand for Bernie Ecclestone, ladies and gentlemen. Yes.
Yep.
Bernie! And then say, Bernie, did you know Smokey Dawson?
Yeah.
Memories of Smokey
Memories
Dawson.
of Smoke, yep.
Anyway, and then that would endear both of them to the crowd.
Yeah.
And
then do a couple of songs out of Hat Town.
And maybe ask Bernie if he had a favourite Smokey Dawson song, which, bloody hell, surprise, surprise.
He'd cover.
Yeah. An Old Cowhound from the Rio Grande. That would be great. So hang on, what's the bill look like now? It's got Stars, and in the middle there's a big set from the Kernaghan family, and then to top off the night we've got KISS.
Yep.
So it's starting to get a ring to it.
Yeah, it is, isn't it?
Now, how about this? This again from the Peter Stone.
Is Troy Dan still performing HG?
Troy Dan, I would assume so.
Yes. Because, I mean, people like Troy... He used to have a show, I think, on Channel 7.
Hang on. Was this one where he used to drop in on people and get them... all of a sudden I got me mate... And all of a sudden his Perth cook mate had come along. He's probably just met that morning, but be that as may.
Yep.
Or somehow a car mechanic had come out and fix up the car.
Yep.
Oh, isn't that right? I remember that briefly.
Yeah.
Well, I didn't watch a lot of it.
He performs, I think.
Yeah. Could he be part of this as well?
Well, I don't know. If we were to make a country music special in honour this year to remember if the Grand Prix could be a celebration of Smokey.
Yeah.
Smokey Dawson, that is, not the before
Yeah, no, not
the long
Smokey.
forgotten band.
Yeah, Smokey. Stumbling in. I think it's Chris
No,
Norman.
I don't know. That's
No, it's
clear.
this club.
Ian was with
somebody else. It was one of the guys from Smokey and
and
it
her.
was, her. Once they were big. I'll never get the Smokey singles though. That'd be a real get. Somebody can SMS them into me.
Smokey singles. Let's see. Living Next Door to Alice.
Living Next Door to Alice, not bad. Not bad, sorry. I just wandered away from the mic there briefly.
Yeah.
Now.
Okay.
So we got Smokey.
Well, I don't know if Smokey's coming. No.
Well, I tell you what. Wouldn't that be great? We haven't got Smokey Dawson, but we've got Smokey!
Yeah. No, it was with your Devilgate Drive
are you
girl.
sure about that? I can picture her
We
in the
interviewed her
leathers.
once.
Susie Quattro.
Susie Quattro.
Is that right? Stumble in. Chris Norman and Susie Quattro.
Yeah.
Oh, it could be.
Yeah.
I wonder if they've got that here. We should get that out one day and play it just to really give people the shits.
Well, wouldn't that be great to get... What was his name? Chris Norman?
I'm pretty sure it's Chris
Yeah.
Norman's the name of the bloke who sang.
Yeah, we'll get those two together.
Yeah, well, on the bill with Kiss and Troy Dan and Stars and the Kernigan family.
Yeah.
Righto. Now, look, how about this stuff?
With an homage to Smokey doing Smokey Dawson.
Yeah, I know.
That's what I'm looking for.
Could
That's
I-
the link.
Could I ask, look, I think what we've got to get to is the big day is the Sunday, obviously, with the F1. On the Saturday, there's something else goes on. I think this event's over 3 or 4 days. I'm a bit vague on it because I've lost track of it like so many people. I'm a bit like Melburnians who don't give a bugger, really, to be quite honest. But there's several days.
Well, let's imagine there'd be a concert Saturday night before the
Saturday night concert.
Well, Saturday night's the tribute to Smokey.
Very good.
And I don't. Well, we'd have to alert Kiss because they probably don't know much of Smokey's work. They're going to have to adapt.
That's right, something. Well, we don't know any Smokey songs, but we're sure he'd like this one. Sure knows something.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, we might have to get a catalogue of Smokey's greatest hits.
Over to Kiss. Righto. Now, Peter Stone got this for the Fairfax people. China is the sleeping giant of world golf.
Wow.
I know. I was completely unaware of it. It's
China is
the sleeping
You know,
giant
if you
of
said to
world
me,
golf.
Roy, what is the sleeping giant of world golf?
Yeah.
I wouldn't
Might have
said
said
China.
Spain.
I'd have said Korea.
Korea.
North Korea.
North Korea. It now has the courses and population that has embraced the game once considered a decadent pastime of Western countries. Well, anyway, it has no
Because
player.
it never featured in Mao's 5-year plan.
No.
Or 7-year plan.
No. Or, the Great Leap Forward.
No, there was no mention of golf in the Great Leap Forward.
Now, it's no player
In fact,
of any
the Little Red
significance.
Book
Completely
overlooks
blank.
golf. There's not one reference. Not one.
It was very
Not
refreshing.
one.
I know, very refreshing that. It is no player of any significance, but look out over the next decade or so, according to Stoney. The PGA of Australia has sealed a deal ahead of aggressive competition from Russia and North Korea to teach the Chinese how to play golf. If the Americans reckon they're having a trouble repelling the Aussie assault on the USPGA, the Chinese will soon be coming with the help of Australia. It's a 5-year deal signed by the PGA of Australia and China Golf Association to train Chinese coaches in all aspects of the game. Why are we helping them, Roy? I mean, it's just madness. I know. At the moment, Australians dominate world golf.
With
Well,
Adam
tell it-
Scott barking on the heels of the man they call Taka Taka Woods.
Yeah, and who said that? The swing
Butch
guru.
Harmon
the
said
swing
that.
guru. Butch
Not
Harmon.
Smokey Dawson in
Not
his
the-
dying words. No.
No.
Butch Harmon.
Not the strongest man in rugby league.
No.
Butch Harmon. Somebody who knows. He's at the coalface every day. Cutting edge, Roy.
Yes.
All of a sudden.
Now, what is this? What is this about? Is this to do with the Prime Minister speaking Mandarin? Is
I
that
think so.
part of it?
I'd say so.
Is
I'd
it
say
part of
that's
our resources boom?
I'd say
Is this
so.
the downside, the legacy of our resources boom? Chinese golf?
Well, starting to stick in my craw. Do you know what I mean? I mean, I don't want to see people, the Australian Open...
Dominated by Chinese players.
Yeah, because what I'm talking about here, Roy, is not just one or two, which is obviously great for the game, expanding the game, but the whole leaderboard.
Yes.
Australians will be dipping out on the cut. They'll be having a weekend.
Yes.
Forever.
Yes.
It's the same with tennis. I mean, I think it was John Alexander all those years ago who alerted you and me, or it might have been Nuke, I forget who, not that you can confuse those two, who alerted me to the fact that China has got 200 million tennis players.
Yeah,
200 million tennis players.
Yeah.
Sure, no one's a world standard, but it won't be long. It won't be long.
Well, how many golfers have they got? They'd have a billion golfers.
Oh, easy.
Given
billion.
half a chance.
Yeah, well, half a chance, yeah.
Once they're forced at gunpoint
to get out on the links
there and
have a swing. I mean, that's amazing, isn't it? I mean, it just beggars belief.
Well, look, I'd be sanguine about it once we got our own golfing house in order.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm telling you now, if we're reduced to Adam Scott and Bads.com...
Well, we're
and poor old bloody Popeye's left to win the Australian Open, I'm telling you, Australian golf is not in such good shape.
No. Well, I think we
once we've got every major, every scalp one of our belts,
then we can relax.
Then we can relax and say, oh well, yeah, okay, Chinese, yeah, we'll send someone over.
When was the last time we had any major hanging off our belt? I mean, obviously won the Australian Open relatively recently, but I'm not sure.
Well, hang on. Greg Norman won too.
Ah, sorry, you forget that.
British Open
yeah,
twice.
Yeah, but that's quite some time
ago. The Dark Shark won the British Open once. Kel Nagel won it. Peter Thompson won it 6 times.
I know, fair enough. But is this within my memory, living memory?
No, well, Smokey Dawson can remember, or could.
Fratellis from Scotland and Flathead, the title of the tune, Costello Music, the title of the CD. Roy, just a couple of little stories on the fly, so to speak. Rugby League and Tigers winger Nick Youngquest has been forced to knock back a top modelling opportunity in the US. His manager, George Mimas, has had talks with clothing giant Abercrombie & Fitch, according to the Murdoch papers today.
They're a big firm.
Huge firm.
They nearly knocked back our cotton because of the mulesing issue.
Is that right?
They were the ones who stood up and said, we're not taking Aussie cotton, Aussie wool. Yeah.
I didn't realise mulesing was a part of cotton growing.
No, it's not. It was wool.
No, I
understand. It's the wool. But I don't think they like our cotton either because of, the use of water.
Now, he's meant to go to New York, and the company was keen to feature the Tigers' new signing in an up-and-coming, ad campaign, normally reserved for season models under the eyes of the world's best photographers. Youngquest was to shoot the campaign in Miami next week, but had to knock back the offer because the Tigers play their first trial on the same weekend. Now, this is just dreadful news. Here we are, busting a gut, trying to get the game, this great game that we all love, into America.
I know.
It's certain parts have fallen completely under the spell.
That's right.
Jacksonville, Florida, it's not
Long
a huge...
Beach has been under the spell for 20 years.
I know, and they don't even realise it. Mm-hmm. But what they would do if they saw Youngquest coming along would once again rekindle that heady love affair with rugby league.
Well, he'd be on the Leno show, wouldn't he?
He'd be on the Leno show, and he'd probably wear his own jumper, meaning the West Tigers playing strip.
And that'd promote some questions.
I know.
Now, what's that Guernsey you're wearing?
I know.
Oh, I actually play for the West Tigers. Oh, yeah, who were they?
Oh, yeah. Well, you had
remember
Spud
you had
Carroll.
Spud Carroll. He's plays for South. Well, we play against him.
Steady. He plays for who?
Oh, Sydney, sorry.
Yeah, thanks very much. Yeah, that's right. He plays for Sydney. and where are you?
Well, we're West Tigers. And where are you? Well, we're in Sydney. Oh.
More questions. And that's how it would work. And what I love is the idea that, the pictures in the paper make him look as though an absolute natural for the Abercrombie and Fitch gear.
Yeah. He'd be terrific on the catwalk.
He would. And a photo shoot.
Yes.
And what's weird is he had to knock it back because of the first trial match.
Trial match, yeah, I know.
I mean, where are we at with this,
Yeah, where are their heads? Who's thinking? Who's in charge here?
Can I ask Dell to step forward with,
Common sense.
Look, we've got the strongest man in rugby league taking on, obviously, Stinky, his brother, on that undercard. Trials don't matter.
No.
It's show business.
Nobody remembers who wins trials.
Oh, absolutely. Oh, no, this is very disappointing.
I remember when St George won the Amco Cup.
Oh, well, that's a long time ago.
Sure.
I don't even think Smoke could remember that. The other thing is that we broke a story last week concerning Andrew Symonds, Cricket Australia, and the censorship problem. Now, according to them, it just gets worse. The Murdoch paper again. Now, James Sutherland and Peter Young, who we mentioned that, is the person to get in touch with if you were outraged by this, censoring of Andrew Symonds, as we were. Anyway, now they want to veto the books published by our Test cricket stars. Now, you may remember, of course, Steve Waugh wrote a number of great books about tour diaries.
He might have
written an autobiography at one stage.
Did he?
I think Kerry O'Keefe has written a couple of books
He
too.
has,
You know, maybe Call Me a Spinner or, Come In Spinner or Skullduggery or something like that. I don't know quite what they're
Turn, Please.
Yeah, very good.
Yeah.
Very good. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway.
And Richie Spin Me a Spinner, that was Richie Bennos.
Oh, was it? That was
15 Paces, Alan
Yeah,
Davidson.
what a beautiful
Great books.
I know. You studied them at school,
I
didn't
did.
you? the Cricket Australia's outrageous restriction on the players is a disgrace, according to the Murdoch Press. It's been met with a fiery response from the book publishing associations. I understand some went as far as to burn out front in public displays copies of the ABC cricket book. That's how outraged they were.
Is Jim under pressure to
I think so.
show it to Cricket Australia before it's published?
Yeah. It's certain that Cricket Australia would decline permission for unflattering books on players or the game. A spokesperson for the unnamed for the APA, the Australian Publicists Association, said. Look, I can't think of anybody who's really said really stupid, vindictive, mendacious things about any other players.
No, I can't. And if they did, the courts will settle that in terms of slander.
Indeed. And also, even Blocker Wilson's just short of a length. I mean, he, in that, went out of his way to be accommodating.
Generous.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Generous, I was going to say.
Even the players he hated.
Yeah, exactly. I was just going to say that. He didn't bag them. He didn't come out and just bag them.
He just put an asterisk on the name and you looked up the back and said, his guts. But in the main body of the book, he spoke very generously.
Yeah, no, that's true. That's true. And, what'll happen now is people I'm looking forward, of course, like you are, to the Matthew Elliott biography.
Yes. That's right. Don't call me Mott.
That's right. Don't call me Mott. And then what happens is that these people will think twice, if not three times, and just as the pen is poised, it all began on a balmy summer's day.
Yeah.
He won't write that. He won't write anything. He'll just put the pen down and go and do something else with his life.
Yeah.
I mean, this is tragic.
And who at Cricket Australia has the editing skills? I mean, what?
Indeed.
If okay, I wouldn't mind them stepping in, every now and again and just saying to, say, someone like Dell, not that Dell's involved with cricket, but let's say he was.
Yeah.
Listen, Dell, you've used using common sense just a few too many times.
Or light at the end of the tunnel.
Yeah.
Something like that,
Yeah. Can you go easy on that?
Yeah.
Cliches. Please. Yeah, I can understand that. If they were going to be part of a style council, not bad.
No,
but
I agree.
But if they're getting in there, yeah.
Oh, no, I think...
attacking, not allowing players to express their personal philosophy or personal attitudes towards other players, well, that is a denial of free speech.
Well,
I mean, why did we go to war for?
I don't know.
Why have we got Anzacs? Why have we got Anzac Day?
Why
I
are we in
mean,
Afghanistan?
we've had soldiers lay down their lives simply so cricketers can write books.
I know. It's as simple as that, isn't it, Roy? The other thing I was going to say was that what worries me also is that how are we going to ever learn anything?
Yes.
Do you know what I mean? Because it's only through criticism that you actually advance the plot of cricket.
Yeah, I know.
I know. If everything's great, it's just great. It's great to play for New South Wales, great to play for Bankstown. Sadly, I never played for Australia, but that was great too. They're just, who's going to read them?
Who's going to read them? And who's going to learn? I mean, the repercussions from Richie Spin Me a Spinner, we're still living with.
We are. Absolutely. Oh, yeah. We're yet to really fully, get to the bottom of what he's talking about. We probably only after he dies, probably. And then it'll take a couple of PhD students.
Well, it will. Once the academics get hold of it, they might be able to tease a little bit more out of it. But as it stands at the moment, I think it's one of the defining books.
Of civilisation?
Yeah.
Time for a fat.
And now on This Sporting Life, it's time for the second fat of the afternoon. The second fat is brought to you this week by the Look of Laura Knitwear, Alan Bond's Business Masterclass and Happy Jack's Tata Packs.
Well, what a prize this one is. It's the first edition of the Bible being given away. It's a 72-page special edition of the Bible, the Rugby League Week, Australia's most read sporting magazine. It features every club. It features, young guns. It features old players. It's just great. There's so much in here that would satisfy even the most casual observer of rugby league. It's fantastic. For instance, I look up the Eels, their banner headline, Unfinished Business. It's really a matter of getting people to turn up every week with the right attitude rather than just at random games. So true. And then you look at their lineup. Their best lineup has got Luke Burton, the number one, Jared Hayne on one wing, Benny Smith and Christian Anu and Eric Groth as a 2 3/4 line. Your halves, Brett Finch, Tim Smith. You got Nathan Hindmarsh, Felita Matau, Chad Robinson in the back row, and you got Moi Moi, Riddle and Kalis. Oh, there's a front line to conjure with, Roy. And the young gun is Wella Haraki. Oh, I've seen him play in flag ball and the premiership, and he's electric. So that's a great part of the prize. We've also got another Carlton cap, 2 CDs, 2 CD singles, one by Stop Go Stop and the other one by Switch Kicker. And then finally, of course, the prize fleshed out by the printed thing, the diary and catalogue from the Remo store. So that's a great prize there. Look at that.
That's just unreal.
All comers who can answer the following question. What was that word again?
Unreal.
Thanks.
Well, bugger it. It's surreal.
That's better.
Surreal.
If I was the Cricket Australia and I was having a go at your style, I'd say every time you're tempted by unreal, use surreal.
Surreal. Now, question being for all comers, who could definitely remember Peter Thompson's winning 6 British Opens? Who could definitely remember Peter Thompson winning 6 British Opens?
And that number, Roy?
Is 1300 0555 36.
Phone now, all comers. The presets are my people, and presets part of the lineup for the St Jerome's Laneway Festival 2008, new album out April the 5th. So it's all happening for the presets. I think they were part of the Good Vibrations whiz around too. Who are we talking to, Roy?
Yes, we're joined by Lifon, who's joining us from Castlemaine in Victoria. How are you there, mate?
Not too bad, not too bad. Thank you for taking my call. How are you boys doing?
Yes, no, we're doing very, very well indeed. Now, how do you feel about the Grand Prix in Melbourne? Are you a fan?
No, I couldn't give a stuff, honestly. I'm usually at the Port Fairy Folk Festival. Look, it's just too much petrol and noise for me. I mean, I know.
Even with Susie Quattro and Chris Norman getting together.
Look, I'd probably get the highlights DVD just for them, but I couldn't make it through the noise. No.
And at the Port Fairy Folk Festival, what would you be doing there? Would you be a participant or would you be a watcher?
Both. Yep. Get up and play a few songs, and also go around and have a dance and have a few Guinness eyes.
Right. Now, would some of these songs be Grand Prix F1 protest songs, like along the simple lines, there might be a punk flavour, I hate Bernie Eccleston's guts, that sort of thing, or would they...
give Albert Park back to the people.
Right. Or St Petersburg can have it, I don't care.
Yeah, Pyongyang, it's yours.
Look, I'll be busking those hit songs, no worries, absolutely.
Oh, that's great. Now,
what canon do you dip into with you? Is it your Peter, Paul and Mary end, or more your Bob Dylan end, your Pete Seeger end? What end?
Oh, look, I'm at the ukulele end of the.
Oh, right.
Yeah. So
ukulele. It's coming back, the ukulele.
Well, of course, George Harrison loved his ukulele work.
He did. Yeah.
Yeah. So.
The ukulele god of the world is playing at Port Fairy this year. Who's a fella from Hawaii, so...
he's meant to be the best ukulele player in the world.
He is. He's special, yeah.
Now, would you be keen to get his autograph on your ukulele?
Absolutely. Well, I just got Ross Noble's autograph on my ukulele, so if I can add it to that... Look,
become quite a collectible then.
Absolutely. It makes it sound better too, absolutely.
Oh, yeah, obviously. And, with the Port Fairy Folk Festival, just flesh that out for a bit. It's been going for longer than the Grand Prix, obviously. And would have Smokey Dawson ever played at it?
Look, I don't know. It's they do get a few different genres there. So look, maybe it's been going about 30 years.
30 years.
30 years.
He may even have opened it.
He may well have done. Look, have any of the Kernigans played there? The Australian of the Year or his sisters?
Look, I don't think so.
Troy Cassar-Daley.
With their country more than folk.
Yeah, I know that.
I know,
but we're just seeing how
how expansive the the barriers, how flexible the barriers are.
Yes.
Look, I'm sure they'd be welcome to come and busk with me, but I think the main stages are reserved for your more folky people. But
right.
But, yeah.
I love that distinction. You're folky people,
as opposed to you're just slightly folky. Yeah.
Yeah. Where does folk and country separate, do you think?
Oh, good question. Maybe country's out from the country and folk is more suburban. I don't know.
Oh, yeah, that's a good distinction. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's a good distinction. But, well, that's... And when's that on again? It's on the whole weekend of the 15th.
It is. That's the one. Yes. Yeah.
So you
Just a
think
lot on.
country sort of like rural folk?
Yeah, that's the one. It's all about storytelling and all that sort of stuff, isn't it? You know, and they're just same sort of stuff, different, more amplification perhaps for country. I don't know.
Well, that's very good. Well, let Roy set out the question for your life on and have a swing at it.
Yes, now, who could definitely remember Peter Thompson winning 6 British Opens?
Would definitely be Smokey Dawson.
Well, I reckon yes.
Absolutely, absolutely. So the Rugby League week, for the first edition of the year, the Remo printed thing, the Carlton hat and the 2 CD singles, we'll get them in the mail to you. They should be there by the time you're heading off for the Port Fairy Folk Festival. In the meantime, thanks very much for being part of this sporting life.
Thank you, champs.
See ya.
Bye.
Bye.
Yes, 3 on the trot there, Niles Barkley and Run from The Odd Couple, Red Hot Chili Peppers, a Jade classic, Blood, Sugar, Sex, Magic from the album of the same name, or the CD of the same name, John Steele Singers and Strawberry Wine from the John Steele Singers EP. And just to finish up this week, Roy, the Corey Hughes 30th birthday celebrations were what a night.
Oh, that was fantastic.
It was
Look,
just...
some nights are funny.
Yeah. And others are a riot.
A riot, yeah.
This was old-fashioned hose and mows night. Hughesy, Corey, that is, came dressed as Cher.
Yes. And doesn't Cher still talk to rugby league players?
She does. And I did see that she's back in business. She says, you know, obviously I can't retire from anything. I mean, what would I retire from? So I think there might be more Cher on the way.
Good.
And
any talk of coming out for the Albert Park Spectacular with Kiss and
I think
the Kernigans and
she'd be one of the
Smokey.
few people. She wouldn't have to learn a Smokey song. She'd know them all. And Hughesy was dressed as Cher in full leather and a G-string and a curly wig, and then Dogs coach Steve Folkes turned up in a baseball cap, wig, and sunglasses.
Well, that was a riot in itself.
It was. And don't tell me that they're stuck for an idea over the doghouse, because they're not. Because next cab off the rank was Roosters' Willie Mason dressed as a pimp. And then other favourites was Daniel Holdsworth's version of a busty blonde, Benny Roberts' skin-tight evening gown, Mark O'Mealy done up as a mustachioed PE teacher, and, of course, Sonny Bill. It was just great, wasn't it?
Now, how was the PE teacher suggested in the outfit, HG? I did see Mark, but I must admit I saw the mo, but I didn't know he was meant to be a PE teacher.
I think that was explained afterwards when they all did a little bit at the end of the night said, you know, well, how come you're dressed like this? And they explained it all. Yeah, but what I loved also is that there's no mention of any girlfriends coming along, and so it was just a night for the men to be men.
Yeah.
As is often the way with rugby league.
Yeah, that's
it was
right.
just
I was disappointed there weren't more baby snappies.
Well,
I know it wouldn't quite fit into the hose and mows theme. Well, but then again, PE teacher.
Yeah,
I mean, if O'Mealy was a let-in, you know, with nothing but a false mow and a whistle around his neck.
Yeah, no. Well, the funny thing was that when I saw him come, I saw he was completely different. I thought he was one of the village people. You know, that sort of, not the construction worker, not the Indian, but somebody
but the PE teacher.
Yeah,
the one we can never remember.
That's right, the PE teacher. But, the boys just were fantastic. I mean, they pulled it off completely. And, to think that, Corey Hughes, he'll never forget his 30th, will he?
No, what a night. What a night. You know, and I tell you, nights like that are just terrific for the rugby league community in general.
They are. Especially after a run of ours like the Dogs have had this week.
Yeah, and wasn't that big of Willie to go?
It was. He's
terrific. Now, Willie didn't have to go.
No, he's the face of the
Eastern
suburbs.
He's the face of the eastern suburbs.
Slip all the way out to Canterbury Bankstown town. I mean...
Where was it held, do we know?
Oh, I don't know.
Somewhere in the eastern suburbs, I assume.
And with that thought, we leave you for the week. We just hope the King can... pull a couple of chestnuts out of the catalogue for you. He's coming up with all his helpers, and we'll be back with more of This Sporting Life. Same time next week. We simply leave you with a reminder that Triple J is sport. Bye now!
Hello world, pants off, Australia. The whips are cracking, the surf's up, the doctor is in. It's just another afternoon when too much sport is barely enough. And now here's the team who can open the batting and take the new ball up the hill into the wind, who can turn defence into attack in the twinkling of an eye, who've enjoyed the highs and learnt from the lows, who are all the better for recent racing, and in the wash-up at the end of the day win a lot more than they lose. It's the team of H.G. Nelson and Ram paging Roy Slaven and the dominant backline of this Sporting Life. HC.
Yes, thanks very much indeed, King Willie Otto in the soundproof booth and the building in the background. Well, we're doing some studio renovation here, and thanks to Sarah for another 4 hours of super sounds here on A-League Grand Final Sunday at Youth Headquarters on the nation that strangles the nation, Triple J. And ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, shareholders and school kids, welcome to Triple J. Another time I went too much, but it's barely enough. Welcome to the show that dares to dream. That's right. This is the show that dares to dream, and at least some of our dreams are starting to come true. Once upon a time, we dreamed that oil would get to $100 a barrel. It's reached that mark. All of a sudden, we thought, bloody hell, we'll make it harder. We'll lift the bar higher. Let's get gold up to $1,000 an ounce. Happened. We wanted the All Ordinaries to get to 10,000. Sadly, that's powdered. But they said the first two could never happen. And still it was a crazy dream, and we hung in there, and now the dream has come true. And Meatloaf said so beautifully and wonderfully all those years ago when he took the words right out of my mouth. He said 2 out of 3 ain't bad. And that's where we're sitting at the moment, 2 out of 3. The $100 for oil and the $1,000 for gold. Fantastic. And what an incredible week. What an amazing week. It's just been one of those very, very special weeks. And can I firstly welcome everybody once again to the Table of Knowledge. It's just Roy, me and you, plastic chairs and kebabs all around, and information that you just can't buy anywhere else. It's just not available. It's only available at the Table of Knowledge. I know Roy and I have spent many, many happy hours in the Wollongong area at the Table of Knowledge. When we put up those 27 stories of flats. We couldn't have done it without the information we got at the Table of Knowledge. And social notes to get the Table of Knowledge agenda underway. And this is very disappointing because a top-rating FM radio announcer, Sonia Kruger, has had a peck at the talkback champ, Alan Jones, calling him the real queen of breakfast radio. Now, look, I don't want to this afternoon tip more petrol onto that blaze, but as everyone knows, Alan is a parrot. Fact, case closed. Sometime when he turns out in green, he looks like a king parrot. Sometimes he flaps in with the Polly-want-a-cracker look of a Rosella parrot. But whatever plumage, he is known around the world as a parrot, and not as a part-time member of the Crowned Heads of Europe, if you don't mind, people. And before we go on, can I just wish everybody, and can I be the first to do this, happy Mardi Gras and happy Oscar. Two big burly buffheads emerging from the closet this week to cheer us all up.
Oscar,
obviously,
what are you doing anything for Oscar?
I'm doing something very
I'm going to
special.
the early session.
Yeah, to see it come in live. Yeah, wouldn't that be fantastic?
Yes.
But that's always a great do.
I think it's at the Hall of Industries.
The Hall of Industries, that big, is it? It's the Hall of Industries. The old showgrounds that we sold to Murdoch all those years ago. In Sydney, this is talking. Well, that'll be great.
Exciting.
What time do you have to get there?
Look, I'll get there at about 6 in the morning, I guess.
You want to get a good seat.
I want to get a good seat, and I want to be in the right frame of mind. You know, I want to have a few beers, a few breakfast beers, Table of Knowledge style.
And will you be rooting for anybody in particular, if I can put it that way? Come Oscar?
Look, I hope film is the winner. Film. You know, our love of celluloid.
Celluloid, yes.
Tinseltown.
Tinseltown.
You know?
Oh, no, I'm right with you there. Right with you there. I love, you know, it's just such a rich cultural event now, and the world, I mean, it's too big for Hollywood. The world
stands still, doesn't it?
It does. The world does stand still. I remember once watching it in Mumbai. I couldn't believe how the whole city came to a stop, a grinding halt for 4 hours. Nothing happened. It's just amazing.
Was that when Billy Crystal was hosting? Yeah, I don't know who's hosting tomorrow.
Johnny Stewart.
Is he really?
Yes, he's back. He got not very good marks the last time he did it. Might have been 2 or 3 years ago.
Yes, that's right. Well, he was nervous.
He was nervous. He was very nervous.
He was very nervous.
Yes, but he's back now, and hopefully, well, of course, with the scriptwriters on board, it'll be an absolute cracker.
Yeah, he'll be using an autocue, one of my
I think so. Yes. And ad-libbing.
Oh, yeah, well, he does ad-lib.
Yeah, he's very funny. I mean, I think he's a wonderful talent, and, you know, it's congratulations to Oscar for nailing him. I'd love to see him come out and do the Oscar and the Sydney Mardi Gras in the same week. Rare double. I think Olivia Newton-John's doing the...
Is she doing Mardi?
She's doing Mardi, yes. She's the top of the Mardi tree.
Wow.
And am I right in thinking that she's hooked up with some crew that's going to walk the whole length of the Wall of China now?
Is she?
Probably something to do with
What is it, a TV show?
I think so, and a bit of a Beijing Olympic
it's
nod.
About 5,000 miles.
I know, it's a hell of a long way.
Wow.
You know, way out in the Gobi Desert or wherever it goes, it's made out of wood?
Yes, it is made out of wood. Yeah, and paper.
And paper, and just sort of, what we'd call mud brick.
Yes. Yes, and then I think there's about a 60 or 70 mile stretch which is left to the imagination. We've got to imagine.
That was the most secure bit of the wall, though, wasn't it?
But nobody knows what they used.
I think they used turds.
Well, that's been suggested.
There were plenty of them.
That were hard-baked.
Now, still with the social notes, and Rugby League led the way with the glittering star-studded launch of the Coachwood and Myrtles 100th league season at the House of Rock this week, Enmore Theatre, and it is great to see how these, jumper presentations and season launches are just becoming so big now.
They are.
In the old days, it used to be a couple of pies and, all the best boys and off you shoot. Now, it's got rock acts and, sort of stars.
This is the Hall of Industries.
It was, sadly, it was at the Enmore Theatre. Well, I call it the Hall of Industries of Rock. Not a million miles from the Hall of Industries. But it was just great. Test match, Mario Fennick had some very funny anecdotes with backdoor Benny Elias, who's lost none of his charm or skill with the language. Those two lovable league rogues remembered their great duels together when rugby league was a sport and not an arm of show business. That's international show business. Speaking of international show business, can I be the first to congratulate the Sydney Rabbits on their decision to return to Jacksonville, Florida, to take on the Leeds Rhinos in the Australia Day Challenge next year. It was suggested the Parramatta Eels would take on Wigan. I just didn't like that idea. I just thought, it's what I've described elsewhere in media commitments as what Wendell Saylor calls a victory for common sense. Look, rugby league is succeeding overseas, and if we want to get to the next level, i.e. the Oscar-winning level, we have to cement lasting traditions. This is my thesis today. These traditions need to be cherished and maintained, building a fan base kept in year out by seeing the same thing happen. I mean, at the MCG on Anzac Day, it's not the West Coast Eagles playing Sydney. No. It's always, never mind where they are on the ladder, Essendon playing Collingwood. Now, sure, sometimes it's a shit match because neither of those teams is travelling very well. But you should put up with that because you go knowing you're going to have a great time, you're going to get pissed beforehand. By the end of the day, you will have had the time of your life and you will have celebrated something or helped celebrate something that's made this nation great.
Tradition.
So, gardening is required when it comes to tradition, and the Australia Day Challenge cannot become another version of, in the Rugby League, the Anzac Day Test, which I think reached its nadir when it was played on Good Friday. Which was my favourite. Now, sadly, the gloss of I just wish clubs had worked together a bit better. The gloss from the Sydney Rabbit launch was taken, scrubbed off with a bit of terps on a rag by an appearance of a wiggle at Tiger Town. I don't know whether you ever saw this, Roy. This stole the spotlight from what was going down at the House of Rock.
No, this is the ex-Wiggle, isn't it?
Oh, it's the ex-Wiggle.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
I got a bit confused.
He's been a big supporter of the Tigers for many years.
Right.
Yes.
Right.
His name might be Anthony.
Anthony. Could easily be. Now, it's a magic day for the kids when Anthony, the Wiggle, former Wiggle, blew through Tiger Town, and the Wiggle-mobile was there, so I just assumed, it was, the sort of part of the act.
Right.
The big red car at a rugby league venue, a riot. Act. Go and have a look at the vision. It was very, very funny. And when Benji Marshall got behind the wheel and crashed the car, I mean, it was just fantastic. It was just fantastic. It was just something that said rugby league arrived, show business, come on down. Wake up, Jeff.
So it was Anthony and three, say, West Tigers dressed as Wiggles.
Not bad, not bad.
Because that's a great idea.
It's a great idea. They were pushing the car with Benji in front.
I can see it. What a riot. Yeah, very funny. And that gets the kids in.
It does. Now, how about this? Wait for this. The show business luminaries turning out for league gives you an idea of how far the great game has come in the 100 years. But for Wiggle/Tiger freaks, they went down in the Foundation Cup, Roosters 34, Tigers 28. Now, I think the Foundation Cup, which quite rightly should have begun 100 years ago, or exactly to the day, 100 years ago, it's only been going for about 3 years.
Well, you've got to start. Traditions have got to start somewhere.
True.
It's like the Leeds Rhinos v Souths in Jacksonville.
I know.
It's now tradition.
I know, tradition.
And there's only been one of them.
I know. Well, all eyes next week on the traditional, what I describe as the traditional season pipe opener, Charity Shield.
Oh, Charity Shield, yeah.
Now, this is Sydney Souths, as they're now known, versus St George.
That's right.
And how about this?
St George Illawarra.
Sorry. St George Illawarra. Tradition. It got the better of me briefly. And how about this? In late mail news now suggests that Dennis Rodman will be in Perth when the Rabbits begin playing their home games at Subiaco Oval. And there's no bigger star on the planet today than Dennis Rodman.
Is Hammer Hill going to be there?
No, Hammer Hill isn't being there. Dennis Rodman. Dennis Rodman is coming to see the Sydney Souths play in Perth. Fantastic news. I mean,
wow.
look out.
Now, is he going over as part of Air Bunny or Bunny
He's
Air?
going on Bunny Air.
Okay.
Apparently, his assistant. Now, I don't know why Dennis Rodman would need an assistant.
Oh, he'd need an assistant.
Sorry.
So
Wash
much
my mouth
work.
out. I know. Wash my mouth out.
Yeah.
And somebody has to organise the tattooing and all that.
A go-to man.
A go-to man.
Yeah.
Well, that person is an Australian. That's how come the Rodman, Perth, Subiaco Oval, Air Bunny. Getting together. Still with rugby league, and I've raised it, and Roy and I have raised this problem so many times before, but the problem of public toilets has reared its head again at out-of-town venues. You may have noticed this yourself, Roy. It's become an enormous issue, with a couple of likeable Roosters caught short after a lively match and a couple of slabs in the northern New South Wales. I mean, put yourself in the Roosters, Australians, football fans, put yourself in the Roosters' shoes after a big match. Where they picked on by the local team, they felt like a drink.
Yes.
They put away a slab in a strange town, and suddenly they're ahead of themselves. They don't know about the local dunny layout.
Yeah.
They're strangers in a strange land. They're forced by bladder pressure to have a long Jimmy in the nearby bushes. All of a sudden, knock, 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 collars tug, Plod's in town. What are you boys doing? I mean, I find it hard to believe that Plod in the north of New South Wales has nothing better to do at 3 o'clock in the morning than just poke around looking for a couple of roosters pissing in public.
I know.
Do you know what I mean, Roy?
I know.
It's sort of looking for trouble.
But I hope that common sense will prevail here, because this has been an issue that it's taken, thank God, the Roosters to draw the public attention to it, and that is the paucity of public facilities in rural and regional Australia.
I know. Alan Jones has been on this for years.
Has he? I didn't know.
He's got the Alan Jones Guide to Public Toilets around Australia.
Yes.
Sadly, it's in this area. It just seems to have got a blank on it.
Yeah.
But
look, I can remember in days gone by, public toilets were well signposted.
They were. Every town you went to.
Every town you knew exactly when you went into town where the public toilets were. Nowadays, that's gone.
I know.
That is gone. I'm telling you.
Yeah. True. Look, often
you get the impression in a lot of rural and regional towns in Australia that there's no public toilet.
I know. Can I suggest a campaign of painting all public toilets, say, a day glow colour, so they really stand out? Or
yes, I like that idea.
Some simple idea.
Yes.
So as you spot it.
Yes. Or what about a spotlight from the roof just into the heavens?
Lovely. So you can walk to the...
So you can walk to the beam.
Walk to the beam.
Walk to the beam for relief.
Well, look, I just found it hard to believe, and of course, suddenly it's another bad week for rugby league.
Well, it just makes rugby league look bad.
It does, but you can't help players needing to piss.
No.
I'll never forget Donnie McKinnon.
Yes.
He was so,
I know.
he's on the field. Had to sit down and have a spray where he sat.
Yep, that was at North Sydney Oval.
It was. Now, racing...
Leonard Day. A lot of people remember that day so clearly.
Oh, they do.
The day Donnie did it.
Yeah, Donnie did it. Now, racing on another wonderful day of real quality racing at Caulfield yesterday, with the highlights including the wonderful win by Princess Coup in the St George Stakes. And I hope in that race you didn't miss Sermione's run with the vis-a-vis the Australia Cup tilt. Weekend Hustler, obviously the Oakley Plate winner. How about Dwayne Dunn? He's scored 4 times in a row in the Arrowfield Blue Diamond, this time on Rianne. I mean, that's a hell of a run for Dwayne. It was great. And, of course, the horse paid a bit too. However, 2 other snippets grabbed the headline. There was a semi-nude race, which we didn't get a chance to talk about last weekend at Maruya. This thrilled racegoers. Sadly, I was unable to be on course for the Man v Beast affair. I didn't know it was on the card, otherwise I certainly would have made an effort to get there. The vision I've had a look at, which has got a good run on many media outlets during the week. Look, it was a photo finish. To the naked eye, it looked as though the man had done enough to hang on, but sadly the camera told a different tale, and man went down literally by a short half head in the shadows of the post. But this type of event, if properly run, and that's the proviso, certainly has a future. I mean, if we could get nude racing, Beast v Man, under lights, I'm sure that we'd have something that Bernie Ecclestone would be very interested vis-a-vis the card for the Melbourne Grand Prix. Now, as you know, we've got the KISS, we've got the F1, we've got the bike jumping, the crowned heads of Europe. All that along with nude man, or if you like women, that have to be, obviously, we'd have to work out some way of handicapping horses, but nude men and women v horse race under lights, then I think we'd have enough to, say, give the Grand Prix to Melbourne for the next 50 years. It certainly would be a real jab in the eye for St Petersburg, who can't produce anything like that, I'm sure.
I heard that Morris Yemmer in the New South Wales Labor government were interested in that event, the Man v Beast, as a carrot, as a lure.
For
the F1 going to Sydney.
They're prepared to greenlight Man v Beast. Now, is that from the table of knowledge, or is that from...
Well, that's from the tree of knowledge.
Now, while obviously the event in Moruya, basically a novelty at this stage, look, it was great to see that racing authorities across New South Wales in particular topped up the prize money this week to help defray losses of the EI/World Youth Day fiascos vis-a-vis income. And I'm just wondering if Moruya Racing has shown has shown the way forward for race clubs to get more people on course with the Man v Beast event. And back to where we began, look, the Parrots horse, Miss Australia Neve Finland, has been put on notice, either shape up or pack it in.
Oh, dear.
I know. Let's just say the horse has not cashed the cheque it wrote with great runs in the Slipper last year, the Victorian Oaks, the 1,000 Guineas and the Arrowfield Stud Stakes. My mail from Moruya suggests Miss Australia has been given one last chance, and that is in the Group 1 Futurity Stakes Caulfield on March 1st. In a desperate bid to get the horse's mind on the job, the Parrot, the owner, will be flapping in before they jump, delivering one of his, what has been described in the media as motivationals, in the mounting enclosure to the horse before they jump. I understand he will be taking his shotgun along as well, so I think that it could be red hot. For those who like to see the Parrot flapping about in action, make a beeline to Caulfield on March 1 for the motivational before they jump in the Futurity. Look, it's been described, as I mentioned, as a make or break race for the horse. I just hope we're not putting too much pressure on it. Miss A, Miss F is not a horse who likes pressure. While we're on pressure, A-League Grand Final, Sasho Petrovsky. The pressure gets underway 4:30 p.m. Central. Make a note of that, 4:30 p.m. Central. Look, it's Jets v Mariners. It's just great. It's got a little bit of everything, this one. And the GF is, that is the Grand Final in the A-League, is slap bang in the middle of a one-day at the SCG. But with the big news this week, or today, blasting off that this is Australia, is now bidding for, wait for it, the 2018 FIFA World Football Cup. And it doesn't get any bigger than that. I understand Kevin Rudd is, putting the...
Feelers out.
Dotting the I's and crossing the T's. Can I simply say, here we go, 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 here we go. Aussie, Aussie, Aussie. Oi, oi, oi.
Sepp Blatter would have to be...
Well, can I just say that Sepp, I think, needs a little bit of persuading. I don't think he's naturally predisposed to Australia.
I don't think he is.
I think he's got an idea of moving it around the planet.
Well, yeah, but in the Northern Hemisphere, I think.
Fair enough, Roy.
Seems a little European-centric. And I think there was talk of the United States getting out.
Well, Canada, Mexico, they all want a part of it.
They all want a part of it.
I know. England, I think, is the big hope.
Yes.
I think it's the big suggestion. Look, now... Obviously, a terrific day today, and then we lift the gates midweek, Chock Mundine's fight night. And the big one that everyone wanted to see, sadly, Boot Boy Ben Cousins in against Aussie Joe Bugner on the undercard. Sadly, that's off. Look, the bout was described by media people during the week as a figment of Chock's imagination. I think that's very, very fair. Look, I think there's a blood test involved and certain, forms had to be filled in. And these weren't tick box forms, unfortunately. So this is fight fans who really did want to see an old-fashioned clash of the codes. And today, as nearly as I can tell, still no dance partner for old Stinky Wednesday night. Look, Stink, I know you're listening. Just turn up. Take the gloves, take the shorts, get in the ring and pick someone from the crowd to come up and have a dip. And Stinky, I know your way with words. Won't be long before you've got a couple on the wrong side of you, buddy, who'll be willing to have the blood test and pull on the gloves. I mean, that'd be great, Stinky. Yeah, what are you looking at? Up you come. Are you got any manhood in you? That sort of stuff? Yeah, I have. It'd be just great. It'd be something fresh.
Yeah.
And the Mundine fight night, which has become rather stale.
It's slender,
I know,
isn't it? Because as far as we know, there's only the one fight at this stage. And that's Anthony's fight.
Anthony's fight, and it's his mate.
Against his mate.
And the mate's sort of gone to ground and doesn't want to bagmouth Anthony, saying it's a hopeless joke.
No.
I reckon what I reckon would be great at the moment is, and this is something we talked about the other week, is maybe... the mate does a hand The return of Gerard Zose. Back to where it all began. I mean, that'd get terrific news. Terrific coverage.
Tradition.
That's right. And, look, there's so much to talk about with those. Oh, look, I should just mention, big day of racing here. And this is a way of mentioning people in various parts of Australia. In Canberra, very big hello to everybody in Canberra. The Black Opal Stakes on today, 200,000 up for grabs.
Oh, what a day.
It's a terrific day. Great day for racing. Yeah. Look, I'm going to surprise people. I go out on a limb, Bomb Attack, my selection there. Then Wyong. The Magic Millions of Wyong, I think it's up for 100,000 there. Less certain here, but I like Hidden Assets. A couple of wins, and with the South African hoop on board, Schofield, I think that could be a bet there. And then finally, the Tasmanian Oaks. Look, Tasmania, it's just been in the news so much lately. It's just a magical isle. And they've got the 150,000 three-year-old fillies Tasmanian Oaks, 2,100 metres. And this is really essay for punters. If you go past Causeway Queen, oh, Lord, God help you. Anyway, that does give us a chance to say hello Canberra, hello Wyong, hello Tasmania. And with those few thought starters hurled onto the bonfire, it's time to ask for rampaging Roy Slavin. You got any dynamite you want to toss into the pond and scare fish, buddy?
Well, yes. Well, I'd like to say hello to Tasmania as well, actually. I noticed it's snowing on Mount Wellington.
Today? Wow, it was boiling hot there the other day.
I know.
Might have been Friday.
No, it's gone straight into the minus. It's freezing. So I don't know how this is going to affect the racing.
Well, most of the racing's at Launceston.
Yes, but, I know, but you'd have to imagine if there's snow.
Yeah, no, it could be
on Mount Wellington.
The wind would be blowing.
Oh, there'd be a cold wind.
Oh, shocker. Doesn't the weather turn there quickly?
Oh, my word, it does. Yes. Well, anyway, I just hope it doesn't affect the racing because it's very hard to train horses for those extremes of conditions.
It
is. I mean, you can talk to a horse all you like, but bloody hell, once it gets out there and feels the snow under the hoof, it can they can turn. Now, I noticed that South African Graham Smith, very much respected and loved in Australia, after the last tour of South Africa to Australia, he said he's very much looking forward to playing with Shane Warne as teammates in the IPL.
Isn't that great? That's the great thing about it.
That's the wonderful thing about the IPL. It brings people together.
It does.
And I think it is going to bring people together. You know, not only is it a revolution in cricket, but it is going to be, I think, something positive for the globe.
No, world peace?
Well... It's, inch by inch, little steps forward. This is one of them.
Well, I was seeing the other day that Sepp Blatter says
speaking of Sepp,
the world game, FIFA
has done more for world peace?
Yeah, than the United Nations. It's got more members than the United Nations.
Well, I think it has got more members. I don't know if it has...
they got a...
Do we know how football's travelling in Darfur?
No, I was just thinking, have they got a peacekeeping mission in Darfur?
Or the Sudan?
No, sadly, no.
I don't think so.
No.
But, gee, that would be something... to look forward to, wouldn't it? If there was a World Cup
played in Darfur,
yes.
Now you're talking.
Yes,
wow, what a great idea!
Or a World Cup,
team from Darfur,
disciplinary force of players.
Yes, players
who just get in there, and if people are untoward, they kick them. Ricky Ponting, what has gone wrong? And I would like to think. Just forming a thesis here, that it all began with Peter Roebuck's criticisms of Ricky in the paper. Remember what he called for Ricky to be sacked? That's when the form slump began. That's when the doubts crept into the super batsman's mind, I think. And I think it's cost him a fortune. It's probably cost him a couple of $1 million in the IPL.
Oh, easily.
When you see him valued at less than Warne.
I know. How does that
work? Less than Graham Smith.
He'd be captain.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
You'd have to tell the players where to stand. I mean, he brings so much to it.
I know.
And do you know what? I left out on an article we were going to do with last week concerning how this pressure is getting to him.
Well, I think it is getting to him.
This article didn't highlight the Roebuck article saying, give it up, the captaincy, but things that have gone on, he's worn the brunt of them.
He has worn the brunt of it all. And I think it's time for the public to reach out.
Reach out?
Reach out and touch. Mm-hmm. Say to Ricky, well, we have a lot of respect and love and admiration for you, old fella.
Would you like to see flowers left at the SCG today?
Yes.
Out the front of the members?
Yes.
Maybe 400,000 blooms?
Something like that. Just some gesture or a few cartons of beer. Something like that. Just a gesture from the public to say, Ricky, we're still with you, bro.
Yeah. Still with you,
We
bro.
don't care if they don't think much of you on the subcontinent. In fact, that endears you to us more.
I know. That's fantastic. What a lovely idea. Just a couple of slabs of VB.
Yeah, with a flower.
Yeah, with the flower.
With a flower on each box. Perhaps a zinnia. They're looking very pretty at the moment, those orange zinnias. Just one of those on each box might be very appealing. I tell you what, carnations are very nice at the moment too. I don't know if you've noticed, actually, some of those white carnations just to die for.
Right. Aren't they a bit earlier? Normally I associate them with Mother's Day.
Yeah, well, no, they have been. But I tell you, look, camellias are blooming again.
Camellias, yeah, I know, I've noticed
this
camellias.
Is madness. This is just madness.
Is this right?
Yeah, no, it's not right. They shouldn't be blooming now. No, this is the second bloom for camellias this year, in this season. Twice in one season. Unheard of.
Wow.
Unheard of.
And just...
And it's putting a lot of pressure and a lot of stress on gardeners who want to, get in and start snipping their camellias and shaping them for next season. You can't.
No. And is the carnation likewise? It's come in far too early?
I can't help you there with the carnation. I don't know. Look, I think they might be largely artificially grown.
The carnation?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
you mean hydroponically?
Yeah,
sort of?
well, I mean glasshouse.
Greenhouse. Oh, yeah, sure. No worries.
You know what I mean?
No worries.
Now, where were we? Little Leighton.
Yes, Little Leighton.
Bundled out of the Rotterdam Open by Italian Andrea Seppi.
I know.
I'd never heard of Seppi.
No, did you look him up?
I did, and he went on to bash up world number 2.
Rafael Nadal.
Rafael Nadal, who was off his game. He's been off his game a fair bit. Rafael
Seppi?
Nadal.
He must be in the top 10.
No, he's not. He's not even in the top 50. But people are talking Seppi now, including us, and that's got to be good for Italian tennis. Not much talk of Italian tennis over the years. You don't think much of the Italian tennis.
No, I was trying to think when you were talking about who the last great Italian player
I cannot
was.
help you.
No.
I cannot help you, but I tell you what, Seppi.
Is the next big
Seppi could be the big name.
This season.
Yes. And even if he doesn't win another match.
No.
He can stroll around Rome or Florence with a racket under the arm and people laying in front of him to use as a carpet. Eh?
Or killing their chooks so they can give them their feathers. Now, what possessed Leighton to go in an event like that?
Little Leighton?
Why would Little Leighton need to go?
He wants to get points. He wants to get points. Effort. And it gives him something to do. What else is he going to do with his time?
Accept that. No,
what else is he going to do with his day?
I take it.
Hang around with Becks and Breath?
Oh, not a hope.
He'd just be bored.
Yeah, he would. He would. No,
He'd be bored.
No.
You know, or out in the back court, just doing a bit of practice, hitting up against a wall, or someone, Roger Rashid style, standing there with a bucket of balls saying, oh, well, let's work on the forehand today. Oh, God, yeah.
Now, Tony Roach has done a great job, hasn't he?
He's done a wonderful job.
Because let's face it, without Tony Roach, it would have been he wouldn't be even in the Italian Open or the Belgian Open.
No, probably not.
No.
Rotterdam, I think it was.
Rotterdam Open.
Rotterdam. God, what a crazy town that is.
Oh, it's
I hope
lovely.
Bex is enjoying it.
Oh, well, she loves the cheese, you know.
Yes.
Rotterdam.
Oh,
Gouda,
well.
Edam.
Oh,
it's all there.
Well, I tell you, Holland, that's the home of cheese.
It is the home of cheese.
Those big cheeses, you know, a cheese that'd fill a room.
That's right. You can roll them down the street.
Yes. They're like tumbrils, aren't they? Now, Garth Tander, keen to defeat Scaife in the V8 Supercars, and it's interesting, they're both in the same team now, Tander and Scaife, who've never got on. And this has put a real tension, I think, in the Holden team.
That's fantastic, isn't it?
Not that it helped much, because I think Ford might have won yesterday. With
And it's on in
Whincup.
Adelaide.
Jamie Whincup.
Jamie Whincup, that's right.
Yeah.
That's right. And they had a very bad praying there. And
I know, and
hope
Kitty's been hurt very, very badly, and our thoughts go out to
I
him.
know, indeed. Yeah, indeed.
No one likes to see that.
No.
Well, no one does. I mean, I know a lot of people go along like,
see
well, I hope that there will be a prank.
We don't like seeing people get hurt.
No, we just want to see the pranks, and then people get out and wave.
We can't get enough of that.
No, we love that. Well, that's the only reason you go. It's the only reason I want to see the Formula One in Sydney, because there's a better chance of a prank.
And a wave.
Now, a new A-League franchise is to come from the north under the name the Thunder.
The Thunder?
Thunder.
Right.
Might be the FNQ Thunder.
The FNQ Thunder.
Or the Cairns Thunder, or, you know, you name it.
Magnetic Island Thunder.
Thunder. Fraser Island Thunder. Lizard Island Thunder. But it's got it's a good name, isn't it?
It is Thunder. Yeah. You think somebody would have had that?
I know.
Yeah,
I couldn't believe that, you know, that hadn't been snapped up with an R put beside it. Now, Stuart Appleby has downed Phil Mickelson in the World Match Play Championship, which was great. Then Bads sadly went down to Tiger after 20 holes. And at one stage, Bads was leading by 2 shots, 2 strokes.
20 holes it took him to put him
Yes,
away.
to put him away.
God almighty.
To put him away. But I tell you, Adam Scott was a terrible disappointment. He was bundled out by Woody Austin. Now, if you want to know who Woody Austin is, think Andrea Seppi. Just as obscure.
No.
Not that he's from Italy, he's not. Sounds like he's probably an American with a name like Woody Austin.
Yeah, let me get this right. Adam Scott last week, the swing guru, Butch Harmon.
Said he was the next one to take down Tiger.
He can't get on top of
Wrong,
Woody.
but Bads went close. He had his white slacks on too, HG, you'd be happy to know.
Did he?
And the white shoes.
Oh, rubbish, he didn't.
He did.
Oh, he'd come to play then?
And the white belt, yeah.
Oh.
White belt, white slacks, white shoes.
Do you think somebody should advise him on what to wear?
I think so. But, he went so close, you just wonder what God's position was in this.
I know. Obviously, a little bit more time in the wilderness, I think.
I think so.
The 40 days and 40 nights isn't up yet.
I think God's saying, not just yet, Pat.
No, that's true. Do you think he says that to him, or he just lets him think?
Well, I don't know how these things work.
No,
You'd
no,
have
I
to talk to
understand.
Bads about this,
Yeah.
but he seems to be in constant conversation. Royal telephone style.
Very good.
Now, Casey Stoner is playing mind games with Valentino Rossi. Thank you very much, Will Hagen. Suggesting Danny Pedrosa, thank you very much, Will Hagen, will be his main rival this season. How's that for playing with his head?
That's really doing it in, isn't it?
That's like...
Phillips head screwdriver through the ear.
That's exactly it. That's exactly it. I mean, it'd be like Roger Federer saying, "Oh, well, I'm really worried about Andrea Seppi this year."
Yeah.
How would Leighton feel?
I know.
Playing with his head.
Oh, doing it.
A new coach likely for the Adelaide 36ers to be announced this week.
I saw that.
Phil Smythe unlikely to be retained. And, gee, Phil has been great for the 36ers,
He has.
hasn't he? I mean,
arguably our best basketball
I think the
coach.
best coach of the 36ers
ever.
in the last 8 years.
Yeah, easily.
Easily.
And what's that story about the Sydney Kings? Sort of they're the minor premiers,
Yes,
and
they
they're
are.
red hot, but they're in real trouble. If Brian Goorjian goes, they could fall over as a
franchise. Really?
Yeah, some weird sort of complex.
I don't know what's going on with basketball. I mean, when I go these days, there's hardly anyone else there.
No, that's true.
It's just me and a lot of crickets.
Yeah.
It's very disappointing.
It
I mean,
is.
it is
Well,
such an exciting, dynamic game.
Yeah.
And why? I thought Channel 10 were going to bloody... Nine were.
Yeah,
they were going to broadcast every match.
No,
live.
not quite. That was our suggestion.
Oh.
Remember, it was going to be CSI basketball on Sunday nights.
That's right. Well, whatever happened to that?
Well, sadly,
a great idea.
I think they broadcast it on Sunday morning still. I don't quote me on that.
What, before the Sunday show, after Ray, or before Ray, or how early in the day?
Well, after the show Ray was going to do if Ray was still there.
Yeah, right, after Sunday, which has been bumped a lot earlier. It
Yeah.
starts at 5 in the morning or something now, doesn't it? It's finished by 6, then it's basketball.
Basketball, yeah.
Well, people aren't going to get up to watch their basketball at that hour. They're not.
No. Well, basketball sadly has come to the end of its run, so I can't give you a heads up. Although, it does seem here that they played basketball last night.
Well, yeah, it wasn't on air.
Okay, so they replay it.
They replay it in the morning.
Wait a minute. I can't quickly put my hands
Well,
on that
see, I think with
information.
basketball, it is such a live... You've got to have it live.
You do. You've
That's
got
what
to sit
people
there.
want. People I speak to, when I'm at the basketball, not that there's anyone else there to talk to, but...
Well, the crickets.
Well, the crickets seem to suggest that it would be great to have this live on television.
They would.
I mean, it's such an obvious thing.
I know. And it give away a car every match. I mean, it's got everything you want in a sport.
Yeah. Now, Matt Giddo has scored all of the Western Force points to edge out the Central Cheetahs. The Force are back.
Wow, the
Isn't that
Henjickless Force.
Yeah. No Henjack, but Giddo stepped up.
Mm-hmm. The Cheetahs, the Central Coast Cheetahs.
Central Coast Cheetahs. I don't know where they're from. I don't know how good they are. I've no idea. I don't know if they're a new franchise.
They could be. Pity they're not called Thunder.
I know.
Tell you what,
Cheetahs, they'd have to be African.
I suppose so.
Wouldn't
Let me
they?
just check this.
The Central Cheetahs.
And how about those Tars?
Unless it's CHEATERS, as in coffin cheaters.
Oh, well, they could be from anywhere.
But I think they might be cheetahs, as in the fastest land speed animal, land animal.
Right, okay.
Yes.
That's good for the force.
It's great news for the Western Force.
And rugby union in general.
Great for a new franchise.
Oh, it's fantastic.
You know? The Thunder would be looking at that and thinking, oh, well...
It works for them.
It worked for the for the Force.
Yeah, why can't it work for us?
Why can't it work for us?
Perfect. Vampire Weekend and A-Punk from a CD called Vampire Weekend on the Life on Triple J.
Men, at last, from the makers of Allen Underground Toilette come a male extrusion accessory. This emotional gel provides a permanent source of hydration for that little bit of you that comes and goes. AJ Gel, a concentrated blend of orange, mandarin, carrot and basil, comes in a pocket-sized action pack so that fit men can follow that special mood again and again and again. See your doctor today to assess your fitness levels before use.
G'day listeners, it's your old mate Frosty here with a very serious message for all older men. Now as you know, I sell cars that offer free routes, but lately I'm finding a lot of blokes can't perform, even though they'd like to. Why? Because they have trouble cracking a fat. Well, this came as a bit of a shock to me because I'm always cracking a fat. Heck, isn't everyone? But seriously though, there is a solution. It's a kiddie drink called Aussie Fuzzy Fruit. Just pour a little on your tossle and you'll have the old bugger back on the bark in no time. That's Aussie Fuzzy Fruit. Take my advice and always keep a bottle handy in the glove box.
Hey swingers, Roy and HG's Rent-A-Star International has brought online a number of high-powered, inspirational golfers who can motivate your staff beyond your wildest dreams and all have master's credentials. How about one of these names to headline your preschool trivia night or hospital fundraiser? Davis Love III, Jasper Parnevik, Mark Calcavecchia, the brilliant Ernie Els, and the Zimbabwean Eagle Machine, Nick Price. All are fabulous speakers with a full bag of tales to tell. So get in touch with the specialists.
The Lithgow Institute of Fun is pleased to announce guest lecturer Senator Rod Kemp will be in residence throughout October. Rod Kemp is a riot in the right context. Come on, dumpsters, give him a go. You've only got to lose. Book now and buck up.
Roy, the problems of Matt Henjack have dominated rugby union this week, of course.
The Western Force.
The Western Force. I mean, that win over the Cheetahs, what a great win that was. You know, I just didn't think Matt Giddo could get a point at all. He got all of them.
No, he got all of them.
And then the Tars, of course. I mean, Australian rugby's just going through the roof.
It is. This is a real renaissance.
Renaissance in the.
We're so lucky to see it.
I know.
So lucky to see it.
Look, Matt Henjack has broken his silence. He broke his silence, oddly enough, to Adrian Brzezinko from the Fairfax media.
Oh, yes.
He was completely silent throughout the hearings and completely silent to his family and his girlfriend afterwards. He had nothing to say to anybody. But all of a sudden, Adrian rang up out of the blue and he just blabbed. He said, it's been a pretty tough week, Aid. Some people mightn't understand how big an impact it's having on my life. And then he gave a quote, and I've never heard it put quite like this before. Someone said to me the other day, it's probably a bit like being a plumber. You know, you spend 4 years doing your apprenticeship, then work for a couple more years to get better at it. Then all of a sudden someone tells you that you can't work as a plumber in Australia anymore. You'll have to head off overseas to find work.
I suppose it is a bit like that, isn't it? That never occurred to me.
No.
But... Yes.
See, I often associate plumbing with clearing blockages and, you know, obviously backups and build-ups around the East Bend area.
And gas fitting, that sort of thing.
Right. Tanks, of course, are popular at the moment. And I tell you what, one thing that I like is an outdoor shower connected to a tank. You know, do you know what I mean? I mean, that's not easy to do.
Yes.
And
yes. Do we know what the someone might know this? What the percentage is of fully qualified plumbers who are certificated, who have to ply their trade elsewhere because they're no longer welcome in our community.
Because
to work
they've-
as plumbers because
they've
bashed another plumber
in the head, and broken his jaw.
Yeah, I mean it must happen.
Yeah.
It's just that the stats elude me, and not much is drawn to their plight either. The plight of the
wanderless plumber or the homeless,
the
plumber.
wandering plumber.
The wandering plumber. Yeah, no, I must confess.
And I don't know. Let's say, for example, you did have to ply your trade elsewhere. Let's say you went to
Belgrade.
Well, I don't know if they would accept
No,
a
that's what I mean.
certificate there. I mean, have you got much in the manner of a surgeon
Doctor coming to Australia.
Yeah, do you have to go back to university and start all over again? Have you got to start your trade again? Have you got to start as an apprentice in Belgrade? Should you go there or? I don't know.
I tell you what, some of those European backups are huge problems.
Well, they
too.
are.
You
Well,
know,
it's a totally different system.
I know,
isn't it?
totally different
Totally
system.
different
Yeah,
system.
that's why you may have to go back and get ticketed all over
Yeah, well,
again.
you probably would.
Or do a part-time refresher
conversion
degree-
course.
Conversion course, gas conversion course.
Yes.
He said, obviously this is the hardest part, having to go overseas. I've spent all my life training to play professional rugby here in Australia, in Australian conditions, under Australian circumstances, and now that's been taken away from me.
Yeah, well, it has, isn't it?
I've certainly made some mistakes and handled things the wrong way at times, but part of me feels as though the rugby union here has turned its back on me. Now, that's the problem for plumbers, isn't it? Imagine the plumbing community turning their back on you. I mean, you couldn't... You wouldn't know where to go.
You wouldn't know where to go.
You'd feel like that bloke who had to wander the streets of Belgrade. Mercifully, he's been allowed to come back to Australia.
Oh, that bloke, yeah.
I mean, I wonder if he was a plumber.
Or a rugby union player. I don't know.
Now, Henjak said...
Now, he's been allowed to come home,
He has.
hasn't
It's a-
he?
it's
Yeah,
a-
he was a
you know-
deeply troubled individual.
He was.
He spent most of he spent a couple of years, I think, just hanging outside the Australian embassy there.
He did. He didn't have anywhere to go.
Nowhere to go.
I know. Couldn't go anywhere.
That was a shocking story, that one.
it
Well, I
was.
hope Matt Henjak doesn't end up like that.
No, well, I hope... certainly not. And I'm just wondering if Henjak has thought about plumbing. Because, obviously, he could obviously make
Well, I
it...
tell you what, it doesn't hurt to
have a trade.
Have a trade.
No, it doesn't.
You know, there's no effort to carry it around.
See, my big thinking of the mistake here is that while he was playing rugby union, he should have been out at nights doing a course.
Doing a trade. And if plumbing's it, well, plumbing's it. Now, and he would be in very august company. John Farnham was a plumber.
That's true. The
Not that
voice.
he's had to, use the Stilsons or...
Or the electric eel.
Or the electric eel all that much lately.
No.
Unless he does a little bit of handiwork around the house.
I'm sure he would.
Which he would. And if someone had a leaking tap, he'd be the first to, put his hand up and say, hey, I can help out.
I know how
I
to
might have
change
a
a
washer
washer.
in the car.
Look, you're absolutely right. But there's probably, if you thought about it and heard about it, there'd be plenty of people who are maybe in politics today who started off as plumbers.
There would be.
There's plenty of sporting people, I'm sure, who have made the jump from sport back into plumbing. And let's face it, plumbing's a very fashionable industry.
it is
at the
a
moment.
very
You go to some of those shops and the things cost an absolute fortune.
Well, indeed.
It's a fashion statement now, plumbing.
And it has changed over the years. I mean, since the PVC pipe was allowed, for many years, councils wouldn't allow you to use. You had to use the metal pipes.
Yeah, earthenware pipes.
Earthenware
Or, yes, metal.
and metal. Yeah. Well, these days, of course, you can
Anybody
use the
can-
plastic.
I know, anybody can
But
do
don't tell me that's easy because it's not.
No.
It's easy to cut, sure.
Yeah.
But that blue glue, don't tell me that's easy to apply because it's not.
And getting your falls right.
Yes.
Oh, tricky.
Yes.
Tricky as.
Yes, it is tricky because, as most plumbers will tell you, water doesn't run uphill. Does it?
It doesn't, Roy, no. No, that's, I think, the first lesson Ivan would have to learn.
Yes.
As a plumber. Now, Ivan, sit down. What's Professor Roy told you?
Yeah, gravity. That's where you'd start.
Yeah,
Gravity. And, a lot of plumbers scratch their head and think, what's gravity got to do with me? Well, it's got everything to do with you.
He said, I've got my thoughts on, what's happened with rugby union and me, but I'll keep them to myself for the time being. At the end of the day, though, I accept my own responsibility for my actions.
Oh, well, that's good.
He said he's concerned that the lasers incident would forever tarnish his reputation.
What, stop him being a plumber?
I think so. That's what his indication. My reputation's not the best, I reckon. I said, I've got to look at the positives, though.
Well, he's a hothead, isn't he?
A hothead. I can become a plumber now. And I've got an opportunity to change that. There are certain things I need to work on. You're obviously going to seek professional help, down at the TAFE, wondering about gravity and water flows and all that sort of
And
stuff.
now, when you say professional help, is this in guidance towards plumbing or is this in anger management?
Well, I'm just starting to wonder if you spent all day, as young apprentice plumbers are often forced to do, of bashing your way through rock with a ball peen hammer and a coal chisel, I don't think there's much anger left at the end of 8 hours on the end of the ball peen.
No, well, that's the great beauty of
plumbing.
Plumbing is a trade, isn't it?
It is. It is. The anger goes in the rock.
Yeah.
Sometimes we think...
If you've got to dig your own trenches, I mean, that's where the anger disappears. But you end up very fit.
You do, very fit.
Patient. I mean, most plumbers are very, very patient people.
That's what I find with tradies generally, is that they no problem they haven't seen before, or it's too hard, or
unflappable.
Unflappable, absolutely right. Sometimes we think we're capable of handling problems on our own. I certainly thought that. This is Henjack talking when I started plumbing. But I know from experience that if you bottle things up and don't get help, then sometimes you can react badly to situations. But
well, what a valuable lesson to learn. And I tell you what...
Not easy one to learn either.
No, not an easy one to learn. But I tell you what, if you're a plumber, you're never alone. Are you?
No, that's the great thing about plumbing.
There's always a mate just a phone call away. I mean, you just got to go to the Yellow Pages.
Yeah. I mean, true. And they'd have a secret handshake and everything, wouldn't they?
Well, of course they would.
Yeah, you know, and there'd be a lot...
In
jokes, that's right.
Patois.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. That's right. Gravity, What's it got to do with me? You know, hilarious. Yeah. Remember the time we ran the thing uphill and all the shit went down? Oh, funny. That's been my undoing, he says once, and I don't want to make excuses. I know I've got to change a few things. He said, obviously, I'd like to keep playing rugby union overseas or plumbing. There's already been some interest from 2 or 3 European clubs, so hopefully they'll have problems with their system that I'll be able to sort out.
Grease traps.
He said he'd like to play NRL if the opportunity came up. I think I could adapt to league. I played a bit as a kid. Everything's a bit uncertain at the moment. He's in to deal with. He's got his mortgage, and you know, like a lot of people, not knowing where the next check's coming from. It's a real problem.
Well, it would be too. But I tell you what, if you're a plumber these days,
you know where the next
you write your own ticket. I mean, honestly,
it's incredible.
There's so much work out there.
I know. It's just unbelievable. Isn't it? It's a wonder that the club, so when they sat him down and said, now Matt, we're going to tear up the contract, but have you thought of plumbing?
Well, obviously they did, because plumbing's in his mind. I mean, why else would he have turned to plumbing? By way of metaphor.
No, absolutely right. Grinspoon, the Rowdy Grinspoon and Black Friday from the Pushing Buttons EP, and you heard that on Triple J's This Sporting Life.
Now get a load of this.
Robbie, Marie and the Doctor.
Exultant leader King Robbie continues to charm the pants off international guests with his unique interviewing technique.
It's a bit like being, having your testicles chopped off.
Nick Cave on the show. Also, Seth Green, my favourite ranger, guest starring on Claytron.
Look out, Claytron.
Tron.
I thought that's what I said.
Robbie, Marie and the Doctor. Weekday mornings from 6 on Triple J.
Roy, this DVD... look, I want to put rugby union problems aside, the Henjack notwithstanding, we might come back to it, but the AFL has tried to do something for the players with a DVD to try and teach them how to behave with base-level decency.
Oh, yes.
Now...
These are scenarios that are workshopped by actors, are they?
Correct,
yeah.
Correct, on the DVD. And apparently they're worried that, basically kids are coming straight from school where no one likes them. All of a sudden they get into an AFL side and suddenly everybody wants to know them.
Yes.
And especially members of the opposite sex.
Oh, yes.
So the first scenario, workshopped by actors, are you're with a girl who's had too much to drink. Do you, A, get some water, B, call a taxi, or C, take her back to your place for sex? Now, just let that sit there. Now, another one from the DVD, AFL DVD.
God, that's a hard one.
Oh, it's a tough one. I mean, that does require some thinking. The person's completely comatose.
How much time have they got to do this test?
Well, look, what I hope is not a tick box.
Rush into this.
I hope it's not a tick box.
Oh, okay.
Because what would worry me about the tick box is there, get some water, call a taxi. Now, they're probably two quite reasonable things. But if the person's comatose with alcohol poisoning, it might be better to get an ambulance.
Go to the hospital.
So all of a sudden you're saying, yes, exactly.
Go to the hospital.
So all of a sudden you want to write a little bit of an essay.
Well, you would.
And
because you might think, oh, well, yeah, look, I'd take it to the hospital, but maybe we could have sex in the ambulance on the way home.
That's right. You are called by your mates. This is another scenario. You are called by your mate's girlfriend into the bedroom. Now, I've got to say,
your mate's girlfriend's
Wait a minute, let me set it out before I comment on it. You're called by your mate's girlfriend into her bedroom as she mistakenly thinks you are her boyfriend. Now, there's a scenario
Does
that
this
happens to
happen
everybody. Oh, yeah, I was going to say this happened to me about 3 times a week.
You're called in by...
You're called by your mate.
So no names used. It's just, get in here.
Fred.
No, the names, no.
It might be a pet name, though. Sort of like, I don't know.
What if you've got 2 Darrens? Can I hear Darren?
Yeah. Or if it was Dan, which could be a boy or girl's name, you can see where I'm going with this. So,
yeah, but if you're sitting there watching television and you know your mate's girlfriend's in bed and she calls out...
Yeah, I know. It's not very realistic.
Think, does she mean me?
Yeah. Okay.
Does that work?
Wait. Do you, A, go and hop into bed and pretend to be him? Oh, Lord.
Does that happen?
No. Well, obviously the person's comatose with alcoholic poisoning because they obviously after about 1 second they know who it was and it wouldn't be him, the right him. Do you walk away?
Walk away? What, leave the apartment?
Or rent another place, if possible, in the tight rental market. I reckon I've got a more realistic one to suggest. Here's one.
Is that just 2?
Well, I just chose those as examples. There are probably hundreds of them. I don't know what to say about that one. I'd say what you're entitled to do there is to say, I mean, that situation would have never happened. They just invented that to try and catch out people who aren't filling the test out. Anyway, you know, what I'd say would be, you know, another essay coming up saying it's extremely unlikely, you know, extremely unlikely this would happen. Yeah. You're only trying this on to see that I'm actually doing the test. Well, I'm doing the test properly. Now you can fuck off. Now, the other one is, here's one. You and a teammate have gone halves in a slab.
Oh, yeah, right.
Your mate's passed out and there's 1 can left to go, which is his. 1. Do you drink the can and piss off? Do you wake him up and help him put it away? Or do you... Well, I haven't got a third question in there.
Or do you... Oh, OK, or phone up and order another slab if you're still thirsty.
Leaving his there.
Yeah,
right.
But check his breathing. Make sure he's still alive.
Yeah, well, you would do that. You've gone halves in a slab with one of your teammates.
Shave one of his eyebrows off while he's there.
OK, not bad. He's passed out. Once you've checked his breathing, 1, and there's 1 can left to go and it belongs to him, do you drink the can and piss off? Do you wake up and order another... do you order another slab on his credit card because you're still feeling thirsty? Yeah. Or do you wake up and help him put it away? Tricky question, isn't it?
It's just baffling, that one, isn't
it? But more realistic than the 2 they've suggested.
It's baffling, yeah. Well... Wouldn't you phone a mate over to come over and help
shave the eyebrow
and reward pants him, stick a bloody newspaper up his date, set fire to it and leave him outside.
That's right. And then offer the mate the final can in payment.
Yes.
What worries me is surely they can't think that this would help them just sitting down with a tick box form on their DVD, you know, where they can click and...
No. Someone's having a lend to someone with this one. You'd have to imagine.
You would say that whoever's done this and been paid by the AFL to do it hasn't earned their money.
No, they haven't.
No.
We could think of much more interesting scenarios. Much more realistic, too.
Realistic, yeah.
See, that's not realistic.
It's not. That would never come up.
No.
Ever.
No.
Now, what we could do is, though, invent some scenarios involving what's happened to, obviously, Ivan Hinjak.
Matty Hinjak.
Ivan's nephew.
Yeah.
Now.
Yeah. Or Wayne Carey. He's been in some situations that you'd think, they might be worth using.
As the basis of a sort of thought starter.
I mean, your vice-captain's girlfriend's in the toilet.
Mm-hmm. Do you
go in and give her one? Or do you stay out of it? See what I mean?
Or knock and say, "Are you okay, Kelly?"
That's right. That's right. Yeah. Well, that's far more realistic.
It is, and that may have happened. I was trying to think, though, Wayne Carey, Lord, you could base a whole DVD on Wayne Carey, couldn't you?
Well, you could, yeah, especially the trip across Africa. And it's just horrible.
It is.
That's a DVD that certainly would be a must-view for
young players.
Yeah.
Do you think, though, that young players, I mean, let's face it, they're pretty bright these days, would feel a bit sort of as though, disappointed that that's the best their employers could come up with by way
I think
of...
they would be, I think
entitled to feel disappointed?
Yeah, I think they'd like to see more realistic ones, for sure, for sure. And honestly, I think if the AFL approached Wayne and said, listen, mate, can you...
Help out
here with a few scenarios to help the kids, he'd be the first to put his hand up.
I know, he would.
He would.
Now, look, I've got to say, he would come with a wealth of experience and credibility because he'd been at the pointy end of personal relations for so long.
Exactly.
Because let's face it...
He's been there. I mean, he's been there. He's had the baptism of fire as the trailblazer.
Indeed. And let's face it...
He had no preparation for this life.
He had no DVD.
No DVD to go by.
No AFL counselling.
No counselling whatsoever.
Didn't have to do it.
I'm amazed that the bloke is as, normal as he's turned out.
Yes, the Black Ghosts on the Life and Triple J. And Australia have started off with a real builder at the SCG and the one ODI. 1 for 87 with Hados on 34, Roy.
From 27 with a strike rate of 125.93, which is impressive by any measure.
So the trouble is the SCG, it's always who wins the toss, largely wins the game.
Yeah, it is pretty much. It's a bit disappointing for Gilly, though. I don't know how many he got, but he can't have got many.
No. But still a little way to go yet, and we haven't seen Harbhajan Singh into the action
would
yet.
this be the last time we'd see Gilly play?
I think it would have been the last time Gilly at the SCG. Yeah, that would have been a very big
Although the final series, one imagines.
Oh, true.
Yeah, but there's no guarantee. We don't know who's going to be in the finals yet, though, do we?
No, I suppose not. I've forgotten all about the finals. Isn't that weird?
Yeah.
So they've only had 9 overs and they're batting up over 9 and over, almost 10 and over. In fact, at the end of this, it won't be 100, will it? So it's hard to imagine they'll get 10 and over, but about 9 and over, so it's going very, very well.
Well, wouldn't it be good if they scored 500?
What a way to go, because the batting's been a bit disappointing.
Yeah.
Now, Roy, let's go to Maria last weekend. And, look, this was just terrific. We saw, apparently a man celebrating his Bucks Day with 26 of his mates thought it'd be funny to strip off and be the first past the post at Moruya Racetrack. Look, I thought it was, in concept, a terrific idea.
It was.
The problem was the race was involving real horses, scooting down the straight at the same time. Jockey Tracy O'Hara was almost sent crashing to the turf when a horse, Moricum, took fright as the streaker staggered onto the track, last Saturday during the last race. Look, I've got to say, we're going to have to breed a nudist-compliant horse, so as they don't take fright when they see a streaker on track.
Isn't there a case here, HG, for DVDs for patrons who want to go to horse racing?
With a tick box
of how to behave. Given certain scenarios. Okay, you're there for your 21st birthday, you're with a lot of mates, you've had a skinful.
Do you?
Somebody suggests you take all your clothes off and run with the horses. Is this a good idea? You know what I mean?
50-word essay.
Yes.
Well, O'Hara was upset and annoyed. This is the jockey.
Well, the race was null and void, wasn't it?
It was called off, yeah. The rival horse, Barunda Sea, stormed home to finish the first past the post. However, New South Wales stewards, were forced to scrap the race because of the interference which angered stakeholders, obviously punters, stewards, starters, owners, etc.
Yeah. Imagine, though, actually, if you'd put your house on that race and you'd won.
I know.
This was your last chance. To
get the mortgage.
To clear the mortgage and to start a new life, maybe as a plumber overseas or what have you.
Or as a rugby union player.
Or as a rugby union player in
free
Perth.
of mortgage, because that's apparently what's, holding a henjack back.
Yeah. Just imagine.
I know, it would have been fantastic.
You'd have a different attitude towards that streaker. You'd be hard-pressed to see the funny side of it, wouldn't you?
You would. But, on the other hand...
People have got to treat horse racing like you're in a cathedral or you're in a church.
So. Yeah.
It demands respect.
Respect, yeah. Steward on the course at Moruya, Yo, could not recall a previous time when a streaker had stopped a race. He's been there a long time too.
Well, hang on, it didn't stop the race.
No.
He's wrong there.
Null and void. Well, I'm wondering if he should get a DVD, maybe.
So he knows the difference between a stopped race, which is, when the boom comes down and the horses crash into it.
That's right. Or the second gun goes off.
That's it.
Now, and... look, I've got to say is that there were elements about this that I did like, because as you can see just before the post, the man does appear to be charging into an attractive winning position. Then on the post, he makes up a lot of ground, many lengths in the short space of a time.
And then he's dived. He dived.
Dived right across the line there.
Yeah.
Literally threw himself over the line.
Yeah.
And here we see the main shot is of him mid-fall.
Yeah. Well, I'm prepared to say, having a close look at it now, HG, that a lot of people, even if you had put your house on it and you were going to clear your mortgage, null and void, you missed out.
You'd see the funny
You'd still see the funny
you
side
would,
because it is genuinely funny, isn't it? I mean, people love seeing, a young bloke celebrating his 21st, running, nuding up and getting out there and having a go. I just don't think there's anything funny. And I don't think anyone would begrudge this bloke having his bit of fun.
No, that's absolutely right.
Now, that's the way to look at it, isn't it? I mean, common sense.
Common sense. And let's face it, if you put your house on it, you'll get another house.
Of course you can.
And you'll be able to put that on another horse race and hopefully win.
Yeah.
Now, Roy, do you think the whole event, though, with massaging, has a future? I mean, I mentioned that it could be part of the Grand Prix. I think it's on March the 15th and 16th, that weekend in Melbourne.
Yeah.
Do you think it could work in some way? Or
well, I think it needs some sort of formal barrier between the horses and the nudists.
Fair enough. What's nudist?
And he doesn't look to be totally nude. He looks like he's wearing his underpants.
He does, doesn't he? And I thought
that's disappointing.
But on the other hand,
if you're going to go that far, you might as well go all the way.
Yeah, well, it's described here as a streaker. Well, underpants don't.
That's not a streak. That's just a bloke in underpants.
Clearly a bloke in underpants.
And there's a world of difference between a streaker and a bloke in underpants.
There certainly is, Roy. There certainly is. I think he wore the underpants.
If you turned up to a nude beach in your underpants,
you'd get howled down.
You'd get howled. You'd frog marched out.
Yeah, you'd have to be forced to leave and plumb overseas.
Yes.
Now, look, can I just say, I think that he wore the underpants out of sensibilities to the other patrons.
Oh, I see. Didn't want to offend the kiddies.
He'd done the DVD. If you are going to run, at the races, nude, is it wise to leave the underpants on?
Yeah.
etc.
Yeah.
Look, and on the other hand, I've just got this vague feeling that somehow there's a germ of an idea here. As you know, we love beast v person events. And I've just got to say is that, maybe if we had, one of those which can live longer underwater or out of water, the man under the water at the swimming pool or the fish flapping on the sideline, having just been pulled out.
I've never seen that.
No, very, very funny. Very, very funny.
What a great idea. So you bring a dolphin in a tank.
Mm-hmm. Take it out.
And you take the dolphin out at the same time as you put the bloke under the water.
Who lasts
so you
longer.
can hold their breath the longest.
Yeah. Who can live in the other environment longest.
Well, that's a great idea.
Well, it's just picking.
Why has that been done? Has that been done at Randwick or anywhere like that?
No, I was thinking
in
of
between
F1.
races?
F1. I reckon that's just perfect for the F1. I can see it now. As they're revving up on the grid, before they go, you've got the Crown Heads of Europe there. Yeah. Over goes the motorbike, then straight in.
Well, we don't want to hold it up too much. How long can people hold their breath? 3 or 4 minutes? 4 minutes?
The experts can hold them a fair time.
Yeah, they can. You say your pearl divers.
Yeah,
pearl diver. Your old-fashioned pearl diver, they could maybe stay under there for 10 minutes.
I think that's not bad. I think the free divers can hold them for at least, several minutes, maybe up to 5 minutes. The people that go down an awful long way.
Yes. 5 minutes. Well, I have no idea how long a dolphin
could stay out. Well, I keep forgetting, they have to breathe air, don't they, by coming up to the surface. They're not like a fish.
Maybe it's not like a dolphin. Well, maybe dolphin's wrong. Maybe.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty good snip that the dolphin would still be there.
The dolphin would still be there.
You mean a mullet?
Yeah, a mullet or a flounder.
Oh, Catalyst, Stephen McKay out front of Catalyst. Say what you feel from the CD. What's happening on the Life on Triple J? Might be time for a fat.
And now on This Sporting Life, it's time for the first fat of the afternoon. The fat is as Australian as Barbara Streisand, as new as Cats, as wild as Johnny O'Keefe. What are Australians fighting for this week? HG?
Well, another fabulous prize to get us underway. We've got the general store printed thing, your catalogue and diary for 2008. We've got the current edition, or the January 2008, almost as current as we get, of Inside Cricket, featuring an article, The Real Gilly.
Is that before he made his announcement to retire?
I think so.
Yeah.
And appears to be written by Justin Langer, who's described as an insider. An insider into Gilly.
Did Langer and Gilly spend much time together?
I don't know.
I suppose they both played for Western Australia for a long time, didn't they?
They did.
So I suppose he'd know Gilly as well as anyone.
And there's Ponting and Johnson, obviously punter and Mitchell.
Mitchell Johnson.
Are the posters. And Ian Chappell's written a terrific think piece on my 5 most influential one-day players.
What a fascinating prospect that is.
I know.
What a fascinating
Ian Chappell. Now, look, we've got a terrific book here from Trevor Watt. Rock Fishing Secrets and Ocean Safety. It's just terrific. And there's a lovely thing that Trevor's added to it, addressed to me in this one. So it's absolutely fantastic. So he's added a couple of little extra tips there. And he says, yours in fishing and fun, which I like. Yours in fishing and fun. The author, he loves his ocean. He loves to get out and about and catch things. It's just fantastic what he's done here. A really great read. And we've also got the current edition of Street Machine with, wait for it, the Green Frog on the front. This is a FB Holden wagon, a 350 Chev, so it's very economical. It's planet friendly. And it's got a Power Glide gearbox, so it's just a fantastic car. And so that's quite a price. We're throwing in as well 2 guides to exhibitions at the Tim Olsen Gallery. So it's a great
prize. That's one of the most diverse prizes you'd ever get.
It is on any radio show anywhere in the world. And for some lucky listener, women only, who can answer the following question, Roy.
Yes, the question is as follows. What's the first thing a plumber has to learn? Day 1, lesson 1. What's the first thing a plumber has to learn? That number is 1300 555 36.
Women only.
Phone now.
Oh, yes, VHS or beta. Can't believe a single word. Sudden. Bring on the Comets, the title of the CD, the VHS or beta from America. Who are we talking to? Roy.
Yes, we're joined by Ellen, who's joining us from Dubbo in New South Wales. How are you there, Ellen?
Yep.
How are you going there?
Good, thanks. How are you?
Yeah, very well indeed. Now, is there anything happening in Dubbo this weekend? Any rugby league matches or cricket matches or anything?
No, we had the rugby league was in Orange.
Yes.
But nothing in Dubbo.
And what's the name of the Dubbo team? I should know this, but you may well have 2.
We do have 2.
Yes.
Rugby league, we've got the Macquarie Raiders and the Sims. Old boy?
Oh, yes, Sims. Yeah.
And do you have a favourite team out of those 2, or are you just Dubbo-focused?
No, actually, I don't have a favourite team.
But you seem to know a little bit about it. Is this because other members of the family or friends follow the rugby league locally?
My brother used to play for Macquarie, so I suppose I should go for them.
Yeah,
right.
Enough.
And what are their colours? Can you recall what jumper your brother brought home?
Red, I think.
Red.
Maroon, yeah.
And did he I'm not quite sure how, did this club have any success while he was playing for it? Not necessarily at his level, but were there some grand final victories there?
No, not that I recall. They both got into the grand final last year.
Yeah.
Right.
But not while he was there.
Right. And did you go and see him play when you were...
Yes, I did. Yes,
right.
Yeah. Were there good crowds in those days, Ellen?
The times that I went, I was actually in Sydney then.
Oh, right.
Okay.
Oh, well, you drive back to see the Macquarie Raiders going around.
Yep.
And
they'd be playing in Group 10.
Group 11, I think.
Oh, Group 11.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Now, could you sit in the car and watch it on a cold day?
Some places you can, yes.
Right, but it sounds as though at Dubbo you have to get out of the car and walk into the grandstand and watch it.
Yeah, in Dubbo you do, but if around Narromine or somewhere like that, you can sit in the car or on the car.
What was the catering like at Dubbo? Can you recall getting maybe a bucket of hot chips or a pie or
steak sandwich?
And sauce.
Wow, and obviously people would maybe able to have a beer as well sometimes?
Ooh. Probably.
Probably, yes.
Yeah.
So, it was a place where you saw friends. I mean, obviously you went for to see your brother play, but did other people who you knew go?
Yeah, and unfortunately Dubbo is one of those places you can't go without seeing people that you know.
Oh, fair enough.
Yeah. Just happens, yeah.
Now, I don't suppose there's any sporting collectibles connected with Macquarie Raiders. I don't know quite what they would have, but...
what a clock. So Macquarie Raiders clock or anything like that.
Or maybe there was a photograph of a famous player who might have gone on to play with the Harden Maryborough Hawks, or somebody who went.
I'm sure there's jumpers or something.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Have you got any memorabilia yourself, Ellen, that you've collected over the years?
No.
What? Nothing came your way, or no interest?
No, I'm a Newcastle Knights girl, so I collect their stuff.
All right.
But, yeah,
I was just meaning generally. Do you have any memorabilia?
Like you haven't got a Newcastle Knights scarf or something,
or a
like
program of when they played the Parramatta Eels, or
signed by the chief or something like that.
I've got a jumper signed by Danny Badiris.
Hey, what would that be worth?
That's fantastic. You don't have to be shy about that. That's a genuinely really good collectible.
Have you had it framed, Ellen, or where is it?
It's hanging in my wardrobe.
Do you wear it sometimes?
No.
No, you wouldn't wear it.
Oh, no, sorry, yeah.
With Danny
I've got a
Badiris.
player's jersey that's not signed. I wear that.
Oh, okay.
that's
Now,
great.
this Danny Badiris signed jersey, is it signed on the front or the back, Ellen?
On the front.
On the front, good. So it'd frame up nicely. And would there be a framer in Dubbo who does those nice big boxy frames that sets it off?
I'm sure they would.
Now, have you thought about taking it to the game and maybe getting another night to sign it?
No, I like Danny.
Yeah.
Oh, well, who doesn't?
Well, Danny at that stage was probably the finest hooker in the world.
Oh, he would have been. He would have been. Easily.
Easily.
And are you hoping the Knights under Brian Smith this year might have a bit better year than last year, which seemed to sort of be a roller coaster ride of emotions, if I can put it that way?
I'm hoping, but I don't hold much hope because Brian Smith unfortunately doesn't have a great reputation, and but I'm going for the Jets this afternoon, so hopefully Newcastle will have a win.
Yeah.
Well, that's very good. You weren't tempted to go along to the match today?
No.
Oh, well, that's good.
But I'll watch it.
Oh,
Yeah,
no,
good.
very good. Well, Ellen, let Roy set out the question for you and have a swing at it.
Yep.
Now, Ellen, what's the first thing a plumber has to learn about?
I think that the first thing the plumber has to learn about is gravity.
Absolutely right, Ellen. The Street Machine, the rock fishing secrets and ocean safety, with a special endorsement to me from the author Trevor Watt. Inside Cricket, the January 2008 edition, and the General Store printed thing. Ellen will have them on the way to you and they should get there before the rugby league season starts in Group 11. In the meantime, thanks very much for being part of This Sporting Life. Go Jets!
Thank you.
See ya.
Okay, bye.
Three on the trot with a lot of screaming at the end. That's from the Hives in Sweden, where they do carry on in that sort of way. The Hives, Try It Again, the title of the track. If you didn't get that from it, you weren't listening, from the Black and White album. But the Three on the Trot began with Regurgitator, my friend Robot. I want to say my robot friend, but my friend Robot from Mishmash. And in the middle, the features Chasm. Chasm, Rise of the New, Beyond the Beat Tape, the title of the CD. And they're our feature album this week here on Triple J.
You've finished training and your bum is like a raw, red, crusty, infected sore. That's better. Roy's Rectal Ring Balm. Many commentators say there's nothing funnier than a footballer's fart. Now you can be the judge. Istanga South Australia and the PM's Cricket Fund are proud to announce the much-awaited release of Farts of the Famous Volume 1. Hear history in the making from Alf Langer in the Cauldron during State of Origin 3 2001. Catch Jason Stevens letting one go last weekend at Shark Park. Wrap your ears around Jason Sinclair filling space at the wheel of the Parrots car. And then hang on to your trousers when the Parramatta Eels celebrate victory in the tub with a rib-tickling rendition of Tequila. That's Farts of Famous Volume 1, out now on Istanga.
Hello, Frosty here. Jesus, this global warming's a real bugger, but Lahood Heights is doing its bit. Did you know we're 108% green? We use wind power, solar power and shit power. Don't laugh, we burn the methane and put the rest on the roses. And water, we have tanks, we recycle, and we ask all residents and guests to piss on the lemon trees and poo on the potatoes. Now, most people are only too happy to open the bot and drop the lot for the planet, and with Frosty Finance, we're well positioned to go nuclear once the politicians get off their fat asses. So come out and have a look. It's unreal, and guess what? We're now exporting Frosty lemons to the Solomons and Tuvalu.
Roy, just going back to the Henjack incident. Look, the initial argument, according to Wayne Smith, a rugby writer for The Australian, the initial argument occurred in the toilets of the bar, flared up again in the middle of the busy establishment and erupted a third time outside in the street. Now, the Force captain, Nathan Sharp, speaking from South Africa, where the team, obviously the Western Force, took on the Tudors with Matt Giddo scoring all the points. So we've got to act quicker. It's disappointing as a team that we let it get to the point it did, but the two of them left the pub on the intention of talking things through outside, and they were left to their own.
Well, there's the mistake there.
I know, left to their own. I know. Acting Force Chief Executive Mitch Hardy intends pressing for an explanation of why players were in the bar in the first place. Although former...
Well, had a few beers, I imagine.
Hopefully they were having a few beers and not, just lurking around the potted palms, monstering other patrons.
Rosie style.
Rosie style, yeah. Although former Force halfback Chris Young has quit the Glasgow Warriors to rejoin the Perth club, he will not be named in the etc. It drifts off there as a replacement for Henjack. Now, Henjack's manager, Greg Keenan, he says the Western Force are in a unique position where every player they contract comes from other states. That means that the social supports of the player would normally have in his hometown aren't available.
Well, that's true, isn't
and
it?
as a result, the responsibility to provide those supports rests with the Force. It's a big ask with the Force to provide.
Well, the Force would just have to... No, well, it's
rugby,
simple
professional
case.
sport.
Yeah, simple case. Say with Ivan's case, or Matt, I should say.
Yeah. Bring Ivan over.
And let's say...
Mum and Dad.
Brothers and sisters.
Relocate.
And maybe 2 uncles, couple of aunties and 4 cousins.
That'd help.
Yeah,
that'd certainly settle him down.
It would. It'd give him some sort of support structure, social support structure. And that's
right.
Vital in this day and age.
I know.
SG.
It's so easy to overlook. The family is everything it provides.
Stability.
Education,
stability,
emotional stability.
Roots.
Yeah, shows you how to go, provides people to foundations, exactly right.
Yeah.
And I mean, I think Keenan's got a point. And then when you, of course, have come to the uncle, Ivan, he says it's hard for kids to buck the trend.
Yeah.
And the real issue is the culture that's born in rugby union, AFL and rugby league. These kids come into a culture of drinking and playing up, and they're expected to have the tools to deal with it.
Well, I don't.
If someone starts their career in a culture like that, they're fighting a losing battle.
Yeah.
I mean, it's so true.
It's so
All
true.
you want to do is thump someone on the head.
Yeah.
I mean, let's face it, I've talked to a lot of people connected with football, especially in the modern era, all codes. All the players say is they want to punch somebody in the head. That's the first thing that comes to their
mind. Just want to go to a pub, have a skinful...
And punch
someone.
Especially a teammate.
Yeah.
Because there always stinks going on about, you didn't kick the ball to me, you didn't pass it.
And if you don't have that social infrastructure...
I know. You're lost.
You're lost in a culture like that.
I know.
You're lost to that culture.
You are. That binge drinking, punching people in the head, thinking about becoming a plumber instead of pursuing a career in football without family.
Yeah, well, I tell you what, there won't be too many people putting their hands up wanting to go into that culture anymore.
No, that's true. That's
if it doesn't clean up its act.
No, that's true.
And get the social infrastructure there. And I know this is what Kemp was working on before
he got the bullet.
He got the bullet, yes.
Now, can I ask whether it's now time to make another call, a plea for jails for footballers for their whole playing career, that they live in special, obviously areas beyond
Is this only players who don't have the social infrastructure, HG?
Well, I think...
So the Western Force, in this case, they're all imported players. There's no social infrastructure.
No, they all should go
live
jail.
in a jail.
They live in jail.
The Force jail.
I tell you what's going to happen is, I tell you who's going to... This pigeon who's going to come home and really dump all over is the Rabbits. When they move to Perth...
Yeah.
I mean, they can't afford to take all the families with them.
Do we know that as a fact?
No, I don't know that as a fact. You're absolutely right.
Maybe there are quite a few New Zealanders in the team, isn't it? You'd have to get them over from New Zealand.
That's true.
Roy Asatazi's family, for
Well,
example.
Kidwell, I'm pretty sure
And
it's a New Zealander as well. There's a couple for a start.
Yep.
They would come and bring their family, their mum and dad and their
Cousins.
relatives,
Well,
cousins.
what did you say? 3 cousins.
Mm-hmm. Couple of
two
uncles.
2 aunties.
Mhm.
Yep. Okay.
Just to settle them down.
And mum and dad. And if there's any, brothers and sisters, obviously.
Well, they'd
don't
come.
go to
Yeah, because the mum and dad had come. Well, it is a big task, and maybe that's what football now needs. It's big enough to take on that burden.
Yes.
Which would be refreshing change to instead of putting them all in jail, which I think is the only other alternative, the only other sane alternative.
It is. And the other thing is, if you are going to go to a public house for a couple of quiet beers, then you must be accompanied by, let's say...
4 members?
4 members of your family.
Yeah, I think that's... What a terrific idea. Can I call that a common sense solution?
Common sense solution.
Thanks very much, Del.
Yeah.
Now, give me that again.
4 members of your family. Now, and they must be senior members. You can't take along 3 young cousins and
expect them to keep you...
And a silly, wobbly uncle.
Not that Uncle Theo.
Yes.
No, he's out.
You know,
I know him.
You've got to be sensible.
Mature, non-drinking.
Mature, non-drinking, and with no record of having had any... altercations with the law.
Like, for instance, if you were a young...
And one must be a justice of the peace, could I add?
Well, that's pretty good.
And someone not totally unconnected with the Chamber of Commerce.
And how about this, a marriage celebrant as well? Is that too much?
Well, that comes with the JP territory, doesn't it? Yeah,
Well,
OK, JP, association with the Chamber of Commerce, and must have no record, absolutely clean, and maybe over the age of 60.
Now, can I... Let's just talk about the O'Neill family at the moment. Julian O'Neill, of course, was a well-known tearaway, played with many clubs, a terrific player.
Pooh and the Shoeman.
Pooh and the Shoeman with Souths. They've sort of got him down for about this time of year. It was some years ago.
Yeah, down the south coast.
It might have been Dubbo, actually, of all places.
Dubbo.
Burning Palms Motel in Dubbo, could be. And then, of course, they found themselves at a loose end, decided to feel like take a dump in a couple of shoes and a kit bag and hurl it around the place. I mean, funny. I mean, the videos still make me laugh.
I know.
Having said that, though, should younger relatives of his claim him to be the uncle...
Well, you'd have to say no. There's your case in point. Unless he's done the course and become a...
JP, a marriage celebrant.
And a plumber.
I can't get enough of that. We're on our way to Mars soundtrack. Give me a bit more. Nothing. Love it. Machine translations. You'll change from the CD7. And in the cricket, Roy, I think he's worth every cent again, all of a sudden.
He is, isn't he? He is, isn't he? Look at that, a majestic 50.
Yeah, from punter. We're talking about our captain, our skip. Punts.
But they've tightened the screws a little bit in here. I mean, we've really got away to a flyer.
Yeah, with Gillian Haydos. Jayasuriya-like, really, the start. Now they've settled them down. And now they're on 20 overs, and they've got 130. So they're looking to
between
be on
6
target
and 7.
to 300
6 and
easily.
7 and over. Yeah, well, the 500 we wanted, though, is not going to happen.
No, sadly, it doesn't look as though that looked promising earlier on. Now, let's go back to this event, I'll use that word advisedly, of the Roosters v. the Dungutty Broncos last weekend.
Didn't they give it to the Broncos?
They did. They did.
They gutted them.
Well, Blake Collins, according to Glennie Jackson in the Fairfax papers, is a typical kid from a country, New South Wales, who dreamt of taking on the new NRL forwards after he finished school. Right. Last Friday night, it came early when he took on the Roosters. Yep. Collins, a 17-year-old prop in his final year of school, has been revealed as the Dungutty Broncos player whose punch started the brawl that led to a Roosters player being suspended. A fate that many even, may befall the fledgling Kempsey-based club following the game. I hope it doesn't go that far. OK, you can see it now, can't you? The boys, Willie, obviously Braith, all into town. Wouldn't it be great if we could clock one?
Yeah.
It's a rugby league dream as old as the game itself. And how old's the game, Roy? 100 years.
It's a recipe for disaster, this, isn't it?
Now, regional manager, this is of the Country Rugby League, Scotty Bones said, in the bush, a fight such as this one may occur once or twice a year. Yep. It's not great for the game, but there's no damage done. There was nothing illegal.
Nothing illegal?
Overly illegal.
Oh, overly illegal.
Well,
that's a fine line, isn't it? Well, it's not. It's a thick line. Isn't it? Overly illegal. What if you can use that as a defence?
Well, I hope so from now on. The Dungutty officials were in damage control. They're going to send apology letters to, both Port and the Roosters. One official apologised to the Roosters players, including Braithen and Willie Mason, who were on the sideline shortly after the incident, while Collins was given a talking to later that night. There are some fears the club may be suspended, although mercifully that appears unlikely.
What, the whole club suspended?
Yeah, the whole club. The Roosters chief executive, Brian Canavan, immediately said the Rooster would appeal the guilty Grade 2 contrary conduct charge after the NRL match review committee viewed the footage yesterday. The forward will miss the Foundation Cup against West Tigers on Saturday. And while admitting the incident was disappointing, Canavan added that it was 20 seconds out of a wonderful day and night.
Oh, well, that's true.
Isn't that great?
Yeah.
20 seconds. There's so much good coming out of this thing, isn't there?
Yeah.
I mean,
now,
sure.
what happened to the 17-year-old, HG? Was he given any...
Let's have a look. He was given a talking to. He was given a talking to.
Good. Now, I assume he would have had his mum and dad there, and maybe a couple of uncles, couple of cousins. Ticketed, plumber.
And, yes, there is a registered plumber in the family, but sadly he wasn't there. Now, there was a bit of a punch-up. This is Terry Quinn, General Manager of the Country Rugby League. A bit of a punch-up. He said that fellow officials would view the footage. It shouldn't happen. It did. But I'm not sure if any action should be taken. It should be left on the field.
Well, that's
Isn't that refreshing?
Common sense.
On a Country Rugby League.
Thank you, Dell. That could have been written by Dell.
I know. The NRL reiterated its desires to see their clubs trialling against NRL sides. Chief Operating Officer.
The referee at the time could have just blown the whistle and said, listen, boys, enough's enough.
Yeah.
I'm giving you a penalty. And listen, young, whatever his name is, who was the young
Collins.
kid? Listen, young Collins.
Yeah. Keep it down.
Keep it down. Keep up, you know.
Well, I'll give you an idea is that, in the aftermath of the brawl, Port Macquarie, which yesterday led to the Roosters forward being banned for one match, officials from Dunghutti apologised to the Roosters on the sideline, chastised Collins later that night, foreshadowed sending apology letters to both the Roosters and Port, which we mentioned. The incident happened late in the first period of the Roosters trial match against three separate teams from Group 2.
Yeah.
Collins tackled, Roosters forward Anthony Sherrington and seemed to strike him as they rose. Nua Salah became involved, good use of the word, became involved.
Oh, as the third man in.
Yeah, as did most of the players from both
he
sides.
should be weeded out of the game.
Oh, he's been suspended at least for a week. He missed the match last night.
Good.
The Roosters were awarded the penalty. They scored on the next set and Collins was taken off to cool down, but not before, according to witnesses, giving the crowd the thumbs up.
Oh, I like that.
Don't tell me he won't be playing first grade.
Showman,
yeah, I know.
Showman Collins.
Collins, he got all the skills. Coming off. Thumbs up, wink.
Well, I like the sound of it. He sounds like he could be a new Lee Crooks type.
Now, this was all in the Broncos' first game. The side coached by Balmain player Paul Davis has joined the Group 2 this year after several years of lobbying to join the Country League Senior Division. So it's all going well except for this particular incident. There has been trouble with the club or associated members of the club before, but it is sad that this rather difficult problem has reared its ugly head right at the start of the season. Now, having said that, I then think, well, obviously this is something that will require a greater mind than mine to work on, and I go to Phil Gould this week with a beautiful think piece in the Fairfax paper this weekend. The NRL's decision to charge the suspended Roosters prop Frank Paul Nuala for contrary conduct following the fight and trial game Port Macquarie last weekend has effectively ended any chance of country teams hosting NRL sides for pre-season matches in the future.
Holy dooly.
I mean, they talk about trying to grow the game in the bush.
I know. No, he sees the real implications for this.
Yes, hosting NRL sides for pre-season matches in the future. This is my personal view.
All right. Phew.
And I do not speak for the Roosters on this matter. Teams do their best to support country towns wherever possible, and in keeping with that attitude, the Roosters agreed to play 3 country teams in one evening as a great promotion and fundraising initiative for the local league. Mm-hmm. The reward? Having to face a couple of young smartasses, I assume he's referring to Blake Collins, only intent on cheap shots and inciting a brawl to give themselves something to brag about to their mates in the local pub. It only takes a couple of idiots to spoil it for everyone.
That's so true, isn't it?
Roosters players contend they ignored a lot of niggle and provocation against the Kempsey-based Ngati Broncos before Nuala finally took exception to a blatant cheap shot on one of his teammates by suspending Nuala. The NRL is now effectively giving free rein to these unprofessional amateur players to punch whoever they like any time because they know now the professional NRL player is not allowed to fight back.
Yeah. Well, that's the truth, isn't it? It's a sorry day for rugby.
I know.
league,
He says, rabbits on a fair bit, but and I hope Country Rugby League takes stern action against the players responsible for this disgrace. Gouldy said he always preferred to play trials against teams with coaches who he knew enforced a strong code of discipline amongst their troops.
Yeah.
For example, when you played trials against teams coached by Wayne Bennett, Brian Smith, Tim Sheens or John Lang, you got a good hard match and you never needed to worry about fights or illegal tactics. You know, I've just got to say it is a very bad day to think that teams won't be going.
It's a sad day in the 100th year of rugby league that you cannot have, a team of ambassadors go out into the bush, and have a couple of kids. Have a couple of kids play them. But for Blake Collins, that would have been in his life.
It would have been just fantastic.
Fantastic.
He'll remember it forever.
He will.
The thumbs up, the whole thing, the look, the after, the talking to the blokes down the pub afterwards, everything. The stern talking to from people he probably doesn't respect all that much. The uncle coming in, the plumber who heard all about it. And raced over from wherever the job was just to hope he got there to save us some of the atmosphere.
Yeah.
Oh, no. You can't.
No. Well, look, I would like to think that Blake Collins will go on with it and think, well, rugby league, that's for me.
Exactly.
I fit it in.
Exactly.
Exactly. I went the thump. I hit one of these, city smart-ass types.
Smart-ass
who would have been gobbing off.
Yeah, gobbing off.
They would have been gobbing off.
There would have been a lot of talk, Roy. There would have been a lot of that stinkfist talk. What are you looking at? Come on here. Shout your man and take a swing.
Yeah.
All that stuff. Would have been gone all afternoon, Roy.
Yep.
And then finally, he snapped.
He snapped.
Because he knew the plumber wasn't there.
That's right. He snapped. Well, can I say that Blake Collins, I see as a bit of a rugby league hero.
Salal and Psycho Girls and Psycho Cowboys. It's a remix, the Moonshine Sessions, the Hacksman and Hacksman remix. I've been waiting for that for years. I've just whenever they touch something, the Hacksman team, they really polish it up beautifully. It's part of our new music podcast. Salal from France is also in Goaten Project. How about that? Incredible. And Roy, there's been a wicket at the SCG.
Yeah, we think we've lost Haydos, actually. He would have been certainly over 50. So, and now we've got Pup joining our putter.
Yes.
Yeah,
yes, but it's
so very experienced.
2 for about 122.
Yeah, a bit more. About 140.
140, right.
Yeah.
Off 22 overs.
Off
That's why I was
22
getting
overs.
confused.
Yeah.
Okay, now, look, just before we go on, can I just finish off that fateful trip the Roosters made to the Dunghutti Broncos last weekend. And
did you see any of the footage? It looked terrific. It really, an all-in started. It was, it reminded me, as I said, of Lee Crooks, the marvellous work he did all those years ago playing Manly. I don't know if you recall that.
I certainly can recall that event. Yeah, no, it was great. Well, look, I was watching the...
And he was about 19 at the time, Lee. He was a young bloke. He just loved to fight and loved his rugby league.
Didn't bring his family out here with him. And was just
no plumbers within sight.
No marriage celebrants. Look, can I just say also that there was a lovely all-in last night after an incident in which the number one draft pick, Matthew Cruiser, was felled by a member of the Happy team from Hawthorn.
Oh, yes.
Which understandably, the rest of the Blues team thought was
Took umbrage?
Took umbrage up, basically because Cruz had the ball marked and then the other bloke just came along and flattened him. And so understandably, they thought, hello, well, just not...
You've got to stamp that sort of thing.
Yeah, and it was lovely. It was great. I just hope that the AFL in this stupidity don't penalise the players too much. I can understand put $100 in the poor box for the melee, but that's about it.
Yeah, right.
Because it was just blokes defending one of their players, new player.
Yes.
You don't like to see that happen. It was good to see the teamwork from the Carlton boys in that area.
Well, it's a good sign, isn't it?
Good sign, yeah. Something you can build on. Love the melee. Now, we come back to the problem of, how do I put it, the headlines and fallout from that trip north for the Roosters. Obviously, Willie Mason was apprehended along with Anthony Tupou. You may remember Anthony Tupou was played one match of State of Origin last year, and he might be a DJ in his spare time, not a plumber.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, he's got a trade.
He's got a trade. So Tupou and the Face were apprehended by the police in an unmarked car at Coffs Harbour for urinating in public about 3 a.m. in the morning after the promotional visit to North Coast. Both players have been issued with $100 infringement notices, so they haven't gone silly, the police there. I think they've done the right thing, $100. Yeah. The third player is said to have decamped as the police rolled up, and he's obviously pissed off, leaving Willie and Tupou, obviously with the problems of the law.
Yeah.
Now...
Who saw them, H.G.? Do we know what the story is?
No idea.
It would have been pretty quiet at that time of the morning.
I assume somebody would have been, a cockatoo somewhere, noticed the boys disappearing down the back lane and put two and two together and thought, busting bladders, slab. Yeah. I bet you they're going to have a long Jimmy. I might call Plod to swing past here and try and nab it.
As you might have said earlier in the day, actually, you'd think police would have something better to do, wouldn't you?
You would. It was a back lane, not against the wall of the Coffs Harbour Courthouse. The Ray Tristan and Dean Ritchie, who wrote a beautiful think piece for the Murdoch people
it was in a back
about
lane.
this. In a back lane, yeah. Now, obviously distressing bladder problems compound a report that photographs of naked Cowboy star Jonathan Thurston are on digital cameras and a phone stolen from a woman in Sydney, and we see the rugby league season developing very, very nicely.
We do, don't we?
Now,
hang on. Jonathan Thurston was with a mate and took all his clothes off and was photographed. And that phone has been lost.
That's right.
With the photographs on it.
Yes, that's right.
Right. Are we putting out a public call there for?
Well, I think we are.
If
you've got the phone, we'd love to see it. And so if you could bring it into this Boarding Life, Triple J, just send it in, no questions asked.
Or a current affair.
A current
today
affair.
tonight to do something with it.
Yeah, I suppose they would. They would. Now, the club, after the problem of Willie and etc., said the club and the players are disappointed that their actions have generated poor publicity following good work carried out over the 3 days in the community. Both players are remorseful regarding this embarrassment situation, regret their actions. The club will require both players to carry out a program of community work. Bit harsh, isn't it?
It is, isn't it? What, for having a wee?
For having a wee.
Maybe they should be forced to clean out the toilets.
Well, exactly. Yeah. I was thinking, or painting toilets.
Yeah. Or erecting a couple of public toilets in the area.
What a lovely idea. Or maybe being in charge of supervising the arrival and maintenance, you take a lot of driving, of several portaloos.
Portaloos, yeah.
In that area.
Well, why not get themselves, do a course in plumbing and install toilets in the area.
And maybe the club could reach out to that community, which may feel a little harshly done by the big team from the smoke blowing through, and other areas. Would you like a player to come and put a toilet in your area? I mean, talk about building
reach
bridges,
out and touch.
Exactly.
Reach out and touch. That's what rugby league's got to do. That was the plank that was built on 100 years ago.
It was community minded.
Yeah, Birchgrove Oval. Yeah, 2 teams, just a dream, reaching out to touch.
100 years later,
and they touched the hearts of everyone they saw. You know, everyone who saw them in that first, say, 70 or 80 years.
It was just fantastic.
Well, that's what we've got to get back to.
Wouldn't that be great? A program of building public toilets by players, ticketed plumbers, or with the aid of
throughout rural and regional Australia.
Now, look, can I draw your attention to the fact that there's a road between Sydney and Canberra, might be called, for argument's sake, the Bruce Highway, and along it you have toilets.
Oh, this is the Hume Highway.
They commemorate the VC winners.
Yes. I love it.
I know.
Every rest stop, all those rest stops all the way along
You're pissing on a digger who won a VC.
That's right.
You're remembering everything that happened about it. Sadly, there's not a lot of information about how they won the VC, the various people. But be that as it may,
it leaves you to do the research.
Exactly. Now, can I suggest that all the toilets built, say, in the 100th year of rugby league by the players are tagged with one of the 100 great players, which we might get to in a minute, a discussion of those. The 100 great players.
Well,
So,
what a pledge. If Rugby League was to reach out and touch and pledge to rural and regional Australia between now and the end of the year, 100 public toilets.
all named
after a player.
So there might be a Darren Lockyer, a Roy Bull, Chimpy Bush.
Bush.
Yeah, Gillian O'Neill.
You'd be lucky if you got the Chimpy Bush toilet in your
It'd be fantastic.
town.
Look at the media. Look at the positive media.
Yes.
Willie Mason.
Because you'd get someone from the family, let's say it was Chimpy, I don't know if Chimpy's with us anymore, but
to have the first dump.
Just an idea. Well, I hadn't thought of that, but I thought to be on site for the opening.
Look, I mean, this could go anywhere. I was thinking of the media angle on this.
Yeah, well, you've certainly got a media angle there. Yeah,
You certainly have.
In they go.
That's right.
To
What was
break
it
it
like?
in, yeah,
Thumbs
and then
up.
come out. Did it work? Yes,
That's right. And to think that, say, Willie Mason would be coordinating this with the help of, other plumbers in
Yes.
other teams, and they'd be drawing up maps, taking submissions, and maybe somehow the footy show could get involved in going to the 100 great, sites where the great players are commemorated in this way.
Yeah.
What are you putting in here, Willie? Well, we're putting in a 3-berther, and there's 3-berther for women and a 1-berther for a bloke and a couple of urinals. And where are the funds coming from? Well, the great thing about this is local rugby league has paid for this one. Isn't that great? Etc.
Well, the NRL has paid for this.
Or Reece Plumbing, if that's a famous plumbing firm.
Or how about the Roosters?
The Roosters pay for a couple of toilets?
Yeah.
Maybe the first one should go where they were
Well,
found
indeed, in
wanting-
that back lane.
Fantastic idea. That is a 100-year project worth celebrating. We built the game.
Well, it helps with the national infrastructure. Doesn't it?
It does. So much of our iron ore and coal is held up because people have to travel, getting it off the country, because people have to travel a fair way to toilets. I mean, I'd say we're losing probably on average 40,000, working hours a month.
Easily.
With
and there's
toilet
no
breaks.
way, and there's the outside chance that some of these toilets could become cafes. A rugby league toilet cafe, say in Leeton.
Hang on, how's this work now? You've got the toilet, so they build a cafe around it.
Yes.
Right. What a lovely idea.
For some young entrepreneur.
Who might be able to get a franchise going.
Yes.
And then maybe involve the name. So let's say it was the Roy
Chimpy
Bull.
Bush.
Yeah, I know. Toilet cafe.
Toilet cafe.
Rugby league toilet cafe.
Yes.
What a great idea. And a bit of chimp memorabilia on the walls and stuff like that.
Certainly photographs.
Just photographs, yeah. And sort of maybe...
And his record.
Obviously his record. Number of matches played, points scored, honours, flag, ball, exactly. Now, I'm just wondering if maybe that the people in charge of the game, I mean, obviously club presidents.
Gallop.
Well, I was thinking, he might have enough to do, but I was thinking about people like club presidents, like Dr. George Paponis.
Dr. George Paponis.
Now,
yes.
let's say there was some... let's say, Peter Tunks was in the 100 great players. I'm not sure if he isn't or he isn't, but, the Prince of Darkness, Steve Mortimer's bound to be there.
He is there.
Now, when, Willie, the face of the Eastern Suburbs, builds the Steve Mortimer Prince of Darkness toilet in...
Toilet cafe? Or?
In Esk, the toilet cafe in Esk, then Dr. George Paponis goes up and opens it.
Lovely.
And talks about...
What talks rugby league issues?
Yeah, and what the Prince meant to the club.
Yes.
Maybe a 3 or 4 hour oration, which would be a lecture carried by the local media.
Yes.
And stuff like that. I mean, now you're starting
and
to
a
build up a
video highlights package of
the Prince in action.
Steve in action, where he busted Michael O'Connor's nose. That'd be a good one to...
That'd be a great one to start
Might as well
with.
start there.
Yeah. Start with the best. The toilet cafe project. I think that is something that could...
Well,
really...
that's marvellous. And who knows? You got your toilets, then you get your cafe.
Mm-hmm.
It may even become a department store.
Right.
Down the track.
Or a general store.
Or a general store, yeah.
And I'll tell you what would be great is if you could get some of the people who aren't necessarily... I mean, I was just noticing, I think it might be one of the big, supermarket chains raised a lot of money for drought.
Oh, yeah.
Now, hooking them into the Rugby League Toilet Cafe project might be a way to go to help get supplies.
It's not bad, actually. I'll tell you what, I'd like to plug, say, tourism into this as well. Let's say you're issued with cards.
Yeah,
you get your
passport.
your 100 Rugby League
Toilet
Greats
cafes.
cards.
Yes.
Right, and you go to your toilet cafe, say the Chimpy Bush, and you get it stamped.
Yeah, I know. I know.
So
it's going to be fantastic.
So for kids, they're going to be pressuring Mum and Dad. Listen, can we? I want to get every stamp.
Mm-hmm. Can we go to West this weekend?
There are 100 toilet cafes.
Mm-hmm.
You know, can we go to Leeton this week?
I know.
You know,
Chimpy
on
Bush.
and on, Dubbo.
Yeah, Dubbo.
I mean, I just think that's something. I don't know who's in charge of tourism at the moment, but I mean, that's the sort of thing we need.
It is. And I tell you what would be great is to get some of these toilet cafes out of the New South Wales, Queensland zone
spread it. Oh,
I know.
Absolutely.
So if you said Canman 2, a fairly obscure part of, say, the road between Adelaide and Murray Bridge, that'd be a really good one for kids to find. Because it wouldn't be bleeding obvious.
No.
Like it wouldn't be downtown.
No.
But there'd be a toilet and a cafe just doing modest business. And it would be, let's say you decided that, I don't know, Cliffy Lyons isn't there, but let's say he was in the top 100 players. That was the Cliffy Lyons.
Dave Brown.
Dave Brown.
Great winger from, say, 1908.
Yeah, that's okay. So his record's up there in the Canman 2 one, and you kind of go in there and you get the stamp.
Yep.
I mean, the trouble is that what will happen is that could we attach a prize to the first person who gets the 100 stamps?
Yes. Yes.
And maybe we could get what we could do is really amp it up by getting the first 100 stamps this month, the first 100 stamps in March, the first 100 stamps in April.
Oh, yeah, right.
I mean, talk about getting tourism off the ground. I mean, that would be fantastic.
Certainly would.
Yeah,
and I'm wondering actually if we should have them near railway stations.
I think you should too. So as people who don't have cars,
can have access to.
Yeah, I think you're going to have to look at that. And I'll tell you what, that'd probably reopen up a little old train lines.
Well, suddenly the rugby league train's got something to do.
Beck and Time Bomb. Beck on Triple J's This Sporting Life. Might be time for the second fat of the afternoon.
And now on This Sporting Life, it's time for the second fat of the afternoon. The second fat is brought to you each and every week by Mad Dads, the Woodies Float, Actar Technology and Chunky Chains, the rolled gold links that have your head coming out better. What's on the chopping block this time, HG?
Well, another fabulous prize, a Movement magazine, the Boogie Boarders Bible, issue number 19, 2007, Inside Film from April 2007. That's a fantastic copy of Inside Film. We've got another Rock Fishing Secrets and Ocean Safety by Trevor Watt. This time it's got a little endorsement for Roy, so that's great. So there's a personal touch to it. And, of course, your catalogue and your diary are from your general store printed thing for 2008. So it's a solid prize, Roy.
It is. Now, the question is for all comers, HG, and it is as follows. How many family members should players have around them at all times? How many family members should players have around them at all times? And that number is 1300 0555 36.
All comers, phone now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Operator, please. Yes, 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 yes. Vindictive, the title of the CD. And, Roy, we've got a fat in motion. Who are we talking to?
We're joined by Adam, HG, who's joining us from Uralla in New South Wales. Adam, how are you there?
I'm going very well, thanks, fellas. How are you going?
Yeah, very well indeed. Now, are you keeping an eye on the cricket?
Yeah, between the cricket and the V8s at the moment.
And the V8 supercars. What's the story with the V8 supercars?
Yeah, it's a bit hard to keep track with the sort of radio on and the vision.
But you wouldn't like to make a stab like his... I think when I last looked, it was either Whincup was running second and Winterbottom was first.
Whincup and Winterbottom. I think it's out of both the young Ford boys.
Yes.
Yeah, between FPV and Vodafone, I think it'd be.
And it's a terrific circuit, that Adelaide Clipsal circuit, isn't it? It's just a fantastic thing. I can still see when the cars go around. Don't know about you, Adam. I can still see the F1 there.
HG, does it get any better than Adelaide, really?
No, it doesn't. You're absolutely right. It doesn't get any better.
I think Adelaide was built for car racing.
Well, if it was under lights and if it was F1, I think Bernie would be interested, don't you?
I do. Have you heard anything about Adelaide putting in lights for a night circuit?
There's speculation, I do
Speculation,
believe.
good.
I think they've got a retractable system. I think it works well at the Adelaide Oval. And they're going to be able to raise them up while the race is on and then lower them down. I mean, it's a big expense for a once-a-year event, but let's face it, F1 puts so much back into the community.
It does, doesn't it?
Yes, I hear you there, yes.
And into the economy, doesn't it? I mean, I think it's only been averaging, I think it's been costing Melbourne about $30 million a year.
Is that all?
Yeah.
But the benefits and the
But I tell you, anyone I've spoken to, the public, in Melbourne, Geelong, Ballarat, when I get out and about, no one's complained to me about it.
No?
No one has said, look, I don't like our money going towards the F1. I think they do like it.
Well, where else is it going to go?
No, that's true.
That's right.
Now, Adam, we've been quizzing people, most Sundays that we've been back this year about sporting collectibles and memorabilia. Have you got anything... we got a terrific story earlier today about a signed Newcastle Knights jumper signed by Danny Baderis.
Yes, there's a bit of night stuff in the house.
Night stuff?
What do you got?
There'd be a jersey and maybe a couple of pictures here and there.
Wow. What signed? A signed jersey?
Oh, yeah, I got a jersey after the 97 grand final signed by the team, which was rather fortunate, of course.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Well, that'd have Joey Johns on it.
Oh, Joey would be there, amongst a few others. Yeah.
And is that the famous grand final win, which a Branca, I think?
That would be the one.
Yes, he got the ball to him in the final dying seconds, and over they went. Very exciting.
Now, have you got that framed, Adam?
Actually, no, it's still hanging up.
Just hanging up.
Mate, get it in the frame because you don't want too much air to get at it. You don't want moisture or anything like that.
Have you added that to your insurance list?
Oh, of course.
Yeah, good.
Yeah.
And you've got some photos there, you say?
There's a couple of pictures, yeah.
Signed?
Yeah, sort of a collage, I think, might be the...
Wow!
Hell.
A collage of Knights players?
It doesn't get any better.
It doesn't. Have you made that yourself, or has it been expertly done?
Oh, expertly done, of course. A limited number of... 1 point something.
Million,
yeah, billion.
Isn't that fantastic?
Now, are the signatures facsimiles or are they originally signed originals?
Yeah, I think it could possibly be a facsimile of an original.
Right, but the jersey you've got, that's original, isn't it?
Yeah, it is indeed.
That is fantastic.
Yeah,
are you looking to expand your collection? I mean, would you love to get Brian Smith to, say, sign the jersey, the 97 jersey now?
That would be the 2008 Premiership jersey, would it?
It would, I suppose so, yes. No, I hadn't thought that far ahead. I just thought you might like to get him to sign the 1997 jersey, which would be an absolute...
devalue it, wouldn't it?
Well, two schools of thought here.
It'd certainly be a one-off, wouldn't it?
That's what I'm looking at. A one-off. What have you got? Well, I've got the 97 team.
Yeah.
But wait for it. My
With
little
Brian
kiss
Smith.
off. Yeah.
Well, if you're going to do that, why not get Craig Lowndes to sign it?
Craig Lowndes' connection to rugby league.
I know, he's done it all.
I mean...
But that's what makes it really fabulous.
That's true. And look at this expansion of the market. You've got your rugby league people, obviously, and you've got your V8 people as well.
Yes.
How about Cadell Evans?
Yes.
And Craig Lowndes.
And Sally Robbins.
Oh, well, yeah, now you're talking quality.
Perhaps on a bed.
Trifecta or quadrilla. Now, Adam, let Roy set out the question and have a swing at it.
All right.
Now, Adam, how many family members should players have around them at all times?
I think as long as one would be a qualified plumber, I think that's all that really matters, isn't it?
That's the most important thing, but give us a number.
I'd say 4.
Yeah.
Yes, they could be a qualified plumber, a justice of the peace, or a marriage celebrant as well.
Or a member of the Chamber of Commerce.
Oh, that's true. That's true. Anyway, the Movement magazine, the Inside Film, the rock fishing, secrets and ocean safety, and the printed thing. Look, Adam, we'll get them out to you. They should be there in time for the Charity Shield next weekend. And thanks very much for being part of this sporting life.
Thanks, fellas.
See ya.
See ya.
Ah, yes, 3 on the trot. Oh, still on the trot. That last piece was by the Pictures. See You Home Tonight from Pieces of 8. And we started off the 3 with the Queens of the Stone Age. I'm Designer from Era Vulgaris. Queens out of the United States of America. Niles Barkley, that was the CeeLo Danger Mouse collaboration. Niles Barkley Run from The Odd Couple, and as mentioned, the Pictures, featuring the Spazzies from Melbourne, and See You Home Tonight from Pieces of 8. So 3 crackers on the trot, on the light.
Australians, have you ever wanted to live with your storage? Why not have a holiday with your valuable heirlooms, knickknacks and sporting superannuation memorabilia? At Webke Park in the top end, you can move into one of our 15,027 on-site caravans. Just dial 1-800-WEBKE and stay as long as you like.
Shooters, is your prey looking even further away lately? Well, there's no need to rack the 303 in panic. You've read about the eye of the tiger. Well, the South African team of animal-to-human transplant experts located in the Peter Van Zyl Wing, Cape Town, can drop in the eye of a panther, leopard, lynx or lion, giving you the eyesight that has blessed the big cat community for millions of years. Be warned, your new appearance may shock friends, and dark glasses are recommended by medical authorities. But your improved kill ratio will more than compensate for any odd looks that you may get in the street. Interested? Just take aim for the Van Zyl and pull the big cat trigger.
How valuable is your dog as a love fountain? Did you know a simple assessment by a team of specialists could see you rolling in cash as a result of a pre-planned meeting in your front yard between your short-haired juicer and a same-breed companion? Get the specialists, Roy and HG, and who knows, your mangy old stink bag might just win the blue ribbon at the Royal. Put the feet up while your barking bloke puts in.
Queensland behemoth Big Gordon Tallis is burning his trousers on December the 3rd for world peace. Why not join him and burn yours? Become part of the Million Pants Burn-Off. World peace, a dream? Just believe in the flame. Come on, Aussies, share the spirit and show the world you care. Burn your pants. The Million Pants Burn-Off is sponsored by the ANZ Bank, Caltex Australia, BKSI Stanger and Rotary Australia.
Roy, look, some terrific news from the Clipsal track in Adelaide, the wonderful track that goes through Victoria Park and so on. It's just a beauty. The great news there is there's been a marvellous prang.
The sort of thing people want to see.
Certainly, there should be a lot more of it. It appears that Craig Lowndes was passing Mark Winterbottom and got past him, and then for some inexplicable reason turned right in front of him and took out what I would imagine the front of the field.
Yeah.
The front of the field. And I did see an irate Winterbottom coming back to the pit area and really gobbing off at the standard of judging of driving. Now, this is an aspect I never heard of.
No.
The judging of the driving. They said that they were
well, I
too
think
loose.
if someone deliberately goes out there to... And I'm not suggesting Craig did this in this instance, but if someone does go out there and deliberately jeopardise the chances of another racing driver by, causing an accident, then I think they should be made to pay for that.
They should. I think they're going to be suspensions
Suspensions, fines.
Fines. And
building of toilet blocks.
Joining the 100 rugby league toilet cafes that are going to be built.
Yes.
Because let's face it, they can handle a spanner, some of those blokes. So Winterbottom out in controversial circumstances. Lowndes out, causing the controversy.
Now, Whincup still in front, is he?
Whincup was in front when I last
looked. Magic weekend for him.
Oh, incredible. He was miles behind due to a prang up front. All of a sudden, he's front of the pack. I mean, it's a Stephen Bradbury story all over again, isn't it?
It's a lovely story.
But Winterbottom really gobbed off at the standard of driving in the V8s. And look,
well, he knows what he's talking about.
We're going to hear more about this. Speaking of driving, were you as surprised as I was? I know we were lucky enough to be there at the Krusty Demons display in Canberra last weekend. Now,
they're fabulous. Real entertainers.
Real entertainers, and they don't mind a prang.
No.
Now, Scott Murray was trying to do a double back flip, very difficult thing, and on the first time out, he was thrown off his bike as he landed flat on his back alongside the landing ramp. But he suffered nothing worse than bruised ribs and obviously... Bruised ego. Had a second go at the stunt.
Yeah.
I went for it again right away and got the rotations all right, but I hit the back of the landing ramp and landed on my back and it knocked the wind right out of me.
Yeah.
Now, the crowd, I think quite rightly, was shocked to see him walk off and check himself into hospital. Because I think there's an old Australian adage, third time lucky. I reckon most of the crowd thought... The bloke's got one jump left in him.
Have a go.
Have a go. Sure, he might have been hurting, But do you think that bloke who jumped all those cars, the other day, the bloke from Kiama, and he's going to tackle the crown heads of Europe as part of the F1, do you think he'd come off and wander off to hospital after 2 goes where he missed it? Look, I reckon it's a tricky thing to do because you've got to judge where you are, you've got to spot the ramp, and you've got to get your rotations right.
Yeah, you do.
And it
comes
was
out of technique.
I reckon it was a lucky miss the first time.
Yeah.
The second time, sure, he winded himself, but being winded...
No, that's nothing. Has he ever done it before, by the by?
Oh, well, I think he has.
I mean, he's worked it out technically, has he?
Technically in his mind.
Yeah, technically in his mind, it's possible.
Yeah, that's right. But then, of course, in front of the public...
Is there any talk of, coming back to do it again and
next
people
week?
get in for nothing?
Well, I reckon that would have been a lovely gesture, especially as he was carted off. But then again, I think that the trouble is the crusty demons are not the sort of actor who want to leave people wanting.
No. Well, I tell you what, it's not going to... People will be thinking twice next time the demons roll into town. You think, well, I'm going to see a bloke on his back twice.
and not doing what I want to see.
Yeah.
And that was a big part of their advertising. Come and see the bloke do the double backflip.
Yeah. Double black. Was it over anything like buses or anything like that?
No, it was just over space. Space. There were no buses there, or no people lying down. The other thing is,
over broken glass would be good.
Well, it would be fantastic.
Or spikes or something like that.
Big spikes.
Yeah.
A pit full of those bamboo sticks. Sharpen up. That'd be great. Now, the trouble is he can make it across there. It's landing that he's got to work out. He's got to go back and work on his landings.
Well, absolutely.
And I think...
anyone can put them up there, but not everyone can land them.
Absolutely right. Anyone can get up there off the ramp. Even I can do that.
Anyone can do that.
Then I can probably get half a rotation done. And then coming back down.
Look a bit wobbly. It's the getting down.
I know, getting down from up there. It's the hard bit.
Yeah.
But can I just say, and again, comparing, it's hard to compare oranges with apples, but... Can I just say what a spectacle the Clipsal has been? 2 great prangs. One sadly put a bloke in a hospital, which we don't like seeing. But then the one that we've just seen...
Well, that's the sort of crash that's going to keep people coming.
It certainly is. It's a crash that'll have people thinking, bloody hell, Adelaide next year, I want to be there.
I want to be there.
I know. Yeah, I know. If they're going to turn on that.
Exactly.
Now, look, we haven't had a chance to do this 100 players justice, but can I just say that this surprised me, and you've got to put the 100 players, great players of rugby league, into context. According to David Riccio in the Murdoch Press, the panel of selectors of the 100's greatest players, it's a panel of experts so secret, even those on it don't know if they're a member.
God almighty.
One judge chosen to select the greatest players in the game's history didn't even realise he was on the selection panel until he received a ballot paper in the mail.
I bet he was shocked. But privileged at the same time.
Humbled and proud.
Yeah.
And shocked. And as the fallout continues from naming the game's top 100 players, ARL General Manager Jeff Carr refuses to say who's on the panel because it will open them to ridicule. It'll certainly open to ridicule now. You can see him down the pub, sort of Bob who drinks about 60 schooners after he finishes work every night. He's on it. Now, flawed, you bet it was, one of the 134 members of the Australian Rugby League Hall of Fame Voting College.
Oh, the Voting College.
Now, have you heard of this before?
Well, I'm on the Voting College, yeah.
But you don't know it yet.
No, I didn't know it until the forms arrived.
No, the Australian Rugby League Hall of Fame Voting
College, yeah. It's quite a rap, isn't it?
It is.
For handle.
Yeah. Can you put that on your CV, or is it so secret you can't?
No, I think...
Have you got a handshake?
No, but it's just a nod.
A nod.
Yeah.
And if you sort of gesture towards the Christmas handshake, that's considered fair enough.
That's right.
Okay. I got a letter in the mail saying, fill out this form and send it back to the Australian Rugby League Voting College. I'd never heard of the college, according to this secret member. Carr stood by his decision not to unmask the 68 judges of the 134-strong college who voted. I'm a bit uncomfortable releasing the names of the ex involved without their permission. All it would do anyway would be open them up to ridicule.
Well, I'm prepared to name myself, and I don't feel as if I'm
going to get
ridiculed. Why should I? I voted faithfully.
I know.
Faithfully, I know. And I never saw Dave Brown run around. So it's very hard for me to vote for Dave Brown, so I didn't. And I'm prepared to say that.
No, sure.
And there are a couple of other players that, were around 1908 that big raps, but I never saw them.
No. Sure.
So very hard for me to say, well, yeah, I'll vote for him.
Yeah.
But I didn't. I didn't. I can only vote for those that I felt belonged in the top 100.
Carr's judging panel was made up of administrators, former players like Roy, coaches, historians and journalists. But it failed to include some of what's described by David R. in his column here as the sharpest minds, including Channel 9's Matthew Johns, broadcasters Ray Hadley, Greg Hartley, Ray Rabbits Warren, and the Sunday and Daily Telegraph sports editor, Phil Rothfield.
Oh, Phil should have been there. I assumed Phil did vote.
Yeah.
But you're telling me Phil didn't vote?
Well, he may have voted, but not officially. Oh. Obviously, he would have his own at least 100 great players.
Yeah. But I thought he was in the voting college. He's not in the voting college,
he's not.
Phil.
Experienced News Limited League writers Steve Mascord, Dean Ritchie were also not invited to vote. Manly's Peter Peters...
well, he's in the college.
Yeah, he's in the college. Declined to vote. Oh. Didn't have the necessary credentials. Peter has been in the game for over 40 years. So got an invitation to be on it.
Yeah.
Thought it was great. But I felt 40 years wasn't long enough.
I can understand Peter's position, Zorba's position, but can I say the number of people around who are 120 years old and have a clear memory
of all the
100 years of players. Well, there aren't that many around.
No, they're not.
And as nearly as I can tell, there are none in the voting college of that age.
No, they're none. They're absolutely none. There's a few dead uns in there who died, obviously, along the way, and they're buried, but they're not voting.
No.
The papers went out, but they didn't get them back.
No. But I think if you're in the voting college, before you die... You are meant to write down your 100 best players.
Yeah, should on the off chance, blah, blah, blah. Some of the players left out, so sad. Ricky Stewart, Steve Menzies, Cliff Lyons, Peter Tunks.
Brian Hambley was the one.
Brian Hambley, you felt.
Although I think Brian might have got in there.
Yeah,
I'm not too sure. I voted for Brian. No, I tell you the thing that narked me about Brian. In the supplement that came out, must have been during the week, HG, to celebrate 100 years of the 100 greats.
Yeah.
Brian's mentioned, and all of their clubs are mentioned, but it doesn't mention that Brian played for the Lithgow Shamrocks.
No, Brian Hambley did make it. His clubs, obviously Sydney South, Wagga Magpies, Parramatta.
Yeah, no mention of the Lithgow Shamrocks.
No.
Well, I refused to look at that paper after that. I refuse to look at that because that to me is rubbish.
Yeah, it is rubbish.
I was looking forward to getting it because I was going to have it mounted, obviously, and put on the wall.
Yeah, you would. Well, I tell you who I don't like being in there is Cecil Blinkhorn.
How many tests?
Well, 4 tests.
4, yeah.
He played for North Sydney and South Sydney. Yeah. Anybody who did that in those days, absolute traitor, no guts, couldn't stand up, couldn't look at himself. No. Just a horrible advertisement for rugby league. It's a wonder the game got to 100 years when you had...
How must Anthony Watmoe feel?
I know.
With Blinkhorn in.
Yeah, Blinkhorn in there. Cecil,
because he knows no matter how well he plays, Anthony Watmoe, he's never going to be as good as Blinkhorn.
I know, never. Anyway, obviously, highly respected commentator Ray Rabbits Warren knocked back the vote on principle. I find it impossible.
Well, I didn't know he was in the college.
That played in the game. No, I didn't realise he was in the college either. In 1908, like Blinkhorn, with a bloke who played the game in 2000, like, say, the Chief. Centenary 100 inductee and Western Suburbs legend Noel Kelly said it was always going to be controversial. The voting process was ridiculously tight. Wow. More than 200 footballers got nominated overall, and the count was closer between spots 90 to 100. From the top 100, a team of the century will be picked. Jeff Carr said, if you think this created controversy, wait till we narrow it down to 17.
Exactly.
Oh, can't wait.
Exactly. Well, I just hope when the voting college meets to pick our 17... What's tended to happen in the past is it's degenerated into, fights and I just hope a modicum of decorum
can be
maintained.
I mean, I don't mind a fight.
No, I like a fight. You know that.
It's over a thing like, should Blinkhorn be in?
Well, I was prepared to wear a few on the chin to keep Blinkhorn out.
I know. Well, look, I reckon if Blinkhorn's in the final 17...
Well, that's it for me, rugby. I'm walking away from rugby league.
I know. Absolutely right, Roy. You've got to draw a line down there and stand by it. And with the score at 3 for 221, we leave you from This Sporting Life for another week. Obviously, the Kings are warming up to come in. I think we're up to the 37th over at the SCG. And they're going to get a big score no matter what because they can, as they say, launch themselves from here. And, Lord, this could be anything of a score. I don't think it's going to be 500, which Roy and I were hoping for. But we've got Srinath bowling, and, Lord, Srinath can do anything if he puts his mind to it. He'd take a hat-trick right now, and that'd sort of square things up a little bit or slow things up a little bit. I don't think it's likely. But that's it for this week. We'll be back with more of This Sporting Life next week. We leave you with a simple reminder that Triple J is sport. Bye now.
Hello world, pants off, Australia. The whips are cracking, the surf's up, the doctor is in. It's just another afternoon when too much sport is barely enough. And now here's the team who can open the batting and take the new ball up the hill into the wind, who can turn defence into attack in the twinkling of an eye, who've enjoyed the highs and learnt from the lows, who are all the better for recent racing and in the wash-up at the end of the day win a lot more than they lose. It's the team of H.G. Nelson and rampaging Roy Slaven and the dominant backline of this sporting life. H.G.
Yes, thanks very much indeed, King Wally Otto in the soundproof booth, and thanks to Sarah for another 4 fabulous hours of super sounds here at the youth headquarters on the station that strangles the Nathan, Triple J, and both, Otto and Hal can pull up a plastic chair to the table of knowledge for another 4 hours here, or the best part of 4 hours here on another Sunday when too much sport is barely enough. And welcome to the show that still dares to dream. What an incredible week. What an incredible week. Look, we've camped around the table of knowledge all week on the plastic chairs, and it's been kebabs all round, and it's worked so well in the past, there's no reason to change today. Look, on social notes, before we get to the Table of Knowledge agenda for another week, happy Mardi Gras to all our listeners, servicing at Recovery Wingdings across the nation. Look, Mardi, it's always a great high. I heard people last night saying it was the best Mardi ever.
I think it was.
It was just a terrific example of what you can do with a bit of taffeta. And next to nothing else. It was just great. And a real sporting flavour in the parade last night with lots of boot boy Ben Cousins types wandering along in their shorts and their tats. And look, can I just correct a social note I made a little while ago? I haven't confused Benji Madden with Benji Marshall. It was just a brain explosion at the time. I know one's a Tiger and one's a good Charlotte, and, I've made that separation now permanently upstairs. Sad to see supermodel Megan Gale stroll down the Shagpile runway for the final time midweek. Honestly, it's over too soon with Megan. I just got used to having her around, and now she's gone. And I don't think we ever saw Megan at her best. And I certainly think we'll never see her like again. So off you shoot, Megan. And the walking was just first class.
We didn't talk of who might be the new David Jones.
No idea.
Person?
No idea. No, I think the
Big
show...
shoes to fill, aren't they?
Huge. Look, I know a show that unearths Australia's next top model, I think, starts this week.
Okay.
And that might be,
yes.
They might be having a look at the slippers and seeing if they can tip something into it through that show. Big week for people packing in, along with Megan. Gilly gone, obviously. And I just hope he gets the send-off that he deserves today at the SCG. I mean, he's done the whacker. I think he might have done the Adelaide Oval. I think he's got Melbourne ahead of him. Should this, should it be, obviously it will be 1-0 after today. So, Melbourne, and just hope he can get it back up to the Gabba, hopefully for the final, if you get my drift. Good Areas George has decided to pack it in, along with Redback Super Quick Dizzy Gillespie. And Michael De Venuto, the Tasmanian Tiger, left us with a magnificent 144 against the New South Wales Blues at Bellerive Oval yesterday. And we get Roy's thoughts on Michael's career later in the show. I just hope these great Australians can find their way to the subcontinent and bob up with a 2020 Jaffa in their hands before too long. Speaking of fashion, did you see the Australian Olympic Committee new uniforms, Beijing-bound uniforms, unveiled this week? I mean, our team is looking so very hot in grey, frighteningly hot. Very hard to get a bead on what they'll be looking like on that one night in August the 8th in Beijing. But the parade down Oxford Street last night, where there are about 400 people dressed in AOC uniforms as part of the Mardi Gras parade, gave you an idea of just how hot our team will look. Hot is the word, hot and grey. Terrific. In Olympic, very sad news in Olympic roundup. One of the Golden Girls, Jodie Henry, will not be able to make the trip China side. Jodie, a serial Olympic podium botherer, has been unable to train since about December, as I understand it, because of a stomach ache, and now the Beijing bridge is really one too far. Very sad there. Motorsport, and after the sensational Shamozzle in Adelaide last weekend, and Roy and I will be probing that this afternoon, what's just going on at the V8s. Holden, in some sort of desperate bid to get back at Ford, unleashed this week an environmentally sensitive 7-litre donk at the Melbourne Motor Show. I mean, I had my hat and my pants off to Holden. I mean, they've stopped this loony green madness. It had to stop somewhere. And Holden have done it with their 7-litre donk. I had hoped Holden would get really serious about jabbing the environment in the eye with that with a V8 thing that really can stink up the joint, and a 10-litre V8 donk that has its own fuel tanker built in. That's what I'm hoping Holden will be able to do next when they get back to the drawing board tomorrow. Cricket, and Brett Lee wins the Allan Border medal at a glittering do at Crown Casino. That red carpet with cricketers and their girlfriends and partners, it's just first class. It makes the Oscars, which were on the night before, look a pathetic, overrated joke, which they are. Brett Lee couldn't land the double. The Allan Border medal, obviously got that, and the Allan Border Award for Excellence in Advertising. Sadly, that went to Matthew Hayden for his Queensland boat safety Wear a Stupid Yellow Vest commercial.
What a great night.
It was great. It was just terrific. It was, you know, those cricketers, they're part of show business now, make no mistake.
They are.
I mean, and the frocks that the girls wear are just out of this world, and it was a great night.
And great to see the players relaxing.
It's terrific to see the players relaxing, and to see older players and commentators, you know, doing what they do best, ushering people into the Hall of Fame. I think that was Rod Marsh's job. He got Ian Healy through those difficult doors. Richie Benaud was there dishing out something for Gilly, and
yes,
it was just a terrific night.
A decanter.
A decanter?
With the Channel 9 logo on it, which I thought was a lovely. Gilly will be using that for the rest of his life.
He will. What sort of grog do you put in a decanter? British sherry?
No, look, I think you decant a red like a Shiraz.
Oh, okay, and stick it in there so I can breathe.
Sauvignon. To get a lot of the acid out of it that can appear as a sort of, like a granular. You get that crusty stuff. That crystalline stuff.
And so if you went round to
a bit
Gillies...
of muslin, so you'd get a bit of muslin and decant it through the muslin into the decanter. And the muslin will filter out all that crystalline stuff out,
Oh, gee, just imagine going to Gillies for dinner.
Oh.
Be amazing to see it there and to know where it came from. And, you know, I understand it was a Versace. I didn't realise Versace was making...
Nor did I. I was shocked. And
I
thought I said to you at the time...
I thought it was a bit of a joke.
Because we were there. I said to you at the time, can that be right?
I said I doubt it. I thought it was a joke.
It'd have to be Donatella. Versace.
I assume so. Yes. She's branched out. The trouser half, I don't think he was interested in decanters at all.
No, he wasn't. He wasn't, not at all.
Now, and of course the ODI finals of hate, that's how I'm seeing them. The ODI finals of hate get underway at the SCG in a few minutes' time, weather permitting. I just hope this weather holds. I mean, it's not a good look these days when these clashes, these one-day clashes, are reduced to stupidity by applying the Duckworth-Lewis formula. I've got no idea who Duckworth and Lewis are, but I don't see them in the top 100 Test players or one-day players of all time. Just think they're clowns who coughed this up in the backyard over a cup of tea one morning, and, they usually get it wrong. I mean, I'd be happy with the Hare-Clark formula, which obviously determines who's in and who's out of politics.
What about a first-past-the-post system?
I think that's a much better idea. I think that's a much better idea. I mean, you can see why 2020's taking off, can't you?
First-past-the-post.
No. And there's no point in a Duckworth-Lewis system in a 2020 game. Racing, and Miss Australian Eve Finland was given a talking to by the Parrot in the mounting enclosure before appearing on the track for the Futurity over 1,600 metres at Caulfield yesterday. The horse tried. The horse really did try. Got back in the run. It wasn't really its go getting that far back in the run. It did not really let Connections down as it lobbed into third, coming from behind. It'd be different if it was run down up front, but it came from behind. I said to Roy at the time, it's screaming out for further. It's screaming out for 2,400 metres.
Who was sitting on it at the time, actually? Do we know?
Well, I can quickly...
Because I thought it shouldn't have been that far behind.
No.
That was the problem, as I said to you at the time. I said to you, look how far behind it is.
You said to me, it can't win from there.
It can't win from there.
No. Look,
I just thought it was poorly positioned, not thought through.
It wasn't thought through, no. The race got away from
a pilot sitting on it.
Well, Steve Arnold, I think, was on it. And, of course, Craig Williams got off it, was told to get off it. It rode the winner. Williams rode the winner.
Yeah, well,
I mean, there lies a tale.
Yeah.
Nicanero, ridden by Craig Williams. Obviously, Cargo Colt was a surprise packet. That lobbed in second. And Miss Australia with Steve Arnold on. I mean, it answered some of the questions about the horse's future, but I came away shaking my head. I had, NFG penciled alongside it. So we don't know what's going to happen there. They still think they might run it in the Australia Cup, if I've got the right...
Is there still the threat of it being shot?
There is.
Yeah.
There is, yes. As I understand it, the Connections, and I did speak to the Connections midweek...
Did you talk to Alan?
Breakfast. I didn't speak to Alan, no, but I spoke to people who know Alan.
Okay. Is Alan happy to pull the trigger himself?
I'm not sure about that. No. I said to the connections, just get Alan to show it the shotgun. It'll get the message. I didn't say shoot it.
Yeah, right.
I said show it the shotgun because I think they've got to do these things incrementally. I mean, I think the horse could, be hit a bit harder with a bit more vigour. That's where Williams comes into his own. He got it out of Nicanero. And, you wonder sometimes because Nicanero and, of course, poor old, Miss Australia are trained by the same, equine tutor. And you think sometimes, well, maybe... do I have to spell this out? Maybe.
I know where you're coming from. Look, because we're not seeing the best of the horse.
Exactly. We're certainly not seeing the best.
It's not fair on the horse.
It's not. It's right.
It's not fair on the punter.
No, it's not fair on the punter. It's not fair on the horse. It's not fair on Alan.
No, it's not fair
the parrot.
on Alan. No,
I mean, he must be distraught. Embarrassed. I think he might have described it as a surreal experience, talking to a horse in a mounting enclosure, trying to make it run faster. Now, Chuck Mundine's fight night. Incredible! It was just great. It was a night of fun with a little old-fashioned Bob Daldry-style fistic brutality thrown in. Now, remember, the man can hardly see out of his left eye due to poor advice he received from an admirer in a New Zealand toilet some months ago about how to sterilise his contact lenses. And you can still actually creep up on Chock's left-hand side and whack him in the ear and he'll never see you coming. But Chock, mercifully, Nader Hamdan did the right thing. He stood in front of him rather than on the left-hand side. And Chock took him apart in 12 magical rounds, which had the crowd hollering for more. Some people say it was the best fight ever. I didn't go out on that limb. I've seen quite a lot of stinks and it was up there. But, when you look at boxing over the last 100 years, I think you'll find lots of, better ones. For instance, the Tyson Holyfield ear bite fight comes to mind. People are still talking about that and they still want a rematch. I don't think there's going to be much chat for a Mundine-Hamdan rematch. Sadly, on the undercard was a bit sparse. No Kid Cyclone, Ben Cousins, and no one wanted to dance with dear old Stinks. But the crowd made up for these no-shows by organising a few pick-up fights amongst themselves. These were great. I haven't seen the CCTV footage to make a, proper scientific assessment, but early impressions on the night were the non-title out-of-the-ring Stinks provided, well, at least the equivalent of the entertainment to the sanctioned bouts in the ring. And I must say I'm going to go back and have a look and try and score these the out-of-the-ring fights because I think there's a couple of lively prospects amongst the people who did the punching. Captain Feathers, Solomon Lamono, went around and won in 3 against a 26-year-old American Tommy Connolly, who took the fight on the day just after he got off the plane to make up the numbers and give the undercard a real bit of depth. He had no idea when he lobbed here on Wednesday morning they'd be fighting Wednesday night, and I had to ring him afterwards and say, thanks very much, buddy. Look, I don't know much about you, but what you showed tonight, 2 fabulous rounds and went down, obviously the referee stepped in and broke up the fight in about the 40th second of the 3rd round. I just said it was terrific to see you down here and see you take a few for boxing. With a great result, the Feathers fight, it now looks as though Feathers v Slaughter is on. Solomon Omono v Sergeant Slaughter, Big Bob Mirovic, is apparently the next big stink off the Vladdy Huyton rank. And the Say No to Drugs campaign got a real boot up the backside on Wednesday night when Carl Williams came out this week and supported the campaign from his solitary cell in Stir, where he's been working on the Zebra Tan for some months and will be for many, many years ahead. It was timely, with that timely leg up from Carl, hundreds of bong users have broken their gear and tipped out their Patra bottles and are now totally clean. So the Say No to Drugs campaign is really, really working. Post-fight fallout saw rugby league emerge as a real winner, and this, I know, Johnny Hopewade rang and let me know the news, and Roy was on the blower not long after. This was easily the best news so far, and there's great news every week at the moment because it's obviously the 100th season of rugby league. But this, I see this as a real plum on top of the cream, on top of the icing, on top of the 2-layer sponge cake that is rugby league. John Stinkfist Hopewade, our greatest living heavyweight, is returning to his first love, rugby league. Isn't it amazing? He's turning out today, isn't it, as I can tell, with the Cromer Kingfishers based in Sydney's northern suburbs. Look, I hope the bloke is not lost to the ring forever. I hope Stinkfist can still do both because, quite frankly, that would be a tragedy. There's unfinished business in the squared circle, especially the bout between Captain Feathers and Stinkfist should Captain get past Sergeant, the Sergeant, that is Big Bob Mirovic, in his next encounter. John obviously was bound to be nervous about returning to the top flight of rugby league with the Kingfishers, but as I said to Stinks in a quick phone call midweek, in which I did pass on the very best wishes of all the Sporting Life listeners for his return to rugby league, I said, John, once you can land a couple of head highs and be told to keep him down by the ref, and once you find the date a couple of times and bellow, Happy Mardi Gras in the opponent's ear and gob off at a junior official, once you get all those old skills working, the game will come rushing back. Your way of playing rugby league, John, is just like riding a bike. It'll be 10 minutes back and you'll be sent off. It's that easy, John. You can sit down and take it easy, put the feet up, and then you put in for those really good 10 minutes and put the shorts on Stinky, and it'll all come rushing back. And at that point, I handed the phone over to Roy. And last night, 2 teams of blokes found the thrill of rugby league come rushing back, much in the manner of Stinky is today with the Kingfishers, as they packed down for the season opener, the Charity Shield. Sadly, no punches were thrown. It was a very tame affair. No real stink and heat generated. The Sydney Rabbits... I've just made a mistake there. The Sydney Rabbits, not the South Sydney Rabbits, the Sydney Rabbits, 24. Sydney South, 24, Dragons, 20. And back to the fight caper, just briefly, 2 late bits of mail. The face, that is the face of the eastern suburbs, that is Willie Mason. Willie Mason is to take on Wayne Carey. Fact. Willie Mason is to take on Wayne Carey. No matter what you read elsewhere, this clash of the codes, obviously rugby league and AFL, will be penciled in for next February. I'm not quite sure what they're going to do about the drug test, but we'll let that sit. And kid cyclone Ben Cousins will not be lost to the sweet science. When he gets into the ring, the kid doesn't want to look like a joke. He's going to take his time and get it absolutely right. My mail is the Stinkfist v Cyclone clash has been inked for the undercard of the Mason-Carey encounter in February. Terrific news. And with those few thoughts starters hurled onto the bonfire, it's time to ask a rampaging Roy Slaven, what big bombs have you got to toss into the pond and scare some fish today, buddy?
Yes, thanks very much, H.G. Nelson. And I hope, Gilly's farewell, I have been enjoying it. And I just hope he gets a chance to say goodbye with the bat tonight and it isn't reduced to him saying farewell from the Sydney Cricket Ground with the gloves.
That'd be a tragedy, wouldn't it?
That'd be a tragedy. Let's say, I don't know who's won the toss, but whoever wins the toss is going to bat, obviously. Let's say India's batting. Let's say the rain comes at about 6 o'clock. Game called off. Gillies had to say goodbye with the gloves.
Can I just say, and I know they do listen beforehand, just talking to Dhoni about, the problem with the toss, if they win it, I reckon they should put Australia in.
Yeah, just so Gilly can say goodbye with the bat.
Because there's no better way to bury any enmity that might exist between the two teams than maybe allowing them to bat in the first final.
Yeah, I think so. That'd be a lovely gesture. Well, look... Well, on the other hand, punter might win the toss and decide to bowl. Well, that'd just be...
Oh, that'd be madness. Oh, he won't do that.
Oh, no, I wouldn't have thought so.
He can't.
But he has been wobbly lately, hasn't he?
I know. He just got that ton the other day, but the rest of it's been hardly getting out of 10, hardly getting into double figures.
Now, Chris Rogers, remember him? He's thrown his name before the selectors with a quickfire 166 for Western Australia against Victoria.
Right.
Terrific innings.
Right.
Great to see Chris, really, because I didn't think we saw the best of Chris.
No.
With that tickle down the leg side that brought him undone.
Could happen to anybody.
Could happen to anyone, of course. Now, the question is being asked, has complacency crept into the Australian batting lineup?
Is that what's being asked?
Complacency, yes.
Right.
Yes. And it did worry me, just with the match the other night. Gilly blasted 83, which was fantastic.
Right.
And what a lovely way to say goodbye.
It was fantastic. With the bat.
But of course no one else could bat at all.
No. Against Sri Lanka.
Yeah.
I mean, that was the odd
thing.
thing.
The pitch changed. Just with
after
Gilly
got
going.
out. Yeah. Good catch, though, to get rid of him.
Yeah, it was. Lovely catch.
Lovely catch.
Now, speaking of which, Australia says goodbye to Jayasuriya and Murali. And wasn't it great to see those two old champions swagger off, with a win?
I know.
I just thought it was tremendous. I was nearly tearful.
I can understand Jayasuriya.
Mark Nicholas really, drew them out, that pair, in that final emotional interview they gave just before getting on the plane to go. And I thought that was a nice touch too. They weren't going to hang around. They were just going to have a quick shower, put their pyjamas back on and get straight on the plane.
I know, it's fantastic, isn't it?
Fantastic?
They're very professional.
Oh, unbelievably professional. But we'll never see them here again. I mean,
Murali's definitely not coming.
I don't think Murali will be back. No.
So what would happen if 2020 came to Australia on a tour?
Much
in the manner
separate.
of...
But
you mean representing
yes,
Sri Lanka
representing
at the
Sri
highest
Lanka
level?
At that level, yes. And our relationship with Murali, I mean, it takes me back. I mean, remember Darryl Hare all those years ago?
Oh, do I?
No balling him.
Remember the University of Western Australia? They had to put him under,
test,
put those weird things on him.
Yeah,
Every year he came out here to prove he wasn't chucking.
That's right. But he still chucked. Now, another question being asked is, could the IPL destroy Australian cricket with its scheduling? Now, I raise this because the IPL has agreed to allow a window. They're changing their scheduling to allow to suit English cricket, but they're not doing so with Australian cricket. So, Boxing Day test, forget it. In fact, there'll be very few games played, they think, in the Australian summer down the track, and this is going to be a real difficulty for. I mean, we can still have great matches, like the Razorbacks versus the Bushrangers.
That'll
something
be great.
like that. And make it a 5-day game rather than 4. I think people would love that. But the days of seeing an Australian cricket team playing another international team in our summer appears to be.
I tell you what would be interesting though was how crisis creates opportunity.
Oh yes,
it would allow, say, dairy products to buy and sponsor teams. So as you might have the Pura Milk Redbacks in against the dairy farmer, Bushrangers. The battle of the milks.
Well, that could be good. Anything like that. I mean, that sort of sideways thinking. I mean, have you been approached about this 2020, this 2020 conference? Because in Canberra next month, I think it might be, because that's the sort of thinking that...
Well, do you know what? It was only recently that I realised it wasn't about cricket.
Yeah,
I thought it was
ideas.
I thought, that's fantastic.
That's fantastic. 1,000 people to talk about cricket. That's fantastic.
Well, I think we could solve most of the problems.
I think so. I think so. Especially, with a couple of heavy hitters, people who really think.
Well, like Tony Gregg. If Tony Gregg was to give a paper, I think that would solve most of the problem.
Yeah.
But 2020, no, look, I haven't.
But thinking outside the loop as well. I mean, get others in, rope others in. I mean, I think it's great that Kate Blanchett would be able to talk about the way you market it on television, perhaps. Or
I understand.
Acting performances, getting the standard raised in the commercials they do.
Or the appealing. I mean, the appealing, we've only just begun with the appealing.
Yes. I mean, I'd love to see her on set working with, I don't know, Punter with his Valvoline commercials, for example. I think that his performance would be...
Yeah, go through the roof.
Much.
She could bring so much.
Yes.
But sorry, it's not about 2020.
No, it's not about 2020 cricket.
It's about ideas.
It's about ideas. But
no, I haven't been asked.
No, but if you were, I mean, that's the sort of thinking they want.
Mm-hmm.
To have about milk,
the future cricket, a battle of the milks.
Yep. That's the sort of thing they'd be looking for. That's right on the money. That is.
I tell you what, I'd love to see, say, the WA team. Maybe sponsored by Western Star Butter.
Oh, what a good idea!
Yeah,
that's
because
a natural fit, isn't it?
It is.
That's a natural fit.
Right. And maybe the Queensland team could be sponsored by something like Ski Yogurt, and then all of a sudden you're starting to see this competition of dairy products really taking off.
Yeah. And don't forget cheese.
Right, no, cheese. Bega cheese would have to come in somewhere.
Bega cheese could come in as part of the New South Wales Blues. They could be the
Bega cheese
blues. Now there's a natural fit, isn't it? Up against your Queensland yogurt.
Go you goods.
Now, the Sydney Kings have proven their solvency for another year, which is great news for the Kings. And why, one of the big networks, why hadn't they snapped up the Kings to play their live matches, or their matches live every week in prime time?
Well,
Wasn't this going to happen on 10?
No, 9.
9, was it? 9 were going to show the Kings matches live to air during prime time. That was my understanding.
Well, if you call prime time 11 o'clock in the Sunday morning.
No, well, it's not.
No,
it's
got to be after.
7:30, 8 o'clock after a current affair, and then whatever rubbish they throw at you between 6:30 and 7:30, and then the Kings.
Yeah, I know. Well, what's weird is they're playing their playoffs now. You think this would drag an audience in? And I think was I right in saying the Kings were playing the Wildcats?
Yeah, the Wildcats.
They
did the Wildcats. It was a great match.
Yeah. Fantastic.
I mean, perfect, tailor-made for television.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, those ratings would...
Yeah. make one-day cricket look like trio. Joke.
I don't understand where the thinking is.
Would that come up at the 2020?
I hope so. Mm-hmm. I hope so. I hope so, yes.
Basketball.
The role of basketball on television. Australian basketball.
Yeah, good.
You know, I don't want to see the Harlem Globetrotters.
We've seen enough of them.
Or Andrew Bogut's lot.
Or the Hornets.
No. Now, big serving Aussie Chris Guccione fires down 15 aces, count them, 15, to bundle out Thomas Johansson.
Oh,
no
gosh.
slouch.
No.
Thomas Johansson. And is starting to be compared, this is Guccione, with Wayne Arthurs.
Wow! That's a big rap.
I know it is. I know, but there are whispers that I've heard comparing him to Wayne.
Have they fitted the shoes yet?
Well, I don't know if it got that far, because Guccione has very big shoes.
Well, Wayne
much
Arthurs.
bigger than Wayne's. He's up there with Frommer's, I think.
Well, can we cut the front off the Wayne Arthurs shoes so as the toes can poke
yeah.
out?
Now, unfortunately, the man being known as the new Todd Reed, that's Peter Lutzak, is bumped out of the Acapulco Open by Italian Potiti Staracci.
What is happening with Italian tennis? That's 2 weeks
That's
on the
2
trot.
weeks on the trot.
I know.
Yeah. So I don't know what the story is now, where our new Todd Reed, I don't know what he's going to do now. I don't know. Now, the Rugby League 100 Years commercial has arrived, and it brings a lump to my throat. I've seen it twice, actually. I don't know if you've had a chance to see it yet.
No. Been too busy.
The theme is that Rugby League is about heart, and it's filmed at Birchgrove Oval, where Rugby League began 100 years ago, 1908. And it has a number of the commentators from Channel 9 walking in a line, you know, with their hand on their heart, saying this is where Rugby League began, and Rugby League is more than dreams. Rugby League is heart.
Wow.
And honestly, I was in tears. I was in tears, and I was so disappointed I didn't have the presence of mind to tape it, so I could just look at it and look at it and look at it.
Right.
But if anyone gets a chance to see it, and I hope they're showing it internationally. It is just wonderful. And I don't know who the advertising agency was responsible for. I don't know.
You mean Peter Sterling and Fatty and Phil Gould?
Yep.
And they're swelling up music and they all say it in unison?
Yeah.
Oh. I can see it
Yeah,
now.
I know. You're in tears.
I know.
It's a funny old game, Rugby League. I mean, that's what comes out of it. You know, this funny old game. Anyway. Now, speaking of Rugby League, Roosters captain Craig Fitzgibbon has admitted that it's easy to look around at training these days and get excited. Now, that's a big call coming from...
In Mardi Gras week, a very big call.
Very big call. I've never heard Craig Fitzgibbon so excited about a season starting. And that's very good news for Eastern Suburbs fans, of which there might be still one or two about.
I'm on the bandwagon this year, Roy.
You've joined the East.
I'm going on the East.
You've followed the face of the Eastern Suburbs, Willie Mason.
Across, I followed him across, and I'm looking forward, and, you know, I just look around the streets of the Eastern Suburbs and I'm excited.
Yeah.
I haven't seen training, I don't want to.
No.
Just the jaunty vibe in the streets is
Are you
enough.
seeing people walking around with their hand on their hearts?
I have.
Yeah,
I have.
noticed that.
And
I've
they're
noticed that.
all, and they march in unison and speak in unison.
Yes.
It's just fantastic.
Yes.
It's done wonders for the game.
Now, the two Troys, that's Corsa and Bayliss, are looking very imposing for today's Superbike World Championship at Phillip Island. Now, listen, there's been so little public... I don't know who the publicist is for this one. But media should be all over this one.
Well, Troy tried to do it by himself yesterday, coming off.
Yeah, I know.
In the final
but we've got two Troys.
Yeah, two
the two Troys. Corsa and Bayliss. When was the last time we had two Troys associated with the Superbike World Championship at Phillip Island? Never.
I would say, well, maybe last year.
Were they both there last year?
I think so.
Were they?
See,
again, who's the publicist?
I know. We just don't know.
Well, rest my case.
I know. Perfect.
Whoever's on it, if it's Paddy Moyston or someone like that, they're doing a hopeless job. I mean, the media should be all over this.
Two Troys.
The two Troys.
Wouldn't it be great if they came 1-2?
Yes.
Or dead heated. Troy's dead heated on the island.
Now, I, like you, was very impressed with the Olympic athletes' uniform that was unveiled for Beijing. It was incredible with the classic. You described as grey. I've described as classic dark blue, lightweight, merino woolen suits.
Fair enough.
Now, I mean, this comes around every bloody 4 years, but aren't our colours green and gold? Why does this always happen? I mean, why can't we just have, say, yellow trousers...
with a green top.
With a green jacket. Sure, merino wool, lightweight, have whatever you want. I mean, I approve of that. I think it's great having lightweight because of Summer Olympics.
It's be hot.
And it's got to be merino because we grow them here. Or a yellow top and green trousers.
Oh, I know, that's perfect too. And how about this?
Is it that hard?
How about this? The athletes source their own.
Well, look, I don't mind the idea of... Look, look, if the athletes want to pay for it, that's fine. That's fine. I think we're professional enough these days for, the Australian Olympic Committee to cough up with a suit for them. I think that's fine. But let's go with the Australian colours. Green and yellow.
I know, it's not too
and
much.
And they always look good.
I know, they're so easy to look good.
They're so easy to look good.
You can do so much with them.
I know. They're just going to look totally indistinguished when they come out in the grey/blue, lightweight merino woolen suits.
I know. No one will know.
Totally indistinguished.
They're disappearing.
There's no green and gold even on the tie the sock.
Look, can I just say this? There's bound to be smog-laden atmosphere, and our grey is just going to blend in.
Totally disappear.
From 400 metres away, you won't be able to tell who it is.
Won't be able to tell who it is. No. But if they came out in bright green and gold...
Well, they stand out against the smog.
Stand out, and we'd be proud of them.
I know, and we could see them. I just hope the cameras have got that way they inject light into the thing to get rid of the smog.
Yeah.
Like when it's dark, they're able to inject light into the shot.
Oh, yeah, okay.
So I hope we can get some of those cameras up.
Even so, they're not going to look Australian.
No.
Now, Oscar De La Hoya has planned a farewell tour this year.
I saw this.
Including a meeting with IBF super featherweight champ Steve Forbes, which is a real... I'm looking forward to that one. Followed by a rematch with Floyd Mayweather.
Yeah, that's fantastic, isn't it?
Isn't that great news? Yeah. I mean, you can talk about Gilly's farewell with the bat and the glove, but this is fantastic. What a way for Oscar to go out.
Oh, it's fantastic. Fantastic.
On sad news, HG, Gustavo Kuerten has announced his retirement.
Lord.
I think he's going to play the French Open once more, but I think he's got hip injuries now that are making
really
the game just too hard for him. But what a delightful, ambassador for tennis he was. And what a great ambassador for the single-handed backhand.
He'd be the only person who does it.
Yeah, one of the few left. Yeah. He and Roger Federer, I think, were the last two with a single-handed backhand. But he had a beautiful backhand, Gustavo, with the man they call Guga. A great champion, and sad to see him go,
But we saw the best of him, though.
He won the French 3 times, actually. I think 99, 2000, 2001, something like that, thereabouts. But a great Argentinian and a great champion, and forever remembered, dare I say. Forever remembered. And just finally, HG, in good news, I'm a little worried about John Stephenson, of course, with the fallout from last night.
Yeah,
but,
he came second.
He came second, I know.
400 metres. Very disappointing.
No, and it's not as if it was a very quick time at all. It wasn't.
No.
But Tamsin Lewis has booked her ticket to Beijing.
Yeah, PB.
She
says her last PB was about 2000. Now, 2008, she's got another PB.
Yeah.
She's got two events, too, the 400
and the 800. So
she's unfair that somebody should have so much talent.
I know. I spoke with her this morning to congratulate her. Delighted? Delighted she was. She's flown off already to Spain, I think, for the 800-metre World Indoor Championships that are coming up next week. And I'll be very interested in the outcome of that because I think she's hit a purple patch. You know, she's freed of the dud legacy of Lord Coe. Remember, Lord Coe was working with her.
Took her under her wing.
Well,
his wing. Yeah, you don't have to explain it.
Know.
People know what you mean by that. Yeah.
Yes. And I think she's finally rid herself from the rubbish that came via pillow talk.
Yeah, the disappointment
with Lord Coe.
He couldn't make it no quicker.
No. Wouldn't matter how much he whispered to her. It wasn't going to beef up her backside and get her running fast.
No.
Which has happened now, mercifully.
Oh, the fabulous Cruel Sea. J Classic, that's described as from 1994. Better Get a Lawyer. And Three-Legged Dog is the title. Before we go to the production, Roy, sensation at the SCG.
Yeah, Gilly's gone. We don't know. It had to be just for a few. And now Punter's just gone. So we're 2 for 19.
In the fifth over.
The ODI.
The ODI.
I don't think the fourth over's over yet, HG.
It's a stink at the SCG. 2 for 19.
Is there, look, we mentioned a bit, is complacency setting into the Australian batting lineup? Is that what it is?
You've washed the car and the weather's moving in. Bloody hell. What do? Did you know that each and every garment from the Look of Laura knitwear range is guaranteed to cover most popular makes of car? From the Toyota Hiace to the Jeep Cherokee. And remember, the Look of Laura never loses its figure-hugging shape.
I was tired of using up all my good T-shirts to polish the car. Then a neighbour suggested I try a slice of Roy's Signature Small Goods. Not only did it work, I didn't need to use any polish. The carefully cured animal fats make the perfect cover for even the most damaged Duco. You can use the same slice week after week after week, and even after 10 washes, it still tastes great, either in the hand or off the bonnet. So remember, Roy's Signature Small Goods. They start where your imagination stops.
Sick of shoveling it in at the top end only to have it bob up at the back door a day later? Well, say goodbye to top-end, back-end blues with energy-filled gourmet wedges. You can eat them where you drop them, leaving the mouth completely free to do what it does best. Gourmet wedges come in 2, 3 or 4-course packs, and half wedges are available for children.
And, Roy, the rugby league season is absolutely irresistible at the moment. It all lies there. It's all possible. Anything can happen. 100 years of rugby league, and we're going to celebrate it every week, right up until that great... Well, it'll go on with the World Cup and, of course, the tours at the end of the year. And to keep time on it all, there's been a great development. A Bulldogs clock has been put out. And let me just read you the copy associated with this. The Bulldogs invite you to share the celebration. Show your pride in the mighty Bulldogs with a fine heirloom porcelain clock dedicated to the team that makes every second count. Beautiful. Mark Solophilos' spectacular portrait of the team you love has been faithfully recreated on an heirloom porcelain edition you'll be proud to own. Luminous and vibrant, the montage recalls your favourite Bulldog players. Wait for it. Captain Andrew Ryan. I forget what's his name. Bobcat Ryan, Sonny Bill Williams, SPW's there, Hazem El Masri, Luke Patton and more, in action displaying the team spirit which has taken them to the very heights of NRL success. Sparkling platinum accents add lustre and richness to an heirloom timepiece which will inspire you every minute of the day. Roy, you've had a look at the clock. You've listened to the loud ticking. What do you think of it?
It's wonderful, isn't it? I mean, look, that could look... I know former Prime Minister Paul Keating loved his Empire
He was a collector.
He's a collector. He'd have one of these.
Would he?
He'd be tracking
I think
down
he's a
one of
Bulldogs
those.
man, isn't he? Doesn't he come from
he does.
Bankstown?
Yeah, he'd have one of those for sure, sitting, just confidently up there on the mantel shelf, ticking away, reliably giving you wonderful... It takes just one, I think, AA battery, HG, to drive it. One. But those platinum accents...
they're the thing that bring it to life. Can I just say, though, on the side, don't you think it's a lost opportunity to include some Bulldogs memorabilia, like players provided for the Australian Test team, number of
there may
titles
well be
won?
something on the
On
back.
the back, that's true. The Bulldogs record.
But that Bulldogs insignia, doesn't that look good on the top of the clock? And then you've got the face, the clock face itself, and then you've got Bulldogs written... and then the players painted onto the porcelain.
It's incredible.
It is just incredible.
It's just unbelievable. And what better way to celebrate? Even if you weren't a dog supporter.
No.
Like, as you know, I've got a lot of, Parramatta Eel stuff.
Yeah,
but now
you
that
do.
I've gone to the eastern suburbs, I'm going to I've got nothing. So I'm going to... I hope the eastern suburbs have a clock, because I'd love to get a clock.
Well, I can imagine every club
putting out a clock.
wanting to have one of these now. Yes,
Yeah.
that's so now and yesterday combined. I mean, it's 100 years, but it's as modern as now, isn't it? I mean, it really is superb craftsmanship.
Does it worry you that there's no, that this clock face and looks very old-fashioned? It's not an LCD, if I've got the right terminology.
Yeah.
Like a liquid crystal display.
No, it's old-fashioned technology, isn't it? It's an old-fashioned
Tick, tick, tick,
clock.
tick,
Look, honestly, half close your eyes and you could be 100 years ago when you look at that clock. That's what astounds me.
And have you wound up the alarm when it goes off?
Yeah, no, I haven't done that
it's
yet.
fantastic. It's just... like that. It's just great.
And
You put
tell me,
the-
HG, with the Roman numerals for the numbers there, I can't see from here. Is the 4 1V or is it 4 1s?
What a fascinating thing. Sadly, it's 4 1s.
Well, that's precisely right. That's how they were, clocks in those days, clocks in the old days. Because
Right.
I think it might have been
but then you go
King
to-
George II who couldn't tell the difference between V1 and 1V.
Is that right?
So to make
He loved his clocks.
Yeah,
though,
loved
didn't
his clock.
he? Yeah.
So to make it clearer, you had the 4 1s rather than the 1V in the Roman numerals.
Do you know you learn something new every day?
Yeah,
I never
yeah.
knew that.
Well, there you are, and the Bulldogs have picked up on that. So with an eye to history and an eye to the future, how much does this clock going for? Actually,
Well-
and two things, and is it sanctioned by the NRL?
Well, look, by purchasing this official licensed product, you are supporting the National Rugby League and your club. So it appears to be sanctioned by the NRL.
And your club, how would you be supporting East's buying that?
Well, that's a very good question. I just like to think you were supporting the Dogs.
Or is the suggestion?
Can I just say...
Is the suggestion you can get them in every club?
Well, that seems to be the implication. But can I just say, if I buy an East one, I don't want any of my money going to the Dogs.
Well, God, no.
Do you know what I mean?
I know what you
I wouldn't
mean.
mind a bit going back to Parramatta because obviously... you know,
Or Cinnamon.
Sentiment, yeah, that's right. That's right. Now, but I don't want any money going to the Dogs. I certainly don't want any money going to the Melbourne Storm. I don't mind money going to the FNQ Cowboys and the Broncos, but I'll be
What about
buggered
the
if...
Titans?
No! Oh, no way. No Titans. Now, strong demand is expected for this limited edition, and believe you me, it's sold out. Don't bother following on this information. It's roughly $200, payable in 5 instalments of $40, and there's $15 postage and handling. What I like about it, though, your purchase is backed by a 365-day money-back guarantee. I'm not sure what that means.
365.
You can hang on to it 365 days, and on the 364th you can say, I don't like it.
I don't like it
something.
anymore.
Yeah.
And you can get your full refund.
$200. It's a steal.
Well, you'd be
$200.
mad not to have a timepiece like that rented for nothing for 12 months, wouldn't you?
Kate Nash, the Pumpkin Song, and Made of Bricks. And Roy, sensation again at the SCG. Pup's just been given out.
For an air swing.
Look, it appears to have
Was
hit
it
his
Kurtz and
tag.
the Clown?
Yeah,
Was it Kurtz and the Clown?
I think so. The beard just went off at the obviously the city end, and now here's Simon's getting into it. And
Oh, it
gets
might
a
be
4.
Hayden, I think,
Oh,
HG,
Hayden, yeah,
yes.
4. It's 3 for 26. And I made a deliberate mistake there. The car has gone off. The second final is at the Gabba, not the MCG, as I suggested earlier. The Suzuki Swift has gone off, and we'll have the lucky listener later on. While the tragedy was unfolding at the SCG, I did manage to see the Hand on the Heart commercial. It's fantastic.
Yeah, it brought a tear to your eye, didn't it?
It did, and I've got to say, how long has this Hand on the Heart been
Well,
about?
I saw it for the first time about 2 nights ago, HG.
Were you shocked
I wasn't
by-
expecting anything. I was just sitting there watching something on a commercial channel. I don't know what channel it was. I've forgotten what it was I was watching. I was just sitting
completely-
there distractedly, as one does, daydreaming as one does, and all of a sudden I saw this image of the line-up with the Hand on the Heart, and I know. Tears just flooded out. I phoned you immediately.
You did, and I've always connected with it. I said, bullshit, Roy. That,
Yeah, I know you
I can imagine an American team doing that or, something. I've
Yeah.
never connected that. I mean, if you'd said to me the Rugby League had got all the commentators to turn around, drop the trousers and let one go at the camera and light it up, with some, glamorous person running down the line, lighting them up in sequence.
Lara Bingle or someone like that.
Indeed, I could think.
Or Gale.
Be fantastic.
Yeah.
Well,
Megan Gale.
Megan Gale, yeah, just walking along in that mincing gait, fart after fart after fart, maybe spelling
100 years of rugby league.
Indeed, 100 years of rugby league. I would have thought, bloody hell, they've done something at last. They took, really, in the Australian way, they brought something to it and they've added something to it and they've created a lasting image. But this Hand on the Heart, I think, I know, it just feels to me as though... it's
unexpected.
Unexpected. Somebody else, try hard. But great.
It's great. I love it. I just love it. And I hope you can buy the image, maybe in terms of sports memorabilia, the lineup.
Of the Reservoir Dogs image, so to speak, with all walking along with the Hand in the Heart. It's fantastic. And then the players, the captains, just great. Now, speaking of this, Remember 1963, one of the most endearing images of rugby league was created when Arthur Summons and Norm Provan, if I got the right characters, embraced in the mud. Afterwards, well, they brought that back to life now.
No way.
In 2008, as part of the 100 years.
Really? I never thought you could do anything with that image again. I mean, it was so indelible, so
It
of
was
the time.
It was of the time, but the iconic image of an embrace between the two exhausted, muddy rugby league greats has been recreated 45 years later, obviously to help celebrate the 100 years of rugby league.
Now, when you say recreated, did they get the originals back together again?
They got Arthur and Norm back together.
Covered them in mud?
Yeah, they did. Well, they covered them in a mixture of Vaseline and pigment to mimic the mud that was caked on them all those years ago on a cold August day.
I'll be back.
The result will be unveiled. I hope they're still wearing it.
Yeah.
At the NRL's 2008 season launch Thursday night. That's this Thursday night.
This Thursday night.
And remember, I think it's Friday week that it kicks off.
The season kicks off, on the 14th, I think, It
was quite an experience to be brought down for the day and to be recovered in, or, be covered in cocoa to reenact the setup of the photo and repose 40 years later. Summons, who's now 72.
I'll be bucket.
72. Norm was worse off than me. In the original photo, I was still in my jumper. Both men, former Australian representative, key part of the 2008 television ad campaign that celebrates 100 years of the game, highlights being all the commentators lined up with their hands on their hearts. The fart ad is going to follow. The ad campaign will be revealed at the launch. I think it might be Thursday night. The launch itself will take place away from the usual formal ballroom, instead lighting up Birch Grove Oval.
Yes.
Where the first games were played in 1908 in the presence of past and present players. I never really think that both Norm and I were aware that it was ever being taken. This is the original photo. Years later, the NRL turned it into a premiership trophy, which is a great honour. Champion second row, Provan, 76, and Summons, a halfback who played rugby union league for Australia, were respective captains of the match. St George won 8-3. For their 11th successive premiership. I mean, what a run. 11 wins on the trot.
I know.
The creation was, wait for it, was described by Summons as...
Unreal.
Oh, not bad. Go one step.
Awesome.
No, go one step further. Back to the unreal, one step further.
Oh, surreal. No.
Good. Surreal.
Surreal.
Yeah. The creation was described by Summons as surreal.
It's interesting, because he would have been born around the time surrealism was...
created. But once you put him as a 76-year-old in the cocoa butter and Vaseline,
well, he's starting
to get it. Especially as the day was cold and overcast. I didn't think they could redo the mud. Mud's mud, and we slopped around it in for an hour and a bit. But when I looked at Norm, he looked to be just like he was then. This was with the cocoa on him. It was quite an amazing day, even way back then. But this one had your tingling effect, thinking, God, is that what we look like? As in, looking at each other.
Yeah.
Someone said the day all those years ago, so grey the photographer could not even get light meter reading to take the photo. A ray of light came out and hit Norm and I, and he had enough light to shoot the photo. Isn't that incredible?
I did read that story, That was amazing. Because, honestly, it was one of those days, apparently, HG, photography's changed over the digital revolution and that sort of thing. But back then you had to use, film and you natural light.
You couldn't put it in there.
And there were no such thing as an automatic camera.
No.
You had to set the aperture and the shutter speed and work out what the light conditions were and adjust those two things.
It was rocket science.
Depending on the sort of film you were using. Was it ASA 100 or 200 or 300 or 400 ASA? You know what I mean? It was science.
I know, science. You had to go to tech to learn about it.
You did.
Not like today with a mobile phone, snap, all of a sudden in Who Weekly.
Nothing.
There's none of that.
But it was impossible to take a photograph that day. It was just impossible. There were no photos of that day, apart from that one instant where the heavens opened and a shaft of light, and it was a shaft.
Rugby league miracle.
It was. A shaft of light came down.
And hit the two gladiators.
And hit them, And the bloke had the camera there at that moment, accidentally set on the perfect settings for it to come out.
That's incredible. And what's weird is when they took the photo of him the other day for the ad, they recreated the use of the same film and setting.
Really? And where did they film it at Birch Grove Oval?
They did, It was quite
under lights, you mentioned.
Yeah, under lights. Oh, that's Thursday night.
Oh, Thursday night
when they go under lights, a big do. The people with their hands on their heart, out come the gladiators and cocoa.
I can see it now. Be there.
Yeah, I know. Well, Christian Anu's going to sing My Island Home. Yeah. Shine, I think Vanessa Amorosi singing Shine.
Is David Helfcott going to be there?
He is.
do a bit of Marla or whatever it was he loved, or Rachmaninoff.
I think True Blue Man's going to be there. Hey True Blue. It's going to be incredible.
Is the Australian of the Year going to be there with a hat?
I hope so. Oh, bound to be. He loves his rugby league. I think he might be a Titans man. It's quite a miracle, really. It's a second in time. That was just one moment, and it's totally changed Norman Mai's life forever.
Yeah.
Now, the marketing guru said...
the marketing guru?
Yeah, said when the celebrations of the game were being planned, there was no question the image should not be a major part of the campaign. It's an absolutely wonderful photo that was taken. It's the most recognisable image of our game. The photo represents a lot of great values of the game, symbol of mateship. They said they've been immortalised in the NRL trophy, as we've seen, and they're two of the greatest rugby league players of all time. We just thought it was an amazingly powerful, resonant image, same as the hand on the heart, really, that says everything about the game. We thought it'd be fitting to feature them in the at the end of the commercial and recreating the great moment in 1963. Isn't it going to be great?
Now, is the photograph there, the new photograph HG?
Yes, it is. You can see it there.
Oh,
this is them here.
Buggered. Look at that.
I know.
That is surreal.
Oh, yes, the Dirty Secrets and Lighthouse. Dirty Secrets from Perth. And
Lighthouse?
Yeah, Lighthouse. I know what you're going to say. Amity Dry.
Yeah. Incredible.
But it's not the same song.
Doesn't appear to be.
I think that one was You're My Lighthouse.
Ah.
You keep guiding me home.
It was. This is Amity's song.
Amity Dry's song, from The Block. I think it might have been the second episode. Just incredible.
Is that, has anyone covered that song, do we know?
I heard the Foo Fighters were going to do it.
That's what I heard.
Yeah. Now...
You're my lighthouse.
You're my lighthouse, guiding me home.
Beautiful idea.
Now, look, this is a great, terrific, obviously the 100 years of rugby league are going to produce a lot of really interesting developments.
I hope so.
Now, here is a edited letter to George Piggins. Now, as you know, things are going through the roof at South Sydney. They look as though they're, the most likely side to win the competition in the 100th year.
Wouldn't that be a dream? A foundation club to come through and win, wouldn't that be amazing?
That would be fantastic. Now... The problem is that George Piggins, the patriarch of the club, if I can use it in those terms, doesn't get on with the current owners very well. He thinks that somehow they're dudding the club.
Well, he belongs more...
to an older world.
100 years ago, doesn't
100 years ago. He probably, can remember the original gladiators, the Arthur and Norm.
Yeah, he would. He'd know them well.
That day, he'd remember that day and how he couldn't get any photos of the match.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Now... an open letter has been written and leaked to the paper, it's that open, encouraging George to come back to the fold in the 100th years of now what called Sydney Souths and the owners of Air Bunny. Now, goes, Dear George, as you know, the South Sydney Rabbitohs are synonymous with tradition. Sadly, that doesn't appear to be true anymore.
No,
they're synonymous with
suits is not
they're synonymous with continuous change, but be that as it may. As you know, South Sydney Rabbits, and again, South Sydney Rabbits? Who understands that anymore?
No, nobody does. Sydney Souths.
Sydney Souths are synonymous with tradition. Many ex-players and officials, and for many ex-players, it's easy to lose touch with those people you shared so many triumphs and heartbreaks with throughout your rugby league career. That can't be right, can it? That people who played with the pig now don't know where he lives or can't drop in for a beer and a cucumber sandwich. I find that very hard to imagine.
That's got to be lies.
A group of ex-players and officials have decided to create Sydney South Past Players Association.
Oh, a Past Players Association. What a good idea.
The SSPP.
Yes, right. Past Players Association. Okay.
To foster and rekindle the mateship, camaraderie and sense of belonging to such a great club that many of our past Rabbitohs enjoyed while involved in the club. I bet you they don't get up to the same tricks as they used to as players. Or if they did, they'd be knocked over in the rush with people wanting to join. Please understand that the SSPP... I'm not quite right. The SSPP. All of a sudden I'm back...
SSPPA, surely.
Yeah, I know, but SS... Always an unsavoury use of initials given the Second World War.
Yeah, I know that. Picked up by Holden, thank you very much, with their SS Commodore, which I love.
Yeah. SSPP is independent of South Sydney Football Club. It's completely independent of the South Sydney Football Club and the Leagues Club.
Oh, so it's a totally independent body, actually.
This organisation has been created by ex-players of the Rabbitohs who felt an association of this type was lacking for those who consider themselves, wait for it, men of Souths. Didn't realise there was a group of people wandering around who thought of themselves as Men of
Men
South.
of Souths, no. Is there a Men of Souths association? I've never heard of it. I've never heard of the Men of South. I've heard of Men of League.
Have we discussed this before?
No.
Good.
What, did
Men
you
of
get a
South.
weird deja
I
vu?
did. Men of Souths. I thought, hang on a minute, an echo from a past.
Yeah.
Something
No,
or other's coming from back.
Men of League.
Ah, you're Men of League.
You know, everyone.
Oh,
knows.
yeah, they're a charity, aren't they?
Yeah. I love Men of League. I mean, you know, who wouldn't want to be part of Men of League? But I didn't know Men of Souths existed.
We're excited that the SSPP is up and running and look forward to an opportunity to reunite so many past rabbits. Now, this is signed Sean Garlick and Mario Fenech.
Mm-hmm. They're the foundation members. Are they founding members of the
SSPP?
Yeah, right.
Now, Russell Crowe, this is according to Willie Swanton in the Fairfax papers, Russell Crowe tried and failed. Peter Holmes at court had no luck. And now, former South Sydney captains Mario Fenech and Sean Garlick believe they're on the verge of doing the impossible and getting the pig to a Rabbits game.
Wow.
Hence the SSPP. It'll be a financially independent body with its own committee, operating without any involvement from the people Piggins has issues with, i.e. the co-owners. Former Souths playing great coach and chairman has steadfastly refused to attend any games lately, but Fenech and Garlick wanted to put aside grievances and join Souths legends in the Millennium Room at the Olympic Stadium on March the 14th. Now, that must be the first night,
It
Friday
is the
night.
first night, yeah.
We want George to come back. Without George, Piggins Souths isn't properly Souths again. Oh, this is really wrong. They've got their nomenclature wrong.
Yeah.
Sydney isn't properly Sydney again. He's an icon. He's one of the favourite sons. To be honest, he represents what Sydney South was built on. The club is in great shape and he's the last piece of the puzzle. This is a reunion and we want him there. You can quote me on this. I dream about Piggins returning to Souths.
I dream of it.
I dream about Piggins returning to Souths. Now, this is getting weird. Earlier today, you broke the story that Craig Fitzgibbon goes to training, gets excited. But what he sees at training. Now we got, let's see, who's this? Must be Test match Mario Fenech, dreaming of the pig being back at South, or Sydney South. The club won't really have returned to where it is until George is with us again, where it needs to be. Invitations have been sent out. George will have received the letter like everybody else, says Sean Garlick. I think it might be some chance of coming. I hope he can put aside his differences. It doesn't matter what side of the great divide you're on. The association has nothing to do with politics and personalities. This is about recognising and celebrating our involvement with the great club. It's a reunion where we can celebrate our history. Sats is fully supportive, according to Garlick.
Sats is.
Yeah, Johnny Sattler.
Yeah, good.
He's breaking his jaw for the night again. He's going to do his best to get down from Queensland. We're looking at everyone associated with the club in any grade or position. I hope it's flagged through ball, all that. Some of the greatest characters never even played first grade. That's so true,
That's
isn't
so
it?
true, yeah.
But one thing that's driven me to get this started is that the club shouldn't be losing contacts with legends, and George Piggins is one of those legends. I mean, it's a terrific idea, SSPP.
It is. I don't know why, some of the older players and some of the new ones, let's say Test Match and Sean Garlick and maybe...
Well, how about Tugger?
And Tugger.
Coach. Let's not forget he coached.
He did.
Bob McCarthy.
Maybe 5 or 6 of them, Bob McCarthy. Couldn't they go around to George's
and
place?
kidnap him?
Yeah.
Take him to the thing at gunpoint?
Well, tie him up. Put a bag over his head.
So you're on a mystery.
Mystery, yeah. George, you got to love this.
Yeah.
Boom. There he is. Pull the bag off his head just as the whistle blows for kick-off.
Oh, yes, pegs, no attachments. The CD Burn City at the SCG. It's 3 for 60 off 12 overs. So, Roy, there's nothing wrong with the run rate.
I know, the run rate's a bottler.
Yes.
With those 2 old fishing mates out there batting together.
Yes, Andrew Simons and Matthew Hayden. Now
and remember, their boat went down and they had to swim 200 kilometres to shore a couple of years ago?
Yeah, look, they did that in pretty good time too.
They did.
I think it was Olympic standard for the 200k. But, they had to,
they
really
are
good...
out there together again.
I know. Trying to do something, save Australia.
Trying to save Australia, yeah.
Super Chef Bernard King's guide to the world's most populous country, the steamy side of China, has hit the shelves. Bedroom Bernie, a well-known Sinophile, parts the bamboo curtain, allowing you to sneak through cracks in the law to find the cracks that delight the senses. For instance, Bernard has found 84 ways to get amongst it in the Forbidden City. After hours, he reveals 25 ways to spread the load at the bell tower. And just when you're about to cry, enough, Bernie outlines 17 ways to come and go at the Summer Palace. Bernard King's steamy side of China really is a must for all travellers looking for tales.
Hi, Frosty LaHood on the line. Remember me? I'm the no root, no toot man. And it is strange, but I've always been bowl shy. But now that I've tried that Date Ace stuff, I'm itching to drop a load any time, day or night. My stool shyness, it's a thing of the past. And guess what? I dropped the Logjam in Bexley on Wednesday, and last night I picked up the Leading Edge in Fiji. And since then, I've spotted my slugs in Suva, Tahiti, Nauru, and one even got as far as Poland. Oh, it is unreal, but it's a lot of fun, and I really look forward to pushing them out and seeing where they end up. Oh no, Date Ace has changed me completely, and it certainly has made me much more regular.
Phone freaks, tired of the usual boring ringtones? You know, dull? Well, as a tribute to the legend of Shane Warne and in association with the Shane Warne Foundation, Cooey Cobber Ringtones is proud to present... That's right. It's Shane's last appeal, recorded in Sydney in January 2007. Hello.
Roy, last weekend we saw a terrific go-round in the V8 supercars. According to paper reports of the Clipsal 500 attracted, 291,400 people over the 4 days. So
that's better than the Formula One.
Indeed. It's going to be my point in a minute. Just a couple of things.
How many? 280,000?
291,000.
291,000.
Over 4 days. So roughly 50,000 a day, which isn't bad.
That's not bad.
Well, hang on a minute. I've just done the maths wrong. It's about 70,000 a day, isn't it?
How many days is it over?
4.
4 days,
70,280.
Yeah.
Two good things is that the V8 Supercars chairman, Tony Cochrane, has announced a raft of changes to the series today, including the Phillip Island 500 becoming the lead-up to the Bathurst 1000 for the next 10 years. So
wow,
that is tremendous
what a
news.
great idea that is.
So, you know, it's just a wonderful period of motor racing, just as the football ends, when you're looking for something to do with your time.
Yep.
And next year, every car in the championship will be powered by the E85 or E85 fuel, an 85% ethanol and 15% petrol blend.
Oh, wow.
Now,
well, isn't that green?
That's completely green.
Completely green, yeah.
In a bid to be trendsetters in running the environmental friendly series.
Oh.
So that's great. What I was going to get to is, firstly, a couple of things. The Courtney, this is James Courtney, blamed Craig Lowndes. Lowndes refrained from criticising anyone, and Jamie Winterbottom criticised everyone in the Schmozzle last weekend in Adelaide. Winterbottom said, you've got guys out there who are pushing people off the track and our stewards deem that to be legal. This is the consequence of the new driving prosecutor, I guess. We could have easily have avoided it had he, Lowndes, given me some room, but he cut me off, Courtney said. The way Courtney was going, I was surprised to see him in a huge shunt. I wasn't surprised to see him in a huge shunt at the end, Garth Tander said. He was out of control all race. I clipped Steve Johnson, and while I was waiting for him to gather it up, Courtney pushed his way through and ripped the front off my car. Somebody obviously forgot to tell him it was 78 laps, not 7 or 8. McConville, understandably, was emotional on the podium, saying the result was a huge relief after a couple of difficult years. How the hell did this happen? How did I get second in the queue? Fantastic result for McConville. And then, you know, there was just a lot of sort of bad feeling about it, obviously.
Well, Courtney, has he been on the circuit for long, HG? Do we
I'm not
know?
sure.
No, I'm not sure either.
No,
now, remember
James
Wayne Gardner was a bit mad when he first arrived with the V8 supercars, you might recall, because he was used to riding bikes and was unused to having that extra metre of
material
metal
between him and the edge of the track.
A lot wider than he was used to.
No idea. The passenger
so he kept hitting people.
He did.
Yeah.
Well, it's easy to happen.
Yeah.
I mean, it takes a long time to adjust.
Yeah, it does.
And, you know, a lot of them don't make the jump. You know, Mick Doohan didn't do it because
Mighty Mick
couldn't
left
do
the
it.
car. Well, he's never been in a car. He refused to get into a car.
I don't think Casey Stoner's ever going to make the jump either.
No.
Because he just knows, that he likes to be slim and thin when he's racing.
Yeah.
Just by the by, just on that, was the admission by the operators of the Australian Grand Prix that attendance figures at the Formula One race were rubbery. Came as no surprise to long-time observer of motorsport, Peter McKay, in the Fairfax paper. Representative admitted before the Victorian Civil and Administrative Tribunal that his office didn't know how many people attended the race and that the number of tickets given away was kept secret to avoid undermining the event's appeal.
Oh. I didn't know it was being what we used to call papered.
Oh, completely papered, apparently. Freedom of information application by anti-race Save the Albert Park mob revealed that attendance was inflated and enhanced by thousands of free ticket giveaways.
Wow.
As well as...
Well, that cheapens it for the... I mean, who'd pay to go?
Indeed, because you can always get in free.
Yeah.
As well, the figures included every person who visited the track over the race week. So, counted Michael Schumacher as a member of the public, obviously as a fan. Well, he drove. So did, Ralph Schumacher. Probably counted, what's his name, the big events bloke, Ronnie Walker.
Ronnie Walker, yeah.
Every time he came in, he was clicked on as an extra visitor.
Yeah, well, he would have visited half a dozen times. So
a day.
Yeah, well, that's...
Probably got 100 up on him. As well as the figures included every person. Obviously, it would be nice if the confessional spirit infiltrates V8 supercars, where almost predictable claims of record crowds are greeted like a bad stand-up comedy routine, according to Peter McKay, meaning they just get the same old people coming along each week. In the wake of another claim after the 4-day Clipsal 500 last weekend, it is time to ask for the numbers of payers. Domestic motorsport is in a healthy state right now and does not need marketeers. They shouldn't have to inflate the numbers. In doing so, they leave themselves wide open to court action from disgruntled sponsors. So that brings us back to the problem of the 291,400 people who bobbed up.
Oh, that's not genuine.
Well...
What, was that papered as well? They're not papering the V8 supercars, are they?
They couldn't be. Clipsal, I just don't believe it.
I mean, I don't know how much the tickets are, but let's say they're only about $100 each.
Well, they should be able to pay for it.
Yeah.
The thing that worries me is the sponsors. If they're only 20,000 are going for the 4 days, 5,000 on each day.
Well, Clipsal are going to pull out, aren't they?
They are. Yes, the Stars take me to the riot in our bedroom after the war, and the Stars, they're one of the featured artistes at the St Jerome's Laneway Festival this afternoon. The Stars here from Canada and at St Jerome's Laneway Festival today. Might be time for a fat.
And now on This Sporting Life, it's time for the first fat of the afternoon. The fat is as Australian as Barbara Streisand, as new as Cats, as wild as Johnny O'Keefe. What are Australians fighting for this week? HG?
Well, a terrific prize including anchored by a media pack including An Inconvenient Truth, or For an Inconvenient Truth, including the DVD. So that's fantastic. It's environmentally packaging, the material sourced from sustainable managed forest using 50... you can read it for yourself when you win it. It's just a great prize, anchored by that. We've got the Remo store printed thing, the Diary Plus catalogue, and we're throwing in a UNICEF wristband. So it's a great prize, including the Inconvenient Truth DVD. For some lucky listeners...
Well, that's got to be worth at least $50 or $60, wouldn't it, HG?
Oh, easily. Just on face value alone, let alone the collectability nature of it has just gone through the roof. The whole pack, to put that on eBay tonight when you get it. Yep. I mean, easily 60.
Did I notice Chris Rogers' signature on that?
It is on the cover. Yeah. It's just incredible. He just got into a frenzy the other day and signed everything inside. Yes, can happen. Now, women only. Some lucky listener can answer the following question.
Yeah, the question is as follows, HG. What's the best way of getting George Piggins to the football? What's the best way of getting George Piggins to the football? Women only. That number's 1... what is 1... 1333? Oh, no, 1300 055536.
Phone now. Women only. Very good, Roy. Oh, Hot Chip from the UK and those weird pop keyboard tunes. Boy from School, The Warning is the title of the CD. Who are we talking to, Roy?
Yeah, we're joined by Michelle, who's joining us from Umina Beach in New South Wales. How are you there, Michelle?
I'm fine, thanks, Roy. You okay?
Yes, very well indeed. Now, Michelle, did you watch the Alan Border medal?
No, unfortunately, I wasn't home. I had to be out at that time. I missed it.
And you forgot to get someone to tape it?
My video player's not working.
I'm sure they'll release a DVD of it soon.
I'm sure they will.
Good.
Now, the Umina, I connect with the Umina Bunnies.
Umina Bunnies, that's right.
And now, do you often go down to the Oval to have a look at the bunnies go round?
No, but I can just about hear the noise from my place. So
when they score a try?
Yeah, well, yes. It's a very excited crowd there.
Right, that's very good. And am I right in thinking that at the start of last year, Terry Hill was the coach of the Umina Bunnies? I'm not sure whether he's...
It rings a vague bell, but I can't say for sure.
No, that's all right. That's all right. And in the Umina area, which would be the big grudge matches? Does Ettalong have a team? And when Umina play Ettalong, is that a very big grudge match?
Usually when there's a Woy rugby league, I think a junior rugby league team, and I think when they play
Umina.
I'm not sure whether it's Ettalong or the Gosford ones, that's usually a bit of a grudge match, but...
Right.
Yeah.
And would that be...
Umina's only got the bunnies, which are sort of more...
No, I understand. Did they ever play Woy or Gosford at Graham Park?
I think so, yes.
Oh, that'd be the one to get to.
Yeah.
Have you been along to Graham Park, Michelle?
Oh, yes, I think I see that regularly.
And what events have drawn you to Graham Park?
Oh, well...
I know there's too many, but just list a couple.
The parking is just impossible. You've virtually got to park at my place at Umina and walk to Gosford.
But couldn't you park at the Central Coast Leagues Club?
Well, yeah, but that's usually full, but, it's just there's just not enough parking.
And how long would it take you to walk from your place to Graham Park?
Probably about a day.
A day, yeah.
Right.
But what a day.
What a great day.
Exactly.
And if you're, say, a Mariners supporter and wore your shirt, I'm sure somebody'd pick you up on the way.
Yeah.
Probably, yes. There were an awful lot of cars driving around the peninsula with the Mariners flags on them the week before the grand final.
And
there'd be extensive carpooling, wouldn't there be?
I suppose so, to get up to Graham Park from Umina.
Yeah, there were a lot of buses.
Buses,
good. Buses, that makes sense.
Now, would you consider you're a part of the Mariners, footprint in Umina? And if so, how did you handle the sad loss, the 1-0 loss last weekend?
I just tried not to talk to anybody about it, and when I read it in the paper,
you were
bit
shocked.
Of a tear. Yeah, it was a bit of a shock.
Yeah,
it just seems so unfair.
Unfair is right.
It's unfair, that's right. Yes, exactly right.
Shockingly unfair. Michelle, do you have any sporting memorabilia at all?
Only a sailing trophy, which I won many, many years ago from the Gosford Sailing Club. I actually mentioned this to Roy before, and we used to sail. My ex-husband and I used to have a yacht, and we'd sail regularly around Line Island and down to Pittwater, and I used to actually be take the wheel because I could line it up into the wind tighter than he could, and he could pull the sails on tighter than me.
Right.
So we found that was the best way. So it's actually got the trophy's actually got my name on it, which is most unusual because in those days, of course, women weren't sort of recognised as sailors. So yeah.
What is the trophy? What is it? What does it look like?
It's really weird because it's a spark plug on a little mounting. Now, why would they have a spark plug for a souvenir for
ours is not the reason why.
It's really
was it sponsored by, what's the brand of spark plug, KLG or whatever it is?
No, I don't think so. No, it's
just a spark plug. They'd run out of everything.
Someone liked the design.
Yeah, and somebody probably found a couple at home and thought, bloody hell, we run out of trophies.
Exactly.
What are we going to give Michelle? I know what we're going to do. We're going to put a spark plug on a bit of wood. And is there a sort of any recognition, like it's toothpick class that you've won in, or does it describe what you've won?
Yes, I have, but it does, but I can't remember. I haven't looked at it for so many years. It's just sitting up there on the bookshelf, and I haven't looked at it. I can't remember what it says now.
Now, can I ask about the memorabilia of this? I mean, obviously, it's a unique item.
Yeah.
Have you had people come in and
assess it?
For
insurance purposes.
Yes, or show interest.
It's too important to me because it's my way of seeing that I was better at my husband than I could do something better than my husband.
Yeah, right.
No, that's fair enough.
Yeah. Now, look, this spark plug, is it a stylised spark plug or is it a real spark plug bolted to the plate?
It's a real spark plug bolted to the actual mounting, and it's very, very old. And we're talking about 1975.
Wow.
That's
that'd have to be worth something, wouldn't it?
Oh, wouldn't be. I don't think it'd be worth anything, but it's just
To a collector of Sparkplug memorabilia.
Or yachting memorabilia.
Yeah, yachting and Sparkplug intersection, of which there isn't many.
No, that's right.
That's what seems so totally irrelevant. Why would you have a spark plug on it for a sailing?
Did you ask at the time? Were there any questions asked at the time, Michelle?
No, women didn't ask any questions at the sailing club. We were lucky enough to get in there.
Now, what sort of yacht was it too?
It was a 26-foot space sailor.
26-foot space sailor.
Yes.
Are they popular these days, or is it?
No, you don't see many around these days.
So they become a collector's item as well.
Quite possibly, yes. I actually still see it around there occasionally, so someone else's.
So the boat still exists.
Yes, there's a lot of yachts in Brisbane water.
Yeah, well, does the boat have a name? So if people passing by.
Yes, we called it Undecided because we couldn't make up our minds what we wanted to call it.
And is it still called Undecided?
Yes, she's still undecided.
Wow, isn't that fantastic? Fair bit of history there just on the Brisbane waters.
I know, and just imagine if you nailed the 75 winning trophy to the front of it, what you'd have then.
Yeah. Do you know who owns it, Michelle?
No, I don't.
Well, Michelle, that's a great story. Now let Roy set out the question, have a swing at the prize.
Yeah, now, Michelle, what's the best way of getting George Piggins to the football?
Well, I would kidnap him and put a hood or something over his face take him to the game and to the oval, and then I wouldn't uncover his face until the whistle went for the game to start.
Perfect. Beautifully put, Michelle. I can see you being involved in the plot to kidnap George. The Inconvenient Truth, the DVD, the printed thing and the UNICEF wristband, they'll be in the mail before they fire up Graham Park for the start of the rugby league season. In the meantime, good luck with that trophy, getting it assessed for insurance purposes and, you know, who knows what it's worth. And thanks very much for being part of This Sporting Life.
Thanks, guys.
See ya.
Bye.
Bye. 3 on the trot again on Triple J's This Sporting Life. Gyroscope started us off with 1981 from Breed Obsession, and then Nick Cave and the Bad Seeds, Jesus on the Moon from Dig Lazarus Dig, and that's our new feature album here at the home of the hits, Triple J. Nick Cave there in the Bad Seeds, and finally Mia Dyson, People Will Turn on You from the CD Struck Down, and the score at the SCG, 3 for 113th in the 21st over.
Aussies, have you been letting the side down between the sheets? Has your libido slipped outside for a quick lie down? Have her coming back for a second helping when you introduce her to the miracle of blue light twitching love logs. You've seen them in action in the flesh pots of Stockholm, Amsterdam and Bangkok. And now, for the first time, the twitching love log is available in Australia. Don't be shy. Just see your local doctor and get the green light for the blue light.
From Roy and HG, a breakthrough in on-off technology. A secret switch, the Shackleton Hot Knob. Now at last, the TV can only turn on or off. Make your friends and family look like idiots. Only you will know where the knob is. Have it secretly installed in a hidden recess in your fridge. Just say, yeah, turn it on. I'll go ahead and get us a Colby. And watch the fun. As well, the set is rendered useless without the Shackleton. That's the Shackleton Hot Knob.
Tired of not having an education? Tired of going nowhere? Get a degree online in minutes. These qualifications are now available for a set fee. A Doctor of Rugby League rave parties. A Doctor of Sports drug testing. A Doctor of the Sweet Science. Go to www.imgettingajob.com.au and have credit card details handy. After 20 minutes online, you'll be headhunted and run over by the top shelf offers from big overseas companies in Fiji and Guam and Madagascar before you can click quit. Warning, you must have a current passport and be prepared to travel.
Roy, look, I didn't realise there was, rugby league, it's just having a great year, and I didn't realise there was a trophy called the Goodwill Trophy. Now, if you think the Bulldogs clock was great, this is an absolute out-of-this-world must-have ball terror. There's only one of them. And the National Museum restoration expert, Peter Buck, spent 80 hours restoring the Goodwill Trophy for an inclusion in exhibition to celebrate the centenary. It's perhaps the grandest trophy in the game's history. And is part of the Canberra-based museum's exhibition, which opens on Friday. The collection, which includes memorabilia that dates back to 1907, Well, that's a trick because the game started in 1908, so I don't know quite what they've got from 1907. It's going to be at the Sydney Powerhouse Museum in September.
Well, isn't that something to look forward to?
This is amazing trophy, though. I just don't know if you've had a look
Do we
at
know
it.
what the Goodwill Trophy celebrated, HG?
No idea at all. No idea at all.
Lost in the mists of time, I suppose.
Lost in the midst of time. I assume that, maybe war had broken out between a couple of warring tribes, the fruiterers and the butchers, and that they decided they'd strike a trophy. They had plenty of money, they were cashed up, and so they cooked up this absolute cracker.
Isn't it incredible? It looks as if it's glass as much as anything else, HG.
It does, and it's quite a size if you take...
It's huge,
If you take the
It looks to
Restaurer.
be about 1.5 meters tall.
Yeah.
That's one of the league's great treasures, actually. I wonder if that was on the rugby league train. I suspect the other memorabilia that's going to the Powerhouse Museum will come from the rugby league train, won't it?
You will have seen it all before.
Yes. You know, the
kit
Daily
bag,
Messenger's underpants, that sort of stuff.
That's right, the kit bag that Les Boyd carried to the matches and stuff like that. But this Goodwill Trophy...
Well, I look forward to seeing that because, I've never seen it.
No. It appears to be a couple of glass balls, one on top of the other, on a base, with a sort of an angel upstairs who, right on the top, a golden angel who looks as though they could be kicking off a Steeden.
Look, it's very brave of the manufacturer to have a glass trophy for rugby league.
I know. Who can forget the first time the Canberra Raiders won?
Murray Data.
I know.
Daly,
They threw it off the back of the ute.
Dropped it. Smashed it.
Now, there's still problems with the Bulldogs. I know we've talked a little bit about their clock, and the clock's great. But now there's a club summit. This is a 2020 summit.
Yeah. Is this part of the 2020?
As I understand, it'll be taking place at the same time. And
it's going to rob the...
I know. The real one of a bit of glamour.
And a few brains.
Well, I tell you what, John Fahey, the WADA boss, is prepared to chair it.
Wow.
The WADA boss is prepared to chair it in the hope of ending the bit of feuding between the Hughes family and the Mortimer families, both long-time club supporters. I had no idea this was going on.
I had no idea. I thought those families got on well because the Bullfrog, Peter Moore, held them together, didn't he?
He did. He did. He was the boss of the Entertainers.
And I think there was sort of interbreeding between the two families, wasn't there? Didn't one of the Hugheses end up with a Mortimer saying I do at the Isle and vice versa?
I hope not.
I think so.
Mixed blood.
I think so.
Fair crack. Mixed blood. Hughes and Mortimer's rugby league. Now, the letter has been leaked to the Murdoch people, and Steve Mortimer told Dr. George Paponis, the current boss, he would boycott the summit because it was nothing but grandstanding.
Grandstanding?
Mortimer wrote, I must decline your invitation whenever you finalise a date in the future to have this so-called summit, which is unnecessary. One Bulldogs insider told us that Paponis would be lucky to survive in the job for more than a month.
Wow.
He doesn't even have enough support to pull the summit together. How can he run the club? They're gunning for him. Wow. Casillas, this is another board member who held a lot of, as I understand it, Paponis proxies. Casillas was appointed interim chief executive on Friday.
This is replacing Malcolm Node.
Malcolm Node. Node got bumped straight away. But wait for it, the big news is a quiet push to have former Bulldogs enforcer Peter Tunks appointed full-time. Isn't it great to have the word Tunks associated with rugby league again in the 100th year?
Sure is.
Who can forget Peter Tunks?
Well,
he spent the latter years of his life training in a wheelchair.
He did.
Only available to stand up on the day match days.
During the 80 minutes.
Doing the 80 minutes. Then had to go back in the wheelchair.
Yep.
He practised in the wheelchair.
Yep.
Now, how about this? I didn't know this. Tunks was headhunted by a Super 14 outfit, the Otago Highlanders, last year. Gives you an idea of how they rate his work. Yeah. But opted to stay in Sydney, concentrate on his dating website, Blind Date.
Wow, I didn't know Tunksy was bringing people together in that way.
He might have got the Hughes and the Mortimers together to say I do.
Yeah, all those years ago. Right, well, isn't that fantastic?
One of the cornerstones of Canada,
He is a cornerstone.
Yeah, he's part of the Dogs of War pack.
That's right. With Dunny.
Dunny on the other side.
Yeah,
Bugden in the middle there.
Yeah.
And then the second rowers were people like Farah. And I'll never get the other one, and I can't remember the lock, although the lock's name will come to me eventually too.
With Barlam, of course.
Oh, Barlam out wide, and the Prince of Darkness himself steering them around.
Yep.
And then you have people like Glenn Nissen up the back.
What a team.
Tunks has been chief executive at Wakefield Trinity in England. And
I had no idea.
Managing director at Hull.
Yeah. I had no idea. Look, I knew he'd left the country. But I didn't know where he'd ended up. Didn't he go to one of the islands like Fiji or?
Oh, I think he ended up in the Philippines.
In the Philippines
yeah.
for a little while.
Well, not a trail blazoned there by I think Graham Langlands. all those years ago. And now, this is this is Turvey's letter. I won't read it all because it does go on a bit, but thank you for your invitation to the summit, the 2020 summit concerning the football club. My attitude, the current state of the football club, is the encouraging news. Is the encouraging news in that we have a new look board which is elected by the members, and it's up to all of us to get behind the board and put the past behind us. That is what I'm doing, ... supporting the new board to the best of my ability and looking forward optimistically to the future of the club. Good. I think we're well placed to move forward. I do not see a need to put on a summit, which will inevitably be a public show that highlights these so-called divisions raised by you rather than common desire to see the new board and players in the club do well. Fair enough. I think they've got a point. I have read that one of the reasons for the summit is bringing together the Mortimer and Hughes families. As far as I'm concerned, George, I have no issues whatsoever with the Hughes family. I sincerely wish him well. Doesn't sound as though he wants to see him either. Though,
No, it doesn't, does it?
Connected with the club, the Bulldogs. As you are aware, the only issue that has ever affected me over the last 4 years is what I've considered the betrayal of sections of the board of the football club regarding the events that led to my leaving the club leaving the role as club CEO. You and I both know your role in that. However, I believe I've worked cooperatively and positively since for the benefit of both the league and the football clubs, and despite the way I was treated, and I plan to continue doing so. I've made no public complaints about anything or anyone, and I see no need to parade all these matters at the so-called summit, which, if anything, may be seen by credible people as grandstanding on your behalf. Accordingly, I decline your invitation whenever you finalise the date in the future of this so-called summit, which is unnecessary. You have a new-looking board, which I believe is a positive step in the right direction. It's about getting behind our players and having success in the future. Do you think Kevin Rudd's getting a lot of letters from people saying, thanks for your invitation, but I don't want to come? It's got nothing to do with the feuds between, say, I don't know, the Greiners and the Rudds, which will continue just as they did before. In fact, I think Nick Greiner might be going. I hope he sees sense. But do you think Kevin Rudd's getting a lot of letters like that?
Well, I suppose he is, and it's disappointing, isn't it? Because I saw this summit idea, and when I first heard of the summit announced by the Prime Minister, I assumed it was the Canterbury Bulldogs summit.
Yes, so did I.
And I thought, well, what a great opportunity to bury the past and forge a new future. And I hope that's what was going to happen. But it looks as though, while on the one hand Steve is saying he wants to look to the future, he doesn't want to put the past behind him.
No. He wants to stay exactly where he is. With the possibility of saying something about someone at a future date.
Yes.
Rather than saying, well, the summit solved all that, Steve. You can't come out now and blurt about Node keeping you out.
I think the summit is a great idea.
I think it's the better summit, you know.
I
think
do
more
too.
interesting ideas are going to come out of the Bulldog summit than the real summit.
Yes, if they can just, to begin with, bury the feud between the Mortimers and the Hugheses. I didn't know that feud was there.
No, neither did I. That's new to me. But could you see Kate Blanchett helping out there?
Well, I could, yeah. Well, I could.
Role playing?
And Steve Mortimer is no stranger to the arts, of course. Because I think Steve's missus, who might have been a Hughes at one stage...
Wow. Does he know about it?
Is a dancer.
Snob Skrilla from Sydney, and there you go again on the Life on Triple J. Roy, I don't know whether this was fallout from the big fight night on Wednesday night, but Jen Fennick has, remember him, the Marrickville Moorworth three times world champion. Jeff Fennick has advised Iron Mike Tyson against making a comeback. But he admits he has made a personal approach to Evander Holyfield to sound him out about a boxing super fight.
Right, against someone apart from Iron Mike.
Yeah, or Solomon Omono or whoever.
Captain Feathers or Stinkfist.
Stinkfist, yeah.
Holyfield Stinkfist.
Yeah, I know, that's got a ring to it, hasn't it? That has really got a ring to it.
Yes. Yeah. So Jeff... Does Jeff know Evander well? I suppose he would, wouldn't he? Because he mixed in those circles, didn't he?
He did. Fennick flew to Arizona in the US to meet with Tyson when the prospect of an explosive showdown with Holyfield surfaced. The Murdoch people got this.
Yes.
Now, remember that Tyson lost to Holyfield in 1996 before a rematch in 1997 ended with Iron biting Holyfield's ear off.
That's right.
And spitting a large chunk of it on the canvas, which surprisingly stunned fight fans in Las Vegas. I say surprisingly because they've seen it all before many times. Fennick, obviously, Australia's triple world champion, is a trainer, and was he admitted he was no matchmaker. Mike actually told me that somebody had been speaking to him about fighting Evander Holyfield. Mike asked me to call Evander. I called Evander myself to see what could happen. If Mike is offered the right money, I'm sure the fight can definitely happen. But there's no way I'm the matchmaker or anything like that.
No.
So what happens is Mike's people talk to Jeff's people talk to Evander's people talk back to Jeff's people, and Jeff's people talk to Mike's people. Round and round it goes, and hence we have the script writing process. I don't know whether the ear being bitten off was part of the last script in 1997, but certainly it was a sort of a little bit of improvisation that did make the fight memorable. I'm a good friend of Mike's, and personally I
he's Mike's best friend, isn't he?
Yes, sadly. And personally I wouldn't want to see him fight again, but if he wants to get into the ring, I'll be more than happy to help him.
Oh, good.
There's no doubt in my mind that Mike can win the fight.
Wow. I hope he said that to Mike. Well, at the same time saying, I don't think you should go back into the ring, but I think you could win if you did. They're mixed signals to give someone as silly as Mike, aren't they?
Very mixed. Now, Holyfield said that Jeff Fennick says, Mike wants to fight me again, but he needs to know if I'd agree to it. I said it all depends on what they're going to give us, because I'm going to catch a lot of flack if I say I'm fighting Mike Tyson again. I've already said I don't want to fight Mike, no more.
Well, he made that clear in 97, I think.
He did, yeah. Bloke who bites my ear off.
He picked a bit of his ear up off the canvas and tried to stitch it back on.
Or get the cut specialist to stitch it back on for him. Then Jeff says, what if Mike gets into proper shape? I told him that's okay, but I can't be part of it if Mike's going to pull out. Jeff said, the main thing Mike wants to know is if you would be willing to fight him again. And I said, yeah, the price is right.
Right. Do you know, or you may not know this, no one may know this, only Jeff, did Jeff mention a price, or did Evander mention a price to Jeff that he could pass on to Mike? That Mike could pass on to
his people to see if it was worthwhile. Tyson's boxing licence, I'll just put that on pause for a minute, was revoked in 1997 after the Bite fight. He was later fined $3.19 million for biting. A year later, the Commission restored his licence. He's not fought, losing to Irishman Kevin McBride in 2005. Holyfield believes his great rival could regain the discipline required to fight again. I think he could if he wanted to. I don't underestimate him. He's 41 now. I'm 4 years older, but the big difference is I was kept in shape. Oh, yeah. Who knows with Mike? Holyfield feels empathy with the former quote-unquote baddest man on the planet. I'm just one woman away. What? I'm just one woman away. My mother from me being the same as Tyson. Oh, I'm just one woman away. My mother from being like Iron Mike Tyson. It's an odd.
He's only one woman away.
Yeah, meaning that
had his dad met Iron Mike's mum, he'd be Iron Mike. Is that what he's saying?
I think so.
Wow.
Isn't that great? What a quote.
A funny way to think of it. But I suppose he's right when you think about it.
Well, it took me a while to wrap my head around it. And I got lost in the...
Now, he was born 4 years earlier, wasn't he? As well.
He could have been his brother.
Yeah. Yeah, but I'm just trying to imagine what the scenario could have been whereby Evander was really Mike, had his mum...
No, I see what you mean.
Mr. Tyson Sr. 4 years...
Earlier.
Later,
but then your trouble is...
If Mr. Holyfield had come along and she said, oh, no, go away, Buggy, I'm not interested in you. I don't like your ears. Yeah. Whatever the case might be.
They don't like your ears.
But then Mr. Tyson 4 years later and romance is in the air, then little Evander Holyfield could have been little Mike Tyson. It could have been the same person.
It could have been the same person.
Wow. Although the genes would be slightly different, wouldn't they?
And you assume the stars align differently, so there'd be a lot of differences. So I'm just one woman away, my mother, from being the same as Tyson. It's a weird idea, isn't it?
It is a very weird idea. I'm just one woman away.
I thought he was talking more personally about this generation. Then I realised I was talking to the older generation. I would have ended up like him if my mother had not been so tough and strong. She gave me the security Iron Mike never had. Oh, there's a tale.
So he's claiming that Mike ended up the baddest man on the planet and indeed a very troubled individual because his mum.
Digitalism and Pogo from the CD Idealism. Digitalism from Germany on the score now at the SCG, Roy. We're up to 5 for, are we?
Yeah.
About 130, is it?
Yeah, around that. Yeah. We just lost Hayden.
He was
to
anchor.
Harbhajan Singh.
And Harbhajan Singh's got both Queenslanders.
Yes.
Now, look, last week we spent a little bit of time working on the problem of plumbers who break their fellow tradies' jaws and then have to seek their...
Oh, this was Matt Henjak's...
It was. Analogy. Yes. Well, what was good was that, you hope it dies down and, you hope to move on, and then you want somebody to just sum it all up and put it into perspective for you. And David Campisi's done that very beautifully this week. Yeah. I hadn't thought about Campo much lately. So he says the Western Force, who are going incredibly well, they had another win this weekend in
the
South
Brumbies.
Africa.
I think they beat the ACT Brumbies.
No, I think the Brumbies beat the Reds this weekend.
Reds, you're right, yeah.
And then the Force are in South Africa playing, and don't get the Coastal Cheetahs, that might be it might be the Coastal Sharks and the Central Cheetahs or whatever it is. They've had a great success over there on their tour. Now, the Western Force have made one thing clear with their handling of that Plumbers case, Henjak's case. They obviously don't care about the image of the game. The image coming out of Henjak belting his teammate and breaking his jaw is that rugby union is getting like rugby league. And we don't want that. The sort of thing that used to happen in rugby league all the time, fighting amongst each other, that didn't happen in rugby union. The game has definitely changed. I actually can't remember a golden period of fighting.
Within teams.
Well, only the Hughes and the Mortimers.
Yeah, apart from that.
Very little happened.
Very little happened, exactly.
I can't ever remember Peter Sterling belting Ray Price, for instance.
No, they were great friends.
Great friends. Or the Bookends having a
great friends. Ledbetter and Bugden, they were great friends.
Now, what's very clear is that Henjak shouldn't be playing, even means last weekend. Firstly, the Force shouldn't have even let him go on tour. He says... But one of their own players has been belted and his jaw wide shut by another player. For the Force coach, John Mitchell, to say it punishes the team to suspend him, well, Campo thinks that's absolute crap. They should have made Henjak apologise straight off the bat, and if they don't, end up tearing up his contract, which they did subsequently, and he's got to think about doing other things with his time, then it should be a long, hefty, fine and suspension, not the $1,500. He thinks whack him $10,000 or $20,000, actually going to hurt him in the bank accounts and make him think twice. The Force appears to be ignoring ARU's wishes. And they've got to realise that if it wasn't the ARU, these guys wouldn't be playing rugby. The joint, meaning the Western Force, is only 2 years old, but they seem to have a player in the press every second week and for all the wrong reasons. The ARU went missing for a couple of years, but John O'Neill's back, and that's a good step. I've never really seen eye to eye with O'Neill, but I say it's fantastic to have him being, rock solid on discipline. Now, in the old days, when you went on a tour for Australia, you were an ambassador for your country. Off the field, people judged you and who you represented. One of the biggest problems I find a lot of these guys is, the young guys have no life. They're rugby players, they get bored and they get themselves into a situation where this sort of thing happens.
What's your solution to that?
Well, look, jail, obviously, 24-hour jail, put them in there and just let them out on the weekend when they have to play. They can train inside. Henjak has been trouble before, obviously. He was the fact that it was sent home from the Wallabies tour and the alleged incidents that have been hushed up.
Oh, alleged incidents? Hushed up.
Other alleged incidents that have been hushed up.
Wow.
Now, was he involved in what we call the Quokka piss-up? I don't think so. I think that was other members of the Force. Can you remember this at summertime? The boys had a few beers, obviously.
On Kangaroo Island, did they?
Rottnest Island. Yeah, and went sort of quokka catching. It was very, very funny. Sure,
well, that's just bonding, isn't it?
That's true. True. We see, isn't it weird how we laud that in the case of the Sydney South Rabbits? They bashed bunnies with rabbit killers and sold them.
When took their pyjamas off and sold them.
However, when it comes
the roots of the club. That's the roots of the club. Actually.
The roots of the club are bonding through rabbit
hunting.
I still think it's done these days. I think Jason Taylor's taking him away this weekend for an old-fashioned rabbit shoot.
Ferreting or shooting?
Shooting.
Good.
It's amazing that he came out and said, I've been to see special people about my problems and I'm happy now. Actually, before the incident. And then he goes break someone's jaw. Unfortunately, he's come from Canberra, where over the years they've had less than a golden off-field reputation. Well, that's very unfair, I think, Campo. It began when a bunch of them ran amok in a South African taxi. I don't know if it's a culture bred down in Canberra, but it's very frustrating to see a guy like Henjak behaving the way he does. In the end, it's no surprise he's not playing for Australia. He's obviously not good enough. He has a high opinion of himself, and the Force aren't helping him with their soft stance on his behaviour. By letting Henjak play, they're allowing a guy to break someone's jaw and get away with it. But with or without him, the Force will struggle to beat the Sharks at home. I think they'd beat him.
They beat him, yeah.
Without him. Now,
yeah.
Can I just ask, one thing that worries me, if I broke your jaw in a similar fashion, The police would be around, wouldn't they?
Well, probably.
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 I mean,
yeah.
in all...
Yeah,
you know,
well, yeah.
Officers harmless, I think, that went horribly wrong.
Yeah, it depends on you'd have to look at the context, HG. You know, if we were just sitting around and...
Shooting the breeze. And having a few bevies.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden...
And you lost touch with reason. And it was an accident. Then, well, these things happen.
Anti-Flag, Bright Lights of America from the CD Bright Lights of America. On the life on Triple J, might be time for another fat.
And now on This Sporting Life, it's time for the second fat of the afternoon. The second fat is brought to you this week by the Look of Laura Knitwear, Alan Bond's Business Masterclass and Happy Jack's Tata Packs.
Yes, look, a terrific prize. We've got a copy of the National Gallery of Victoria magazine from... November and December of last year. We've got the current calendar from Loonigan, the Sydney Morning Herald. We've got the printed thing from 2008. And we've got a UNICEF, what would you call it, lapel badge this time.
Wow.
So it's quite a diverse prize.
It is.
And all comers who can answer the following question.
Yes, the question is as follows for all comers. How many women away from Evander Holyfield is Jeff Fenwick?
That doesn't often happen.
It doesn't actually.
Just give the question again.
Yeah, I will. I'll repeat it and give the number. Now, how many women away from Evander Holyfield is Jeff Fenwick? And that number is 1300 0555 36.
All comers phone now. The Way We Live from Number Station, part of the Triple J Unearthed project. Number Station, and the score of the SCG 5 for 147, halfway through the 33rd over. Who are we talking to? Roy.
Yes, we're joined by Steve, who's joining us from West Brunswick in Victoria. How are you there, Steve?
Very well, thank you, Roy. How are you?
Yes, very well indeed. And are you watching the cricket, Steve? Are you keeping an eye on it?
Not at this stage. I'm actually enjoying the outdoors. I'm sitting in a park under a tree, being sun smart, and just listening to yourself and HG this afternoon.
Wow, what a lovely image you drew there, Steve. Now, have you got any sporting trophies or memorabilia at home? Maybe start with the trophies first up.
Just the usual sort of, what would you call it, the well-played trophy. Played in a few Premier teams in AFL as a junior, so everyone got the thanks for participating trophy. But no, I'm more of an observer than a participator when it comes to the trophy status.
Right, and you haven't bought any of the memorabilia that you can get, you know?
No, I bought the old man a replica of Ian Baker Finch on the tee at the British Open back in 1991.
Wow. A replica?
Well, it was supposed to be a scorecard underneath a photo of him teeing off, but I don't know how genuine that was. Obviously, there's only one scorecard, and I think there was all comers for the memento.
And how did you get that?
At a pub? Did you buy that at a pub?
No, it was legit means. I think it was advertised on Channel 9, and I was
And do you know if your dad still got it?
Not sure. No, I have to say I don't think he does.
Well, he would have sold it. He had a substantial profit, one imagines.
Probably learned a bit too late in life that he wasn't that fond of IBF, though.
Right. Well, so falling out between golfer and purchaser of memorabilia. And what made you focus on that? I mean, was your dad a vocal fan of IBF, or you just thought as a G up you'd get him the scorecard?
It was a phase where both of us would enjoy a game of golf on weekends, and attend a connection. So it was all good, brought a smile on the face. It was the equivalent of the handkerchief and socks at Christmas, I guess.
Well observed. Now, have you seen other memorabilia in your travels that mates have, or you might have been wandering down a street and seen in a sort of a Furbelow shop, for want of a better way of describing something, an old frame, something or other, whatnot, or something like that?
I've got a friend of the family who collects WEG posters. I'm not sure if you guys are
WEG posters, very familiar. On Grand Final Day, they put out one, don't they?
Yeah, the time-honoured tradition in Victoria of William Ellis Green doing caricatures to do with the winning premiership team. So family friends got from far back as 1970. So
Wow.
there you
I
go.
often what happens, what they're going to do when WEG moves on.
Well, there'll be a new WEG.
I suppose so. There'll be a different WEG.
Yeah.
WEG 2.
Yeah, I suppose. Well, in the same way, Ginger Meg's actually, it's been around since the 1920s.
But it's been drawn.
But it's been drawn. Well, it was drawn, I don't know who drew it originally, but then James Kemsley took over, and I think someone else has taken over now. So there's no reason why WEG couldn't kick on forever.
And it'd be lovely when you'd be able to trace the boundaries between WEG 1 and WEG 2,
yeah.
and then WEG 2 and WEG 3.
Yeah, but the original WEGs are going to be worth the most. They'll be that 1970 WEG you've got.
Well,
they're Geelong supporters, so last year's one has been framed and has a place of prominence, of course.
Isn't that
breaking the
fantastic?
40-odd-year drought. So
That's
they're all-
fantastic.
Yeah.
Well, Steve, maybe let Roy set out the question and have a swing at it.
Yep. Now, Steve, where were we? Now, how many women away from Evander Holyfield is Jeff Fennick?
He's one woman away.
He is.
Exactly, absolutely right. Do you get onto the what would I call it, the analogy that Evander Holyfield's trying to make?
Oh, yeah. I think it's crystal clear.
Yeah, crystal clear. Good. Well, Steve, the gallery... the gallery
Well, when you
magazine-
think about it, he's only one woman away from Mao Zedong.
Well, that's true. That's true. Or Kate Blanchett, for that matter.
Or WEG.
Or WEG, yeah. Or the second WEG. Or Geelong Footy Club captain, whose name escapes me. I want to say is Johnson or something. No, he's the bad boy. Anyway, I can't...
But the current...
Tom Harley.
Tom Harley, very good, thanks. And what's the weather like if you're sitting under a tree where you are, Steve?
Under the tree, it's nice and shady. The weather is absolutely glorious.
Oh, good on you.
I'm not. This haven't been catching the team. It's 28 degrees and gentle, subtly coming off the beach, making it through the CBD. It's just sensational.
Very good. Okay, well, the November-December Gallery magazine, the Loonie calendar for this year, a printed thing, plus the lapel pin from UNICEF. Steve, we'll get them into the mail, and they'll be there before the one-day cricket finals are decided. Thanks very much for being part of This Sporting Life.
Thank you.
See ya.
Hello everyone, Frosty here. The Hood Heights, everyone's asking about it. Well, it's unreal. 500 beautiful homes, all brick, all with 5 bedrooms minimum, cinema, pool, double garage, games room, rumpus room, office, vestibule, cool room, unlimited access to water, and from Google Earth, the gated community looks just like a new Landra. Most residents have boat ramps accessing the pristine waters of Loch Lahood. I'll be on site every weekend setting you up with a finance package that allows you the freedom to get on with whatever you get up to at home. That's your business. So come out and see me. Lahood Heights, just 3 clicks from my Lakemba showroom.
Foodies, living in the fast lane, do you realise there's been nothing new in cutlery in 250 years? After all this time, you're still stepping up to the plate with a knife in one hand, a fork in the other, and nothing left to hold the mobile. Well, say goodbye to all those old two-handed cutlery blues forever with the all-new, all-alloy Universal Bitemeister from Roy and HG. The Bitemeister switches mode from fork to electric carving knife instantaneously with the press of a button, allowing you to always have one hand free while eating. To defend yourself, tap the keyboard or stab the rabbit. The Bitemeister has a built-in automatic GPS guidance system that means you'll never miss your mouth again. The misery of bleeding lips, punctured cheeks and bloodstains on the shirt are a thing of the past. Think of the money you'll save on dry cleaning alone. This is a win-win situation for all food lovers. The Bitemeister is now available at Bunnings, Mitre 10 and soon in Boondall Tools.
Roy, we haven't spent much time talking about caged fighting. Obviously, you and I love it. And I was taken by an article in the Fairfax paper recently in which Australian martial arts legend Richard Norton, when he first saw caged bouts in the United States, he thought somebody was going to die.
Well, it is confronting when you first see it.
It's very confronting. But Norton's initial fears have been put to rest, having watched the sport of mixed martial arts evolve from a lawless bloodfest into a regulated sport, the fastest growing in the world. Norton is now a huge fan of your cage matches.
Good.
I'm pleased to say I've been proved wrong. when you look at the overall record, the injury rate is incredibly low.
Yeah.
Much lower than rugby league, for instance.
Yep.
If it was seen to be out of control, with no professionalism in the way it's run and the way the fight is conducted, I don't think it would have spread the way it has. Now, Richard Norton's back here to work on Justice League of America, a film I think George Miller's working on.
Right.
Back in the 1990s, there were practically no rules, no weight limits, no time limits. Fighters came out bare-fisted, free to stomp, kick the groin, go the Christmas handshake, free to do pretty much whatever they pleased. But the introduction of rules, regulations and professional referees has helped clean up the image of cage fighting. And in the US, the punters have responded with their feet. Obviously huge crowds and so on. The Ultimate Fighting Championship is the second biggest grossing pay-per-view event on television. And while the sport has evolved from its barbaric origins, there's enough contact, blood and violence to ensure that it's still not everyone's, as he put his here, cup of chai or cup of tea. You always get small contingent of rednecks or whatever you want to call them that want a lot of violence. It's not about that. You want to watch a good fight, all three facets of the fight game, the striking, the wrestling and on the ground. You want to see those principal facets of the caper. There was a cage fight competition recently. Had all the glamour associated with a fight night. Most of the bouts were over in 60 seconds. The combatants unleashed a combination of jiu-jitsu, judo, karate, boxing, kickboxing and wrestling, on each other. Good. The fights took a familiar pattern. Within a few seconds, the match would degenerate into a Greco-Roman style of wrestling. No surprises there. No. Because people love Greco-Roman wrestling, don't they? And participants love it as well. With enough grapple tackles to make even somebody like Craig Bellamy, the coach of the Storm, wince. Perhaps the fourth bout on the card was highlighted by the writer for the Fairfax people, Adrian Prozenko. Nick Pudney was literally on top of his opponent, Alex Shevtsov, punching him to the ground, declaring the crowd, I'm going to him up. You're going to him up. So anyway, seconds later, Pudney's arm was right angles and Shevtsov pinned him and dislocated it.
Wow. Well, you only dream of seeing those sorts of things, don't you, really? Yeah. I actually preferred cage wrestling or cage fighting in its
infancy.
Yes, in the early days. That's really when you saw unusual bouts, and unusual consequences.
The weight division was amazing.
Yeah.
Sometimes, people who I could only describe as obese took on jockeys. And sure,
that's funny.
I know, it is funny. I saw one sad night where the jockey was literally flattened because the bloke was knocked out, but instead of falling backwards, he fell onto the jockey. He fell forward onto the jockey, just completely collapsed.
Yeah, right.
So it was a sort of neutral.
Yep.
Neutral, no winner.
Yeah, look, I think the way to kill this sport is by over-regulating it.
Absolutely, and getting it into schools.
Yeah. That'd be the death of it. Yeah. So it's got to be a little bit underground, a little bit sort of outlaw, you know what I mean? That was the great charm in the early years, certainly.
The outlaw feature of it. Look, it's hard to kind of work in this area, but one of the things is that it's contact sports, but so sports like rugby league, etc. The feature event on the night featured Hector Lombard, described here as the real deal. He came to Sydney to represent Cuba in judo in 2000, fell in love with the joint and became an Australian citizen 3 weeks ago. He's got a mixed martial arts sort of style of approach, and after winning all but 2 of his 19 pro fights, the 29-year-old is now set to sign a lucrative UFC, must be some sort of international competition, where the stars have cult following and earn up to $1 million in sponsorship and prize money. I'd like to be a UFC world champion and train in America to get contact there. If you don't make money, it doesn't make sense, which is fair enough. If you're going to get your head punched in. But does it have a future? I mean, could it be part of
does. Is there any caged fighting happening in Australia, HG?
Well, there is. That's what I was alluding to. Yes,
good,
it's quite a vigorous.
Because it was very underground there for a long time.
Just people in car parks.
People in car parks, yeah.
Often associated with too much alcohol.
Yeah.
But if you can remove the alcohol, which does... I think...
I don't mind the addition of alcohol, actually. I think it gives what we used to call in the old days Dutch courage.
True. I understand on YouTube that there's a lot of images of people getting really... Well, not so much in the cage, but just loading up and just having a swing in backyards and things like that across Australia. It seems to be taking off in an amateur sort of way.
Yeah.
I'd love to see some sponsors get behind it. Maybe Foster's or a UDL
Gillette.
That's right. Or some of those dairy products, which are looking for ways of getting their product before the people. And can I say is, if, the worst happens and most of Australian cricketers have to play in India in the future, could you see cage bouts taking a place that cricket once?
What, for the boxers, say, your Boxing Day entertainment?
Well, the Boxing Day test certainly seems to have...
Could become a caged bout. Well, look, it wouldn't worry me. And I think most Australians are going to say, well, let's give it a go. Let's see what it looks like.
Let it die! Oh, yes, the Foo Fighters, Let It Die, from Echo, Silence, Patience and Grace. And remember, they'll be covering Amity Dry's The Lighthouse as their next single. So that's something to look forward to. This 100 top players in rugby league, I know the show's been slightly rugby league-centric this week, but we'll make up for it.
It's 100 years.
100 years. We've got to do it sometime. Look, former Western Australian Western Newtown halfback Tommy Raudonikis was shocked to hear Magpies teammate Les Boyd had been overlooked in the top 100. He was such a great defender and runner. Remember, 17 of these 100 is going to be named as the greatest team ever. And I notice, a number of commentators have said that these players, many fans may not be familiar with. They include Jack Beaton.
Jack Beaton. Gee, I haven't thought of Jack Beaton for a long time.
How about Vicky Armbuster? Or Armbruster might be. Armbruster.
Yeah, Vic. Is that Vic Armbruster?
Yeah, Armbruster. Yeah. Ted Courtney.
Oh, God,
everybody remember Ted. Playboy Teddy Courtney.
Yeah, God, he could play.
Big Andy Norval.
Oh, Andy Norval. What a personality he was.
Real personality.
Yeah.
They broke the mould when they prized Andy out. Yeah. Mick Madsen.
Yeah.
Dan Dempsey.
Yeah.
Bash and Billy Khan. Mm-hmm. Herb Steinhort.
Oh, Herb Steinhort. You can never write him off.
And Viv Thickness. Great names for rugby league players. No wonder they got in the top 100. And how about this? This is, I don't know,
people worried they haven't been heard of? Is that the suggestion?
Well, they're not familiar. See, the trouble is, this makes a nonsense of it, because here's your forgotten superstars, according to the Murdoch paper. Benny Elias. Who remembers Benny Elias? I mean, if he wasn't on SBS as their tipper each week, nobody'd remember him.
Nobody'd.
I can never remember him playing.
Did he play?
I don't think so. He used to show the ball a lot. Ben Kennedy.
Who?
Danny Badeiras. What? Big Gordy Tallis. Somehow they want
Jonathan...
He
was a cricketer, wasn't he?
He was, yeah. Played ODI record.
That's it.
Jonathan Thurston. Now, I don't understand why a current player should be in there, but be that as it may. Then Les Boyd. Now, everybody knows Les Boyd. He should be in there for fact. Then the Angry Ant, the game's greatest thinker, Ricky Stewart. Well,
is he in the top 100?
No, he's not. Thank goodness for that, though.
Yeah,
I say.
You
don't want a thinker up there.
No.
Then you've got Beaver Steve Menzies, Buttocks Paul Sirenen. Well, I don't think just because he's got a big arse he should be in.
No.
I mean, that's not enough. Cliff Lyons, never went straight in his life. Nathan Hindmarsh, give us a break.
In the top 100?
No way. Who are you going to throw out? You're going to throw out Billy Kahn to put Nathan Hindmarsh in?
Or Andy Norval?
Mick Madsen, or...
Dan Dempsey?
No, you're certainly not going to get
rid of Dempsey. You're not going to get rid of Vic Armbruster.
You're not going to get... Or Thickness. Thickness isn't
No
going...
way, Vic Thickness is there.
And we're not talking... Cecil Blinkhorn. We haven't mentioned Blinkhorn now, the great Norths and Sydney Souths player. Oh, no. I mean, this story's going to run and run and run. So we better get out of your road and let the Kings in to have a go. There'll be more life next week. We leave you, as always, with the simple reminder that Triple J is sport. Bye now.